Xiao rubbed his throbbing head, awakening within the confines of the train carriage. Why am I on this train? Am I being sold off to northern Myanmar? An orphan raised in a welfare institution, Xiao had recently graduated from university and had just secured an internship, a hard-won achievement. No wonder that female supervisor kept pouring drinks for me last night. She certainly had an untrustworthy air about her. Where's my phone? I need to call for help. Xiao searched for his phone to alert someone, but aside from the clothes on his back, he possessed nothing. At that moment, an announcement echoed through the carriage. Welcome to the train survival world. Here, endless treasures await, alongside unknown dangers. Explore the stations and strive to survive. The following are the rules of the train. 1. The train operates automatically and requires no manual control. Each morning at 8 o'clock, the train will halt at a random station and depart at 11. During this interval, you may disembark to explore or remain aboard. Ensure that you return before departure, otherwise you will be left at the station. 2. Gather resources to level up. With each level gained, you will receive an additional carriage. Specific levels will unlock new functionalities. 3. The first 12 days serve as a probationary period. During this time, the temperature in your carriage remains stable and entirely safe. No entities from the platform will enter your carriage, except for other train conductors. Protect your carriage diligently. The train is now departing. Please secure yourselves. A rumble resonated, and Xiao felt the train lurch forward. He hurried to the window, but outside lay only darkness, obscuring any view. So, I'm not being sold to northern Myanmar. Rather, I have truly been transported to another world, compelled to partake in a survival game. Am I not the sole participant in this endeavor? Xiao made his way to the front of the train, where it displayed the conductor number 19990-526. Xiao had successfully logged in. His profile picture was a vibrant image of himself, appearing quite spirited. Conductor, Xiao. Level, 1. Number of carriages, 1. Initial carriage 1 length, 5 meters, width, 3 meters, height, 2.8 meters. Closing the personal information, he noticed 2 additional modules: conductor chat room and trading platform. Xiao entered the chat room, which indicated he had been allocated to the public chat room of Area 2000, with an online count of 10,000 participants. The input box displayed a limit of 10 messages per day. Wangdefa, what is this? A grand performance? The announcement here states this is a train survival game. Are you all in the same situation? Is this still within our country? Great, great. No need to attend the early 8 o'clock class. Suilan, are you there? Is the child with you? Please respond if you see this. Damn it, I just managed to pass the exam after 10 years of effort. Don't mess with me. The chat room featured an automatic translation function, transforming messages from users of various ethnicities into Chinese. Though limited to 10 messages, the sheer volume of participants resulted in a flurry of notifications, akin to popcorn popping. Dear family, there is a novice's gift pack in the small cabinet at the front of the vehicle. I have retrieved a bottle of mineral water. Mineral water? At last, I have stumbled upon a piece of useful information. Xiao smacked his lips. He was parched after a night of revelry, yearning for a refreshing drink. He opened the car door and stepped into the front, where indeed a small cabinet awaited by the control panel. With bated breath, Xiao opened the cabinet door. Inside lay a red card, devoid of any text or illustrations. What is this? Where is the water? Feeling a tinge of disappointment, Xiao returned to the screen, card in hand. I've retrieved a barrel of mineral water. Isn't that decent? A box of instant noodles, a case of water, 3 packs of ham sausages, ready for takeoff. The luck of the European emperor is terrifying. The cucumber in hand suddenly lost its allure. It seemed everyone else had food, while he was left with a mere card. Just as Xiao pondered this, a message popped up in the lower left corner of the screen. Module card detected. Would you like to activate it? Yes, no. So this is called a module card? Naturally. I shall activate it. That is a rather redundant question. Xiao reached out and clicked yes, causing the card in his hand to vanish. Activating special module station announcement. Station announcement. Each time the train departs, detailed information regarding the upcoming stop will be updated. Next stop, Sunshine Gym Single Occupant Station. This station is a gym, posing no danger. Note, single occupant station, only 1 train stops here each morning at 8. A special module? What is this, my cheat code? As Xiao contemplated, the announcement echoed. The train is approaching the station. Please secure yourselves. Xiao distinctly felt the train decelerating, and shortly thereafter, it came to a halt. Beside the door was a button to open and close it. The inscription indicated that even the conductor could control the door with voice commands. Xiao pressed the button, and the door swung open. Outside lay a staircase. He hesitated for a moment, ensuring there was no danger before stepping out of the carriage. Upon exiting, Xiao was taken aback. He had assumed the train was traversing a tunnel, thus the surrounding darkness. Yet, there were no tracks beneath the train. It seemed as if the train had simply materialized here. How peculiar. Xiao shook his head. The pressing matter was to explore the gym and gather supplies. After all, the train would only be stationed here for 3 hours. The staircase comprised a dozen steps, leading directly to the gym. Before him were various fitness machines, a splendid array indeed. The silence was profound. Even the sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Xiao was undeniably alone. Water, I must find something to drink first. Navigating through treadmills, stationary bikes, and up rollers, Xiao arrived at the restroom. Eagerly, he turned on the tap, but no water flowed. The same was true for the ladies' restroom. All faucets remained dry. Xiao even inspected the toilet tank. It too was empty. Emerging from the restroom, Xiao spotted the front desk diagonally opposite, next to a red vending machine. With a mix of trepidation and anticipation, he approached the front desk. It was indeed an automated vending machine. Xiao dashed towards the vending machine, where an orderly array of mineral water, soda, electrolyte water, and lemon-flavored sparkling water awaited him. He unconsciously swallowed as he returned to the gym area, selecting a small dumbbell. With a sharp crack, he shattered the glass of the vending machine. Casting aside the dumbbell and carefully avoiding the shards of glass strewn across the floor, Xiao reached in to retrieve a bottle of soda. He twisted off the cap and tilted his head back, gulping it down in one go. The refreshing sensation invigorated him as he consumed 2 bottles of 400 milliliters each. Once revitalized, he extracted the remaining bottles, totaling 40 of each type. Having already consumed 2 bottles of soda, 8 remained. He transported these bottles back to the compartment, including the 2 empty soda bottles. Looking at the stash of water, a sense of security enveloped him. 38 bottles of water. Splendid. The issue of hydration was temporarily resolved. After a brief respite, Xiao re-entered the gym. Though spacious, the gym was devoid of any entrances or exits, presenting itself as a completely enclosed space. The only connection to the train was a staircase. Inside the changing room, the absence of power meant that the lockers were unsecured. Xiao opened each locker in turn, rummaging through the men's changing area before moving on to the women's. Ultimately, he gathered 2 towels, a pink yoga mat, and a mechanical watch. He placed his finds into a handbag he had discovered and climbed the stairs back to the train, adjusting the watch to match the time displayed on the screen. After 3 minutes of comparison, he confirmed that the watch was perfectly synchronized with the screen time, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. Excellent. With this watch, he would no longer fear missing the train's departure while exploring outside. The time was now 9:50, with just over an hour until the train was scheduled to leave. In the gym, only the weights remained, which were precisely the materials needed for upgrades. Xiao initiated the upgrade process, revealing that he could freely designate areas within the compartment as input zones. The requirements for upgrading were as follows: metal, 0 300 kilograms, plastic, 0 150 kilograms, wood, 0 100 kilograms. Utilizing the screen, he designated an area as the input zone and tossed an empty plastic bottle into it, watching as the bottle vanished. The progress for plastic collection registered at 0.02 kilograms. Xiao glanced at the gym equipment outside and all perfect for upgrading materials. At 11 o'clock, the train departed punctually. Xiao leaned against the carriage, seated on a yoga mat, panting heavily. Goodness, why is this gym so expansive? The metal dumbbells that were manageable were the farthest from the stairs, and with the need to ascend and descend repeatedly, Xiao managed to retrieve only a few small dumbbells in an hour. He designated the entrance as the input area, tossing the dumbbells directly inside. After discarding them into the input zone, the metal count was completely satisfied, even boasting some surplus. The current resource collection status read: metal, 300 kilograms plastic, 150 kilograms wood, 100 kilograms. The remaining dumbbells were set aside by Xiao, who did not rush to toss them all in. In a 99.99 chat room, messages flowed. Where's everyone's first stop? I'm stuck in a meadow, surrounded by grass. I'm in a rental room. Only found a pack of biscuits and a few clothes. Don't throw everything into the input area. I've tried, and unlike metal and wood, they don't just vanish. What did you throw in, man? I tossed in a hefty chunk. By the way, does anyone have toilet paper to spare? Impressive. Your spirit of exploration deserves respect. I sponsor you a leaf. This fellow was truly remarkable. Compared to them, Xiao considered himself rather fortunate, having secured 38 bottles of water and a considerable amount of upgrade materials. Are there any ladies offering original flavors? They'll trade food. Aren't survival games supposed to have beautiful ladies trading underwear for food? Hurry. Young man, I have some. Dude, with your age, you could be my grandmother. I want a lady, not a grandma. Read carefully, a lady. Brother, would a young boy suffice? As it was the first day, there seemed to be little sense of urgency among the group. Xiao shook his head and opened the trading platform. He needed to exchange for food. Merely drinking water was becoming insufficient. He listed half a bottle of mineral water and selected instant noodles as his desired trade. Within the carriage, a shimmering circle appeared. Xiao placed the mineral water into the circle, and after a flicker of light, it vanished. 3 minutes later, the screen displayed a successful transaction. Xiao clicked to collect, and once more, light flickered, revealing a pack of instant noodles on the ground. The trading function was indeed quite convenient. Attention, the train is about to arrive at the station. Please remain seated and hold on. Is it already the second day? Xiao was roused by the announcement, pulling off the towel draped over his stomach and sitting up on the yoga mat. Yesterday, being the first day, he had been tense and exhausted from moving dumbbells, leading him to retire early. Xiao rose and approached the carriage screen to check the information for this stop. Current stop, Shinetown Single-Person Station. This station features a vast cactus forest, inhabited by vipers. Danger level, level 1. Vipers, danger level 1? Aren't they venomous? If bitten, wouldn't that mean game over? As soon as he opened the car door, a wave of heat enveloped him. The sweltering temperature was palpable. The endless expanse of desert lay before him, and Xiao stepped out of the vehicle, shielding his forehead with his hand against the glaring sun. Squinting, he noticed not far away a vast grove of cacti, their tops adorned with purplish red fruits. The cactus fruit. The thought of its sweet, succulent juice made Xiao involuntarily swallow. However, the possibility of encountering a viper caused him to regain his composure. Men die for wealth. Birds perish for food. Xiao sighed deeply, grabbing the tote bag he had found at the gym yesterday, and set off towards the cactus grove. Vipers typically roamed at night during the day. The high temperatures should keep him safe. He reassured himself with this thought. Wow, how sweet. Xiao plucked a cactus fruit, peeled back its purplish skin, and took a bite, the rich juice bursting in his mouth. It was far more delicious than dragon fruit. Braving the scorching sun, Xiao transformed into a fruit gatherer, harvesting the ripe cactus fruits. With his tote bag filled, he returned to the vehicle. At 9:35, there remained an hour and a half before departure. He could still make another trip, but the remaining fruits were too high to reach. A knife would be quite helpful. Xiao opened a trading platform and searched for a machete. The interface flickered, and he ultimately exchanged half a kilogram of cactus fruit for a chopping knife. Though rusty and somewhat chipped at the edge, he had little choice at this moment. Xiao emptied the cactus fruits into the back of the vehicle, took the machete and an empty bag, and set off once more into the cactus grove. Within the grove, Xiao swung the machete, carefully avoiding the fallen tall cacti as he collected the fruits. Glancing at his watch, it was 10:30, and he began to make his way back with half a bag of fruits. As he munched on the fruits and hummed a tune, he halted just before reaching the vehicle. Gulp. Xiao swallowed hard. Not far from the car door, a triangular-headed snake was flicking its tongue towards him. Chapter 3. Saijia Village. Level 1 treasure chest. What a misfortune. In the middle of the day, instead of resting, you choose to block my door? Xiao observed from a distance, noting that the snake was meandering back and forth, lingering a few meters near the door of the carriage. He glanced at his watch. 10:50. No, if he continued to wait like this, he would miss the departure. Remaining in this vast desert was no different from being dead. Xiao set down his bag, gripped his machete tightly, and cautiously approached the snake. He moved lightly and slowly, fearful of disturbing it, as the creature's attention was still fixated on Xiao's train. 3 meters, 2 meters, 1 meter. Suddenly, Xiao lunged forward, gripping the rusty machete with both hands, and struck at the snake's neck with a powerful blow. The dull blade did not sever it. The snake, in pain, coiled and thrashed, retreating from the carriage door. Seizing the opportunity, Xiao hastily sprinted into the train. The viper, spotting Xiao inside, finally found its target and swam toward him, despite the pain. However, once Xiao boarded, the snake hovered at the entrance, as if separated by an invisible barrier, flicking its tongue, yet unable to enter. The train rule stated, you have a 12-day probation period. During this period, the temperature in your carriage remains constant and absolutely safe. No creatures from the platform can enter your carriage. Thanks to the novice protection. With a sigh of relief, Xiao tossed aside his machete and plopped down onto the floor. He glanced at the snake, then at the half-bag of cactus fruit still outside, and felt a surge of frustration. This would not do. He had to devise a way to kill it and retrieve the fruit. Xiao picked up a 5-kilogram dumbbell, hesitated for a moment, then switched to a 10-kilogram one. Approaching the carriage door, he extended his arms, dumbbell in hand, aimed at the viper below, and let it fly. With a resounding thud, the snake's head was crushed. Remarkably, even after such a blow, it continued to writhe. Xiao, wielding his machete, struck repeatedly until he confirmed the snake was truly dead. He then picked up the dumbbell and cleaned off the blood and flesh with sand. Recovering the bag he had previously dropped, Xiao hesitated before closing the door, ultimately deciding to bring the mangled snake inside. There was no way to dispose of it. He could trade it for some food. 1 viper for a pack of Xiao then noticed a change in the number of online users. Online users, 9701. Already, 300 had logged off by the second day. Damn it, I slipped while stepping out on the snowy mountain and nearly fell into a snow pit. By the way, does anyone have snow? It's a matter of life and death. Anything edible will do. Hurry, it's melting fast. Many others were in a similar predicament, recklessly exploring and perishing in peril. Fortunately, Xiao was forewarned by the station updates, allowing him to anticipate and prepare for hidden dangers. He nodded and clicked to view the next station information. Next stop, Xiao Village, a multi-passenger station, with 2 additional trains stopping here. This station has zombie chickens. Consuming them or being attacked will result in infection. Danger level 2. Note, zombie chickens have poor eyesight and rely on hearing to locate targets. In the center of the village, at the village chief's home, there exists a level 1 treasure chest. It may yield 3 train coins, a revolver, 20 sealed bullets, and 1 rooster silver coin. Note, multi-passenger station. Multiple trains will simultaneously stop here every morning at 8. A multi-passenger station? With 2 other trains stopping? That means he might encounter other people. Blind zombie chickens? He wondered if they sported a middle-part hairstyle. Xiao's attention was captured by the words treasure chest. A treasure chest. It could be opened. A revolver. A ranged weapon. The tetanus machete could retire right here. Or train coins and rooster silver coins. He had never heard of them. What purpose did they serve? Xiao Village. The vegetable fields were neatly cultivated with produce. Purple long eggplants, red chili peppers, and vibrant green cucumbers. Oh, this cucumber looks delightful, so fresh. After 2 days of hunger, he finally found something to eat. A man wearing green rubber shoes and a white tank top, with squinted eyes, plucked a cucumber and wiped it on his clothing before taking a bite. Wang Dalai munched while he picked, tucking several cucumbers into his waistband. Oh, and there are chickens. This whole little chicken stew with mushrooms is going to be heavenly. Discarding the cucumber in hand, Wang Dalai stealthily approached a chicken on the road. He moved cautiously, fearful of startling it. Gotcha! Wang Dalai skillfully grasped the chicken by its wings and lifted it. No matter how it flapped, it could not escape. Get the pot boiling. With the chicken in hand, Wang Dalai dashed toward the villager's home, and soon, smoke began to rise from the kitchen. My goodness, is he really that bold? Xiao, who had been peering out the window, was astonished. The zombie chicken was dispatched so easily. The chicken wasn't just poor-sighted. It was utterly blind. After the man left the vegetable patch, a plump middle-aged woman emerged from another train. She looked around to ensure there was no danger before entering the vegetable field to pick cucumbers. Xiao observed as the woman gathered some cucumbers and eggplants before returning to her train, not to emerge again. Without further hesitation, Xiao picked up his machete, exited the carriage, and shut the door behind him. The train doors can only be opened by the conductor himself to enter another's carriage. One must resort to brute force and destruction. Avoiding the household of the squint-eyed man with the roasted chicken, Xiao hurried towards the village center. Along the way, he encountered several chickens. However, those chickens seemed utterly oblivious. As long as one moved with sufficient stealth, passing by them at a close distance posed no threat. When confronted by those obstructing his path, Xiao would throw stones to inquire for directions, creating a commotion to divert their attention. Thus, Xiao stealthily made his way to the village chief's residence. Climbing over the fence and using a machete to tear through the papered window, Xiao entered the house. Chapter 4. The rooster silver coin. Xiao rummaged through his belongings and finally discovered a treasure chest beneath his bed. He opened it to find a revolver nestled inside, accompanied by a box of sealed bullets, 20 in total. Excellent, Xiao thought, as he loaded the revolver, feeling a significant boost in his sense of security. Beneath the chest, he also found 3 gold coins and a silver coin. Xiao pocketed the coins and made his way back through the village. Wow, what a stunning vehicle! Wang Dalai exclaimed, standing beside Xiao's train, nodding in admiration. The bright red, fiery horse. How I adore it! He peered through the window into the carriage. So much food. Bottled water, instant noodles, and what is that, dragon fruit? No, that can't be right. Dragon fruit is much larger. An iced tea? I hope it isn't self-produced like mine. Wang Dalai swallowed hard, longing for a sip of iced tea, cool and refreshing. The homemade stuff is so sickly sweet. Wang Dalai took a bite of the severed hand he clutched, blood filling his mouth. Ugh, how revolting. The fat woman's hand was slick with grease. He discarded the hand and bent down to pick up a stone, smashing it against the train's window with a resounding thud. He said there. Only a white that remained on the glass. Damn, how sturdy. Just as Wang Dalai prepared to strike again, a gunshot rang out, and a crimson mist erupted from his back. Wang Dalai stumbled, the stone slipping from his grasp. What the? He turned to see Xiao, gun raised. Xiao noticed the whites of Wang Dalai's eyes were clouded, bloodshot, and his face bore several wounds from pecking. Damn you for shooting me. Bang, 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 bang. The gunfire reverberated through the village, causing the zombie roosters to perk up their heads, turning towards the source of the noise. Xiao fired 4 shots. One struck Wang Dalai's neck. Another pierced his gaping mouth, while the other 2 missed. Wang Dalai staggered a few steps before his knees buckled, collapsing onto the ground, blood gushing from his mouth. Cold, cold drink, vomit. His lips quivered a few times before stillness enveloped him. Xiao shook his wrist, feeling a slight numbness. Caw, caw, caw. Oh no, the gunfire attracted the zombie roosters. The cacophony of clucking filled the air as Xiao turned to see a dozen zombie roosters rushing towards him, kicking up dust along the road. Open the door. Xiao maneuvered past Wang Dalai and dashed back to the train. The horde of zombie roosters pursued him but could not enter the train. Instead, they paced restlessly outside. These birds are incredibly swift, their legs seeming to be borrowed. On his return, Xiao glimpsed the corpse of a middle-aged woman, the flesh of her nose devoured. One arm missing, her deathly visage a grotesque sight. He realized that the man had likely been infected. She was a victim of his wrath. Thankfully, he returned in time. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Xiao brushed his fingers against the smashed glass, relieved that only a single white that remained, with no shattering. Through the window, he observed that the door of the woman's train stood wide open. Hut, hut, hut. Xiao's heart raced as he glanced at the time. 10:09. There were still 50 minutes until departure. He quickly grabbed his bag. Xiao reloaded the revolver and tossed a bottle of iced tea aside to create a noise, drawing the attention of the zombie chickens at the entrance. Inside the train, apart from 2 empty mineral water bottles and a tattered, filthy blanket, there was nothing else. The train screen displayed an unclaimed status. Train head. Initial carriage cannot be decomposed. Stored supplies can be transferred. Transferred 2 kilograms of metal, 3 kilograms of plastic, and 3 kilograms of wood to the account of Xiao, train conductor number 199905526. How could this be so impoverished? It felt like a perilous journey for naught. As Xiao exited, he noticed that the previously closed door of another train had swung open. What was happening? Did the doors automatically open upon a person's demise? Stealthily, Xiao ventured inside, only to find nothing but a few bottles of urine. With a resigned expression, he transferred the remaining meager resources. Upon returning to his train, he closed the door and sighed in relief. You have new resource transfers, please check. Xiao clicked to receive, and after confirming the resources had arrived, he exhaled deeply. Even the smallest mosquito counts as meat, after all. More importantly, he had gained a piece of intelligence. The train head's initial carriage cannot be decomposed, and the doors would automatically open upon a person's death. Xiao organized his revolver, bullets, dagger, and broken machete before pulling out a few coins. The golden train currency bore intricate patterns of trains on both sides, while the rooster silver coin featured the image of a chicken. What purpose does currency serve? Let us check the screen. Previously, the module card was activated by proximity to the screen. Detected rooster silver coin. Would you like to activate? Yes, no. Indeed, it would trigger. Xiao clicked yes, and the silver coin in his hand transformed into a stream of light, vanishing from sight. Rooster silver coin unlocked. Simultaneously, Xiao's personal information updated. Upon clicking, he noticed a row of gray cartoon animal patterns appeared beneath his avatar. It was the 12 zodiac animals. The rooster was now illuminated. It seemed that collecting the complete set of silver coins was necessary to uncover their true purpose. The train currency, however, elicited no response when brought near the screen. At 11 o'clock, the train departed. Half an hour after Xiao's departure, a pink train appeared in the village. This train, consisting of 12 carriages, resembled a pink worm in its overall design. Each carriage featured 3 circular black glass windows on either side, akin to spots on the worm's body. The carriage doors slowly opened, and a woman, wearing black stiletto sandals and a red halter neck qipao, with short hair, stepped onto the village soil. She strode forward, her fair thighs exposed, making her way toward the village chief's home. Upon seeing the chest with its lid ajar, a look of curiosity crossed the woman's face. As she raised her hand to remove the red contact lenses, her eyes emitted a soft blue radiance. The azure light illuminated the ground, revealing a trail of footprints. The woman followed the prints, pursuing them until she reached the lifeless body of Wang Dalai. At that moment, Wang Dalai lay with his head askew, his mouth opening and closing, surrounded by a group of zombie chickens that roamed near the site where the Xiao train had previously halted. A middle-aged woman, missing an arm, was also present, having succumbed to the same fate of infection. Not yet. The woman discarded her disposable gloves onto the ground and returned to the train. Behind her, Wang Dalai, the middle-aged woman, and the dozen or so zombie chickens were all struck in the forehead by a bullet, each meeting a swift end. Upon returning to the train, she summoned a luminous screen and accessed a special module titled Platform Travel. Searching for multiplayer stations linked to Saijia Village, the screen displayed 5 stations: Yuma Bridge, Defo Church, Qinghu Station, Aitone Manor, Orange Island. Chapter 5. The 3-year pact. Xiao opened the chat room to see if there were any discussions regarding train currency and silver coins. The online user count stood at 9,021. Why had the number diminished so significantly today? Hey, remember that brat from Gaojia Town who tried to snatch potatoes from me today? If I ever cross paths with you again, you're in for it. Who the hell smashed my car window? I'm freezing in here. There are no updates concerning train currency or silver coins. It appeared that many users were at multi-person stations. No wonder the numbers had plummeted. Not only was there the peril of halting at stations, but there was also the threat of conflict among each other. Today, only I had managed to survive at this station. Why must there be violence? Can't we collaborate with one another? 2 individuals clearly have a greater chance of survival than one alone. Collaboration is possible. I'm currently on someone else's train. Moreover, resources gathered can be transferred. Together, we can quickly level up. Wow, I never imagined it could be done this way. 168 centimetrów. A pure and innocent college girl, currently seeking a partner for a team. Must be 185 centimeters with six-pack abs, handsome preferred. Haha, youth is so naive. What is the use of good looks? What truly matters is endurance. Xiao understood the concept of resource transfer, but joining someone else's train and forming a team? Was it truly that simple? Unless one encountered friends or family from the real world, how could one possibly suggest teaming up with a stranger in such a precarious situation? To board another's train and even transfer one's collected resources? In this environment devoid of law and societal structure, operating under nearly primitive rules, survival was the utmost priority. The reality was that while one monk fetches water, two monks fight over it. Xiao glanced around. The number displayed next to everyone's avatar was 1, indicating that no one had yet advanced to level 2. Who knew when the next multi-person station would appear? He needed to level up quickly to see if any new features could be unlocked. Xiao proceeded to check the information for the next stop. Next station, Laojiang Electronic Store, single-person station. This station is a digital store with no associated dangers. With a station announcement, one could anticipate the types of resources available at the next stop and assess the level of danger involved. A digital store? It seemed that food would be scarce here, but it appeared relatively safe. Xiao felt a sense of relief, lying down on his yoga mat to conserve energy. Xiao was roused from his slumber by an urgent need to relieve himself. He rose and grabbed a half-full bottle of iced red tea, releasing himself with vigor. Perhaps due to insufficient food intake, it was now the 4th day, and Xiao had yet to have a bowel movement. For breakfast, he intended to eat cactus fruit, but discovered that most of the fruits had begun to rot. The carriage maintained a constant temperature. How could they spoil so quickly? Was this fruit so difficult to store? Xiao hastily initiated a trade. He exchanged dozens of pounds of fruit for 2 bottles of mineral water, 5 compressed biscuits, 3 packets of crispy noodles, and a roll of toilet paper. One could say it was a bargain sale. However, this is an unavoidable circumstance. It is preferable to this than to have it languish in my hands. At 8 o'clock, the train came to a halt. Xiao donned his shoes, picked up his tote bag, and entered Laojiang's digital specialty store. He briefly surveyed the surroundings. Much like a gym, it was a confined space. However, unlike the gym, it was evident that this place had been previously visited. Many items had been completely depleted. It appears I am not the first to grace this station. Xiao began to contemplate the furniture within the store. He left behind a chair that allowed him to view the screen at eye level, discarding the rest into the disposal area. 3 hours passed swiftly, and as the train resumed its journey, Xiao glanced at his resource collection progress. Metal, 426, 300 kilograms. Plastic, 17, 150 kilograms. Wood, 83, 100 kilograms. On the 4th day, over half of the resource collection was complete. Xiao twisted open a bottle of electrolyte water and paired it with some compressed biscuits, managing to have a makeshift lunch. Sitting in the chair, he browsed the chat room, finally relieved from the necessity of standing in the water group. Does anyone have food? I haven't eaten in 2 days. Can someone trade me some food? I guarantee it's from a pure girl. I do. I'll offer a pack of instant noodles. Don't compete with me. I want some too. I'll offer 2 packs. No, brother, what time is it? And you're still inflating prices? Why would anyone trade something as vital as food? Are you out of your mind? Brothers, I lack everything except for food. So what? Xiao was also curious. Could anyone genuinely be willing to trade food for such items at this moment? He clicked on the young lady's avatar, and indeed, she had listed a trade, any food for undergarments. The next moment, this transaction was marked as completed. I also have socks. Is there a brother willing to trade food? This time I want water. I'm in. Who was so quick just now? I didn't even get a chance to grab it. No one is allowed to compete with me. The young lady's socks were also swiftly traded. Why were these items so in demand? Not seeing any valuable information, Xiao checked the next station. Next stopping station, Daxishan, single-person station. This station is at the mountain's peak, danger level. A snow mountain? The following day, at 8 o'clock, the train arrived at the station. Xiao intended to collect some snow, but as soon as the train doors opened, just extending his hand out felt like a piercing cold wind sweeping through. With only a short-sleeved shirt, he could hardly endure it. Gazing at the vast expanse of white outside, he comprehended the despair of those stationed in the grasslands, snowfields, and forests. Resources were scarce, difficult to gather, and the effort hardly justified the reward. As the train set off again, Xiao sat in his seat, fixated on the screen, constantly praying, "Please, no more grasslands or forested deserts. I would willingly forego 3 years of honing my craft for a bustling shopping mall food street." Next station update. Next stopping station, Sanshan Station, single-person station. This station features a large supermarket with no danger. Damn, I was just boasting, and you actually made it happen? Xiao's mind was already filled with images of shelves brimming with snacks and beverages. Furthermore, the supermarket offered an array of tools, kitchenware, clothing, and bedding. At this moment, he found himself in dire need of a comforter, as the tradition of covering one's abdomen while sleeping is deeply ingrained in the culture of the Dragon Kingdom. A towel simply would not suffice. He also required a pillow, for his laptop was too rigid, causing discomfort. Suddenly, in a wave of excitement, Xiao felt a sharp pain in his abdomen. It had been 5 days, and this was the first time he was experiencing such sensation. Chapter 6. Supermarket Zero-Cost Shopping. Xiao had retired early the previous night, intent on rejuvenating his spirit for a splendid day of zero-cost shopping. Rising at dawn, he satiated his hunger and thirst, meticulously adjusting his state to its optimal condition. As the train arrived at the station and the doors opened, Xiao hurled his bag, filled with rice, out of the carriage. With only 3 hours at his disposal, he knew he must act swiftly. Upon exiting, a left turn led him to a neatly arranged row of shopping carts, and he seized one with determination. His first destination was the food section. Xiao dashed through the aisles, reaching the fresh food area. The shelves overflowed with water and provisions, nearly brimming to capacity. Yet, a significant challenge loomed. The food section was the farthest from his train. The direct distance spanned over 100 meters. However, the good news was that the section for kitchenware, stocked with ample metal, plastic, and wooden materials, was conveniently located nearest to the train. Sticking to his plan from the previous night, he resolved to gather materials first, aiming to upgrade to level 2. Only through upgrading could he expand his carriage. It was a stroke of luck to encounter a supermarket. A single carriage would hardly suffice. He allocated an hour for material collection, and, should he fall short of his goal, he would utilize the remaining 2 hours to stockpile water and food. With determination, Xiao filled his shopping cart with bottled water and bread, swiftly returning to the train. He then pushed a new empty cart towards the kitchenware section. Xiao rapidly snatched cutting board from the shelves, recognizing their wooden and plastic composition. A cart brimming with cutting boards was propelled into the input area, achieving a collection progress of 100 kilograms for wood. Excellent. Now only plastic remained. Gazing at the time, he noted it was 8:20, and progress was swift, thanks to the proximity of the kitchenware section to the carriage. Xiao then pushed 2 more carts, this time filled entirely with plastic cutting boards. With these additions, the plastic collection progress soared to 82 kilograms. At 8:57, only 3 minutes remained until the designated time. Yet a significant quantity of plastic still eluded him. Was he running out of time? All the plastic cutting boards had been claimed, and other plastic items like cups and bowls occupied too much space without contributing sufficient weight. Xiao glanced at the rows of shopping carts. Of course, those too were composed of plastic. Each cart contained over a pound of plastic, and with 68 kilograms still needed, he could push a maximum of 140 more carts. The line of shopping carts was directed into the input area. The input zone resembled an insatiable abyss, eagerly accepting the carts without ever appearing full. This was indeed convenient. There was no need to search or lift. The collection progress for plastic surged rapidly. 85 kilograms, 97 kilograms, 126 kilograms, 147 kilograms. As the number of remaining shopping carts dwindled to just over 10, a message appeared on the screen. Upgrade materials collected. Would you like to upgrade? Yes, no, at last it was sufficient. Upgrade. Level 2. Acquired an ordinary carriage. Maximum stop time extended by 1 hour. You may still choose to depart at 11 o'clock. The second carriage materialized out of thin air, seamlessly connecting to the original train. Xiao opened the door between the first and second carriages, revealing that the newly added carriage lacked windows and doors, resembling an ordinary container, save for the light affixed to the ceiling. Upgrades promised enhancements to the carriage's broadcasting system. But what caught Xiao off guard was the surprising extension of the longest stopover by an entire hour. It was now 9:15, leaving 2 hours and 45 minutes until departure. Xiao rolled up his sleeves and set to work. With a chocolate bar in mouth, Xiao hurriedly pushed a small cart into the carriage. At 11:58, he was truly pushing the limits, gazing at the towering pile of supplies, which reached more than halfway up the first carriage. He sat down and chuckled. Was this the thrill of zero-cost shopping in the beautiful country? The doors closed, and the train began its journey. Xiao leaned against the window, casting a reluctant glance at the shelves outside. If not for the inevitable day when everything would be consumed, staying here wouldn't be so bad after all. Stretching lazily, Xiao began to tally the day's spoils. First on the list was water. 60 boxes of mineral water, each containing 24 bottles, totaling 596 milliliters. Additionally, there were over 300 bottles of various beverages and about a dozen bottles of high-proof liquor. Xiao was not fond of alcohol. He obtained it primarily for its potential use as a disinfectant in case of injuries. He had not managed to find medical alcohol or disinfectants, mainly due to the lack of time in the vast supermarket. He could only transport as much as possible within the limited time available. For instant noodles, he chose the bag variety, dismissing boxed ones for their space consumption. He collected 40 boxes, each containing 24 bags, in a variety of flavors. For fruits, he selected 2 types with good shelf life, apples and oranges, each in 4 baskets weighing 50 pounds. The shopping carts were brimming with various items. The first cart contained chocolate and candy, high-energy foods that occupied little space. The second was filled with cured meats, sausages, jerky, and packaged roasted duck and chicken. The third cart held canned beef, luncheon meat, and canned peaches. The fourth cart contained 5 bags of 50 kilograms of rice, dozens of packages of noodles, 5 buckets of 10 liters of blended oil, and numerous packages of salt and sugar, alongside various types of chili sauces, including lao gan ma, mushroom sauce, beef sauce, and chopped chili sauce. Though cooking was not feasible at the moment, it was essential to stockpile grains and oils. Regrettably, the kitchen appliances in the supermarket, such as rice cookers, induction stoves, and microwaves, required electricity to function. Alas, the train was devoid of power to operate them. Nevertheless, Xiao took them anyway, pondering their potential utility in the future. As for instant self-heating hot pots, rice, and chips, he only took a token cart's worth, as they were not filling. And one cart could hardly accommodate much. At last, the shopping cart that Xiao had filled was cluttered with an assortment of men's apparel. T-shirts, cargo pants, boots, slippers, socks, and undergarments, all haphazardly stacked at the bottom. Among the jumble lay a snow-resistant down jacket, a token from the snowy fellow, hinting at the uncertainty of whether the next destination would be a frigid mountain peak or a blazing desert. The mantra of preparedness echoed in his mind. Resting atop this disarray were 2 basins, 2 trash bins, a container brimming with garbage bags, and another filled with tissue paper. Additionally, there were 4 packs of toilet paper and 5 packages of sanitary napkins, which Xiao had conveniently collected while acquiring the tissue in shades of purple and pink. He had also secured 2 pillows, 2 woolen blankets, and 1 air conditioning quilt. The only decent weapon he could procure from the supermarket was a kitchen knife, of which he had taken several. Regrettably, he found no cleavers in the fresh produce section. Otherwise, those would have been even more exhilarating. Nonetheless, having something was better than having nothing. As the saying goes, while neighbors stockpile food, I stockpile arms. My neighbor is my granary. Although he could not amass firearms, he could not merely hoard rations either. After taking stock, Xiao nodded in satisfaction. The somewhat cramped cart now enveloped him in a profound sense of security. A whiff of sweat infiltrated Xiao's nostrils. He shed his clothes, twisted open a bottle of mineral water, and dampened a towel to cleanse his body. Once refreshed, he donned a fresh outfit. Grabbing an apple, he settled into a chair, gazing at the screen, munching away while he contemplated. Conductor, Xiao. Train level. Level 2. Number of carriages, 2. Initial carriage 1. Standard carriage 1. Chapter 7. Train renovation personal information has been updated. The quantity of materials required for upgrading to level 3 remains unchanged, identical to that for level 2. Metal, 185, 300 kilograms. Plastic, 0, 2, 150 kilograms. Wood, 1, 8, 100 kilogram. After the upgrade, the surplus materials consist predominantly of metal, with the other two materials in limited supply. Exiting personal information, Xiao examined the newly unlocked level 2 module, Train Renovation. Renovations can be unlocked using train coins. Renovation options refresh with each upgrade. Thus, the purpose of the train coins becomes clear. Xiao scrutinized the 3 renovation options. Instant comfort. Acquire a dedicated train toilet, 1 train coin. A dedicated train toilet? Perhaps it's best to continue relying on a combination of trash, can, and garbage bag. With only 3 train coins, extravagance is unwarranted. Bulletproof glass. Upgrade the initial carriage glass to bulletproof glass, 2 train coins. After the glass was smashed by that person last time, Xiao has been filled with trepidation. 2 train coins could be a consideration. Dynamic camouflage. Follow a count the train can blend into the surrounding environment, achieving invisibility or altering its form. 1 hour of free usage per day, with the option to extend duration using train coins, 8 train coins. Invisibility or form alteration. Would this allow for stealth in crowded stations? Regrettably, the free hour is limited to just 1 per day. Further use would necessitate additional train coins. Follow count? Does this imply that if I change trains in the future, I would still retain this renovation? Xiao opened the chat room and sent a message. Does anyone have gold coins with train patterns? I'm willing to trade for food and water. 1 bottle of 596 milliliters mineral water for 1 train coin. 596 milliliters. The moment Xiao sent this message, it caused a stir in the chat room. Trading mineral water? Am I seeing this correctly? What is this train coin? More valuable than water? Wait, a level 2 player? Has he ascended so quickly? Indeed, he is level 2. I still have half the materials needed for my upgrade. How did he manage it? He must have teamed up with others. Otherwise, how could he upgrade so swiftly? Isn't this the father I've been searching for? Dad, your child is starving. Please spare some food. You shameless man. Xiao. I can also call you daddy. Instantly, Xiao received a flurry of friend requests. He glanced over them casually and declined them all. After promptly setting up a trade of 1 bottle of mineral water for 1 train coin, the screen immediately indicated that a transaction had been completed. A flash of light revealed a gold coin quietly resting on the exchange area floor. Xiao was overjoyed, not expecting to finalize a trade so swiftly. At that moment, a friend request caught Xiao's attention. Do you have any items for girls visiting relatives? I can trade you train coins. This was from a girl named Shijian. Long hair, big eyes. She seemed quite personable. Upon accepting the friend request, he pondered. Sanitary napkins? Indeed, to his surprise, the seemingly trivial item he had casually picked up proved to be remarkably useful. Xiao retrieved a pack of pink sanitary napkins and tossed it into the luminous circle. 1 train token was now in his possession. With 5 tokens in total, he was only 3 away from unlocking the dynamic camouflage feature. After enjoying his lunch, Xiao commenced organizing the supplies acquired today for 0 currency. He toiled until 8 in the evening, ensuring that all items were neatly arranged. They were placed in the second carriage, aligned against the sides, leaving a 1-meter-wide passageway in the center. During this time, Xiao managed to trade for another train token. At that moment, Shi Jian sent a message. Do you have any iPads? Coincidentally, he did. Xiao retrieved a pack of purple sanitary napkins and tossed it into the luminous circle, securing yet another train token. What are train tokens for? Shi Jian inquired. To modify the train, for instance, to install a toilet, Xiao replied. A toilet? Doesn't that require a lot of tokens? Just 1. 1 token for a toilet? Oh, that is not much. Are you wealthy? No, not all, just a pauper. Xiao chuckled and ended the private chat. He then checked the station where they would stop the following day. Next stop, Renjia Village, single-person station. This station has 1 zombie, Old Man Run, who poses no danger. Note, The zombie awakens after 8 in the evening, at which point the danger level rises to level 3. Inside the zombie's coffin lies a level 1 treasure chest. It may yield 3 train tokens and 1 bottle of ordinary healing potion. The contents seemed similar to the previous treasure chest. It appeared that a level 1 chest typically contained around 3 train tokens. However, this time, there were no silver coins. As for the zombie, there was no danger during the day, so as long as he quickly located Old Man Ren's grave, unearthed the coffin, and opened the lid, he could leisurely engage in whatever activities he wished after obtaining the treasure by nightfall. Xiao stroked his chin and nodded. To excavate a grave, he would need a shovel. He opened the trading platform and searched for a military shovel. In a flash of light, Xiao spent a considerable sum, exchanging a pack of instant noodles and a bottle of sugary soda for a military shovel. Wielding the shovel, Xiao found it quite satisfactory, as it was in excellent condition. With the tools for tomorrow's labor prepared, he spread a wool blanket over his yoga mat, resting his head on a proper pillow, and drifted into a peaceful slumber. The following day, at 7:30, Xiao awoke. During the early hours, he had traded for another train token, bringing his total to 8. He continued to send messages in the chat room regarding the exchange of train tokens, filling the trading links up to 10. For breakfast, he had a meat floss bun accompanied by a bottle of milk. At 8 o'clock, the train arrived at Rinjia village. This time it stopped on a hillside. Xiao peered out the window and observed a cemetery below. Surrounding a large grave were numerous people. Isn't this supposed to be a single-person station? Where did all these people come from? Xiao recalled his previous experiences at single-person stations, which had been devoid of others besides himself. Could it be? Xiao clicked the button for the dynamic camouflage modification on the screen. Beside the screen, a section of the carriage wall was recessed, revealing a coin slot. After Xiao inserted 8 train tokens, they vanished without a trace, activating the dynamic concealment. Chapter 8. Rinjia Village. Initially, I had intended to activate the train upon encountering a bustling station. However, upon witnessing the throngs of people, I decided it prudent to activate it beforehand. Armed with a revolver and a spade, Xiao disembarked. He sought to experiment with the new functionalities. The train activated a dynamic cloaking mechanism, seamlessly blending with the surrounding environment. As the owner, Xiao could perceive the semi-transparent train, while others, even when approaching, could only discern faint, shifting outlines. He further experimented with transformation, and in an instant, a loaf of bread the size of the train materialized, a remarkable enhancement, indeed essential for his endeavors. Deactivating the cloaking, the train reverted to its original form. With only 1 hour of complimentary usage per day, he could not afford to squander it. As Xiao stealthily approached the cemetery, a voice called out, "Why have you arrived so late? Hurry, come with me." A man, approximately 1.6 meters tall and clad in blue attire reminiscent of a landlord, seized Xiao's arm, urging him onward. "Quickly now, if we miss the timing, you can forget about your wages." Thus, Xiao found himself pulled into a throng of people. He was thrust among a group of men wielding shovels, with the grave of the elder Ren before him, a sacrificial table set nearby. A man in a yellow Taoist robe, wearing a Taoist cap, with a square face and straight brows, stood solemnly before the grave of elder Ren. "Uncle Xiao?" Xiao was taken aback. He had envisioned numerous scenarios and speculated wildly, but he never anticipated that he had entered the world of the film Mr. Vampire. Could the train truly transport me into a fictional realm? He began to recollect the stations he had previously visited, realizing that from Xiao village onward, there were no undead chickens in the real world. As his thoughts swirled chaotically, a voice rang out, announcing, "The offering is complete. Commence the excavation." He was jostled along with several laborers to dig up Elder Ren's grave. While shoveling, Xiao contemplated how to procure the treasure chest. Within mere minutes, the coffin was unearthed and opened. As the lid was lifted, a plume of black smoke billowed forth. The members of the Ren family fell to their knees, lamenting, "Oh, Father, we are unfilial." Xiao seized the opportunity to glance inside. Where was the treasure chest? Stretching his neck for a better view, he spotted a corner of the chest, wedged beneath the remains of Elder Ren. How could he retrieve it under the watchful eyes of so many? He surveyed the crowd. realizing it would be unwise to act overtly. Having grown up watching Mr. Vampire, Xiao was intimately familiar with the plot. An idea quickly took shape in his mind. Observing the black smoke emanating from the coffin and the seemingly intact Elder Rin, the head of the Rin family, the very man who had dragged Xiao here, cautiously inquired of Uncle Xiao, "Is this grave still viable?" Uncle Xiao, with his hands clasped behind his back, was about to respond when a laborer sighed from within the group. "Indeed, a dragonfly skimming the water. This is a fine grave." All eyes turned toward Xiao. Regrettably, the dragonfly merely skims the surface, touching here and there, yet shall never alight in the same place again. Xiao dusted off his hands and shook his head in disappointment, declaring, "This grave is irreparably damaged." The head of the Rin family, upon realizing the laborer's intent to excavate a grave, pointed an accusatory finger at Xiao in a fit of anger, exclaiming, "What nonsense are you spouting? What could a mere laborer know to speak so foolishly?" He then directed his ire towards the foreman, ordering, "Control your workers' tongues and prevent such absurdities." The foreman, glancing at Xiao with an expression of innocence, replied, "But, Master Run, I do not even know him. Is he not one of your laborers?" Just then, the head of the Rin family, noticing Xiao's smiling demeanor, seemed to recall something, exclaiming, Are you the one I summoned earlier?" Xiao wore an expression that seemed to say, "What do you think?" At this moment, Uncle Xiao interjected, "This young friend speaks the truth. The dragonfly skimming the water is indeed a metaphor for this grave, which is no longer viable." With Uncle Xiao's confirmation, the disdain in the eyes of the crowd towards Xiao diminished, replaced by a sense of incredulity. "What shall we do then?" Uncle Xiao paused for a few seconds before responding, "I suggest we proceed with cremation." "No, my father feared fire above all else during his lifetime. I cannot allow that." The head of the Rin family hastily waved his hand, dismissing Uncle Xiao's proposal. Uncle Xiao's expression grew serious as he warned, "Master Rin, failing to cremate will lead to complications. No, under no circumstances can we resort to cremation. Think of another solution." However, Xiao, with his back to the assembly, gazed toward the distant hillside and suggested, "We could find a new burial site for reinterment." The crowd's attention was once again drawn to Xiao. Hearing this, the head of the Rin family tentatively inquired of Uncle Xiao, "Is what he says true?" Uncle Xiao reluctantly nodded. Seeing Uncle Xiao's assent, Xiao cleared his throat and added, Fortuitously, I possess some knowledge of feng shui." He feigned a thoughtful examination of his surroundings, nodding and shaking his head intermittently before finally pointing towards the direction of his train. "There, to the north, lies an unbroken expanse of majestic mountains, while the south is adorned with gently undulating hills. The mountains cradle us on either side, providing ample protection, and the central area is clearly defined, spacious, and graced by flowing waters. It is indeed a rare treasure of feng shui." The crowd stood in stunned silence, their gazes following Xiao's gesture. Out of the corner of his eye, Xiao caught a glimpse of Uncle Xiao, swallowing hard. He had concocted an elaborate tale, which might deceive the ordinary folk, but he feared Uncle Xiao would discern the truth. "Indeed, it is quite remarkable," Uncle Xiao affirmed. Xiao exhaled in relief upon receiving Uncle Xiao's endorsement. Thus, the laborers lifted the coffin of the late Master Run and followed Xiao up the mountain. Along the way, Uncle Xiao maintained a stoic expression. Noticing his silence, Xiao refrained from speaking further, contemplating his next words. The head of the Rin family leaned closer to Xiao, wearing a flattering smile, and inquired, "May I ask for your esteemed name and the school from which you hail?" Xiao remained impassive and casually fabricated a tale. "Ji, a disciple of the Golden Arches." A flicker of confusion crossed the face of the Rin family patriarch, but he quickly restored his smile, saying, "Master Qi, I must confess my ignorance. I mistook you for a laborer. This evening, I shall host a banquet to make amends." Xiao waved the entrenching tool in his hand, responding, "It is entirely reasonable for Lord Run to have made such a mistake, given that I wield a shovel. However, there is no need for a banquet. I have other matters to attend to, and I appreciate your kind intentions." Xiao politely declined. "Even if I were inclined to dine, the train waits for no one." "Very well," the patriarch mused, Master Chi appears quite youthful. Have you ever been wed? Wed? No. Xiao replied nonchalantly. Then, what do you think of my young daughter? She is 18 and has just returned from her studies abroad. Following the direction of Lord Ren's finger, Xiao beheld Ren Tingting, clad in a light blue outfit, her hair styled in two playful ponytails. Noticing Xiao's gaze, Ren Tingting smiled and offered a courteous greeting. Chapter 9. The success card bug. The genetic lineage of Lord Ren and his wife must be incredibly formidable. Never mind. Lord Ren, let us attend to more pressing matters, Xiao said with a smile. Very well, let us focus on the task at hand. At 11:40, the group arrived at the side of Xiao's train. Xiao pointed to a vacant area and declared, "This is the spot." Observing the puzzled expressions of those around him, Xiao chuckled. With a dynamic concealment, the train became invisible. Approaching the train door, Xiao clasped his hands together and chanted, "Heavenly spirits, earthly spirits, Supreme Lord, manifest your presence." Heaven represents the Qian, earth represents the Kuan. The interplay of yin and yang defines the cosmos. Open. As Xiao pointed with his right hand, a magnificent golden door slowly swung open amidst the astonished gasps of the crowd. This was the most reminiscent of the southern heavenly gate that Xiao could conceive. All right, we may now invite the esteemed Lord Ren inside. The head of the Ren family gaped as if he could fit a light bulb in his mouth. Immortal Master descended to earth. I bow in reverence. With a thud, as the head of the Ren family knelt and bowed, Ren Tingting and numerous accompanying members of the Ren family also fell to their knees in worship. What on earth is happening? Xiao was bewildered by this spectacle. Uncle Xiao stood calmly by, unfazed. I am grateful to the Immortal Master for granting my father such a precious resting place. The Ren family shall venerate the Immortal Master for generations. It would be prudent to usher the esteemed Lord Ren inside quickly, lest the door close. The head of the Ren family rose and gestured to the workers. Very well. Heed the Immortal Master. Quickly, escort the esteemed one. Thus, the head of the Ren family even took it upon himself to assist the workers, collectively pushing the coffin into the southern heavenly gate. Once the coffin had entered, Xiao followed suit with a shovel in hand. With a smile, Xiao addressed the crowd. Dear friends, may we meet again under fortunate circumstances. Wait, the previously silent Uncle Xiao suddenly spoke, walking directly to Xiao. Lowering his voice, Uncle Xiao said, though I am unaware of your methods, you have deceived them, but not me. This esteemed Lord Ren has become a great menace and poses a significant danger. Here is a talisman. Place it upon his forehead to temporarily subdue him. Uncle Xiao produced a yellow talisman and tossed it to Xiao. Remember, you must incinerate him swiftly or the repercussions will be dire. Xiao received the talisman and bowed respectfully to Uncle Xiao. The door closed, and both Xiao and the coffin vanished without a trace, leaving behind a crowd in utter shock. The head of the Ren family muttered, "Immortal, the Immortal has taken my father away." Suddenly recalling something, he shouted, "Immortal Master, what will become of our Tingting? Please take her with you." The captain's cousin. Uncle Xiao's two disciples. Ren Tingting. Uncle Xiao cast a final glance before turning to depart. At midnight, the train set in motion. I was terrified, thinking Uncle Xiao might take action against me. The coffin of Lord Ren, measuring 2 meters and 40 centimeters, lay horizontally at the train's entrance, nearly touching both sides of the carriage. Xiao pried open the coffin nails with all his might, pushing the lid aside. Goodness, this is quite a sight, he remarked upon noticing the fungal condition. He affixed the talisman given by Uncle Xiao onto the head of the late Lord Ren and gingerly extracted the treasure chest. Hastily, he replaced the coffin lid to prevent any potential contamination from viruses or mold. Upon opening the chest, he discovered 3 train tokens. The healing potion contained a mere 5 milliliters of green liquid. Such a scant amount. What injuries could it possibly mend? With the chest now opened, what was to be done about the late Lord Ren? Uncle Xiao had advised him to incinerate the remains, but the thought of being suffocated before the corpse was disposed of was unsettling. He pondered whether he could dispose of it in the waste area. After all, the coffin itself weighed over 200 pounds. Xiao initiated a train upgrade, designating an area for waste disposal, intending to use both the late Lord Run and his coffin as materials for the upgrade. Disposal failed. Reason for failure. The materials included a significant amount of kitchen waste. What on earth? You can detect that even with the lid on. Kitchen waste? He had initially hoped to exploit a loophole to resolve the issue with Lord Run, yet his plan had backfired. The thought of Lord Run suddenly emerging at night sent a shiver down his spine. He had to devise a solution. Xiao accessed the trading platform in search of items effective against zombies. Peachwood swords, talismans, glutinous rice, and black dog blood. Peaches? Glutinous rice? Black dog skin? None of these are useful. Frustrated, he considered whether he could sever the head with a saw. However, the rusty saw, which struggled even with branches, elicited a resigned sigh and a shake of his head. Were it not for the train's inability to open doors during transit, he would have tossed it out without hesitation. Summoning spirits was easy, but sending them away proved challenging. Just as Xiao pondered a solution, a notification appeared on the screen. A transaction had been successfully completed. It was Shijian, who had traded a train token for a bottle of mineral water. After receiving the token, Xiao glanced at the now vacant trading slot. An inspiration struck. 3 minutes later, a trade appeared in Xiao's trading slot. 100 kilograms of timber and aged cured meat for 10,000 train tokens. He chuckled heartily at the sight of the coffin in the trading slot, exclaiming, it seems I've stumbled upon a glitch. The items listed in the trading slot could be retrieved at any moment. So Xiao secured the 10,000 train tokens, ensuring that no one could claim them. The problem had been successfully resolved. Perhaps in the future, he could acquire items to manipulate zombies. He decided to leave the listing active, even if it meant wasting a trading slot. Chapter 10. The new member, Black Wind Monster Xiao, checked the updates for the next stop. Current stop, Black and White Station, single passenger station. This station features a pet store, with no dangers. A pet store? What supplies might be procured? Cat litter, cat food, dog food, leashes, and puppy pads? I wonder if there are any live cats or dogs. The following day at 8 o'clock, the train arrived at the station. Happy Nest for cats and dogs? Such a commonplace name. Xiao discarded a trash bag outside and pushed a shopping cart into the store. Contrary to his expectations, there were no cats or dogs to be found. The cat shelves and dog cages were all empty, as if ransacked. Xiao stood there momentarily dumbfounded, pushing cart. Damn it, dismantle the shelves. The first rule of the fisherman, never leave empty-handed. At 11:50, just as Xiao was dismantling the shelves and preparing to leave, he noticed a small black dog wandering at the entrance of the pet store. A dog? Where did it come from? Xiao stepped off the train. He quickly grabbed it by the scruff of its neck and lifted it up. It was a male dog, just the right subject for an experiment to see if he could actively bring a living creature aboard. At the previous station, an elderly gentleman had cried out for his daughter, and Xiao dared not take any reckless chances. Who knows what chaos might ensue if he actually brought it aboard. Thus, Xiao carried the little black dog into the carriage. Once inside, the dog scampered off, darting into Xiao's food storage. Wow, it may have short legs, but it runs quite swiftly. As the train doors were about to close, Xiao rushed to retrieve the little black dog. I have no time to raise you. I haven't even figured out how to take care of myself yet. Just as he prepared to toss the dog outside, the doors closed automatically. Train departing, please secure yourselves. It was noon. Xiao looked at the dog in his hands, their eyes meeting. You lucky little creature. The small black dog panted, ha ha ha. Inside the carriage, the dog was filled with curiosity, darting about and sniffing here and there, exploring the new environment. Meanwhile, Xiao focused on the screen to check the status of his supplies. A total of 67 kilograms of metal, 27 kilograms of plastic, and 14 kilograms of wood had been collected. The current progress stood at metal, 252, 300 kilograms, plastic, 27, 2, 150 kilograms, wood, 15, 8, 100 kilograms. There was still much material needed to advance to the next level. Xiao opened a can of beef, accompanied by a bottle of soda and a piece of bread for lunch. The little black dog sat beside him, panting eagerly. Xiao tore off a small piece of bread and tossed it to the dog. So dark, resembling the black bear spirit from Journey to the West who stole the monk's cassock. Looking down at the dog, munching on the bread, Xiao decided to name it Black Wind Monster. Woof, woof, woof. Black wind monster. Woof, woof, woof. As for the trades he had initiated, none had been successful thus far. Xiao appeared utterly bewildered as he entered the chat room. It turned out that some individuals had advanced to level 2 and were extolling the virtues of train coins. The chat room was bustling with 6,012 online participants. Brothers, rejoice. The stopover time at the level 2 platform has been extended by an hour, granting us an additional hour to gather resources. Of course, if the stop isn't worthwhile, one can still opt for departure at 11. Family, do refrain from trading train coins casually. Advancing to level 2 will activate the modification feature, and train coins are essential for modifying the train. What a loss. I exchanged 2 train coins yesterday. Xiao shook his head at the individual sharing this selfless information, lamenting, "What a good person." Upon realizing the significance of train coins, everyone became reluctant to part with them. Fortunately, thanks to the information disparity from reaching level 2 first, he had managed to trade for a few coins. Since yesterday, he had successfully traded 4 bottles of mineral water, 2 of which were from Xijian. Where did this fellow acquire so many train coins? That's already 5. Xiao withdrew the train coins and placed them in the treasure chest. The black wind monster approached, attempting to gnaw on the chest. "Away with you. That came from the coffin. You shall not bite." He lifted the black wind monster and tossed it aside before securing the treasure chest in the cabinet at the front of the train. Xiao stored all valuable items in that cabinet. Stepping out from the front, he was greeted by an unpleasant odor. Indeed, the black wind monster had marked a spot. Damn it! After dealing with the dog's urine, he noticed the black wind monster panting with its mouth agape, repeatedly exhaling. Ha! Ha ha! Laugh all you want. Come tomorrow, and I'll toss you out. He then remembered to check the next station. Ideally, it would be a dog meat market. Just wait and see. Next stop, Qinghu Station, a multi-train station with 7 other trains docked. This station is a beautiful ancient town, posing no danger. The pavilion in the center of Qinghu Lake houses a level 2 treasure chest, which can yield 6 train coins and 1 water lily seed. The following day at 8 o'clock, Xiao arrived at Qinghu Station. Upon landing, he immediately activated the dynamic cloaking mechanism, rendering the train invisible. He surveyed his surroundings but found no trace of other trains. Through the window, he glimpsed the pavilion several dozen meters away, but saw no treasure chest. Was the information erroneous? That seemed impossible. The train conductor had never been wrong thus far. Just as Xiao opened the train door, the black wind monster dashed out, plummeting into the water with a loud splash. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Suddenly submerged, the black wind monster flailed in panic, its legs thrashing wildly as it continued to whimper. One could only wonder if dogs instinctively knew how to paddle. After a few frantic kicks, it began to swim in the lake. "Go on, get lost. Don't come back," Xiao remarked, exasperated. Looking down, he realized the train was perched over a meter above the lake surface. If he were to descend now, getting back up would be quite the challenge. He regretted not taking swimming lessons in college more seriously, instead of merely lurking underwater to admire the senior's legs. What a lament! How regrettable! On the surface of the azure lake, a striking red train abruptly materialized, hovering in midair. An elderly boatman, upon witnessing such an extraordinary sight, rubbed his eyes with his calloused hands. The peculiar red object vanished, giving way to a pavilion at the heart of the lake. Within the pavilion stood a strangely attired young man beckoning to him. "Sir, over here. Sir." Chapter 11. Can you swim? "Thank you, sir." Xiao leaped from the Heart Pavilion onto the old man's boat. How is it that there appears to be another Heart Pavilion? The elderly man, who had spent his entire life rowing boats, had never before encountered a second Heart Pavilion. "Young man, are you here to fetch me as I prepare to depart?" "Oh dear, sir, you are as robust as ever. Do not indulge in fanciful thoughts." Xiao glanced back at the pavilion, newly constructed just the night before. The old man, appearing incredulous, refrained from further inquiries. "Young man, have you traveled from afar? Your attire is quite unusual." "Ah yes, I have just returned from a distant place. This is the fashion there." The black-winged creature continued to swim in the water, its paws clawing at the boat. Xiao bent down to lift it from the water. The creature shook itself vigorously, splashing water everywhere. Once dry, it sidled up to Xiao, beginning to lick his pant leg. Young man, this dog is remarkable. Its tongue is black, a rare 5-black canine indeed. Such a dog can ward off evil spirits. I once had one in my youth. At this moment, Xiao interrupted the old man's reminiscing. Sir, if you like this dog, I shall gift it to you. But first, kindly assist me by taking me to that heart pavilion. He pointed towards the true heart pavilion. Absolutely not. This dog possesses a spirit. It recognizes only one master throughout its life. Clearly, it is quite fond of you. Goodness, this old man is truly tedious. Xiao seized the black wind creature and tossed it back into the heart pavilion. Stay put. If you jump down again, I shall no longer keep you. The black wind creature seemed to understand Xiao's words, standing at the door of the carriage, whimpering, yet refraining from jumping down this time. Turning to the old man, Xiao remarked, Then I shan't give it to you. Please hurry and take me over. Glancing at the time, it was 8:07. He hoped to finish opening the treasure chest before anyone discovered him here. After all, only he was aware of the chest's existence. Very well, I shall take you there. The old man, having rowed boats for a lifetime, was swift and adept as the boat moved towards the heart pavilion. Xiao cast a wary glance at the black wind creature, fearing it might leap down again, and thus he used voice control to close the carriage door. In my youth, I too rowed boats, ferrying my grandson daily to his private school across the lake. How I missed those days. Sir, what of your grandson now? He was conscripted into the army and perished last year. We never even saw his body. Xiao remained silent for a long while. My condolences. Such partings are a natural aspect of life. I have come to terms with it, young man. It is a pity I could not see my grandson one last time. Young lad, you bear a slight resemblance to my grandson. Upon first seeing you, I mistakenly thought he had come to fetch me. Ha ha ha. The old man's laughter concealed the tears welling in his eyes. The attire and speech of the ancient people. Tales of war and conscription. Was this a glimpse of a bygone era, or perhaps a scene from a film I have yet to witness? Regardless of the circumstances, Xiao could distinctly sense the profound emotions emanating from the elder. Upon arrival, the boat docked at the pavilion in the center of the lake, and Xiao leapt onto the platform. He picked up a palm-sized wooden box from the ground, realizing why it had gone unnoticed. The treasure chest was surprisingly diminutive. He had expected something grander in scale. Opening the box, he discovered 6 trained tokens and a solitary black seed nestled within. Once he confirmed its contents, he closed the lid and tucked it into his pocket. Kindly return me to the original pavilion, dear sir, he requested. At that moment, a gunshot echoed from the shoreline. Bang! A bullet grazed Xiao's left arm, causing him to instinctively clutch his injury and seek refuge behind one of the pavilion's columns. Gunfire. Modern weaponry. Others have arrived. Damn, how could they have come so swiftly? Blood began to seep from the elder's chest as he relinquished the oar, collapsing backward into the lake with a resounding thud. The surface of the water gradually turned crimson. The bullet that skimmed past Xiao's arm had struck the elder. Xiao's eyes widened in fury. The old man had perished just like that. By your attire, you must also be a conductor. If you wish to avoid death, relinquish your belongings and plunge into the lake. A man's voice boomed from ashore. I shall give you 3 seconds. 3. What to do? This column would not provide cover for long. 2. Bang! Another threatening bullet whizzed past Xiao. In such a perilous moment, surrendering the treasure was not an option. Doing so would surely lead to his demise. I possess a firearm as well, yet my aim is compromised. In a gunfight, the most precarious situation is being held at gunpoint first, as it forfeits the advantage. Xiao now found himself at the mercy of the man on the shore, leaving him in a vulnerable position. He was aware of his surroundings, while the enemy remained concealed. No, I must regain control. As he silently prepared himself, Xiao inquired, Can you swim? What are you diverting the conversation for? The man retorted. Suddenly, the man caught sight of a hand emerging from behind the column, clutching the wooden box. The treasure chest. Indeed, that was the box. In an instant, the hand withdrew, denying him the chance to fire. Can you swim? What do you intend to do? In the next heartbeat, Xiao forcefully tossed the box into the river. With a splash, it hit the water. Damn you! Realizing the man was distracted by the box, Xiao swiftly emerged from behind the column, firing his revolver in rapid succession. The man instinctively ducked at the sound of gunfire. However, a bullet still grazed his scalp, leaving a shallow gash. Now, Xiao had established the upper hand. I'm asking you a question. Can you swim? Speak. Damn it, when I was swimming, you were still drinking milk. Xiao quietly repositioned himself, moving towards another angle. With only 2 bullets remaining in his revolver, he aimed for the man's exposed foot. But alas, missed the mark, causing the man to retract his foot in alarm. Speak again, and I'll send you back to the womb to swim leisurely. As Xiao spoke loudly to intimidate him, he discreetly reloaded the revolver. The box Xiao had previously thrown was, of course, empty. The train tokens and seeds had long been pocketed. However, a dilemma now arose. I was stranded in the center of the lake, and the only means of returning to the train was by boat. Without eliminating him, my escape was impossible. Moreover, the other train conductors, having heard the gunfire, were likely en route. The longer I delayed, the more unfavorable my position became. At that moment, a tremendous roar suddenly erupted from the sky. Empty, empty, empty. The unexpected cacophony captured the attention of everyone present. Passers-by halted in their tracks, bewildered by the scene before them. A pink train emerged from the void. 1, 2, 3. 12. 12 carriages. How could this be? The highest level in this area was merely 2. Where could this 12th level train have materialized from? People from other regions? Impossible. How could they upgrade so swiftly? The train resembled a colossal pink worm adorned with black spots, resting on the surface of the azure lake. The carriage doors slowly swung open, revealing a woman clad in a halter-neck red cheongsam, her short hair framing her face. Her right eye shimmered with a blue light as she gazed toward the pavilion at the center of the lake. Footprint comparison complete. Match percentage. 98 at last. She had found it. Chapter 12. The guardian beast, black wind monster, unexpectedly acquires corpse-driving talismans. Konyu drew a grappling gun and swiftly shot it towards the shore. She strode directly towards a black train, effortlessly prying open the carriage door and stepping inside. Damn, that's my car. The man silently cursed, bewildered by the audacity of this woman. Before long, Konyu emerged from the train and approached the man with a measured pace, her high heels clattering rhythmically against the cobblestone path. She lifted her red dress, drew a pistol from the holster strapped to her thigh, and aimed it at the man's head, towering over him with an imperious gaze. Her objective in entering the train was to ascertain the identity of its owner, and the man before her bore an uncanny resemblance to the photograph in his personal information. Li Chuang? Ah, yes. Upon receiving the man's confirmation, Konyu nodded. With a sharp crack, a red mark appeared on the man's forehead as he collapsed to the ground. Simultaneously, a mechanical voice echoed in Konyu's mind. Detected harm to a novice player. Level decreased by 1. Detected killing of a novice player. Level decreased by 3. Current level, 50. However, Konyu remained unfazed, holstering her weapon and gazing up at Xiao in the pavilion on the lake. Witnessing the scene unfold, Xiao could not help but swallow hard. Damn, she's a psychopath. With a sudden thud, a grappling gun shot forth. As Konyu landed gracefully before Xiao, he couldn't help but recall Ada Wong from Resident Evil, marveling at her impeccable cosplay. The resemblance, not only in figure and attire, but even in weaponry, was striking. Konyu extended her hand towards Xiao and stated, "Silver coin." Xiao looked utterly perplexed. Silver coin? What silver coin? Noticing Xiao's confusion, Konyu elaborated. Kai family village, rooster silver coin. At her prompt, Xiao suddenly recalled. The silver coin, once activated, merely displayed a row of gray zodiac symbols, but served no further purpose. Coupled with the fact that he hadn't collected any other silver coins recently, it had nearly slipped his mind. Upon seeing Xiao's expression, Konyu remarked coldly, "You've already activated it? Quite the swift hand you have." She scrutinized Xiao from head to toe before inquiring, "Order? What order?" Xiao appeared bewildered by her cryptic demeanor. Observing his reaction, Konyu nodded. "What color is your train?" Xiao paused for 2 seconds before responding, "Red." "Red? I like red." However, after uttering those words, her expression shifted. "But you're deceiving me. There are no red trains here." My train has cloaked itself, Xiao indicated towards the distance, canceling the dynamic concealment. Gradually, a red train came into view. Konyu momentarily froze at the sight of Xiao's red carriage. So it's dynamic concealment? How intriguing. A smile graced her lips. Such a rare modification has been acquired. She wrapped her arms around Xiao's waist and shot forth with her grappling gun, soaring onto the train. At the door of the carriage, Konyu released her grip, allowing Xiao to descend. Xiao stood there, bewildered, still processing the situation. What are you dawdling for? Open the door. I want to see if you truly spent that silver coin. What? My station forecast, such an impressive module. Would it not be exposed? If she sees it, will she become greedy and eliminate me, taking over my territory? Should I open the door or not? What is it? Do you need my assistance? Wait, I forgot my password. Seeing Konyu prepare to forcefully break the door, Xiao shouted, I remembered. Damn it. Even if I don't open it, this woman will barge in regardless. Fortune or misfortune, one cannot escape fate. As the doors swung open, the black wind monster leaped excitedly towards Xiao upon his return. Konyu, startled by the creature, retreated repeatedly, ultimately flipping onto the roof of the train. Is she afraid of dogs? You still keep dogs? Well, I do enjoy raising dogs. There's several inside. Xiao, maintaining his composure, continued boasting. There are German shepherds, Siberian huskies, and Tibetan mastiffs. This one is just a small breed. I simply love dogs. It's unavoidable. Connie took a deep breath, calming herself before retrieving a mobile phone. Take a picture of your personal information. Xiao accepted the phone, snapped a photo, and handed it back to Konyu on the train. Upon seeing the image and confirming that the rooster silver coin had indeed been used, she sighed. She stowed the phone, leaped off the train, and embraced Xiao's waist, using the grappling gun to transport him to the shore. Wait, what are you doing? Is it really necessary to change the location for my demise? Upon reaching the shore, Konyu released Xiao. What? Do I appear to be a murderer? Xiao's gaze involuntarily flicked to the corpse of the man by the lake. Konyu smiled and said, by eliminating this one man, many others will be spared from disaster. The train is black, and so is the heart of its passengers. I believe you have already sensed this. With that, she disregarded Xiao and strode directly towards the ominous black train. What a peculiar theory. The morality of a person has no correlation with the color of a train. But he could not deny that the man was indeed malevolent. He had nearly lost his life to the man's sinister intentions. Relieved that the woman bore no ill will, Xiao exhaled. He hastened to the corpse, thoroughly searched the man's belongings, and then shoved him into the azure lake. Go down and apologize to the great lord. With a splash, Xiao collected the salvaged equipment, contemplated for a moment, and then followed suit into the black train. Observing the violently shattered door, he clicked his tongue. Decomposing ordinary carriage, acquired 210 kilograms of metal, 105 kilograms of plastic, 70 kilograms of wood. Watching the woman adeptly operate the screen, dismantling the carriage and reallocating resources, Xiao couldn't help but reflect. The swiftness of murder and plunder is indeed remarkable. He rummaged through the remnants of the meal scattered on the ground, attempting to salvage something worthwhile. Fortunately, he did not provoke her, otherwise, both he and the black wind monster would have been doomed. What is this? A yellow talisman? Corpse-controlling talisman, affixed to the forehead of a corpse. It allows one to manipulate that corpse. Goodness, it is indeed a magical item. If it can control corpses, then affixing it to old Master Ren's head would mean. What a treasure I have stumbled upon. Just as Xiao excitedly tucked the talisman into his pocket, Konyu spoke up. The supplies from this train are now yours. Xiao, who had been sifting through the trash, raised his head in surprise. After a moment, still rummaging, he noticed Konyu had stepped outside and hurried to follow her. He watched as she drew out a grappling gun, aimed it at her train, and after casting one last glance at Xiao, fired the grappling hook, returning to the pink train. In a flash of white light, the train vanished from sight. Chapter 13. The protector of Old Master Ren comes online. The train traversed through the enveloping darkness. Konyu gazed out of the window, where stars occasionally flickered into existence, only to vanish in an instant, as if the darkness were the eternal melody. She summoned a luminous interface. Opening the private chat. The rooster silver coins have been exhausted by the newcomers this time. Is it the Order's people? No. I see you've worked hard. Not at all. I made a few extra stops this time. The train coins were used rather liberally. Please reimburse me. Liberally? How much is liberally? 300. 300. I'll reimburse you later. Young people spend money so extravagantly, Sai. Konyu smiled as she closed the chat interface, where 11 modules appeared on the luminous screen. Cancel outfit change. Switch attire to preset homeware. Her clothes, shoes, and weapons vanished, replaced by a pink kitten pajama set and matching pink cat-eared slippers. Her hair transformed from short black to long pink tresses. Red indeed. A smile graced the corners of Kong Yu's lips. Half an hour later, Xiao returned to the train. Initially, he intended to gather more loose ends, but considering his train door was ajar and that other train conductors would soon arrive, he hurried back. At 8:55, less than an hour after arriving, he had already faced 2 life-and-death crises. The Black Wind monster was unusually docile this time, refraining from jumping down even with the door wide open. Upon seeing his master return, the creature rushed over, clinging to Xiao's leg. After patting the creature's head, Xiao set aside the items he had gathered, closed the train door, and finally breathed a sigh of relief. Just as he relaxed, a sharp pain surged through his arm, causing Xiao to faint. A slippery tongue licked Xiao's face, startling him awake. Ouch, ouch, ouch. He scrambled up from the ground, the wound throbbing painfully. Throwing me into the lake to feed the fish was too lenient. I should have hung him up to dry and fed the dogs. Black Wind monster. Xiao glanced at his watch. It was 7 in the evening. Have I been unconscious for so long? He walked into the ordinary carriage and retrieved a bottle of white liquor. Removing his t-shirt, he poured the liquor over his wound for disinfection. Hiss! Xiao grimaced, gritting his teeth. Get away, you can't lick this. The Black Wind monster attempted to lick the spilled liquor from the ground, but was shooed away by Xiao. After a hasty treatment, he took out a bottle of healing potion, twisted off the cap, and poured it into his mouth. It was sweet, and the taste was acceptable. Not long after drinking the healing potion, Xiao felt the pain subside. The wound quickly scabbed over, flaking off, leaving behind only a faint red scar, fully restored. Truly a miraculous healing potion. Had I known the effects were this remarkable, I wouldn't have needed the liquor for disinfection. That hurt like hell. After waving his arm to confirm he was fine, Xiao pulled out a new black t-shirt and put it on. Seeing that Xiao was all right, the Black Wind monster pounced on him once more. Xiao lifted the Black Wind monster high. How fortunate I am to have you, Black Wind monster. If that woman had entered my vehicle, I dare say it would have been reduced to but a fragment. That individual certainly exhibited the hallmark of a seasoned offender, executing disassembly and relocation with alarming efficiency. This train's survival extends beyond just our cohort, doesn't it? Thus, her 12-level train begins to make sense. The supplies. She mentioned transferring resources to me. Setting the Black Wind monster down, Xiao tapped the screen, noticing a message in the lower right corner. You have a new resource transfer. Please check. Xiao clicked to accept. Received, 228. 3 kilograms of metal, 191 kilograms of plastic, 93 kilograms of wood. With confirmation of the supplies received, Xiao felt a wave of relief wash over him. Though not abundant, it was certainly better than nothing. He began to organize the spoils of his journey. From the deceased man, he had procured a handgun adorned with a red dot and a fully loaded spare magazine. He also acquired 2 windproof lighters, a sharp dagger, 6 train tokens, and a water lily seed. Crucially, he found a corpse-repelling talisman aboard that man's train. Xiao retrieved Old Master Ren for the transaction bar. Lifting the coffin lid, he removed the original talisman from Old Master Ren's head and promptly affixed the corpse-repelling talisman in its place. The moment it adhered, it vanished from sight. Was it a one-time use? In his mind, Xiao established a connection with Old Master Ren, granting him the ability to command and manipulate him. Bang! Old Master Ren sprang forth from the coffin. Advance, retreat, turn left, turn right. It proved quite convenient to control. Xiao guided Old Master Ren to plunge his hands into the coffin boards, leap back into the coffin, and then close the lid. As long as he remained out of sunlight, Old Master Ren could move freely. Xiao nodded in satisfaction. He had gained an additional ally. Gurgle. His stomach rumbled. Xiao took out a can of beef, selecting a piece to toss to the black wind monster. Ding dong, ding dong, ding dong. A flurry of messages arrived. Without a doubt, it was Shijian. Chapter 14. Upgrading to level 3 train due to the addition of a single friend, Xiao found himself at the center of attention. Where is everyone? Where is everyone? Where is everyone? The chatter was relentless. You are now famous. Everyone knows you have attached yourself to a wealthy woman. Who is that woman? I heard she is a major player, level 12. Is that true? How did you meet her? I am curious. Xiao appeared bewildered as he entered the chat room. Online participants, 5019, a decrease of 1,000 from the previous day. I saw that woman. She entered Xiao's car and stayed for quite a while. How do you know it was him? There are only a few of us who have reached level 2, and he was the first to achieve it. I recognized him at a glance. I saw it too. He was embraced by that female magnate, gliding over the lake. That fellow looked utterly blissful. Everyone, I speak the truth. His rapid ascension to level 2 is all thanks to this woman. Is there any wealthy lady who can introduce me as well? I no longer wish to toil. Perhaps you should first practice with a steel wool ball and see if you can endure that hardship. Rumors spread by a few others at Qinghu Station. How did the tales become so exaggerated? Speaking of which, since you have latched onto a benefactor, you must have amassed a considerable amount of train currency, right? Lend me some. I will repay you once I have my own. What are you planning to upgrade? Xiao noticed that Shijian's avatar displayed a level 2. How did you know I intended to upgrade something? Oh, I wish to transform a mattress. You know girls shouldn't always sleep on the ground. It's too cold and unhealthy. I will have train currency tomorrow and will return it to you then. How can you be so sure you'll have train currency tomorrow? It's a secret. I can mortgage something. After all this time, you still don't trust me? Of course, it's a transaction. Did you sell that coffin? Not anymore. It's now a non-sale item. A flash of light revealed that Xiao had acquired a hair tie. You are mortgaging this? Do you understand how vital a hair tie is to a woman? And it's my only one. Xiao felt deceived and casually tossed the hair tie aside. Metal, 480. 300 kilograms. Plastic, 218. 150 kilograms. Wood, 108. 100 kilograms. The materials required for leveling up to 3 were already sufficient. By the way, upgrading will refresh the train modifications. After a moment's hesitation, Xiao decided to spend 2 train coins to upgrade the initial carriage's glass to bulletproof glass. With the successful modification, the white spot that had been created by the impact vanished. As for the installation of a toilet, perhaps another time. Level up to 3. Acquired 1 ordinary carriage. Xiao passed through the second carriage and opened the door to the new carriage. It's identical to the second carriage. Merely a container with lights. Level 3 did not unlock any new features apart from adding an additional carriage. The quantity of materials required for level 4 remained unchanged. It seems the amount of resources needed for upgrading is fixed for the time being. Xiao opened the train modification menu, and the modification options had been refreshed. Power enhancement. Follow the account your train can arrive at the stop 10 minutes earlier. 8 train coins. Arriving 10 minutes early? If this modification had been available earlier, perhaps I could have completed the treasure chest opening and returned to the train within that time. In the future, when encountering a crowded platform, arriving 10 minutes ahead, combined with my knowledge of the stop information, would provide a distinct advantage, coupled with dynamic concealment. Wouldn't that make me an adept early entrant? Xiao continued to examine the remaining 2 modifications. Sweet dreams. Acquire a dedicated train mattress, 1 train coin. Xiao glanced at the yoga mat and will blanket on the floor. Never mind, that contraption isn't great for the back. I want to waste my train coins on it. Zoned refrigeration. Transform 1 carriage into a refrigerated compartment, divided into 4 zones with adjustable temperatures. 5 train coins. This modification is quite appealing. The last time I harvested cactus fruit in the desert, it spoiled due to excessive heat. With a cold storage unit, some food preservation issues would be resolved. Xiao lent 1 train coin to Shijian, leaving him with 11 coins. First, I will prioritize the power enhancement. Spending 8 train coins, I modify the train power enhancement. Perfect timing to see if tomorrow will feature a crowded station. Next stop, Bayou Forest single-person station. This station has a stream and poses no danger. Not a crowded station. A stream, Thank heavens. Finally, I can take a proper bath. Additionally, I can stock up on some water. Xiao opened the trading platform to exchange for empty water bottles, basins, and buckets. The next day, at 7:50, the train arrived at the station. In the forest, a clear stream flowed gently. The water was crystal clear, revealing smooth pebbles on the riverbed polished by the current. Xiao approached the stream, cupping the water in his hands and splashing it on his face. Ah, refreshing and invigorating. Woof woof. The black wind creature appeared quite excited, splashing the water at the bank, poised to leap into the river. Don't go in, Xiao quickly admonished. It's still early, and the water is a bit chilly. Better to wait until noon for a bath. Catching a cold at this moment would not be wise. Xiao returned to the train, pushing a shopping cart filled with empty plastic bottles, a garbage bin, and a basin. Chapter 15. Extreme Iceland at 11:40 in the morning. The sun had reached its zenith. Xiao was immersed in a small stream, his expression one of pure bliss. After returning to the train, he dried himself and donned his clothing. The clock struck noon as the train set in motion. The forest vanished from sight, and darkness enveloped the window outside. 5 trash bins for basins and over 100 plastic bottles, each containing 500 milliliters. Xiao transported these containers filled with stream water to the last carriage. The water was remarkably clean, even when the day came that resources ran low. It could be boiled and consumed. Regrettably, time and containers were insufficient, or he could have gathered more. Who would ever complain about an abundance of water? Returning to the screen, Xiao checked the next stop. Next stop, Extreme Iceland Single Passenger Station. This station features vast ice lakes, posing no danger. At the center of the lake, beneath the ice, lies a level 3 treasure chest, which may yield 12 train coins, 1 pure fruit, and a queen, Isdeath costume card. What an extraordinary place to have a level 3 treasure chest, 12 train coins, an unheard of pure fruit, and a costume card for a queen. Isdeath, isn't a character from an anime? Could it be that the next stop leads to an animated world? The costume card seems to imply that one could acquire her abilities upon use. Xiao rubbed his hands together in fervent anticipation. Simultaneously, Shijian, as she had promised the previous day, returned a train coin right on time. In the chat room, dear family, only 2 days remain in the internship period, and I'm so anxious. If it weren't for the protective mechanism, I would have been nearly mauled by a lion on the prairie. What will we do afterward? Let us not forget, the cabin's temperature control will cease then. Who knows whether we will freeze or overheat next? I hope we can maintain the current state. Nothing too outrageous, please. I long to return home, to take a shower, play on the computer, game, and indulge in takeout. I can't bear to stay here any longer. Do you all have ample supplies of water and food? Not much, since arriving in this wretched place. I haven't had a single satisfying meal. Family, does anyone have food? I can trade it for one of the pretty girl-less undergarments. What is wrong with you, brother? Have you fallen on hard times? There are too many beautiful girls willing to trade their undergarments. I couldn't resist and exchanged all my food. The internship period is coming to an end. So soon? The screen only displays the time, not the date. Coupled with the fact that each day has been quite eventful, it is no wonder he hadn't noticed this detail. Xiao had developed a biological clock, waking up around 7:30 each day. To combat the biting cold, he consumed a box of self-heating rice, a bottle of milk, and 3 pieces of chocolate. The train is about to arrive at the station. Please secure yourselves. At this moment, Xiao had donned his snow-resistant down jacket and put on the worn leather gloves he had exchanged for with a bottle of stream water the night before. With a pistol in his right hand and a bag of trash in his left, he disembarked from the train. The stench of the dog's excrement was unbearable. Perhaps it should be stewed. The black-winged creature remained confined within the train, not permitted to descend. Exhaling a breath of white mist, Xiao squinted, surveying his surroundings. The expansive ice lake sparkled under the sunlight, the entire surface shimmering with a crystalline brilliance. The surface of the lake resembled a vast mirror, flawlessly reflecting the surrounding scenery. This was not a realm from an animated world, nor did any aggressive creatures make their presence known. Xiao stepped onto the lake, stomping his feet. Goodness, the ice was at least a meter thick. Even if he were to locate a treasure chest, Such formidable ice would require specialized tools to breach. Alas, he decided to search for its whereabouts first. The biting wind seeped through his inadequate gloves, numbing his hands. Xiao glanced at his watch. It was 10 o'clock. Where on earth could that treasure chest be? His eyes felt as though they might fail him. No, he must return. His life was paramount. I have returned to the temperature-controlled carriage. At 11:40, Xiao spotted his train. To his astonishment, a sled was parked beside it. He had not seen anyone when he disembarked moments ago. Xiao hastened towards the train, and upon closer inspection, he noticed a treasure chest atop the sled. It was a Tier 3 chest. The saying after searching high and low, "One finds what they seek," effortlessly rang true. Just as Xiao reached out to open the chest, the two huskies pulling the sled erupted into a cacophony of barks. Woof, 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 woof. The two individuals peering through Xiao's window turned swiftly at the sound of the barking. One was a tall man, and the other a considerably shorter girl, donned in garments fashioned from animal pelts, with the girl sporting a conspicuous red hat. Xiao's eyes met theirs, and he awkwardly retracted his hand. He contemplated a ruse to deceive them into relinquishing the treasure chest. "What are you doing peering into my vehicle? Are you attempting to steal something?" Upon hearing Xiao's sudden aggression, the man knelt down with a thud, startling Xiao. The man muttered incomprehensible words. "My hair? What was happening here? A gun?" Xiao, noticing the firearm in his hand, began to understand. With a language barrier compounded by the threat of a weapon, they had mistaken him for a robber. Perhaps this was fortuitous. Xiao boldly opened the treasure chest, revealing a dozen gleaming train coins, a greenish-blue fruit the size of a winter jujube, and a pale blue card. Chapter 16. An unexpected delight at that moment. The girl suddenly shouted at Xiao, "Hlutter sister Minner, MTT Ekitaka, eh?" After her outburst, she rushed towards him, forcefully pushing against him. When her efforts to move him proved futile, she leapt onto the sled, tugging at the reins, while the two huskies took off at a gallop. However, after covering some distance, she turned back only to realize that the treasure chest on the sled had vanished. At that moment, Xiao stood frozen, clutching the chest. He had swiftly seized the chest before she could embark. Oh! The girl was momentarily stunned upon seeing the chest in Xiao's possession. She halted the sled, her eyes reddening, and then burst into tears. Witnessing this, the man hastily bowed his head to Xiao, blood staining the icy surface beneath him. Xiao's lips twitched as he returned to the train, the treasure chest still in his arms. He then offered the man 2 oranges, some chocolate, and candies before boarding the train and closing the door behind him. He was not a mindless killer. Had he been a cruel person, that father and daughter might have found themselves in a pool of blood. After all, the girl's attempt to flee with the chest could have provoked the ire of many conductors. Yet, Xiao reasoned that since he had obtained the chest, and the two posed no real threat, there was no need for violence. The man even bowed his head against the ice in apology, bloodied and remorseful. It was later proven that Xiao's decision to spare them was wise. A subsequent passerby harmed them, drawing the attention of his death, who promptly froze the assailant into an ice sculpture, leaving him eternally enshrined in the frozen lake. Xiao changed into a t-shirt, shook off his snow-laden down jacket, and put it away. With a peculiar grin, he marveled at how he had acquired the treasure chest. Alongside the previous 4 coins, he now possessed a total of 16 train tokens quietly resting within the chest, allowing for a taste of luxury. Should there be future opportunities for enhancements, such as toilets or mattresses, it would surely elevate the quality of life. He brought the disguise card to the screen, hoping that such an enigmatic item might trigger some response. Yet, there was none, much like the earlier train tokens. He decided to keep it for now, confident it would prove useful in the future, as it was derived from a level 3 chest. Lastly, Xiao retrieved the final item from his journey, the immaculate fruit. He took a bite, the crisp crunch resonating throughout the carriage. The sweet juice danced on his tongue, the fruit being exceptionally juicy and seedless. As it was consumed, he felt a warmth radiate from his arm, the red scar from his previous injury rapidly fading. The effect was so pronounced that it seemed his abs were on the verge of manifesting. Xiao sat cross-legged, patiently awaiting the emergence of his six-pack. After 5 minutes, he rose to relieve himself, Aside from the disappearance of the scar on his arm, his body had undergone no other changes. The anticipated growth had not occurred. What was this? He was left speechless, disappointed by the fruit. Upon opening the trading platform, Xiao promptly canceled all outstanding transactions. At this juncture, a bottle of mineral water could no longer be exchanged for train currency. Continuing to hold on to it served no purpose. It was imperative to procure a feeding bowl for the black wind monster. No, make that two, one for food and another for water. After listing 2 bottles of stream water variant mineral water in exchange for stainless steel dog bowls, Xiao exited the trading platform and accessed the train modification section. With a cost of 5 train coins, Xiao opted to transform the third carriage into a refrigerated compartment. As he stepped into the third carriage, he immediately sensed a significant drop in temperature, causing him to shiver involuntarily in his short sleeves. The black wind monster followed closely behind, clearly reveling in the coolness of the space. The interior walls of the carriage shimmered in silver, adorned with intricate patterns reminiscent of vintage iceboxes. The floor was marked with 2 intersecting yellow lines, dividing the carriage into 4 distinct zones, each designated with a numeral 1, 2, 3, and 4. There were no barriers between the zones. Additionally, a temperature control panel appeared on the wall, allowing the adjustment of temperatures in the various areas. Would utilizing consumable resources be necessary? Why is it not mentioned in the modification introduction that 1 kilogram of metal is consumed every 48 hours? How exasperating. Fortunately, the consumption is not excessively high. Otherwise, I would be reluctant to utilize it. Currently, the temperature across the 4 zones stands at 14 degrees, with the adjustable minimum temperature set at -35 degrees. Xiao has configured the temperature in Zone 4 to -5 degrees, positioning himself on the yellow line, with half of his body in Zone 4 and the other half in Zone 3. Even in the absence of partitions, each zone adheres to the temperatures he has established without alteration. It appears that this deviates from previous understanding, embodying a force of regulation. I had anticipated that the space would be divided into 4 independent rooms, yet this arrangement proves to be more convenient. Zone 1 remains unoccupied for the time being. Xiao relocates oranges, apples, grains, and oils into Zone 2. The black wind creature observes Xiao as he transports items, eagerly following him around. Engrossed in its own activity, off you go, entertain yourself. Zone 3 contains the previously stored creek water. Xiao then takes some beverages and additional creek water into Zone 4 to freeze, subsequently exiting the refrigerated compartment. Current stop, Blacksmith Village, a multi-person station with 4 other trains stationed. This station is governed by Minecraft, where certain rules conflict, and certain features will adhere to the standards of this world. 1. The train screen will be inoperative. 2. Certain items will be unusable. 3. Some functionalities will be disabled. Danger level, 10. Such a familiar name. Is this not one of the 3 titans of sandbox gaming, my world? During his university years, Xiao became quite infatuated with this game. He once spent countless nights playing with his roommates, mining until dawn. This seemingly tranquil construction game possesses a surprisingly high danger level of 10. Could it be that the existence of the Nether in the end has elevated its rating? If one were to ponder what item would prove most invaluable when aboard a train in the realm of Minecraft, the first thought that would spring to Xiao's mind is the concept of infinite water, collecting materials within Minecraft to create a source of boundless water. If successful, there will be an abundance of water in the future. Chapter 17. The final stop of the internship. Ha ha ha, this pixelation. Woof woof. Xiao chuckled at the now angular and cubical figure of the black wind monster. The train had just arrived at Blacksmith Village, and everything within the carriage had transformed into block-like forms, including himself and the black wind monster. Xiao attempted to activate dynamic concealment, but to no avail. Even Old Master Run was unable to exert control. With a flourish of his rectangular arm, Xiao grasped his pistol. Fortunately, the weapon remained functional. He aimed the gun and stepped off the train. Glancing at the square watch on his wrist, he noted that the hands were frozen. The watch was useless, and the uncertainty of time was disconcerting. He needed to act swiftly. Woof woof woof. Staring at the black wind monster that had suddenly appeared before him, Xiao was momentarily bewildered. Hadn't he confined it within the train? Its peculiar trait. In his world, a dog would instantly reappear beside its owner if it strayed beyond a certain distance. Xiao promptly returned the black wind monster to the carriage and commanded it to sit. You, an old master, guard the house. Stepping outside once more, he noticed this time the black wind monster did not reappear. Bang, bang, bang. A zombie was meandering in front of house, and Xiao dispatched it with several shots, watching as it crumpled into a cloud of white smoke. It was 7:50, and the sun was about to rise, yet there was still a zombie about. Upon opening the door, Xiao found the villagers still asleep and roused them without hesitation. There was no trade. It was merely an ordinary villager. Never mind, he would simply take the bed back to his carriage. Xiao exerted considerable effort, but found the bed unyielding. Unable to remove it, what was going on? He attempted to dismantle the wooden walls, but met with the same lack of success. Must tools be employed? Time was of the essence. Searching the houses took precedence. Why does your house have no chest? Such poverty. After uttering this, Xiao departed, leaving the ordinary villager in a state of confusion. Xiao continued his search methodically, rummaging through every home in the village. He uncovered a total of 14 potatoes, 10 saplings, 5 loaves of bread, and 8 wooden sticks. Finally, in the blacksmith shop, he discovered 3 iron ingots and a bucket. With the bucket in hand, Xiao hurried to the village well to fill it with water. Excellent, a bucket of water secured. He would need some blocks to construct a water trough. Considering the peculiarities of his abilities, it would be best to obtain stone, utilizing elements from his world to create an infinite water source. Returning to a house equipped with a workbench, Xiao crafted an iron pickaxe from the wooden sticks and iron ingots. Armed with the pickaxe, he commenced mining stone. Indeed, tools were necessary. Crack! The iron pickaxe shattered and vanished, its durability exhausted. How much had he even mined? Such fragility. Nevertheless, he reasoned that this quantity would suffice. It was time to return and build the water trough. As Xiao made his way back to the train, he observed other trains materializing in the vicinity. Had it really become 8 o'clock so swiftly? A green train pulled up, and 2 block figures emerged. Oh my goodness, where am I? Is this still my country? Why is everything pixelated? Brother, why have you also become pixelated? The elder brother wore a look of helplessness. This is my world, of course. It is all pixelated. What are you talking about, brother? What do you mean, your world? This is a game. Just when I thought I had escaped the zombie-infested game world, I find myself thrust into yet another one. This train is determined to put us through the ringer. Brother, this is merely a construction and retirement game. Completely devoid of danger. Absolutely safe. Brother, what is that green block behind you? Green? Perhaps a tree. Upon turning around, the elder brother was met with the sight of a creeper looming behind him. Hiss! Boom! The elder brother was blown away, landing at an awkward angle, transforming into a plume of white smoke and vanishing without a trace, leaving behind only a large crater. Brother? Brother? Where the hell is my brother? At that moment, Xiao was busy constructing a water trough in the refrigerated car when he heard a resounding boom. What the hell was that? In the corner of Area 1, Xiao was building a water trough using stone blocks. The classic 3-block infinite water setup. After pouring the first bucket of water into the leftmost space of the trough, he returned to the initial car with the empty bucket. Xiao leaned against the window, surveying the situation outside. 3 trains, 1 of level 1 and 2 of level 2. The announcement stated there were 4. Where is the 4th one? You should count yourselves lucky. If the screen hadn't gone black, you would all be dead. A black block figure armed with a rifle was herding 3 other block figures forward. Move faster. Damn, if it weren't for this ambush while I was reminiscing about my brother, I would have knocked their heads, ask you. Bang! A bullet struck the leg of the second brother. No, I've only got 1 heart left. Stop shooting. Quit your whining and go gather your belongings. The 3 block figures were thus taken hostage. The armed figure clearly wasn't a native. I'll wait until they've moved far enough away and then sneak out to pour another bucket of water. As he watched them enter a level 2 train, Xiao exited the train. Just 1 more bucket of water, and I can create infinite water. Xiao approached the well, took out an iron bucket, and was about to fill it with water when he heard the sound of gunfire. He then saw a black block figure emerge from a villager's house, gun in hand. This place is truly haunted. Why are all the chests in the villagers' houses empty? At that moment, another villager passed by, and the black block man opened fire, reducing the villager to a puff of white smoke, vanishing on the spot. At this point, the black block figure noticed Xiao. Damn, I don't recall the villagers being able to shoot water in this game. Chapter 18. I'm indeed a high player. He and Xiao locked eyes. The version has been updated, brother. Before his opponent could react, Xiao swiftly discarded the iron barrel and drew his pistol, unleashing a triple shot at the black square man. Bang, bang, bang. The black square man dissipated into a wisp of white smoke, leaving several pieces of equipment on the ground. Xiao approached to collect them. One was a rifle, the other a dagger. With a rifle now in hand, his gear had been upgraded, except for the one who was holding someone hostage. It was uncertain whether he had other teammates, so he must not act recklessly. He needed to defend his position. Holding the rifle, Xiao entered a villager's house, peering through the door to observe the situation outside. After a while, he spotted a black-clad square man approaching with a gun. Liuzi, what's going on? Where are the people? Bang, 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 bang. Accompanied by the gunfire, the figure also transformed into white smoke and vanished. After a while longer, the previously coerced square men stealthily approached. Their arrival indicated that the danger had likely passed. One of the square men raised his hands and called out, "Which esteemed player has descended upon this place to rescue us from peril? Please reveal yourself. I, Wang, wish to honor you as my elder brother." "Brother, where are you?" "Brother?" Xiao emerged from the villager's house, retrieving the fallen items of another black-clad man, another rifle. Brother has appeared." The self-proclaimed Wang immediately knelt, bowing twice. "Brother, you do not know. There was a big sister who attempted to flee and was shot dead. If not for you, we would likely have met the same fate. You are my benefactor, my living parents." Another square figure, smaller in stature and seemingly a child, also bowed in gratitude to Xiao. Seeing that there was indeed no danger, Xiao waved his hand, allowing them to leave. He was unsure of the time. He still had matters to attend to. Xiao filled a bucket with water and hurried back to the train, with Wang trailing closely behind him. Upon seeing Xiao's train, Wang's mouth fell agape. "You are Xiao." "No, how do you know my name?" "There's only one level 3 player in our area, Brother Xiao. Today, I finally see the real person. Brother Xiao looks even more handsome than in the photos." Xiao's square face revealed no emotion. Such flattery, if you were a woman, it would be quite the affair. Xiao, you are the one who clings to the wealthy?" A hint of helplessness crossed Xiao's square visage. How could this little brat be so gossipy? "Brother, you are my savior. Is there anything I can assist you with?" Xiao glanced at the rather noisy fellow. There was indeed something he needed. "Brother, just say the word, and I will brave any peril. You know where the car of the person who had the gun is, right? Go bring their belongings over." "Brother, I will bring my things too, and follow you from now on. Yours can wait." As he watched Wang's receding figure, Xiao turned to the little square figure and said, "Why are you following me? I told you there's no need for thanks. Are you intent on creating infinite water? What is the matter? The items here, once taken outside, may not retain their properties. How can one know without attempting?" The small cube figure appears to be moved, standing still in silence for a considerable time. Xiao returned to the vehicle and poured the second bucket of water into the empty compartment on the right side of the sink. As the waters converged, Xiao conducted an experiment, confirming the successful creation of infinite water. How thrilling it would be if these properties could persist beyond this world. It would ensure an everlasting supply of water. As Xiao stepped off the train, he observed a heap of items at the entrance, all transported by a certain Mr. Wang. This fellow appeared rather dim-witted, bringing everything here indiscriminately. Xiao casually glanced over the collection, selecting 2 machetes while dismissing the rest as mere refuse. "Brother, we have struck gold, brother. 4 train tokens have been found, my friend." Wang swiftly handed over the 4 tokens to Xiao. "Do you possess any train tokens?" Xiao squinted his eyes and inquired with a smile. "As for the train tokens, I do not possess any. My elder brother had some before, but he no longer does." Xiao nodded thoughtfully. No longer means they have been completely exhausted, does it? How did you form a team with your elder brother? Is it considered a team simply because two individuals share a vehicle? Indeed, what is the matter? Xiao felt a sense of embarrassment. It truly was rather dismissive. No worries. Please continue with your task. Wait a moment. What is it, my dear brother? Feel free to instruct me. What color is their train? The black train. The dark train. Is there an issue, brother? Are we to change trains? There's no need to worry. You may continue with your task. Xiao settled down on the spot. After all, the infinite water had already been prepared, and without a sense of time, he could not afford to wander aimlessly. Venturing outside might result in the loss of his transportation. The black train. Xiao recalled the words spoken by the woman dressed as Ada Wong. The train is a black entity, and its heart is equally dark. He pondered over this statement repeatedly. The train is a black entity, and its heart is equally dark. Just as Xiao's thoughts drifted, a train token was presented before him. It was that little square figure. Thank you for rescuing me, but I have only one left. I originally possessed two, but one was deceitfully taken from me. Xiao accepted the train token. My name is Xiao. May I call you brother? It's up to you. Brother, do you think this train survival is also a kind of game? Xiao sat on the ground, gazing into the distance. Indeed, it is a game played with one's life. If it is a game, does die mean one can exit and return to the original world? Do you wish to go back? I do not wish to return, for death awaits me. I have been afflicted with cancer, and the doctor has proclaimed that I shall not see the age of 10. Yesterday marked my birthday, during which I made a wish. I yearn to dwell eternally in the realm of games, never to face demise. And thus, this journey halts here. Brother, are you aware of my prowess in the world of Minecraft? Xiao smiled slightly. So you're a speedrunner? Huh? Not too shabby. Brother, are you afraid of death? Indeed, I value my life dearly. Why not stay with us? We are all seasoned players here. We shall never perish. No, why is that? You'll understand when you grow up. Men generally detest pixelation. Although Xiao was puzzled, he nodded in agreement. He rose and approached a tree, his hands trembling violently as he began to chop at it. Xiao observed him for quite some time before he managed to remove a single wooden block. Xiao nodded, realizing it was indeed possible to dismantle it, albeit rather time-consuming. So, you're truly staying here? Yes, I enjoy this game. Moreover, my train has already departed. I cannot return. It has already left? Xiao recalled that the first-class train only stopped for 3 hours. Then what have all those empty trains gone? Chapter 19. The end of the internship, although departure was permissible after 11 o'clock, the screen remained inoperative, necessitating a wait until midnight. Xiao diligently tended to the tree, his face devoid of any other expression. Xiao fell into silence, refraining from further conversation. At last, the clock struck 12. The familiar announcement resonated, prompting Xiao to rise, dusting off the dirt from his trousers before returning to the carriage. Just as he was about to close the door, Xiao approached. With a slight tremor in his small hands, he presented Xiao with a workbench, a furnace, and 2 golden apples. Brother, take these outside and see if they prove useful. Xiao looked on in astonishment. How did you manage to acquire these in such a short time? I told you, I'm an expert, Xiao replied, his face radiating pride. Will you return again? Thinking of that peculiar woman, Xiao nodded. If the opportunity arises. As the door closed, the train vanished from sight. Will you come back? I'll have a surprise for you. Goodbye, brother. Xiao waved his blocky hand, bidding farewell to the air. Wong, bewildered, rushed over. What are you doing, waving at nothing? Where's my brother? He has gone. I'm saying goodbye. Gone? My brother left. Why didn't he take me with him? Brother. Xiao placed the workbench in the corner of the carriage and the furnace on the opposite side. As the train commenced its journey, everything reverted to its original state, no longer a mere collection of blocks. The screen flickered to life. Xiao, feeling a sense of futility, lamented that had the screen been operational, this expedition would have yielded greater rewards. From his possession tumbled a collection of potatoes, saplings, and an iron bucket. The potatoes appeared no different from ordinary ones, and the saplings, too, seemed unremarkable. The furnace, crafted from stone, featured two levels, the lower for fuel and the upper for items to be smelted. Xiao placed the potatoes in the upper chamber and tossed the saplings into the lower one. The furnace ignited automatically without the need for kindling. The golden apples served no purpose, resembling merely ordinary apples in gilded guise. The workbench was incapable of crafting anything, merely a plain wooden table. A chill crept into Xiao's heart as he worried whether the infinite water would retain its properties. In the refrigerated carriage, he constructed a stone trough from stone blocks, measuring 1 meter in length and half a meter in width, forming a square stone water tank. The clear surface of the water reflected Xiao's visage. He scooped a bucket of water from the tank using the iron bucket. Gulp! The success or failure hinged on this moment, and Xiao could not help but swallow hard. The water level rose slowly, yet undeniably, observing the gradual ascent of the water. Xiao felt as though he had discovered oil. Extraordinary. The black wind monster, noticing the water in the bucket, craned its neck and drank several mouthfuls. Seeing that the black wind monster showed no ill effects, even craving more, Xiao felt reassured. At the front of the train, Xiao placed the 5 train tokens into the treasure chest. After deducting the 2 tokens used for dynamic concealment, he now possessed a total of 14 train tokens. 2 rifles were acquired, and although Xiao could not discern their specific models, he was relieved to finally possess more than just a mere pistol. The 2 machetes were quite commendable, boasting impressive sharpness. He also managed to exchange for the Black Wind Monster's dog bowl on the trading platform. While waiting for the potatoes to roast, Xiao took the opportunity to clean the dog bowl with water from an iron bucket, placing it in the spot designated for the Black Wind Monster's meals. The roasted potatoes were ready, and Xiao retrieved them from the furnace. He peeled the potatoes, discarding the skins into the dog bowl of the Black Wind Monster. The potatoes were fragrant, soft, and delicious. Indeed, hot food was a delight, Xiao mused. This furnace was rather convenient. Suddenly, an announcement echoed through the air. Good afternoon, all train attendants. The internship period is nearing its conclusion, and a small gift is bestowed upon you all. Wishing you a joyous life, keep up the good work. As the announcement ended, a flash of light illuminated the carriage, and Xiao received a platter of sliced roasted duck. The duck sizzled with oil, its amber skin emanating the enticing aroma of fruitwood charcoal grilling, accompanying thin pancakes. Cucumber strips, scallions, and sweet bean sauce tantalized Xiao's taste buds. Woof, woof, woof. The enticing scent of roasted duck wafted through the air, causing the Black Wind Monster to wag its tail with excitement. The potatoes in Xiao's hand suddenly lost their appeal. He placed the platter on the workbench and pulled over a chair. He then retrieved a bottle of sparkling water from the refrigerated compartment, relishing a bite of the pancake, which brought immense satisfaction to his palate. The Black Wind Monster was busy gnawing on the duck meat Xiao had tossed to it. Ding, ding, ding. Xiao rolled another pancake and rose to check the messages from Shijin. What is your small gift? Is it food? Is it delicious? Can we trade? Have you ever eaten lamb's head? It's quite delectable. Shall we swap? I promise I haven't touched it. Delicious, and you haven't touched it? I'm allergic to lamb. Xiao chuckled, bemused by such a flimsy excuse. I'm truly impressed. I haven't received anything tasty from the novice gift pack. This time, it's not even good fare. I ended up with a lamb's head. I seriously suspect this is targeted at me. After some negotiation, Xiao ultimately exchanged 2 roasted duck rolls for a lamb's head. Holding the lamb's head, Xiao was utterly perplexed. He had only seen others consume it online and had no idea how to tackle it himself. Never mind, I'll reward the Black Wind Monster instead. He tossed the lamb's head into the dog bowl. Xiao then opened the chat room. Online members, 4,001. Had 60% perished during the internship? The numbers would surely plummet even further post-internship. Xiao searched for Xiao Jie and found 3 results. One was a cheerful young boy, but his avatar was gray. Deceased individuals were directly removed from the chat room, and a gray avatar indicated that a person was not on the train and temporarily offline. Those like Wang, who boarded other trains, also had gray avatars. Moreover, Xiao Jie had previously added Xiao as a friend. The friend request note read, Big shot. Someone offered 10 bottles of water and 10 loaves of bread for 1 train coin. Can I trust that? Xiao chuckled, realizing how train coins were so easily deceived. With the application approved, a gray avatar friend now appeared in Xiao's list. Xiao categorized individuals according to their ranks, and indeed, he found himself to be the sole occupant of level 3. The overwhelming majority were classified as level 2, with only a select few attaining level 1. At that moment, another announcement resonated through the air. The internship period is nearing its conclusion, and rewards will be distributed tonight at midnight based on the comprehensive performance of each train conductor over the past 12 days. Comprehensive performance includes, but is not limited to, conductor rank, duration of external station exploration, and the number of treasure chests discovered. Please be advised that the train's interference resistance function and the carriage's constant temperature function will soon be deactivated. Commencing random seasonal initialization. The initialized season is summer. As the broadcast concluded, Xiao distinctly sensed a rise in the carriage's temperature. The sparkling water he had just retrieved was no longer chilled. Chapter 20. The reward at the end of the internship. Indeed, there is a reward. How did that woman know there would be a reward? Has she experienced this before? Is this survival train not limited to our cohort? That would explain her 12th level train. In the chat room. Dear family, I never expected there would be a reward. I eagerly anticipated. Could it be a sister for me? A sister? How about a cup instead? It's only been used twice. If you want it, trade for food. Have you noticed it feels warmer? It's not too bad. I just finished some spicy hot pot, so I'm a bit warm. Why is it not spring or autumn? We just jumped straight into summer. I have a thermometer. It's already 30 degrees. First, they give us a taste of sweetness. Then they strike us down with a heavy blow. The heat was unbearable. Xiao feared that old Master Run would spoil in his coffin, and not wanting to place him in the refrigerated compartment. He reluctantly returned him and the coffin to the trading bar. He carried the remaining roasted duck and sheep head to the refrigerated compartment. Fortunately, it maintained the designated temperature. The black wind monster rushed in and sprawled on the ground, panting to cool off. Xiao noticed that the previously frozen water would surely sell well now. Trading materials, leveling up to 4, could refresh the transformation once more. Xiao checked his current stock. Metal, 183, 300 kilograms. Plastic, 68, 2, 150 kilograms. Wood, 8, 100 kilograms. Recently, he and T collected the necessary materials for upgrades, and the shortages were considerable. Opening the trading platform, Xiao searched for metal, plastic, and wood. Water, always traded for water. Even after 12 days, water resources remained a priority for everyone. Moreover, due to the rising temperatures, the demand and trading price for water were soaring, increasing from 2 kilograms of materials for 1 liter of water to 3 kilograms now. He traded plastic bottles for water, then exchanged for the materials needed for upgrades. At 10 o'clock in the evening, the temperature had yet to drop. Why does it feel hotter than during the day? Where's that guy with the thermometer? What's the temperature now? 32 degrees. Let us lie down for a bit. Tranquility brings coolness. I wish I could lie down, but the conditions won't allow it. The carriage is burning hot. I have a modification for installing an air conditioner in the carriage. Which brother will sponsor me with 2 train coins? If you sponsor me, can you share your air conditioner? Who has ice water? I'll trade with train coins. I can't take it anymore. If only this screen could move. It's unbearably hot here. Air conditioning, how I envy it. Why didn't I encounter this modification? Xiao, bare-skinned, drank ice water, continuously trading for materials and tossing them into the input area. He attempted to open the door of the refrigerated compartment, hoping to let the cool air flow in. However, that chill did not escape. The power of rules kept it confined within the refrigerated compartment. The black wind monster could no longer bear the heat and returned to the refrigerated compartment to cool down. As the temperature dropped, it came back to sit by Xiao's feet. After a rough calculation in the afternoon, Xiao deduced that the water tank could replenish a maximum of 120 liters of water in a single day. A metal bucket holds approximately 10 liters, and it takes 2 hours for the tank to fill completely. This amount is certainly sufficient for daily usage. Since noon, Xiao has traded all the stream water and exchanged it for over 30 bottles of water for Minecraft. He received 3 train coins in return, along with 110 kilograms of metal, 80 kilograms of plastic, and 2 kilograms of wood. Metal, 293, 300 kilograms. plastic 148, 2, 150 kilograms, wood 10, 8, 100 kilograms. However, this is still inadequate, far from enough. Xiao discarded several dumbbells and a laptop he had previously set aside into the input area, finally gathering the required metal and plastic. Yet he still needs 90 kilograms of wood. Why are there so few people trading wood? Is someone monopolizing it? Xiao entered the chat room to check everyone's current levels. 3 individuals at level 3? Where do they come from? Goodness. It seems that the prospect of rewards has prompted them to reveal themselves. His screen flickered as rankings changed, with one person ascending to level 4. Zhang Baobao. What an odd character, bald with a round face and phoenix eyes. What a peculiar visage he has. Shijian. It's so hot. Do you have any water? Fatty. Chilled happy water, just 1 train coin. Are you trying to take advantage of me? No, you know me. This is how I usually am. You can also trade wood. I don't have any left. I used it all to level up. 1 train coin is just 1 train coin. Hurry up. I can't take it anymore. With a flash of light, Xiao obtained a train coin. Ah, I feel rejuvenated. I've stripped down to almost nothing. Wait, where did you get the ice cola? Did you manage to create a refrigerator? Xiao pondered for a moment before replying. Sort of. You really know how to indulge yourself. You even have a refrigerator now. You're not doing too shabby either. I imagine that Sealy mattress is quite comfortable. You're a cross-dresser. Filthy bum. Inside a black train, for men sat bare-chested, drinking alcohol and feasting on roasted lamb legs. Boss, do higher levels yield better rewards? Nonsense. Keep an eye out. See if anyone levels up to 4. No one. Only you, boss, are at level 4, reigning supreme. We've been collecting wood for 5 days now. The trading platform wood has long been depleted by us. Without wood, they can't possibly level up. Truly, the boss has foresight. Otherwise, who else could it be? Come, let us toast to the boss. With their glasses clinking, the atmosphere in the carriage became joyful. It's really hot, boss. Go fetch me that bottle of ice water. Boss, it has turned to warm water already. Damn it. Is this train compartment designed to roast me alive? Boss, someone in the chat room is shouting about trading wood for ice water. It's Xiao, that pretty boy. Zhang Baobao stood up and approached the screen, pushing aside the guarding old 4. Let me see what is going on. Does he want to level up to 4? A bottle of ice-cold cola can be exchanged for 10 kilograms of wood, but there are only 10 bottles available on a first-come, first-served basis. Ice-cold cola. Am I not mistaken? Is metal acceptable instead of wood? Where did this person acquire the cola? Surely, they are trying to deceive us. Zhang Baobao swallowed hard. Lao San, please bring over a bedside cabinet. Coming right up, boss. A flash of brilliance ensued as boss procured a bottle of frosty, misty, ice-cold cola. It truly is cola. He eagerly twisted off the cap, and with a hiss, a rush of cool air escaped. Gulping down several mouthfuls, Zhang Baobao let out a satisfied belch. Boss, is this safe? Lao Si inquired cautiously. With so little, what could possibly go wrong? Did you not see that others are desperate to drink, but lack wood for trade? Keep your eyes peeled. Zhang Baobao returned with the cola to continue savoring his lamb leg. At 11:59 in the evening, boss, no one has leveled up to 4. Not even Xiao. I told you so. Look at how flustered you are. You're not composed at all. The broadcast chimed precisely at midnight. The internship period has concluded, and rewards are about to be distributed. Reward 1. Receive 100 kilograms of metal, plastic, or wood per level attained. Reward 2. Receive 1 train token per level attained. The train conductor with the highest overall performance will receive a special treasure chest. Rewards have been distributed. Good night and sweet dreams to all train conductors. Chapter 21. Special treasure chest, storage item, realm bracelet boss. A special treasure chest as a reward. I've never seen such a thing. Look at your lack of ambition. I'll let you open it in a moment. Thank you, boss. 3 minutes elapsed. Zhang Bao, idly picking his teeth with a toothpick and shaking his leg, exclaimed, What's the situation? We've received everything else, but where is the special treasure chest? We're the only ones at level 4. It can't possibly be given to anyone else, right? The third member, drunkenly slurring, replied, Well, it's special. So perhaps we just need to wait a bit longer. Boss, look. The fourth member pointed at the screen, his body trembling uncontrollably. No, it's not just us. That pretty boy is also at level 4. Special treasure chest. I'll see just how special it is. Xiao, cradling the uniquely designed special treasure chest, stood beside Old Master Ren. Previously, the fizzy drinks Xiao had listed only sold 3 bottles, evidently indicating someone was monopolizing the timber market. Apologies, Old Master, but I had to borrow your little nest for an upgrade. The treasure chest indeed boasted an exquisite design. Upon opening it, Xiao discovered 10 train tokens, a silver bracelet, and a silver coin. A silver coin? The second one. He marveled at the dragon pattern, the Chunlong silver coin. Xiao promptly brought it before the screen to activate it. Now with 12 patterns, 2 had already been illuminated, the Chunlong and the Yuji. What would be the reward for illuminating them all? Xiao's curiosity deepened. After activating the silver coin, Xiao picked up the bracelet. Realm bracelet contains a special space, capable of storing soulless items. Initial weight capacity, 50 kilograms, can be upgraded using train tokens. Truly, the special treasure chest yielded exceptional items. Xiao donned the realm bracelet, and with a mere thought, the treasure chest was drawn into the bracelet. With another thought, it reappeared in its original location. How effortless! With this, collecting materials would become significantly easier. The first upgrade required 3 train tokens, enhancing the weight capacity by 50 kilograms. Xiao approached the front of the train, retrieving the treasure chest. After extracting the train tokens and decorative cards, he placed them all into the special treasure chest. Confirming there was nothing left inside, he tossed it into the input area. After all, retrieving items from a coffin felt somewhat inauspicious. Counting the train tokens, there were 33 in total. He could afford to be extravagant and upgrade the realm bracelet once. After placing 3 train tokens into the bracelet, Xiao opted for the upgrade. Level 2 realm bracelet, with a capacity of 100 kilograms. The next upgrade would require 5 train tokens, adding a time stop effect when storing items. Xiao could only spend another 5 train tokens for this upgrade. What a ripoff. Shouldn't it inherently possess a time stop effect? Realizing the absence of a soul, Xiao placed his hand on Old Master Ren, successfully drawing him into the realm bracelet. Goodness, in the future, as his level increased, he could carry Old Master Ren with him. The materials for upgrading each type yielded 400 kilograms, allowing for a potential upgrade to level 5. But before that, he decided to investigate the new modifications available at level 4. Essential for the indolent. A screen cancellation transforms into a light curtain that can be summoned at will, 5 train coins. Basic bathroom components. Acquire a train-specific shower, wash basin, toilet, and a concealed external water tank, 5 train coins. Sapphire blue. Change the carriage color to sapphire blue, 1 train coin. Xiao promptly spent 5 train coins to unlock the essential feature for the indolent. The screen vanished, morphing into a light curtain that Xiao could summon at any moment. Finally, he was liberated from his previous discomfort. Xiao stowed the treasure chest into his dimensional bracelet, summoned the black wind monster, and hurried back to the refrigerated carriage. He filled the black wind monster S-bowl with water and opened a bottle of soda for himself. He felt rejuvenated. Xiao chose to renovate the bathroom in the newly added 4th carriage. At the rear right of the carriage, a glass room appeared, revealing a bathroom with a clear separation of wet and dry areas. Outside was a wash basin with a mirror, and to the right, a toilet. On the inner wall of the carriage, a shower head emerged. In the bathroom, a water level gauge displayed a current storage of 100 liters, with a maximum capacity of 3 tons. Beside it was a covered water inlet for refilling. Xiao tested the shower, discovering that the water temperature could be adjusted, reaching a maximum of 55 degrees. After taking a shower, he noted that 80 liters remained in storage, having consumed 20 liters for a single wash. Alas, it pained him slightly. Drying himself off, Xiao returned to the refrigerated carriage, snuggled into a woolen blanket, and summoned the light curtain once more. Leveling up, he reached level 5. Remaining resources after reaching level 5 were as follows. Metal, 2. 300 kilograms. Plastic, 250. 150 kilograms. Wood, 311. 100 kilograms. There was still a considerable surplus of resources. Level 5 did not unlock any new features, merely adding another carriage. Xiao reviewed the updated train modifications. Loudspeaker adds loudspeaker functionality to the train, 1 train coin. Dreamy purple. Change the carriage color to dreamy purple, 1 train coin. Treasure hunter increases the probability of reaching stations with treasure chests, 100 train coins. Goodness, a modification costing 100 train coins. It merely increases the probability of reaching stations with treasure chests, yet does not clarify by how much, and dares to demand 100 train coins? With only 15 train coins in his possession, he found himself woefully inadequate. How long would it take to gather such a sum? As for the loudspeaker and color changes, Xiao dismissed them from consideration entirely. He waved his hand to close the light curtain and nestle back into the woolen blanket. The night deepened, and the black wind monster had already fallen asleep beside the blanket. Morning dawned at 7:50, and the train halted at Huangcha Beach. The black wind monster paced back and forth at the entrance of the initial carriage, whining softly. "Good boy, just a moment," Xiao said, donning his t-shirt as he approached the initial carriage. "Open the door," he shouted, and the carriage door swung open. As soon as it opened, the black wind monster dashed out to relieve itself. After several days of training, the black wind monster had learned to go outside the carriage for its business. Today, a stop was in a desolate area, and after disposing of his trash, Xiao stood with his hands on his hips, gazing into the distance. The vast expanse of the yellow Gobi Desert stretches endlessly, occasionally stirred by a gust of wind that lifts the dust into the air. The first station upon the conclusion of my internship presents no peril, yet it offers scant resources. At noon, the train departs. Currently, the water level indicator in the restroom reveals a reserve of 150 liters. It will take quite some time to fill 3 tons. Fortunately, I possess an inexhaustible supply of water. Filling it is merely a matter of time. With the issue of drinking water resolved, as well as water for daily use, I must now turn my attention to sustenance. Having indulged in roast duck, baked potatoes, instant noodles, and bread yesterday, it has become increasingly difficult to satisfy my palate with such fare. I must devise a means to prepare a meal, as warm food is far more delectable. Chapter 22. The Mushroom Garden. Xiao opened a bag of rice and filled a small half-can with it. After rinsing it thoroughly, he spread a layer of sliced cured sausage on top. He filled it with water and placed it in the upper layer of the furnace. The saplings he had added earlier had yet to burn out, and he was uncertain whether they would suffice to steam the rice. While the rice was steaming, Xiao listed Old Master Run in the trading section and made space for the boundary bracelet. Using the boundary bracelet, he transferred the items from the second carriage to the refrigerated compartment, leaving behind 28 boxes of mineral water and 19 boxes of instant noodles, which could withstand the high temperatures for the time being. The refrigerated area was stocked with food, some of which had encroached upon his sleeping area. As the rice was still steaming, Xiao summoned the light screen, entering the chat room. Seeking ice water, willing to exchange supplies, negotiable prices. I fainted from the heat last night and missed the reward announcement. I heard a big shot obtained a special treasure chest. That must be Zhang Baobao. He was the only one who reached level 4 yesterday. No. At 11:59 and 55 seconds last night, Xiao timed his level up to 4. I witnessed the ranking change with my own eyes. Both of them are level 5 today. So whose special treasure chest is it? It should be Zhang Baobao. After all, he reached level 4 first. Not necessarily. The broadcast mentioned that it depends on overall performance. In the chat room, opinions varied on who would claim the special treasure chest. Xiao, you timed your level up and snatched my reward. Return the special treasure chest to me. Family, Zhang Baobao tagged Xiao. It's confirmed. The special treasure chest was taken by Xiao. Why so silent? Have you realized your defeat? Xiao ignored Zhang Baobao. Observing the discussions in the chat room, he recognized a business opportunity. Last night, everyone had received train currency rewards, and they were now quite affluent. Given the sweltering heat, it was an opportune moment to reap the benefits of the train currency. Xiao stroked his chin and sent a message in the chat room. A bottle of ice-cold cola in exchange for 1 train currency. Only 5 bottles available. First come, first served, don't miss out. The big shot has spoken. Wait, is the big shot here to sell something? Ice cola. I can't be mistaken. I want a bottle. Big shot, drop the link. The big shot is truly extraordinary. They even have ice cola, and it's only 1 train currency per bottle. I'm moved to tears. What difference does it make? Brothers, the big shot has dropped the link. I'm going for it. The chat room erupted with requests for ice water. Xiao's listings were completed in an instant. 5 train currencies were effortlessly acquired. You see, when people have money, they are willing to spend. A bottle of chilled iced tea in exchange for 1 train currency. Only 5 bottles available. My goodness, how are your hands so swift? It's gone in a flash. I'll offer 2 train currencies. Ice water, brother. Sell me a bottle. So, did the big shot's special treasure chest yield a plethora of chilled beverages? No way. That would be unbearable. Is there any left? I arrived late. Ice water, brother. Please release another batch. Xiao chose not to respond further. He could not release too many at once. With such high temperatures in the carriage, the price of ice water would undoubtedly rise in the future. Was the special treasure chest truly yours? Congratulations. Is there a discount on ice water today? All the icy beverages have sold out. Only mineral water remains. Oh, then you must give me 2 bottles. A flash of light, and Xiao received a train token, handing a bottle of icy mineral water to Jian. The steamed sausage rice was ready, and Xiao brought over a bottle of chili sauce, scooping 2 spoonfuls with the provided iron spoon to drizzle over the rice. The grains were delightfully chewy, the sausage rich and salty, perfectly complemented by the chili sauce and icy water, making for a splendid lunch. While having lunch, Xiao casually checked the station where they would stop tomorrow. Next stop, Mushroom Garden, single-person station. Some mushrooms in the mushroom garden are toxic and inedible. A red-haired worm lurks in the treasure chest. Danger level 2. Beneath the large Ganoderma, there lies a level 1 treasure chest. Possible rewards: 3 train tokens, 1 ordinary antidote potion. A red-haired worm hidden in the treasure chest. Danger level 2. I wonder how it compares to my firearm. In the afternoon, Xiao filled the water tank while doing push-ups in the carriage. He also traded icy water for a bottle of shower gel, a bottle of shampoo, a box of grapefruit-flavored toothpaste, and a brand-new toothbrush. At 9 in the evening, after completing a set of squats, Xiao took a quick shower, mindful of water conservation. The mushroom garden was indeed dim, devoid of sunlight. Even the black-winged beast couldn't be seen once it entered. After ensuring it had used the restroom, Xiao shut it inside the train, preventing it from nibbling on anything, as it would be troublesome if it consumed a toxic mushroom. Armed with a rifle, Xiao ventured into the mushroom garden with Old Master Ren. Upon encountering a mushroom, Xiao pulled out the engineer's shovel from the dimensional bracelet to test it. With a single strike, the wounded area of the bolete turned indigo. Ah, so this is what is referred to as seeing hand green. This yellow one seems like enoki mushrooms. Blue, green, pink. Never mind. The stranger the color, the quicker it dies. Xiao only picked the gray mushrooms, which appeared less peculiar. The deeper he ventured, the more varieties of mushrooms he encountered, including some that glowed. Under the luminescent mushrooms, Xiao spotted a familiar figure. The woman still donned the attire of Ada Wong, but this time she carried a basket and was stooping to collect mushrooms. Xiao immediately crouched down. Is this a ghost? Isn't this a single-person station? What's she doing here? Gazing at her graceful silhouette, accentuated by the chi pao. Xiao swallowed hard and gently backed away. Is she beautiful? The woman turned to face him, her expression blank as she approached to assist. I've been spotted. Xiao stood up, scratching the back of his head. What a coincidence to meet again. Have you eaten? The woman tossed the bamboo basket to Xiao, instructing him to collect these particular types. During the intervals of mushroom gathering, Xiao ventured, by the way, what is your name? I still don't know it. The woman paused, Kongyu. She glanced at Xiao. Are you still keeping that dog? Yes, it just had a litter a couple of days ago. Kill me. I'll just sit in your car for a moment. Come on, it's not like the dog is going to die. Then let us go to my car. Xiao paused for a moment, then hurried to catch up. What a delightful proposition, dear sister. Kongyu's pink train halted beside Xiao's. A door on the 8th compartment of Kongyu's train swung open. Xiao gaped in astonishment. Is this an alteration? Any compartment can be entered and exited at will. Why are you standing there? Hurry up and come and help. As Xiao stepped into the compartment, he discovered that the floor was not metal but rather soil. Above, a transparent glass sealing allowed light to filter through. Your compartment is quite refreshing. Mine feels like a steamer. Konyu began to plant the mushrooms she had gathered into the soft earth. Xiao joined her in the task. Will these survive? This is a transformed planting compartment, specifically designed for growing vegetables. No wonder. But you don't have any vegetables here. It's all mushrooms. I enjoy mushrooms. Is there a problem with that? No problem at all. I also relish mushrooms. After planting the mushrooms, Xiao exited the compartment and followed Kongyu to the third car. This compartment was adorned with a gray carpet, featuring 2 pink single sofas, a round coffee table, and upon the table, a tea set alongside a book. Chapter 23. Encountering Kongyu again, Xiao set down his teacup and exhaled deeply, exclaiming, "What an exquisite tea!" He lifted the teapot to refill his cup. Kongyu sat with her left leg crossed over her right, holding a book devoid of a title, shielding her face from view. So, what treasures did the special chest yield? Xiao's hand trembled slightly while pouring. How did she know he had obtained the special chest? Was she attempting to trick him? Just a few trained tokens and this zombie bodyguard. Kongyu glanced towards the entrance where old Master Rin stood and nodded slightly. Xiao let out a sigh of relief. He had managed to evade her inquiry. Claiming he had received, nothing would be somewhat disingenuous. He had to weave a tale that blended truth with falsehood. Did you not acquire any silver coins? A sudden jolt of anxiety surged within him. He looked up at Kongyu, who remained concealed behind her book. I used them up. Lowering her book, she gazed at Xiao with an enigmatic look. Your hands are still as swift as ever. Haha. Xiao chuckled awkwardly, pouring her another cup of tea before setting the teapot down. Sister Yu, what exactly is the purpose of those silver coins? If you are fortunate enough to collect a complete set, you will find out. Oh, he had anticipated she would not divulge the information easily. Xiao's eyes shifted thoughtfully. By the way, Sister Yu, which region do you belong to? Kongyu lowered her book, revealing her eyes and casting a glance of disdain at Xiao. I am not from your region. I belong to the previous generation. Your cohort is still in the novice village. Once you leave the novice village and enter the new world, you will encounter individuals from earlier generations. Xiao's hand trembled as he lifted his teacup. Indeed, his worst fears had been confirmed. So, do newcomers like us face the risk of being ruthlessly plundered by those from earlier generations? It sounded as if they were likened to bandits. Xiao endeavored to maintain a neutral expression, but couldn't suppress a slight grin. I have one question. What do we newcomers possess that would warrant such plunder? We are akin to newly spawned creatures in a game, devoid of any value for slaughter. What good would it do to kill us? Do we seem that idle? Hearing this, Xiao merely shrugged. Kongyu smiled and continued. The new world is a chaotic blend of individuals and countless organizations. Once you arrive in the new world, you will understand that the first task is to choose your allegiance. Sister Yu, that statement implies I have already chosen my allegiance, does it not? Xiao flattered. Heh, smooth talker, she replied. So when will I be able to leave the novice village? 1 week for summer, 1 for winter, and 1 for wind. Once the wind season concludes, you will depart the novice village. Xiao sipped his tea, contemplating. 3 weeks, then. Summer and winter are straightforward enough. 1 hot and 1 cold. But what on earth is the wind season? Is it a gale within the carriage? He voiced his curiosity, to which Kongyu simply replied, You will know when the time comes. Xiao, understanding her hint, refrained from probing further. By the way, Sister Yu, aren't there many individuals from previous generations? Thus far, I have only encountered you. This is the novice village. Seasoned players cannot enter. Kongyu's words left Xiao momentarily stunned. I arrived here thanks to a unique module, a rarity not possessed by everyone. Oh, then I can rest assured. If seasoned players could come and go at will, it would certainly attract those who relish indiscriminately slaying little monsters. Xiao sipped his tea and remarked, Sister Yu, you didn't come all this way just to find me, did you? I merely came to collect some mushrooms. Why are you so self-absorbed? Have you finished your tea? If so, be quick and leave. Kongyu issued her dismissal. Finished. Xiao downed the remaining tea in one go, set the cup down, and rose. Suddenly, a bamboo basket was tossed into Xiao's arms, containing 7 trained tokens. I never allow anyone to work for me without compensation. This is your reward for helping me cultivate mushrooms." Just then, the train doors closed, and it departed. "Hey, don't go. I can still plant more. Sister you." Xiao slowly withdrew his smile. He had received an abundance of information today that required careful contemplation. He stowed the bamboo basket in his spatial bracelet, meticulously sorted through the harvested mushrooms, discarding all but the few cultivated by Kongyu, ensuring that at least these varieties were non-toxic. Checking the time, which read 10:50, he hurried off to search for treasure chests. Amidst the glowing mushrooms, Xiao finally spotted a golden, disc-sized spirit mushroom not far away. "Found it!" he exclaimed. "What a magnificent spirit mushroom! It is indeed substantial." Xiao carefully directed Mr. Run to retrieve the treasure chest, while he himself concealed in a safe spot. "Mr. Ren raised his hand and lifted the chest lid. Suddenly, a red-haired worm, the thickness of a child's wrist, darted out and aimed straight for Mr. Ren's mouth. With a snap of his jaws, Mr. Ren bit in half. Xiao rushed over to finish it off, pulverizing the remainder. He then collected both the treasure chest and the spirit mushroom into his spatial bracelet. Just as Xiao departed, a blond boy entered from the front compartment. "Haha, this kid is rather amusing. He managed to acquire 2 silver coins while still in the novice village. His speed is akin to riding a rocket." He settled into Xiao's former seat and poured himself a cup of tea. "Do you think if he knew your true identity, he'd dare to speak to you so casually?" Kongyu ignored him, putting down her book to summon a holographic screen. "You have new messages. Xiao Yuan has taken the target to the inner realm. Prepare for action." "Understood." After replying, Kongyu closed the private chat. They're approaching, albeit rather slowly. The blond boy observed Kongyu's choice of platform, inserted a train token, and feigned a sigh. Platform travel allows one to record previously visited stations and spend train tokens to revisit them. He wore a nostalgic expression. "How enviable. If only I had that module. Back in a novice village, I visited many interesting platforms, but alas, I can no longer return. It's not as grand as you imagine. You can only revisit multiplayer stations and the single-player stations where you once stopped. Moreover, each journey consumes a significant amount of train tokens." Versailles. You epitomize the essence of Versailles. As a traveler who clings to the train currency you consume is tenfold compared to mine. Gong, with arms crossed and a cold gaze cast downward, inquired, "How much train currency do you possess? Without organizational reimbursement, you cannot board my vehicle." The young man with yellow hair awkwardly scratched his head, as his salary for this month had yet to be disbursed. "The authorities have been investigating whether you have indeed utilized the platform travel module. If they confirm it, wouldn't your bounty double?" Kongyu chuckled softly, remaining silent. With a swift transformation, she donned a white shirt, a chef's hat that neatly covered her hair, and a black pinstriped apron, presenting herself as a quintessential international chef. The outfit change interface indicated that she had 15 of her remaining outfit change value. Disengaging from the outfit changer, Kongyu's figure flickered and reappeared in the planting compartment. After harvesting a few newly sprouted mushrooms, she once again vanished, materializing in the kitchen. In no time, a bowl of creamy mushroom soup, adorned with golden oil droplets, was crafted. "Wow, your culinary skills are absolutely remarkable." After tasting, the blonde gave a thumbs up and enthusiastically showered compliments. Kong, filled with anticipation, scooped up a spoonful, but after tasting, she shook her head. The flavor was exquisite, yet it still did not resemble the taste she remembered. Was the preparation still incorrect? Chapter 24. The mysterious woman with a special module. Upon returning to the train, Xiao reinstated Old Master Ren back into the trading column. At noon, the train set off. In recent days, the timber trade had resumed. Xiao traded some lumber, chopping it into firewood to fuel the furnace. Over the furnace, he poured some oil into an empty can, and once it heated, he tossed in the cleaned, gray mushrooms to saw it. Goodness, it's sweltering. The temperature inside the carriage soared above 30 degrees as Xiao wiped the sweat from his brow while stirring the mushrooms. When he felt they were nearly done, he added a pinch of salt and stirred a few more times before scooping out a piece with an iron spoon. The taste was akin to that of ordinary button mushrooms, yet possessed a richer flavor. Xiao nodded in approval and added water. Once it boiled, he introduced a block of instant noodles, resulting in a bowl of golden, oil-swirled mushroom soup noodles. The mushrooms proved delectable, the broth rivaling that of fine stock. Carrying the noodles back to the refrigerated carriage, he slurped them while browsing the chat room. Currently, there were still 3,800 participants remaining, and the rate of attrition seemed to have slowed. Had all the vulnerable ones perished, with summer giving way to winter without any transitional phase? The presence of a refrigerated carriage alleviated concerns about heat, but the cold posed a more significant challenge. Today marked the second day, leaving 5 days ahead. It was imperative to stockpile thick blankets, warm clothing, lumber, and food. It's so hot. Temperature brother. Why hasn't the temperature been reported today? Still 32 degrees. I'm feeling faint from the heat. Don't pass out just yet. Hang the thermometer for trade. We'll need someone to report the temperature later. Thank you, great-grandma. In the chat room, Xiao resumed selling iced beverages. Despite the sweltering heat, the refreshing drinks remained in high demand. Aware that winter was imminent, he abandoned any notions of scarcity marketing and made all the iced water available for purchase. Seizing the opportunity while they still had train currency, he decided to flood the market, aiming to maximize his earnings. As long as the trades were successful, he would continue to list more items. Xiao retrieved the traded plastic bottles and filled them with water to chill. 20 bottles would be taken to trade for timber that evening. Next stop, Greenshade Prairie, a multi-passenger station with 2 additional trains docked. This station is located on a prairie where gray wolves roam. Danger level 1. There were no treasure chests. Xiao casually closed the light curtain. In the afternoon, Xiao continued his training regimen of push-ups and deep squats. After dining, he traded iced water for a few plastic bottles, 20 kilograms of timber, a flat-bottomed iron pot, and a cotton blanket. He exchanged for 47 train coins, bringing his total to 83. Splendid. He was on the verge of amassing 100 coins, which would unlock the treasure hunter. Xiao filled his trading links to capacity, chilled 20 more bottles of water, took a refreshing shower, and nestled into bed. Curiously, Jian had not messaged him today. Were it not for her avatar still glowing, Xiao might have thought her deceased. Had she perhaps stopped at a station with water, resolving her hydration issues? If so, he might lose a significant customer. Xiao remains perplexed, feeling as though her train tokens are inexhaustible, the source of such abundance a mystery. Damn it, Black Wind Monster, had you defecated? What an awful stench. Woof woof. At 7:55, having completed her morning routine, Xiao gazes upon the boundless grasslands and the galloping Black Wind Monster. Allowing herself to relax momentarily, she calls back the Black Wind Monster, instructing it not to stray too far. Although she has yet to spot any signs of the gray wolf, it is prudent to remain vigilant. Xiao carefully stows her revolver, pistol, rifle, machete, an entrenching tool within her dimensional bracelet, firmly believing in the adage that it is better to be prepared than to be caught off guard. By 8 o'clock, 2 additional trains emerge upon the prairie. Xiao instinctively crouches inside her vehicle, activating dynamic camouflage to observe the unfolding situation undetected. The 2 trains are both of level 3. One is green, while the other is black. For reasons unbeknownst to her, a phrase uttered by Kong suddenly surfaces in her mind. Trains are the embodiment of darkness, and so too are the hearts of those who inhabit them. The man at Xinghu Station, who had attempted to ambush me for my treasure chest. In my world, those who wield guns and threaten others are shrouded in darkness. Today, I encounter yet another. At that moment, the door of the black train swings open, revealing a gaunt man with shifty eyes. He casts a furtive glance towards the green train. Noticing that no one emerges from it, he stealthily approaches, crouching by the window to peer inside. He then raises his hand and knocks on the glass a few times before hastily returning to his own train to retrieve a fire axe. With a swift motion, he shatters a window, clears away the shards, discards the axe, and begins to crawl inside the car. Careful now, don't injure your hands. Suddenly, a hand slaps the man's back, causing him to jump in fright and tumble onto the grass. What the hell? Who are you? His demeanor shifts to one of evident wariness upon seeing Xiao, but upon recognizing the train behind her, he gasps, Level 5? You're that little white one. Xiao, brother Xiao, what treasures lie within? Is there beauty inside? How beautiful is she? Let me see. Xiao mimics his actions. stretching her neck to peer into the carriage. Inside, a mattress is visible, atop which lies a woman, her back turned, concealing her face. Noticing Xiao's distraction, the gaunt man stealthily retrieves the axe he had dropped. So, Brother Xiao, doesn't this woman have a fine figure? Indeed, quite appealing. A generous rear, perfect for bearing children, right? I appreciate well-endowed figures. Having reclaimed his axe, he slowly rises. You go first, Brother Xiao. I'll keep watch. Seeing Xiao still leaning in to look, he suddenly leaps up, raising the axe to strike at her head. With a resounding thud, the axe meets the carriage. But Xiao deftly do you gun. In a state of shock, he spat blood and loosened his grip, causing the axe to clatter to the ground. After taking 2 steps, he collapsed onto the earth. Xiao holstered his firearm and spat contemptuously. Did he only have eyes for the woman, failing to notice the glimmering train tokens on the ground? Xiao searched his body but found nothing of value, so he picked up the axe and stowed it away. He entered the carriage and bent down to retrieve 3 train tokens from the floor. It was sweltering. Had this woman fainted from the heat? Xiao pressed a button, opening the carriage door, and a rush of cool air flooded in. He had saved her life. Surely, it was not unreasonable to claim a compartment for himself. Xiao glanced at the screen and noted 5 modules displayed. A third-class train. Where did these 5 modules come from? Arrival reward. Earn train tokens equal to your current level when the train stops. Currently docked at 14 stations. Train tokens acquired. 19. Xiao quickly realized this was a special module. He turned his gaze to the woman sprawled on the mattress. Who was she to possess a special module as well? Xiao accessed his personal information, instinctively leaning back and inhaling sharply, for he recognized a familiar avatar, Shijin. Chapter 25. A test the novice gift pack yielded no delectable treats. I decided to modify a mattress. It is unseemly for a young lady to sleep on the floor, as it is detrimental to her health. I had not received a message all day yesterday. Strangely, I felt an inexplicable abundance of train tokens. Various details began to coalesce in Xiao's mind. He leapt onto the bed and turned Shijin over. Her body was warm, but her breaths were faint. He lifted her gently and carried her outside the carriage, returning to his own train. He fetched some ice water and a towel before hastily returning. Xiao dampened the towel with ice water and wiped Shijin's forehead in an effort to reduce her fever, yet she showed no signs of awakening. Surely she is not. Xiao administered a few firm slaps to her face, but she remained unresponsive. At that moment, he noticed a small purple wound on her right ankle. A bite mark. This rascal. Has she been bitten by a snake? Gritting his teeth, Xiao retrieved the vial of antidote. Goodness, this esteemed client cannot perish. He twisted the cap off the bottle, supported Shijin's head, and administered the antidote into her mouth. Suddenly, Shijin jolted awake, sitting up abruptly. She rubbed her throbbing head, recalling the dream she had just experienced. She had envisioned herself as a valiant hero rescuing a princess captured by a serpent king. After a fierce battle, she triumphed over the serpent king and liberated the princess. Yet, as she trembled to lift the veil obscuring the princess's face for a kiss, she was shocked awake. For the visage beneath the veil was none other than Xiao's. Shijin tangled her fingers through her disheveled hair, her gaze unfocused. What an absurd dream. Her face felt slightly numb. Suddenly realizing something, she reached for her ankle that had been bitten the previous day. It no longer pained her. She recognized the snake, triangular-headed, a breed of highly venomous serpent. How remarkably resilient I am, surviving such a peril. After confirming her well-being, Shijin sprang from the mattress. Surviving a calamity surely brings blessings. But where did all this glass on the floor come from? Why is there a shard missing from my window? And when did the carriage door open? Furthermore, where are my daily refreshed train tokens? Surveying the disordered carriage, she shook her head. Am I still dreaming? Stepping outside the train, she beheld an endless expanse of grassland. Suddenly, a small black dog dashed towards her, circling around. She picked up the little creature, puzzled. What on earth is a dog doing on the prairie? Awake now, my lady, came a voice from behind her. Startled, Shijin turned to see Xiao approaching. Goodness, it's you again? It seems I am truly ensnared in a dream. Shaking her head, She carried the little black dog back into the carriage and flopped back onto the mattress. Do not disturb me. It's not hot in the dream, and I wish to sleep a bit longer. The little black dog, upon its first encounter with the peculiar mattress, adapted quickly and began to circle around Xiao. Xiao, observing Xiao sprawled on the bed like a lifeless dog, suddenly felt that the antidote had been somewhat squandered. He sat beside her, grasped her right foot, and examined the wound. The purple hue had faded. The poison had been neutralized. Xiao abruptly retracted her foot, her aged face flushing with embarrassment as she sat up suddenly and slapped Xiao across the face. The pain radiating from her palm confirmed that she was not dreaming. Xiao, sporting a vivid red handprint, managed to muster a smile. So, you truly have awakened this time? It seemed this was her way of expressing gratitude to her savior by delivering a resounding slap. Cornered in the bed, Xiao lowered her head, fidgeting nervously with her small hands, chastised by Xiao like a child caught in wrongdoing. Yes, I'm sorry, she murmured, barely audible, her lips pressed tightly together. After a tumultuous internal struggle, she shouted, I'm sorry. All right, let us leave it at that. Xiao leaned in closer to Xiao, a mischievous grin spreading across his face. But do you know why I went to such great lengths to save you? Startled by the lascivious expression on Xiao's face, Xiao recoiled, pressing her body against the compartment wall. You want me? A heavy silence enveloped the train. Even the black wind monster ceased its cries. They say that large breasts equate to a lack of brains, but I believe intelligence is not necessarily linked to such attributes. Right, I'm still quite astute. 3 minutes later. Wait, let me clarify. Are you saying that in 3 weeks, we will arrive at the new world? And that individuals from previous sessions will be there? The wealthy lady you're trying to curry favor with is from the last session? Exactly, he confirmed. Just think, if they discover you possess the station reward module, what do you think will happen? What will happen? They will capture you, sever your arms and legs, and turn you into a living corpse. Xiao mimicked a slicing motion with his hand. As long as you remain alive, you'll be their prized hen, endlessly laying golden eggs, an inexhaustible source of train currency. Xiao sighed. A common man bears no guilt, yet possesses a treasure. But I am different from them. I am of the same session as you. We are comrades, sharing life and death, able to trust each other with our backs. Xiao placed his hands firmly on Xiao's shoulders, his gaze unwavering. Xiao, you can completely trust me. Faced with the resolute intensity in Xiao's eyes, Xiao swallowed hard. All right, I believe you. But tell me, when I fainted, was it you who took the train currency? Ahem, Xiao cleared his throat. Where do you think the antidote to save you came from? I purchased it with 10 train currencies and even added another 7 out of my own pocket. If you understand, then follow me. As Xiao exited the train, the black wind monster promptly leaped down from the memory foam mattress to follow. Xiao remained in a daze. What are you standing there for? Hurry up. Xiao's head appeared at the window devoid of glass, urging her once more. Coming. Xiao tidied her slightly disheveled hair and rose to follow. Xiao had already dealt with the corpse of the emaciated man before she had even awakened. He thoroughly searched the train, although he found nothing of value, not a single train token. The remaining metal, plastic, and wood were scarce. Yet Xiao managed to transfer all of it. At this moment, within the confines of the black third-class train, Xiao operated the screen. The display revealed an unclaimed status. Come here and log in your number. Log in my number? Xiao approached and followed Xiao's instructions to enter her account. Train number 1999999. Conductor Xiao, would you like to log into the new train? Yes, no. Once you log in, this train becomes yours. He intended to test whether the activated module card was linked to the account or the train itself. Just as Xiao was about to click yes, her finger hesitated. Wait, what about my original train? Your windows are shattered. A high-risk train is not worth keeping. What about my mattress? You can simply move it over. I can't lift it. I'll help you move it. Can your slender arms really manage? Do you underestimate delicate figures? Have you not heard that clothes can create the illusion of slimness while undressing reveals curves? Wait, there's one more thing. Enough with the chatter. Xiao stepped forward and decisively clicked yes. Chapter 26. The Alliance Contract. Train Conductor. Xiao. Logged in. Level 3. Number of carriages, 3. Initial carriage 1, standard carriages 2. Exiting the personal information screen, 5 modules appeared. Among them was the train's arrival module. Xiao squinted his eyes. Indeed, as he had surmised, the module card activated was linked to the account. Alas, how he yearned for this module. He wondered if there would be a way to acquire it in the future. Returning to Shijin's train, the screen displayed an unowned status. Train front. Initial carriage cannot be decomposed. Decomposing standard carriages 2, acquired metal 420 kilograms, plastic 210 kilograms, wood 140 kilograms. Transferred metal 421 kilograms, plastic 213 kilograms, wood 149 kilograms to train conductor Xiao under ID 199905526. Xiao directly decomposed the second carriage, transferring all remaining resources to himself. Hey, Shijin exclaimed, astonished by Xiao's adept maneuvering. There are still 2 sanitary pads in that carriage. You decomposed it just like that. The items in the carriage will fall to the ground. Xiao shot her an exasperated glance. Shijin hurried outside to retrieve the sanitary pads. After transferring the resources, Xiao stored Shijin's mattress in his spatial bracelet. In the vast prairie, Shijin muttered to herself while picking up the scattered items. Like a bandit. He must have done this many times before. It's better for me to keep my distance. Don't move. Huh? Shijin looked up to see Xiao aiming a rifle at her. Bang, 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 bang. Instinctively, Shijin squeezed her eyes shut and recoiled. Ow, ugh. When she reopened her eyes and turned her head, she discovered a gray wolf lying in a pool of blood. Could you at least give me a warning before you shoot? By the time you say it, you would have already been done for. Xiao approached, retrieving the gray wolf and storing it in his bracelet. Where did you get the gun? No, where's the wolf? Xiao changed the subject. In this brief moment, I saved you 3 times. Thank you. Shijin gritted her teeth. Don't mention it. There will be a time for you to express your gratitude. Xiao glanced at his watch. It was 11:30. They had half an hour before departure. Hey, what? Shijin finished gathering her belongings, cradling them protectively while eyeing Xiao with suspicion. Do you want to take a bath? With all this water and instant noodles? Does your family run a supermarket? Why is this carriage so cool? There's even a large water tank, and so much food and drink. How about blankets and pillows? Is this where you sleep? What on earth did that wealthy lady give you? Enough of your nonsense. All of this is the result of my own hard work and effort, Xiao replied. Shijin looked at him with a hint of pity. I understand. It's not easy to satisfy a rich lady, comrade. You have worked hard. They stepped into the 4th carriage. Shower, toilet, wash basin. There's barely enough water to drink outside. And yet you can still take a bath? Xiao cast her a sidelong glance. What is the necessary connection between these 2 matters? After speaking, Xiao glanced at his watch. 10 minutes. Hurry up. I shall return punctually to open the door. With that, he firmly closed the door, leaving only Shijin inside. Shijin surveyed the surroundings. Shower gel, shampoo, toothpaste, towels. Everything was in order. Truly, comparison could evoke despair. The disparity in living conditions was stark. One residing in the heavens while the other languished in a mire. Just as Shijin was about to shed her garments, Xiao abruptly reopened the door. Wash quickly. Don't dawdle. After saying this, he shut the door once more. Shijin waved her fists in silent fury, gritting her teeth as she gestured at the air. She had just removed her top when, with a bang, Xiao opened the door again. Just 10 minutes. Shijin crossed her arms to shield her modesty. I understand. Get lost. Upon seeing Xiao close the door again, Shijin let out a sigh of relief and began to remove her trousers. But with a loud bang, the door swung open once more. And don't use my toothbrush. If you open the door again, I shall use your toothbrush to scrub the toilet. Xiao walked in unceremoniously this time, startling Shijin, who clutched her chest with one hand and held up her trousers with the other. Her face flushed crimson. What do you think you're doing? Xiao shot her a glance, stepped forward to take the toothbrush, and turned to leave. Not long after, the sound of running water echoed from within. Once Shijin finished her shower, she returned to the train she had recently switched to. It was precisely noon when the train departed. She leaned against the window, shaking her still damp hair, gazing into the profound and endless night outside. A hint of melancholy flickered in her eyes. After 14 days in this place, this was her first stop at a bustling station. Having seen no one in so long, the first person she encountered was that unscrupulous dealer. How had he saved her inexplicably? 3 times, no less. And now she had inexplicably switched trains? What was this ally contract she had signed? Did this mean she had to share half of her daily station rewards with him? Currently, she was at level 3, receiving 3 train tokens each time the train stopped. Normally, that was sufficient for food and drink. Sharing half, 3 tokens, how would that work? Never mind. Should he give him 2 tokens? Consider it her daily meal allowance. That fellow had more than enough food and drink. She need not worry about starving. Once her hair was dry, Shi Jian made her way to the second carriage. By the way, how did he manage to bring that mattress over? And the transformation from empty-handed to armed? How did he make the wolves disappear? Was he even human? The thought of having been so thoroughly exposed made Shi Jian's cheeks flush instantly. She pounded her fist against the mattress. That guy is certainly not human. Meanwhile, Xiao was tidying up the bathroom after Shi Jian's shower, collecting a pile of hair. How did this person use up 95 liters of water in just 10 minutes? How was that even possible? Her fists were clenched, hardened with disbelief. Xiao invited her to bathe, which in essence was a means to showcase the abundant reserves of resources, thereby reassuring her about their alliance. Today, the icy beverages were exchanged for 14 train coins, bringing the total to 105. Transformation, treasure hunter. With a clattering sound, as numerous train coins were, the treasure hunter function was successfully activated. Xiao then examined the upcoming station for tomorrow. Next stop, Happy Community, single station. This station is an old, dilapidated community. Room for one harbors indescribable dangers, but remains safe if the door is not opened. Upon opening, the danger level escalates to level 5. Room 601 contains a level 1 treasure chest, which can yield 3 train coins and 1 silver snake coin. A treasure chest and a silver coin. Truly, the treasure hunter is remarkable, as it provides silver coins right after the transformation. Xiao closed the station preview and began to address the Grey Wolf. Chapter 27. Level 6 Train, Basic Kitchen Components. The wolf meat exuded a strong, gamey aroma. Xiao stored it within his dimensional bracelet, then rinsed the peeled wolf hide and laid it out to dry in a ventilated area, envisioning it might be fashioned into a hat for the impending winter. He added some firewood to the furnace and poured oil into the frying pan acquired from a previous trade. Once the oil heated, he introduced slices of cured meat, waiting for the fatty sections to turn translucent before adding the cleaned mushrooms. Sampling a piece of the cured meat, he found it satisfactory. The flavor was delightful. Regrettably, the absence of chili and garlic diminished its potential. He served 2 spoonfuls of the mushroom stir-fried, cured meat atop a steaming bowl of rice, accompanied by a bottle of ice water. Xiao opened a private chat with Shi Jian. "My dear ally, it's lunchtime." A flash of light indicated Shi Jian received the meal. "Did you make this? Don't tell me you can actually cook. My dear ally, do not forget our agreement." "Haha, I knew there is no such thing as a free lunch." "My dear ally, return the can after you finish. Otherwise, we'll have no bowl left." "Got it. Got it." After lunch, Xiao assessed the current inventory. Metal, 620, 300 kilograms. Plastic, 467, 150 kilograms. Wood, 480, 100 kilograms. The treasure hunter had been transformed, allowing for a confident upgrade to level 6. Acquired standard carriage, extended stop time by 1 hour. You can still choose to depart at 11 o'clock. Here it was, the stop time had been extended. 5 hours now included an additional hour for resource collection. Aside from the increased stop time, no other new features have been unlocked. All modifications had refreshed. Ghost Fire Train enhances with dazzling lights and sound effects. Suwei, Suwei, Suwei. 3 train coins. Xiao stood in stunned silence for 3 seconds. Did someone truly modify such a thing? Early departure. Follow account allows departure from the stop station 10 minutes early. 8 train coins. This was worthwhile. Departing early could prove life-saving if the stop station was perilous. Basic kitchen components. Acquire train-specific stove, range hood, integrated sink, concealed external water tank, 5 train coins, a stove and range hood. While cooking in the furnace was convenient, the resulting smoke was not. This modification perfectly addressed that issue. The critical advantage was the external water tank. With this, there were now 2 external water tanks. Xiao decided on the location next to the restroom, connecting a white countertop to the carriage. On the left side of the countertop were 2 stove burners, with a black range hood suspended above them. On the right side was an integrated sink, complemented by a faucet. The 2 external water tanks combined to offer a maximum capacity of 6 tons, with the current water volume at 195 liters. After completing the kitchen renovations, Xiao was left with no train coins remaining. The following day, at 7:50, the train came to a stop in the residential area, surrounded by dense fog. Only a dilapidated 6-story building stood before Xiao. He fixated on the peculiar creature, having confined it within the train after its visit to the restroom. Retrieving Old Lady Run from the trading panel, he stored her within the boundary bracelet. Since last night, he had managed to acquire merely 2 train tokens. So Xiao replenished his stock of tokens by exchanging for icy beverages, donned his gear, and ascended the staircase, prioritizing the 6th floor to unlock treasure chests. Upon reaching the 4th floor, an enticing aroma wafted through the air, emanating from room 401. The fragrance was exquisite and irresistibly alluring. Xiao pinched his nose with his fingers and hastened his pace upwards, pondering the nature of the remarkable scent. Were it not for the station's warnings, he might have been tempted to enter and investigate. As long as he refrained from opening doors, he knew he would remain safe, a fact he kept firmly in mind. Upon arriving on the 6th floor, devoid of direct sunlight, Old Lady Run was free to move. Xiao commanded her to break through the door of room 601 and stepped inside. The treasure chest awaited him in the living room, and as he opened it, he confirmed the presence of both train tokens and the snake silver coins. Without hesitation, he stored the chest along with its contents into the boundary bracelet. He proceeded to check each room, discovering that this was an uninhabited dwelling. He wondered if the other rooms would prove similarly vacant. Upon breaking into the adjacent room, 602, a pungent odor of mildew assaulted his senses. Xiao covered his nose, noting the leaking ceiling and the floor inundated with filthy water, while rotting wooden furniture was overrun with mushrooms. He quickly turned away, recalling that a door on the 2nd floor bore a double happiness symbol, suggesting it was likely not abandoned. As he descended, the fragrant allure intensified as he passed the 4th floor, permeating even through his pinched nose. Xiao frowned, quickening his pace downward. After his departure, the doorknob of room 401 began to rattle ominously. In room 201, Xiao tore down the double happiness emblem from the door and instructed Old Lady Run to breach it. Inside, he found the space adorned as a wedding suite, festooned with celebratory symbols and fully furnished with new household items. Splendid, he mused. His guess had proven correct. To the left of the entrance lay the kitchen, where Xiao pushed open the sliding glass door and turned on the faucet, only to find no water flow. Shaking his head, he surveyed the kitchen, which was equipped with a frying pan, utensils, plates, spatulas, dish soap, and sponges, alongside neatly arranged condiments and oils. Indeed, he noted, all the cooking tools and seasonings were present. In the cupboard, he discovered a bag of rice and promptly stored everything into the boundary bracelet. Adjacent to the kitchen was the bathroom, from which Xiao gathered all the shower gel, shampoo, and toothpaste, all nearly full. He then opened the double-door refrigerator in the living room. Inside, the refrigerator held a modest selection: 2 cauliflowers, 5 cucumbers, 2 bottles of yogurt, and a dozen eggs. The freezer contained 2 bags of frozen dumplings. After collecting these items into the boundary bracelet, Xiao proceeded into the master bedroom. There, a red blanket adorned the mattress, accompanied by 2 red pillowcases. The entire bedding set was crimson, and apart from the mattress itself, Xiao gathered all the other items. The built-in wardrobe showcased an array of neatly hung clothing, predominantly women's attire. T-shirts, shirts, pajamas, skirts, shorts, long pants, JK uniforms, hoodies, trench coats, cotton jackets, lingerie, stockings. After collecting the men's clothing, Xiao hesitated for a moment before also gathering these garments into the dimensional bracelet. He opened the nightstand, revealing several toys in pink and purple, each with distinct shapes. In the middle compartment rested a bottle of lubricant and a black spray can. The bottom shelf held a bundle of pink ropes and a blindfold. Xiao extracted these items, placing them onto the bed, and then removed the nightstand. After all, it was made of wood. Has the dimensional bracelet reached its limit? A weight capacity of 100 kilograms is wholly inadequate. Xiao glanced at the time. It was 9:15. He decided to return the items first and make several trips. Descending to the first floor, he unloaded the contents of the dimensional bracelet into the car compartment before returning to room 201. This time, Xiao transported the sectional sofa from the living room in 2 trips. On the 4th trip, he removed the bed and mattress from the master bedroom in 2 journeys. By the 6th trip, he upturned the marble tabletop of the dining table, taking the table along with its 4 matching chairs. A well-decorated newlywed home was gradually emptied by Xiao. At this moment, the first compartment of the vehicle was already filled to capacity. Just as Xiao contemplated making a 7th trip, a woman clad in a white nightgown with cascading long hair blocked his path. Simultaneously, Xiao caught a whiff of the woman's peculiar fragrance. Chapter 28. Madam, please exercise restraint, handsome. My drain is clogged. Could you assist me in clearing it? She purred, her sultry gaze enchanting as she twirled a strand of hair, her figure exuding allure. Alas, my husband is perpetually away on business, truly a man of little use. Xiao sensed the presence of the old master run, compelling him to leap from room 201. Madam, is this truly appropriate? Xiao engaged the woman in conversation, stepping back while pressing his hand against the boundary bracelet. I lack experience in unclogging drains. I wouldn't want to inadvertently cause further damage. Her laughter, a delicate sound, soon grew bolder, her mirth causing her to tremble with delight. You seem quite confident in your little weapon, don't you? Indeed, he replied, and in an instant, with a swift motion, old Master Ren's finger pierced the woman's throat. Xiao swiftly drew his rifle, unleashing a barrage towards her. The bullets tore through her then. Tendrils emerged from her eyes, from her nostrils, her ears, her navel. Every orifice of her body was giving rise to these appendages. The tendrils swiftly coiled around Mr. Run, who struggled in vain to free himself. In less than 5 seconds, Mr. Run was ensconced within a pink cocoon. Simultaneously, the connection between Xiao and Mr. Run grew increasingly indistinct until it was severed. Run! Xiao decisively stowed away his rifle and swiftly descended the stairs. The tentacles pursued him closely, writhing ominously. Upon reaching the ground floor, Xiao shouted, "Open the door!" As the train doors swung open, Xiao leapt gracefully into the carriage, deftly closing the door behind him. Engaging the dynamic cloaking mechanism, the train slipped into a state of invisibility. The time was 10:47, with the earliest departure scheduled for 11 o'clock. He merely needed to endure for 13 more minutes. It is indeed a miscalculation. Rather than prioritizing the renovation of the kitchen, one should have preserved the train tokens to facilitate an earlier departure. I'm still in need of 3 train tokens. Where on earth can I procure them? The pink tentacle arrived fashionably late, and in its wake, a thick appendage slithered down the staircase. Soon followed by a second, then a third. An increasing number of tentacles emerged from the corridor, ensnaring Xiao's train from all directions. One tentacle pressed against the window, and there, unmistakably, was the woman's head. She was peering through the glass, fixated on Xiao. How is it possible that she can find me even while cloaked? In room 401, the glass was shattered, and 3 tentacles, each over a meter in diameter, emerged. These tentacles ensnared the Xiao train, lifting it effortlessly, akin to a child grasping a toy train and violently hurling it to the ground, accompanied by a piercing rush of air. The train's descent stirred up clouds of dust from the earth below. Just as the train was about to make contact with the ground, a flash of white light enveloped it, rendering it invisible. The thwarted tentacles, filled with frustration, struck the ground, sending dust swirling into the air. Subsequently, these appendages began to retract, and a woman, her body bare, returned to the dilapidated building. Behind her, another flash of white light illuminated the scene, revealing a yellow train. This train comprised 5 carriages, with the front adorned in orange, its overall color scheme reminiscent of a little yellow duck. The car doors swung open, revealing a man and a woman. "Oh dear, how fortunate we are to have made it in time," Summer Yuan exclaimed joyfully upon spotting the woman, clapping her hands in delight. Both women donned identical black uniforms and knee-high boots, their large brim hats adding to their imposing presence. "Today, we have an unexpectedly large number of guests," the woman remarked, licking her lips as a cloud of pink mist emanated from her form. "Oh my, what a splendid figure you possess, sister." Summer Yuan leaned closer, her curiosity piqued. "How do you maintain such a physique? Do you indulge in men? Have you dined on a man today? If not, feel free to devour him," she suggested, pointing toward Shiranui Subaru. In an instant, a tentacle shot forth from beneath the woman, ensnaring Summer Yuan. The woman glanced at the uniquely designed silver badge atop Summer Yuan's hat. "Order of the Celestial Kingdom. Among all in this new world, they are the ones I despise the most." Despite the tightening grip of the tentacle, Summer Yuan retained her radiant smile. "Sister, the one who sealed you here has long since passed. You must have sensed it. After guarding the treasure box for 3 generations, you have suffered greatly. Do you truly believe that the 2 of us can kill you?" Another tentacle darted towards Shiranui Subaru, who swiftly conjured a long blade engulfed in black-red flames with a mere grasp of his right hand. With a decisive stroke, he severed the tentacle, its cut surface gleaming like a mirror. In the next moment, Shiranui Subaru materialized behind the woman, and within a heartbeat, her head rolled to the ground. The tentacle that had ensnared Summer Yuan gradually loosened its grip, and the woman's lifeless body collapsed with a thud. "Certainly, the 2 of us cannot slay you, sister. Hence we have brought forth the enchanted blade capable of subduing you, Shiranui. Be cautious, the aroma still lingers." Suddenly, a colossal tentacle erupted from room 401, adorned with peculiar appendages that pulsated rhythmically, releasing torrents of pink mist. A flush crept onto Summer Yuan's cheeks. Shiranui Subaru raised his blade, his eyes now entirely black. "Shiranui, karmic retribution." A deluge of black-red flames surged forth from the blade, incinerating the pink mist upon contact. As the mist was consumed, the flames latched onto the tentacles like maggots on decaying flesh. Terrified of the flames, the tentacles severed themselves to prevent the fire from reaching their true forms. With the enchanted blade in hand, Shiranui Subaru ascended to the 4th floor, arriving at room 401. Upon cleaving the core, all tentacles disintegrated into ash, scattering in the wind. "Hey, the treasure box is in room 601. I appreciate your efforts. I shall not accompany you any further," Summer Yuan called out, cupping her hands around her mouth. 3 minutes later, Shiranui Subaru emerged, dragging a zombie behind him. The silver coins were gone. The entire treasure box had vanished. "What?" Summer Yuan gasped, as if she had misheard. Someone had reached the treasure before them, and this zombie was likely left behind by that individual. "Let us consult the magic mirror," she suggested, producing a mirror from seemingly nowhere and handing it to Shiranui Subaru. "You should inquire." Shiranui Subaru frowned slightly. "Why must it be me?" Xiao Yuan stood with her hands on her hips, tilting her chin defiantly. "Killing the Guardian and retrieving the silver coins is your mission, not mine. I am merely here to recruit." Unwillingly, Shiranui Subaru accepted the mirror. As both of them gazed into its depths, he took a deep breath and began to speak slowly. "O unparalleled, omniscient, and incomparable magic mirror, who is the master of this zombie puppet?" The surface of the mirror rippled, and soon the face of Xiao, along with his name, emerged. "Xiao, he is rather handsome, more so than you," Xiao Yuan remarked to Shiranui Subaru. He remained silent. After 5 seconds, the mirror began to ripple once more. Unconsciously, Shiranui Subaru swallowed hard. A line of text appeared on the surface. "Have you ever found solace in fantasies involving this woman beside you?" With Xiao Yuan's gasp, Shiranui Subaru's heart, which had been in suspense, finally sank. Chapter 29. Without plants, how shall we combat the zombies? Setting off early, having narrowly escaped, Xiao leaned against the carriage. Gasping for breath, he slammed his fist onto the ground in frustration. "Damn it! That old bat got inside, he exclaimed. I didn't even open the door to 401. Did she magically learn to open herself? And she even managed to locate the invisible train. Besides the adrenaline from his harrowing escape, Xiao felt a searing heat throughout his body, an exhilarating alertness coursing through him. His mind was consumed by thoughts of that woman. Was it the allure of her fragrance affecting him? He made his way to the restroom and disrobed. Finally, under the cold cascade of water, he regained his composure. Pushing those images aside, after splashing water on his face, Xiao summoned a holographic screen to check the messages sent by Shi Jian earlier that morning. 3 tokens. How shall we divide them? 2 for me, 1 for you. Reply already. 2 for you, 1 for me sounds fair. It's impossible to give you all. Don't even think about it. Where is everyone? Where is everyone? He recalled the events from 10 minutes ago, just as the train was about to be hurled to the ground by tentacles. Xiao had retrieved 3 train tokens from Shi Jian for trading beverages. Once he gathered 8 tokens, he promptly modified the train to set off early, successfully making his escape just in time. After drying off, he donned fresh attire. The train was a mess, items strewn everywhere from the commotion, and Xiao shook his head in resignation. He transported the furnace to the kitchen and steamed 2 bowls of rice. After tidying up the disarray, he placed a frying pan on the stove, turned on the exhaust fan, and began to cook. The stove consumed wood, while the exhaust fan utilized metal. Fortunately, the consumption rates were manageable. With the spices and vegetables he had foraged earlier, Xiao prepared a stir-fry of cauliflower with cured meat and scrambled eggs with cucumber. The dishes were ready, and the rice was perfectly steamed. Xiao messaged Shi Jian, I'm having lunch. Finally, you replied, I've finished the drink, so don't ask me for more. Today, I'm parked in a forest, and there are 2 chainsaw-wielding bears outside, which has me too frightened to step out. Where are the plates? Has the canteen become obsolete so quickly? The meal is quite decent today, and I even have yogurt to enjoy. My culinary skills are commendable. The eggs are wonderfully tender. Just kidding, the cured meat is a bit tough. As he read through the barrage of messages from Shi Jian, Xiao smiled and closed the holographic screen, proceeding to enjoy his meal. After finishing lunch, he examined his remaining resources. Metal, 320, 300 kilograms. Plastic, 317, 150 kilograms. Wood, 380, 100 kilograms. After a moment of contemplation, he opened a private chat with Shi Jian. I'll transfer some resources to help you upgrade your train to level 4. Oh, what is this? A weasel wishing a chicken a happy new year? Surely, you harbor ulterior motives. You give me 3 train tokens daily. You can't possibly expect my good ally to have none left. Hey, I knew it. Don't spout nonsense. Who said I have to give you 3 every day? Well then, it's a delightful agreement, my good ally. 300 kilograms of metal, 150 kilograms of plastic, and 100 kilograms of wood have been transferred to the account of the train conductor, Shi Jian. Are you not afraid that I might take the items and disappear, severing our friendship? How could that be? You are not the type to betray your allies. Neither would I ever betray my comrades. I could never stoop so low as to announce your arrival bonus module in the chat room. Despicable, cunning, a treacherous villain. Xiao watched as the number on Shi Jian's avatar flickered from 3 to 4, a smirk playing on his lips. With today's events, Xiao was acutely aware of the significance of train coins. Assisting Shi Jian in leveling up would undoubtedly be beneficial. This hen that lays train coins must be nurtured well. He closed the holographic screen and began organizing the supplies he had gathered throughout the day. In the 5th carriage, Xiao set down a large bed, a comfortable mattress, and arranged the blankets and pillows, placing a bedside table beside it. A perfect replica of a master bedroom, adorned in festive red. Opposite the bed, he arranged a set of combination sofas and tossed the collected clothing onto them. On colder nights, this would serve as a sleeping area. After completing the setup, Xiao returned to the initial carriage to chop wood. He dismantled all the chairs and tables without surfaces into small pieces, stacking them together. By 7 in the evening, Xiao had managed to process the wood. After a refreshing shower, he boiled a pack of frozen dumplings, filled with an assortment of flavors. 24 dumplings disappeared before he could fully register it. After a long day of labor, he was undeniably famished. The black wind monster watched Xiao devour the dumplings, saliva dripping uncontrollably. You are truly disgusting. Woof. After dinner, Xiao lay on the blanket, staring blankly at the ceiling of the carriage. The silver coin of the snake had already been activated by Xiao. The 12 zodiac patterns now illuminated 3: the dragon, the snake, and the rooster. Alas, old Master N was lost just like that. From now on, he would have to rely solely on himself. The next day, at 7:55, isn't that a pumpkin? Xiao used a machete to sever the vine, plucking a pumpkin nearly the size of his hand. A golden variant of the Bei pumpkin. He wondered if its taste would rival that of the Bei pumpkin. Scanning the area, Xiao noticed an abundance of these pumpkins. At least 500 or 600 in total. A brief glance led him to spot an unripe green pumpkin. The station announcement indicated that beneath the unripe golden pumpkins lay a level 1 treasure chest. He retrieved his shovel and, with a few strokes, heard the satisfying thud of wood colliding. He had unearthed it. Xiao opened the treasure chest. Miraculous multi-purpose fertilizer. Promotes plant growth. With a chance to accelerate ripening, 5 kilograms. Accelerate ripening directly? It certainly seemed impressive. He would have to test its effectiveness when he started growing vegetables. The transformation for cultivating crops was quite remarkable. He hoped to acquire one for himself in the future. The 6th carriage was still empty. Xiao glanced at the time. It was 8 o'clock. He returned to the carriage and summoned the holographic screen. Shijian, Tiamu Station. He had never been there. Very well. This was Qi Zhao's request to Shijian, to send him the platform where she docked each time. If one has previously docked, they may share platform messages with her. After hanging a bottle of milk and a loaf of bread, a flash of light appeared, and Xiao received 3 train tokens. This truly was a treasure chest, one with growth potential. Xiao continued to harvest pumpkins. The black wind monster darted around the pumpkin patch. Not only was it of no assistance, but it also urinated on one of the pumpkins. You rascal, I'll take this one back for you. Woof. After 4.5 hours, Xiao had harvested all the pumpkins, collecting over 500, each weighing a pound. He piled them into the refrigerated carriage, selected 2, cleaned them thoroughly, removed the seeds, and placed them in the furnace to roast. He did not discard the pumpkin seeds. Instead, he washed them and set them aside to dry. Once all tasks were completed, Xiao sat at the carriage door, sipping water and basking in the sun. He inhaled deeply, savoring the essence of nature. Beside him, the black wind monster had just relieved itself. At that moment, the train departed. The pumpkins were ready. Xiao took a bite. They were soft, sticky, and sweet, with a flavor and texture rivaling that of the beloved Bei pumpkin. He sent a message to Shi Jian, inviting her to collect lunch. You have traded with train conductor Shi Jian over 30 times, establishing a frequent trade relationship. A special trade relationship can be established. Once formed, items can be transferred directly. Such a hidden mechanism? Xiao clicked to establish it, and Shi Jian confirmed on her end. Special trade relationship established. Items not confirmed within 8 hours will return to the sender. A maximum of 5 unconfirmed items can exist simultaneously. Xiao directly transferred one of the roasted pumpkins to Shi Jian, testing the new functionality. Quite convenient indeed, eliminating the need for the entire trade selection process. Could you transfer something to me to test the new feature, like train tokens? No pressure. Get lost. At least leave an egg in the nest if you're asking a hen to lay eggs. Why do you empty it every time? I advise you not to be too ruthless in your dealings. 1 measly pumpkin. Are you treating me like a beggar? Has the food supply deteriorated after just 1 day? Xiao retracted the transfer. Shi Jian, don't. I was just joking. The pumpkin is quite good, sticky, and delicious. I love pumpkin. He traded away 7 bottles of iced drinks, filling the link. Xiao then spent 10 train tokens to upgrade the dimensional bracelet, increasing its storage capacity to 200 kilograms. To upgrade again would require 20 train tokens. Had he upgraded to a level 4 dimensional bracelet earlier, he could have moved everything before the tentacle mother arrived. What a pity. Xiao tossed the remaining half of the pumpkin into the black wind monster S-bowl and twisted open a bottle of water, taking a couple of swigs. This pumpkin was a bit choking if eaten too quickly. Current docking station, Dave's Backyard, single-person station. This station is classified under Plants vs. Zombies with a danger level of 3. The mecha controlled by Zombie Doctor contains a level 1 treasure chest, which can yield 3 train tokens, and 1 pressure cooker. Another game world? Could it be the recently popular hybrid version? Dave, donning a frying pan as a helmet and wielding a shotgun, aimed at the head of a zombie crawling into the front yard and fired a shot. The zombie's head exploded like a watermelon, eliciting an exclamation of joy from Dave. All the zombies in front of him were swiftly dealt with, yet he remained oblivious to a zombie stealthily entering from the backyard. With its decayed arm flailing and its rotting mouth agape, it lunged at Dave. Just as it grasped Dave's neck, poised to bite, Xiao swung a spade, sending the zombie's head flying. Oh man, crab meat. Dave kicked the headless zombie aside, patted the top of his frying pan, and flashed a grateful grin at Xiao. He then reached into his trousers and produced a flattened corn tortilla, offering it to Xiao. Bro, a corn tortilla. Xiao glanced at the sticky white sauce and politely declined. Undeterred, Dave devoured it himself, savoring the delightful flavor as he licked his fingers. Bro, how should I express my gratitude? Suddenly, a bungee zombie descended from above, grasping Dave's neck in an attempt to abduct him. Xiao swiftly drew a machete and severed the bungee zombie's rope. Freed from its tether, the bungee zombie tumbled to the ground, and Dave promptly sat upon its head, delivering the finishing blow. A note was left on the ground. Xiao picked it up. Dear neighbor, tonight, barbecue rooftop awaiting you. Bro, we can't pick that up. It will attract the old zombie king. I've been deceived before. In the next moment, Xiao and Dave found themselves atop the building, daylight giving way to night. The mechanized zombie doctor appeared before them. This was the one they sought. What would happen to their treasure if he didn't come? WTF, man? Dave raised his shotgun and fired at the zombie king's mech. Futile effort. They needed plants. Xiao remarked nonchalantly. Plants? Where are the plants? What plants? Peas? Stewed lamb. Xiao turned to Dave, bewildered. What about the cabbage? Made it into a burger. And the corn thrower? Dave produced another corn tortilla from his trousers. Without plants. How can I confront the zombie king? With a gun. With that, Dave tossed a shotgun to Xiao and adjusted his frying pan. Bro, let us get to it. Dave drew another shotgun and fired at the zombies. Xiao grinned. After dispatching a zombie with 2 shots, he was astonished to discover that the gun required no reloading. Good heavens, infinite bullets. The zombie king extended his arm, seizing a white car and hurling it toward Xiao and Dave. Fuck, my car. Xiao deftly dodged as the car tumbled off the rooftop. In this realm of infinite bullets, devoid of recoil and overheating, the zombies were utterly inadequate. By the end, Xiao was exhilarated, even engaging in close combat with his machete. Together, they soon forced the zombie king to wave the white flag. With a single shot, Xiao obliterated the swollen head of the zombie king, retrieving the treasure chest from the driver's seat. In the next moment, as the zombie king was vanquished, the two found themselves transported back to the front yard. Observing Xiao take the chest, Dave was momentarily taken aback. Bro, do you want that chest? I have plenty in my car. Chapter 30. The infinite bullet shotgun. Xiao wore an expression of disbelief as a white van suddenly appeared before him. Dave kicked open the trunk with force. Bro, look. Xiao thought to himself. This must be Dave's mysterious shop. Peering inside, he discovered 6 gift boxes that resembled the trunk itself. Bro, if you like them, they're all yours. Xiao, unreserved, collected them all into his dimensional bracelet. Dave's face lit up with joy at Xiao's acceptance of the gifts. He then pulled a taco from his pocket and handed it to Xiao. With no choice but to comply, Xiao accepted it and tucked it away into his bracelet. Why not give me that shotgun as well? Xiao suggested. Bro, you like this? Dave responded, producing a shotgun and thrusting it into Xiao's hands. Take it, don't be shy. We battled the zombie king together as good bros. Thus, Xiao acquired 2 shotguns with infinite bullets. He hoped they would retain their infinite bullets once taken outside. After surveying the area and realizing there was little else to gather, Xiao decided to return to the train. At 11:10, he closed the train doors, and it began to move. Leave some plants to guard the backyard. Don't consume everything, Xiao reminded Dave before departing. The station where the train halted today was unfamiliar to Xiao, but that didn't hinder him from obtaining 3 train tokens. He retrieved the gift box from Dave, and if he guessed correctly, it should contain a plant pot. Upon opening the first gift box, he found a pot of corn. Holding the pot, which was the size of a rice cooker, he stared at the corn inside, utterly bewildered. The remaining 5 boxes yielded a pot of cabbage, a pot of watermelon, and 3 pots of peas. These plants appeared identical to their real-world counterparts. He wondered if they would suddenly awaken if confronted by zombies. Xiao then drew the 2 shotguns and aimed at a pile of wood to conduct a test. Bang! The wooden splinters flew in all directions. The tremendous recoil jolting him backward. In the game world, he felt no recoil and could fire continuously with great pleasure. However, in reality, it was a different story. Yet, it was indeed infinite ammunition. There was no need to reload. As long as they didn't overheat, he could fire incessantly. Remarkable. He ought to ask Dave for a few more. Xiao shook his arms, returning the shotguns to his bracelet. After extracting the train tokens and pressure cooker from the treasure chest, he discarded the empty box into the feeding area. The black wind monsters flitted around the pots of plants, occasionally licking them with their tongues. Play away, Xiao said as he kicked one aside and transported the pots to the refrigerated compartment. It was too hot outside. He didn't want them to wilt. Shiji sent a message. Today I'm contributing a few eggs. Let's elevate lunch. Where did you get those eggs? They don't look like chicken eggs. Huh? I don't know. I dug them out of the sand. They seem to be crocodile eggs. You're quite impressive. No way. I didn't see any crocodiles. Don't scare me. After filling the water tank, Xiao began preparing lunch. He plucked an ear of corn from the pot, removing the kernels. He didn't neglect the 3 pots of peas either, stripping the pods to extract the peas. Cut the 2 pieces of luncheon meat into small cubes. Heat oil in a pan, crack in the 2 eggs sent over by Shijian, scramble them, then add the luncheon meat along with the blanched corn and peas. Retrieve the rice that was steamed the previous night, break it apart, and add it to the pan. After seasoning simply with salt, Xiao took a bite, but found it lacking without green onions. As Xiao enjoyed his lunch, he sent messages in the chat room, attempting to sell off a pile of frozen water and iced drinks. With summer coming to an end, he aimed to seize this last opportunity. What is your situation? 1 bottle of iced drink plus 1 bottle of frozen water for a train coin? Have you struck it rich? Xiao Fa. V50. Show me your strength. All right. Once you give me 50 train coins, I'll show you my prowess. Ha! Today, ISNT Thursday. Xiao returned to the chat room, continuing to sell iced drinks. During the rest of the time, he focused on exercising and replenishing the water tank. The body of an ordinary person cannot withstand the recoil of several shotgun blasts. With the bodyguard gone, he would have to rely on himself from now on. By bedtime, Xiao had traded for a total of 12 train coins, and with the remaining 9, he upgraded his realm bracelet once more. Now, only 1 train coin remained, but the bracelet's weight limit had reached 300 kilograms. The number of train coins required for upgrades was increasing, with the next level demanding 30 coins, yet the added weight limit remained at 100 kilograms. The challenge of upgrading was becoming increasingly daunting. The reason for upgrading the realm bracelet was that tomorrow's station would have a recycling station. The train is about to arrive. Please hold on tight. There were no treasure chests to open at this station, marking the first encounter after modifying the treasure hunter. Xiao organized the supplies in his realm bracelet, leaving behind what was unnecessary. Currently, the remaining weight capacity of the bracelet stood at 270 kilograms. Before stepping out, Xiao carefully checked the quantity of remaining supplies. Metal, 18, 300 kilograms. Plastic, 317, 150 kilograms. Wood, 378, 100 kilograms. The metal supply was critically low, necessitating priority on metal collection. This was a small recycling station, with various scrap materials piled up in relatively neat order. By the time Xiao returned with his first load of materials, it was already 10 past 8. He checked the platform information sent by Shijian, which revealed it was still an unvisited station. Could it be that single-person stations do not repeat? Or perhaps the sheer number made the chances of repetition exceedingly low. After yesterday's crocodile incident, Xiao transferred the revolver and remaining bullets to Shijian for her protection. After reminding her to stay safe, he stored the 3 train coins sent by her into the realm bracelet. With the realm bracelet at hand, the efficiency of gathering supplies had increased 100-fold. In just 2 hours, Xiao had completely cleared out all the metal items that could be scavenged. Next came the waste plastic, old clothes, and used quilts. By the time of departure, the entire first and second carriages were filled to capacity. The remaining water and instant noodles from the second carriage had all been moved to the fourth carriage. Xiao gazed at the abundance of old clothes and quilts with fervent anticipation. Once winter arrived, these quilts could be traded for a substantial profit. Xiao went to the refrigerated truck to fetch a bottle of water, only to discover that the basin of corn and peas had astonishingly sprouted anew. Could they truly grow again? Xiao plucked all the corn, cabbage, watermelon, and pea pods, eager to see if they would regenerate by tomorrow. If they could, even though he could not battle zombies, he would be able to enjoy a fresh supply of vegetables each day. For lunch today, Xiao prepared egg fried rice, as 2 alligator eggs gifted by Shi Jian remained from yesterday. Chapter 31. The second week, winter begins as Xiao was preparing the evening meal. The broadcast interrupted. Good afternoon, train conductors. A seasonal transition will occur tonight at midnight. This transition marks the arrival of winter, just as Kong Yu had predicted. The second week ushered in winter directly. Xiao shook his head, heated some oil, and stir-fried some hand-torn cabbage. After tasting it, he found it far less delectable than the previous dish. He sent lunch to Shi Jian and then entered the chat room. Online users, 2410. Winter? Winter? Am I hearing this correctly? What happened to autumn? Did a dog eat it? This is outrageous. Is this a deliberate attempt to ruin me? Damn it, I'm done. I'm getting off at the next stop. This is truly unbearable. Did you see? Even Lorda is struggling to cope. I have air conditioning modifications available. Seeking pure college girls. Sexy wives. Divorced women. Shi Jian. Something feels off. Very off. Xiao. I knew it. You're up to something. You were suddenly so generous yesterday. It must be for a reason. Did that wealthy woman inform you about Winter's arrival? Indeed, so what? Xiao admitted freely. Then why didn't you share this news with everyone? Why should I share? Is it my obligation or responsibility? Am I their guardian? Do you think they will believe me? They can't even survive this summer. What difference would it make to tell them? At least you could have informed me first. You scared me. I thought you were a saint. Get lost. I am a refined egoist. Very well, maintain that stance. Do you have warm clothing? I'm still in shorts. You wouldn't want to see your dear ally freeze to death, would you? Just kidding. How could I bear to let my beloved ally suffer? Xiao casually sent some women's clothing she had collected from room 201 in the happy community to Shi Jian. Thermal tops and bottoms, a cotton jacket, and a red knitted hat. She also sent a thick quilt. Where do you find all this? It seems you have everything you desire. I lack many things, believe me. Don't tell me you lack train coins. I certainly don't. Xiao cut a watermelon in half and sent some to Shi Jian. Not even watermelon. At that moment, Xiao had only 4 train coins left, and she indeed felt the scarcity. Although the watermelon was not large, comparable to the previously harvested pumpkin, it was juicy and sweet with a thin skin. Xiao tossed a few spoonfuls of watermelon to the black wind monster, allowing the little rascal to save retreat. After lunch, Xiao began sorting through old clothes and quilts while continuing to fill the water tank. At midnight, an abrupt chill swept through the carriage, banishing the residual warmth. The seasonal transition had arrived. Winter was here. Temperature, brother. Report the temperature. It's unbearably cold. 0 degrees. A hush fell over the chat room. Bring out the quilts. 2 train coins each. First come, first served. Zhang Bao. You're outrageous. You're charging 2 train coins for a single quilt? That's robbery. Love it or leave it. I did not compel you to purchase. There are plenty of others who will. Why fret over a mere handful of train coins at this time? Do not wait until life slips away, leaving your funds unspent. Inside Zhang Bao's compartment lay a plethora of tattered quilts and worn garments. Truly a visionary, the leader foresaw this opportunity. Previously, during the warmer days when these items held little value, he amassed quite a collection. Now, with the chill in the air, fortune smiles upon him. Selling these items could yield 50, no, even 100 train coins. Leader, there are trades happening. Zhang Bao crossed his arms, nodding in satisfaction. He had fortuitously come across Xiao's exchange of ice water for quilts, and his keen business instinct nudged him to stockpile a few as well. He never expected to utilize them so soon. Quilts for 1 train coin each. Damn, I bought too early. Ice Water Brother, why did you arrive so late? I knew it. Ice Water Brother may be tardy, but he always shows up. Look how clever I am. I didn't purchase from Zhang Bao Bao. Hurry, click the link. It's too cold to endure. Zhang Bao Bao, explain yourself. How can you charge 2 train coins for such a thin, tattered blanket with a gaping hole? With the emergence of a negative review, the crowd completely forsook Zhang Bao Bao. Was slap in the face Zhang Bao Bao. Friends, Xiao has linked up. Rush over. Zhang Bao Bao, keep it for yourself. Don't catch a cold. Brother, what do we do? They've all gone to Xiao. Calm down, there is a vast market. Are we worried we cannot sell these few quilts? Once he sells out, those who missed out will surely come to us. We can then raise our prices. They'll be begging us. Indeed, the leader is right. How did I not think of that? Your dull brain is not to blame. In just a short while, Xiao traded away 42 quilts. Boss, I lack train coins. Can I exchange them for medicine? Medicine? A spark of inspiration lit up Xiao as he exchanged a quilt for a substantial amount of medication. The other party was quite generous in their offerings. However, as Xiao surveyed the assortment of medicines, he fell into deep contemplation. Cephalosporins, analgesics, antipyretics, 6 flavor remania pills, laxatives, gynecological cleansers, and 2 small blue pills. Xiaozhe, thank you, boss, thank you. Xiao could not resist teasing. Your collection of medicines is rather impressive. Indeed, I stopped by a pharmacy yesterday and took everything they had into my vehicle. Boss, if you need anything, feel free to ask. I will share whatever I possess. This fellow was quite fortunate, having emptied an entire pharmacy. The demand and trading value of medications were undeniably high. Xiao, clad in thick pajamas, ventured into the refrigerated compartment. Upon discovering that the water tank had not frozen, he felt a wave of relief and returned to his bedroom. The Black Wind demon nestled within the doghouse Xiao had prepared for it earlier that afternoon. He added some firewood to the newly acquired stove, raising the temperature slightly within the compartment. Xiao burrowed into his quilt and summoned the light screen. Shijian, it is unbearably cold, chilling to the bone. Thankfully, it is merely a typical cold, one that I can endure. Xiao, cradling a pre-filled plastic bottle of hot water, finds a semblance of warmth within the confines of his blanket. He has placed a total of 10 such hot water bottles beneath the covers. Xiao retrieves one from the foot of the bed and hands it to Shijian. Wow, how delightful and warm, she exclaims, though it does have a peculiar odor. The scent of hot plastic is to be expected. Let us hasten to sleep. The following day, at 7:30, Xiao emerges from the cocoon of his cozy blanket, and upon seeing that there are no treasures to be found in this standing position, he contemplates remaining in bed. Online users, 1903. Last night, 500 souls succumbed to the cold. Chapter 32. To spare the children from suffering, ascending 3 levels, the train halted amidst the snowy mountains, and Xiao opened the door to gauge the external temperature, which was even lower than that inside the carriage. He hastily shut the carriage door. After collecting the 3 train tokens recently transferred from Shijian, Xiao handed over a portion of the freshly roasted pumpkin and warm milk to Shijian. The station where Shijian was disembarking today was a beach, a place he had yet to visit. Do you have a bikini or something? I'm going out to sunbathe. I have one, but it's too large for you. Send it over. Let me see just how big it is. Xiao passed the garments over, and they fit just right, perhaps even tad snug. Embracing the furnace for warmth, Xiao mused about the absurdity of putting on a fade, pretending to be someone he was not. The black wind beast had curled up into a ball, shivering from the cold. Xiao felt a pang of sympathy, resolute not to let the children suffer. Upgrade. Let's see if I can achieve an air conditioning modification. Xiao checked the current inventory. Metal, 1258, 300 kilograms. Plastic, 595. 150 kilograms. Wood, for 104, 100 kilograms. He had struck it rich at the recycling station yesterday, and he possessed 49 train tokens. Upgrade to level 7. Love eating rice. Acquired 1 train exclusive rice cooker, 1 train token. Baking master. Acquired 1 train exclusive oven, 1 train token. Girls pink. Changed the carriage color to girl-s pink, 1 train token. As a former treasure hunter who had spent 100 train tokens, Qi Xiao did not hesitate. He promptly spent 2 tokens to acquire both the rice cooker and oven. Upgrade to level 8. The modification options refreshed once more. Self-sufficient. Transform 1 carriage into a planting carriage, capable of automatically adjusting internal temperature, humidity, brightness, and soil acidity based on the crops grown. 8 train tokens. A planting carriage. Qi Xiao eagerly spent 8 train tokens to convert the 6th carriage into a planting carriage. Once the transformation was complete, he rushed into the planting carriage, which boasted a soil base and a glass ceiling. Excellent. It's just like the one at Kongyu. After inserting several mushrooms into the soil, the carriage's temperature and humidity began to self-adjust. It was remarkably intelligent, though it required the consumption of metal, wood, and water. This planting carriage also featured an external water tank, which had merged with the previous one, boasting a maximum water capacity of 9 tons. Qi Xiao took the potted plants he had salvaged the night before, fearing that the bitter cold of winter might freeze them, and placed them on the ground. The miraculous multi-purpose fertilizer. Qi Xiao retrieved the bag of fertilizer, opened it, and evenly sprinkled it across the soil. Almost instantly, small mushrooms began to sprout around the newly planted mushrooms, and new leaves emerged from the cabbage as well. This extraordinary fertilizer accelerated plant growth and had a chance of inducing rapid maturation. With the temperature inside the carriage rising, Qi Xiao decided to nestle in and stay put. Don't run around. I just planted those mushrooms. Woof, woof, woof. Summoning the light screen, Qi Xiao checked on the remaining 2 modifications. A gentle breeze. Acquired a dedicated electric fan for the train. 1 train coin. Move aside next. Customized. Obtained a bespoke lifelike doll, complete with a uniform. 3 train coins. Qi Xiao. Upon clicking, Qi Xiao discovered an array of customization options. These included, but were not limited to, facial features, physique, hairstyle, and even sexual characteristics. The details could be rendered with astonishing realism. Several uniform options were also available, including nurse, flight attendant, teacher, secretary, and maid. Half an hour later, after numerous refinements by Qi Xiao, a customized doll materialized within the carriage. She possessed a striking beauty, her hair styled in twin ponytails, adorned in the pink nurse uniform and white stockings chosen by Qi Xiao. Rising to her feet, Qi Xiao surveyed the formidable figure, standing at 6 feet tall, with well-defined pectoral muscles and a robust physique, nodding in satisfaction. With a swift punch, the doll toppled to the ground. Qi Xiao retracted her fist and blew a few breaths. Ouch, ouch, phew, phew. Why is that chest so hard? If only I had adjusted the softness a bit lower. Oh well, hardness is acceptable. Perhaps it will serve her well against adversaries in the future. Qi Xiao stored the customized training doll within her dimensional bracelet. Most importantly, she had yet to install the air conditioning. She couldn't possibly sleep on this muddy ground. Qi Xiao sighed, leveling up once more, reaching level 9, revamping and refreshing. Central air conditioning. Install central air conditioning throughout the train, 2 train coins per carriage. Weighted training. Transform 1 carriage into a gravity carriage, 10 train coins. This is art. Follow the account your train can now self-destruct, ensuring nothing remains, 10 train coins. Here it comes, central air conditioning, and it's central. Qi Xiao entered the initial carriage, waving her hand grandly, investing 14 train coins. She converted all carriages, except for the refrigerated and planting ones, to central air conditioning. The gravity carriage should allow for adjustable internal gravity, significantly enhancing training effects under pressure. This reminded Qi Xiao of an anime she had watched in her youth, featuring a technique called 8th level sky. Extreme speed is cultivated under extreme gravity. Spending another 10 train coins, Qi Xiao transformed the 7th carriage into a gravity carriage. As for the self-destruct option, Qi Xiao couldn't help but laugh. She hadn't anticipated such a transformation existed. Qi Xiao reviewed the remaining resources after leveling up 3 times. Metal, 358, 300 kilograms. Plastic, 145. 150 kilograms. Wood, 104, 100 kilograms. Excellent. Just in time to install air conditioning before running out of plastic. Qi Xiao activated the central air conditioning for the entire train, setting it to heating mode at 26 degrees. With the air conditioning's activation, the biting cold quickly receded. Xiao shed her heavy nightgown, loosening her shoulders. Navigating through the first 2 carriages piled with old clothes, blankets, and firewood, Xiao arrived at the refrigerated carriage. Still frigid due to the lack of air conditioning, she hastily traversed to the kitchen and bathroom carriage. On the floor nearby lay the newly acquired rice cooker and oven. Upon entering the bedroom, Xiao transported the furnace back to the kitchen. Finally, he opened the door to the 7th compartment of the gravity carriage. Before him lay a gray chamber adorned with a suede texture, its silver-white checkered floor gleaming. The moment Xiao stepped inside, he felt a weight descend upon his shoulders. The control panel on the adjacent wall indicated a gravity level of double that of normal. Goodness! After a brief period of acclimatization, Xiao examined the panel, noting that it could be adjusted to a maximum of 5 times normal gravity. To increase it further, one would need to use train tokens for an upgrade. Additionally, there were training equipment compatible with the gravity carriage that could be unlocked. Xiao glanced around and used 3 tokens to unlock a treadmill, running under double gravity. He experienced an unprecedented sensation of exertion. Chapter 33. Dawn City. Upon leaving the gravity compartment, Xiao felt an exhilarating lightness in his body. Excellent. It appears to be effective. As he strolled past the cultivation compartment, he casually plucked an ear of corn, intending to prepare it for lunch. Munching on chocolate to replenish his energy, he then set about cooking a pot of rice in the electric cooker. After retrieving a wolf leg from the interspatial bracelet, he meticulously trimmed off the tender meat and chopped the remaining bones into pieces. He added the corn segments and proceeded to simmer the wolf bone broth in a pressure cooker while he began marinating the wolf meat. Cutting the meat into dice-sized cubes, he seasoned it with cumin, chili, salt, and oyster sauce, mixing it thoroughly before setting it aside to absorb the flavors. At 11:30, messages from Shi Jian flooded in. This beach is so comfortable, soft, and warm. The sea breeze is delightful, and the water is pleasantly warm. The compartment is so cold. I hardly want to go back inside. I have a heater. I'll sell you 2 train tokens for it. Sell? Shouldn't a good ally give it to me? A good ally has the right of first refusal. Do you want it? If not, I'll sell it to someone else. Yes. 1 train token. Deal. Xiao had initially intended to transfer the heater to Shi Jian, so this casual banter unexpectedly yielded him a train token. Along with some timber, he passed the heater to Shi Jian. For lunch, Xiao savored the wolf bone soup with roasted wolf meat and rice. It was his first experience tasting wolf meat, and its flavor was difficult to articulate, neither unpleasant nor easy to chew. Dog meat? Did you stew the black wind monster? This is wolf meat. Wolf meat? Shi Jian suddenly recalled the wolf Xiao had shot previously. You scared me. Thank goodness. Xiao quipped with his current physique. He is not substantial enough to fill my teeth. Meanwhile, the black wind monster was blissfully unaware, sipping on the wolf meat soup. After lunch, the train departed. Xiao opened the chat room, intending to address the remaining blankets. Within the chat, a flurry of users tagged Xiao, their addresses having shifted from Icewater Brother to Blanket Brother. Xiao, Blanket Brother, do you still have blankets? Please. Surely you didn't sell them all last night. Xiao, Blanket Brother, restock. I'd rather freeze to death than buy from Zhang Baobao. Zhang Xiuli, if that old hag wants to buy, let her. Poor thing. I see you can't afford it. Xiao, speak up. Damn it. You're disrupting the market. I'll make sure to deal with you next time. Xiao, Zhang Baobao, are you the one setting the market? Everyone, Blanket Brother has arrived. Prepare your small tokens. Zhang Baobao retracted a message. Zhang Baobao punched Lao Si on the head. Are you blind? Can't you see he is already at level 9? Bus, E. What about you? Don't tag him unless it's necessary. But the provocative comment was yours. Lao Si swallowed the retort he was about to voice. Zhang Baobao gulped, realizing that just yesterday, Xiao had been at level 6, and now he had inexplicably risen to level 9. Engaging in hostility at this juncture would be decidedly imprudent. As Xiao connected, he was besieged by eager participants. Indeed, cultivating a commendable reputation holds significant importance. By 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Xiao had successfully traded all old garments and quilts, acquiring 31 train coins, 170 kilograms of metal, and 130 kilograms of plastic. The second carriage was cleared without a hitch. In the gravity carriage, Xiao retrieved the customized doll from the dimensional bracelet and placed it in a corner. After a brief warm-up, they commenced their sparring session. After helping the fallen doll to its feet, Xiao wiped the sweat from their brow, feeling both exhausted and sore. Observing their reddened fists, Xiao pondered. Perhaps it would be wise to don a pair of boxing gloves. During dinner, Xiao checked the updates for the next station. Scheduled stop, Dawn City, a multi-passenger station with 5 additional trains. This station is infested with numerous zombies. Any attack will result in infection. Upon arrival, you will be transported to the initial safe house. After surviving for 3 hours, you will be returned to the train from the safe house. Rewards will be given based on performance. Danger level 4. Defeating the Zombie King will yield a level 3 treasure chest, which may contain 12 train coins and 1 Ada Wong costume card. A multi-passenger station, it had been quite some time since the train had last stopped here. Only by defeating the Zombie King could one obtain a treasure chest, an Ada Wong costume card, yet another costume card. The Ada costume card acquired previously had yet to be understood in terms of its usage. Speaking of which, Kong had always donned that very attire. Could be a costume card? Xiao furrowed their brow and began inspecting their weapons. 2 shotguns with infinite ammunition, 2 rifles with 20 rounds remaining, and a handgun with 26 bullets. Additionally, there were 2 large machetes, a makeshift spade, and a fire axe. Entering the trading platform, Xiao searched for bullets. Previously, the search for bullets yielded scant results, with hardly any traders, and most transactions conducted with train coins. Ultimately, Xiao exchanged 10 packets of instant noodles for 50 rounds of handgun ammunition and 30 rounds of rifle ammunition. After filling all the magazines, Xiao still felt uneasy and decided to visit the planting carriage. At 7:50, the train arrived at the station. Xiao, having arrived early, was not transported to the initial safe house. The train hovered above Dawn City, and as Xiao gazed down, the layout of the entire city became clear, including the locations of various safe houses, the distribution of zombies in the streets, and the enormous Zombie King near the central fountain. Within 10 minutes, Xiao had memorized the map. At 8 o'clock, Xiao was transported to the initial safe house, accompanied by 8 others. Reactions to their sudden appearance varied among the group. Some were anxious, others bewildered, while some displayed disdain, and a few expressed delight, with others remaining expressionless. Observing them, Xiao noted 5 vehicles, 8 individuals, and 3 African Americans. Suddenly, a man pointed at Xiao and exclaimed, "No way, ice water bro. I can't be mistaken. It really is ice water bro. Goodness, no wonder the rich lady is fond of him. He looks even better in person than in photos." A man in a suit corrected him, Wrong. It's now blanket bro. Dear Xiao, had it not been for your cozy quilt, I would have surely succumbed to the cold. A girl clad in a short JK skirt nestled beside Xiao, exclaiming, "Last night, enveloped in the blanket imbued with your fragrance, I slept so soundly, dreaming only of you." Chapter 34. Departure from a safe house at this moment. The imposing black leader wore a disdainful expression, unable to comprehend why such a preference existed for this delicate youth. Noticing the black man approaching, Mumu cleverly darted behind Xiao. "Brother Xiao, he is bullying me." The black man maintained a stern demeanor, locking eyes with Xiao. 2 other black men advanced menacingly. Sensing the tension escalating, the sharply dressed elite quickly intervened. "Ah, my friend, I didn't realize your Mandarin was so proficient. You must have studied for quite some time. Get lost. I am a citizen of the Dragon Kingdom." "Oh, yes, the Black Dragon is also a dragon. We are all one family." Seeing Xiao's impassive gaze, which showed no sign of retreat, the black man scoffed derisively, curling his lips as he turned to approach another woman. At that moment, the lanky, bespectacled man, who had remained silent in the corner, stepped forward to block his path. "Please show some respect for women." The black man shot him a glance. "You four-eyed geek, do you want me to shatter those glasses? Step aside." The 2 subordinates, still confronting Xiao, rushed over, each delivering a kick that sent the bespectacled man sprawling to the ground. Just then, an announcement blared over the loudspeaker. In 30 minutes, a horde of zombies will arrive. Please proceed to the next safe house. Distributing basic supplies. 1 AK rifle. 1 spare magazine. 2 grenades. 1 first aid kit. 1 long knife. Everyone found themselves equipped with the same gear. Xiao inspected the first aid kit, which contained 1 vial of zombie blood serum and 1 of adrenaline, both identical in appearance. A horde? What horde? Everyone was taken aback, only to realize that the throng on the street was not composed of pedestrians, but of zombies. Damn, is that number for real? That's more than the students scrambling for food during military training. Are there enough bullets for anyone? With the acquisition of the firearm, the black man's arrogance surged once more. He brandished the weapon, gesturing toward Moo behind Xiao. That little white face probably doesn't even know how to use a gun. You two come with me. I want to take advantage of you. I'll protect you. As he spoke, he flexed his bicep. Suddenly, with a swift motion, the black man's right arm was severed, and the gun clattered to the ground, blood splattering across the woman's face. Ah, damn it, he cried out in agony, collapsing to the ground. Behind him, the bespectacled man wielded a knife, his gaze icy and resolute, as if transformed into a different person. The 2 subordinates aimed their weapons at the bespectacled man, ready to fire, but their balance faltered, and they fell to the ground with a thud. Xiao had executed a horizontal slash, severing their Achilles tendons. Under the bespectacled man's swift blade, the 2 met their demise, their throats cut cleanly. Witnessing his fallen subordinates lying motionless on the ground, the black leader's eyes bulged with rage, a crimson hue overtaking his gaze. He could not fathom how, despite their previous dominance in bullying others, they had found themselves in such a predicament. Xiao and the bespectacled man regarded him intently. One's expression was playful, while the other's was cold and unforgiving. As he swallowed, nervously, preparing to plead for mercy, the next moment, he too met the same fate, a knife sealing his throat. The bespectacled man sheathed his knife and smiled at the woman, assuring her that all was well. Yet, instead of expressing gratitude, she looked at him with disdain, exclaiming, "You're insane. Mind your own business." Taken aback by her words, the man stood still. "What are you staring at? Arrogant fool," she continued, wiping the blood from her face before spitting at him in contempt. The bespectacled man was momentarily stunned, a bitter smile creeping onto his lips. After bowing to Xiao, he chose silence and turned to leave. Xiao, however, remained composed, promptly beginning to gather his gear. He detached the magazine, taking with him a grenade and a first aid kit. "Xiao, let me help you," exclaimed Moo, as the remaining 2 exchanged glances, bewildered by the sudden turn of events. "Look, there's a safe house." Following the direction pointed out by a man, everyone spotted a safe house glowing with green light. The suited man leaned against the window to get a clearer view of the safe house, then turned around, raising his fists and proclaiming, "The safe house is quite close, everyone. As the saying goes, many hands make light work. If we join forces, we can achieve great things." Xiao shot him a disdainful glance before finishing his gear collection and preparing to depart. Hey, don't leave. Isn't it safer if we all stick together?" he called out. "Aren't you family with these black dragons? You should team up with them. At the very least, share some of the equipment with us. You can't take it all for yourself." The only reply he received was the heavy sound of a door slamming shut. "Xiao, wait for me. I'm coming with you." Moo hurried to catch up with him. Hearing the footsteps fade away, the suited man yelled after them, "Who are you? So impressive. Young man, clearly you've never faced the harshness of society." He awkwardly coughed, glancing at the 2 remaining individuals. "So, shall we team up?" As they exited the safe house, Xiao descended the stairs, navigating the alleyways from memory. Moo followed closely behind, fearful of losing him. She wore classic black pigskin shoes, with her legs clad in white velvet stockings. Her upper attire consisted of a short beige cotton jacket paired with a school uniform in a vibrant yellow-orange hue, her hair styled in twin ponytails, framing her youthful, doll-like face. "You can follow me, but please don't pull on my pants," Xiao remarked. "Oh," Moo replied innocently, loosening her grip and quickening her pace. "Thank you, Xiao," she said, clutching her AK and staying tightly beside him. "If it weren't for you, I would have surely been bullied. Xiao shot her a sidelong glance, retorting, "It was that bespectacled man who killed the black guy. Why are you thanking me?" No, I understand. It's because you were in front of me that he dare not harm me," she insisted. Xiao remained silent, as he was solely focused on plotting their course of action in his mind. "Xiao, ISNT the safe house to the west. Why are we heading east? The direction seems wrong. If you're scared, you needn't follow," he replied brusquely. Mumu panicked upon hearing this. "Brother, slow down," she pleaded, now needing to jog just to keep up with his pace. Chapter 35. Who taught you to stick out your tongue while performing artificial respiration? Bang, bang, bang. After clearing away the obstructing zombies, Xiao broke the lock on the basketball court door. The safe house was indeed located to the west, but heading straight there would lead to a significant horde of zombies blocking the path. Even after salvaging the equipment from the three individuals, the ammunition remained insufficient. Familiar with the terrain, Xiao opted for a safer, albeit longer, route to circumvent the danger. Inside the basketball court, around 10 zombies were lurking, one even amusingly dribbling a basketball. Xiao raised his weapon and unleashed a volley, obliterating the ball. Upon witnessing Xiao's magazine empty, Mumu hastily offered her gun. Xiao then tossed the empty firearm back to her, instructing, "Reload." "What? Reload? How do I do that?" "I don't know," Mumu shouted back, her voice rising in distress. With the last of his ammunition spent, only the basketball zombie remained, bouncing in place. Xiao swiftly switched magazines and dispatched the creature, which let out a final cluck before collapsing. After teaching Mumu how to reload, the two continued their advance. Occasionally, explosions and flashes of fire echoed from other areas. At last, just as their ammunition was dwindling, they successfully entered the safe house. Xiao received supplies, 120 rounds of ammunition and 2 grenades, with Mumu receiving the same. "Is that all the supplies?" Xiao mused, loading his magazine while contemplating their next course of action. Once equipped, he exited the safe house, prompting Mumu, who had been lounging in a chair, to hastily follow. "Are we leaving already? Don't you want to rest a little longer? Are you tired?" "I'm not tired. I worry you might be, brother." "Brother, please, let us take a break." Mumu sat down on the spot, having already removed her cotton-padded jacket and holding it in her hands. "How many layers do I have to climb? I simply cannot go on." Xiao turned to her, grasping her slender arm, and administered an injection. "What is this, brother?" Xiao casually discarded the syringe with a smile. "Adrenaline." Feeling invigorated, Mumu sprang to her feet. "I feel energized." Thus, with her newfound vigor, she continued to accompany Xiao on their journey. The sole reason Xiao brought her along was the notion that, in the event of danger, he could outrun her. When facing peril, one only needs to be faster than their companions. Aptly put, better a friend's demise than one's own. With a gunshot, Xiao burst open the rooftop door and led Mumu to the top. After taking just a few steps, he stumbled upon a corpse. The body's abdomen was torn open, its innards conspicuously absent, intestines strewn across the ground. Ugh! Witnessing this gruesome sight, Mumu could not suppress her nausea and doubled over, retching. It was the body of the suited man. Xiao tightened his grip on his weapon. The appearance of the suited man's corpse here was undoubtedly suspicious. "Caw!" A shrill cry echoed from above. "Moments latte." A fierce rush of wind announced the descent of a massive zombie eagle, swooping down directly at Mumu. Before the creature could seize her, Mumu's eyes rolled back, and she fainted from fright, causing the giant eagle to miss its target entirely. It altered its course midair, charging directly towards Xiao. As anticipated, Xiao raised his firearm to shoot, yet the colossal eagle's speed was astounding. Most of the bullets merely grazed its form, failing to make contact. After exhausting his magazine, only a few rounds struck their target, causing the creature to falter slightly. A gust of wind struck Xiao's face as he deftly evaded to the right, rolling away from a claw swipe. Seizing the opportunity while the beast circled to adjust its angle, Xiao dashed towards the stairwell below. The giant eagle, evidently lacking in intellect, followed him inside, becoming wedged in the narrow corridor. Xiao drew his shotgun and unleashed a torrent of unlimited rounds. Once he blasted apart the creature's already mangled head, He ensured it was thoroughly dead before stowing away the weapon. Alas, he had sustained an injury. Xiao touched his right arm, where a deep claw mark throbbed with heat, the wound beginning to heal. Could it be the unblemished fruit? This fruit possesses the ability to mend human injuries. Previously, it had only repaired some scars, but could its remaining efficacy be accumulating within my body? Does it only manifest when I am wounded? Xiao felt uneasy and retrieved a vial of zombie serum from his first aid kit, biting off the cap before administering a dose to himself. Just as he completed the injection, his vision darkened and he lost consciousness. A peculiar sensation enveloped his lips, soft and moist. Xiao's eyes flew open, meeting a pair of sparkling, large eyes. Moo quickly rose, retracting her hands from his face. "What are you doing?" "I was performing artificial respiration." "Who taught you to stick your tongue into someone's mouth during CPR?" "Brother, you finally woke up. I thought you would never regain consciousness." "Boo-hoo." Moo shifted the topic, her eyes glistening with tears, revealing her genuine excitement at his awakening. Xiao supported himself against the wall, noticing the corpse of the zombie eagle still blocking the doorway. "Brother, you're so amazing. You actually killed that monster. Following you was indeed the right choice." Xiao remained silent, glancing at his watch, realizing he had been unconscious for 40 minutes. He rotated his arm. The previously injured limb had fully healed. Pushing aside the giant eagle, they ascended to the rooftop once more. Xiao regarded Moo, who still wore that innocent expression. "What's wrong, brother?" "Nothing. Let us go." Below, the horde of zombies had arrived. Fortunately, they had chosen the rooftop, avoiding the dense throng of undead below. A single grenade tossed down could obliterate a multitude. Xiao discarded the corpse of the suited man over the edge, instantly attracting more zombies. "Grenades!" Moo hurriedly handed them to Xiao, and as 4 grenades detonated, igniting a fuel truck, a blaze erupted below, lighting the sky. Xiao nodded. This would undoubtedly enhance their score. Many of the high-rises here were interconnected, which had been a significant reason for his ascent. Most importantly, there was a safe house atop the building. To reach even higher structures, one needed to climb further, and Xiao grasped the railing, leading the way. Midway up, Moo suddenly screamed from below. "Ah!" A zombie clutched Moo's foot, and soon more zombies surged forth. They had already climbed the stairs. "Help!" Xiao, gripping the banister with one hand and firing his weapon with the other, managed to shoot the zombie. With Moo kicking and struggling, they finally escaped its grasp, albeit losing one of her pig kidney shoes in the process. Xiao threw a grenade, temporarily halting their advance. "Quick, the safe house is just ahead," he urged, retreating while firing until his ammunition swiftly ran dry. After tossing the last grenade, they successfully burst into the safe house. They received another supply drop, still 120 rounds of ammunition and 2 grenades. Moo's previously pristine white feet had now turned a deep shade of black. She cradled her little foot, a heartbroken expression on her face. "My foot? Oh no." Xiao leaned against the window. The fountain was not far away. He did not see the Zombie King. If they could eliminate the Zombie King, a level 3 treasure chest would be theirs. After a brief 10-minute respite, Xiao set off once more. As they continued on their journey, Moo was exceedingly cautious, bouncing and hopping, fearful of stepping on anything. "What size are your feet?" "Huh? 36, no, 35. Xiao casually stripped a shoe from a zombie's foot and tossed it to Moo. It was just the right size, 35. Moo held the bloodied sneaker, a vacant expression on her face. Another ladder loomed ahead. Xiao pointed. "I'll keep watch. You go first." Moo's face suddenly flushed, and she turned away, covering her face with her hands. "Brother, why don't you go first instead? What if another zombie grabs my foot?" "Stop dawdling and climb quickly." Moo began to ascend, but then turned back to Xiao, who was still on guard, whispering, I'll go up now. Just don't look up, okay?" Once she had climbed halfway, Xiao also retracted his weapon and began to ascend. "Ah!" Moo suddenly screamed. "What is wrong?" Xiao jerked his head up, his gaze meeting an unfiltered view beneath her skirt. Moo looked down at Xiao, her face a mask of panic. Dead people. Chapter 36. Slaying the Corpse King. A sudden turn of events, the two ascended to the rooftop. There lay the corpse of another man from the safe house, his demise mirroring that of the suited man before. Was it yet another zombie giant? Xiao hurriedly broke open the attic door, leading Moo Moo downstairs. Fortunately, it was not far from this building to the central fountain. As they descended, Moo Moo suddenly halted, refusing to move. Xiao glanced back at her. Are you tired again? Moo Moo fidgeted with her fingers, pursing her lips, her eyes darting away. Unable to meet Xiao's gaze. Brother Qi, you didn't see anything just now, did you? She stammered, a blush swiftly rising to her cheeks. It was just blue and white stripes. Xiao continued down the stairs, urging, let us move quickly. In the stairwell, a few zombies lunged at them, but Xiao effortlessly dispatched them. Once they reached the first floor, Xiao crouched in a corner, peering through the shattered glass door to assess the situation outside. A pile of lifeless, ordinary zombies lay on the ground. Hood, hood, hood. Accompanied by a distinct tremor, a massive zombie came into Xiao's view. Standing over 3 meters tall, its muscles bulged grotesquely, eyes glowing red. At that moment, it clutched a woman, savagely tearing into her flesh. Suddenly, a long knife struck the giant zombie's arm. It was the bespectacled man. He still wielded that long knife, though this time his opponent was the colossal undead. Impressive. Engaging in close combat with cold weapons, Xiao mused. Yet, in the next moment, the bespectacled man was swatted away, landing right in front of Xiao. His glasses shattered, blood oozing from the corner of his mouth. The giant zombie was not unscathed either. Its right arm had been severed. It discarded the woman onto the ground and roared, charging toward them. Xiao swiftly aimed his gun at its lower leg. Reload! Reload! With Moo Moo's adept assistance, Xiao successfully shattered the giant zombie's knee, thwarting its charge. Now incapacitated and lying on the ground, the giant zombie became a target for Xiao, who promptly shot its head, exploding it. No prompt. Is this not the Corpse King? The bespectacled man coughed up blood, propping himself on the ground, struggling to rise. Brother Qi, it's not dead yet. The giant zombie's body began to writhe, rapidly regenerating from its injuries, its severed arm regrowing. Roar! No wonder there's no treasure chest. It turns out it's still alive. Xiao immediately tossed 3 grenades, slightly delaying its recovery, while pulling the bespectacled man back. After administering a quick injection of adrenaline and serum to the bespectacled man, Xiao reloaded his magazine. The adrenaline took effect swiftly, revitalizing the bespectacled man. Xiao handed him a gun. I prefer using a knife. Buddy, a knife is no match for a gun. I can't use a gun. I only know how to wield a knife. Xiao face-palmed. Moo Moo, give him a knife. Understood. Moo Moo hurriedly passed her knife to the bespectacled man. The giant zombie's wounds healed, and it surged toward them. Bang, 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 bang. In an instant, the air erupted with flashes of gunfire as Xiao aimed specifically for its head. The bespectacled man adjusted his shattered glasses and, brandishing a knife, lunged toward the zombie. With Xiao's firepower support this time, the pressure on him diminished significantly. Under the relentless barrage, the zombie collapsed once more with a thud. No treasure chest notification. Was it not dead yet? Indeed, in the next moment, 8 legs erupted from its back, allowing it to rise again like a crab. Moo Moo, reload. No, I'm out of ammo. Grenade. None left either. Curse be it. The crab-like legs struck chaotically with immense force, puncturing the hard concrete floor with each jab. The bespectacled man raised his knife, positioning it defensively in front of him to block the incoming assaults of the crab legs. Yet the tremendous impact sent him flying. Seeing the dire situation unfold, Xiao reached into his pants. Brother Xiao, what are you doing? What time is it? Moo Moo covered her eyes with her hands. Peeking through her fingers, Xiao retrieved the dimensional bracelet concealed within his trousers and adorned it on his wrist. Brothers, awaken. It's time to work. He produced a basin filled with corn, cabbage, watermelon, and peas, placing them on the ground facing the crab zombie. The plants sensed the zombie and opened their eyes. Immediately, corn, peas, watermelon, and cabbage began to hurl themselves at the zombie, momentarily halting its advance. After a butter projectile struck its face, the zombie became immobilized. Excellent. They indeed require a zombie, to activate. Brother Xiao, did you conjure this? Xiao then drew his rifle and unleashed a flurry of bullets at the eyes that had opened on the joints of the crab legs. Upon exploding one eye, that leg collapsed. It worked. Taking advantage of the butter-esque distraction, Xiao shot out its 4 eyes, rendering its 4 legs useless. At that moment, the bespectacled man returned, now without his glasses. He swung his knife at the crab leg, producing a metallic clang and sparks flying. Aim for the eyes on its leg joints. Hearing Xiao shout, the bespectacled man gripped the knife with both hands and plunged it into the eye of a crab leg. A torrent of yellowish-brown fluid erupting forth as yet another leg was incapacitated. Just then, the butter vanished, and the zombie swung a leg at the bespectacled man, sending him flying again. Once more, butter splattered its face, and Xiao closed in, brandishing a shotgun at point-blank range. Bang! 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 The shotgun, with seemingly infinite ammunition, unleashed a torrent of fire, ultimately obliterating the last 3 eyes. Holding the shotgun aloft, he pointed it at the incapacitated zombie's head. Do not rise again. Bang! 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 Successfully killed the zombie king. Received a level 3 treasure chest. Xiao exhaled deeply. It was finally dead. He directly stowed the treasure chest within the dimensional bracelet, standing atop the zombie's corpse while holding the shotgun. Gazing down at Moo, with the zombie vanquished, the plants ceased their assault, and an eerie silence enveloped the surroundings. Brother Xiao, you look so handsome. Moo clapped in delight. What's wrong, Brother Xiao? Why are you silent? As Moo lowered her hands, she furrowed her brow slightly. Staring at someone like that is rather intimidating. Xiao exhaled deeply. Speak your mind. What is your true purpose in staying with me for so long? Moo, with a puzzled expression, replied, Brother Xiao, what are you talking about? I am following you because I like you. At that moment on the rooftop, the door was blocked by the corpse of a giant eagle. How did you manage to get in? I crawled in beneath it, she responded. Brother Xiao, are you tired? Perhaps we should take a break. The station's announcement indicated that 5 other trains were arriving, with a total of 8 people present. Excluding the group of African Americans, the remaining 5 were evidently strangers to one another. Xiao immediately deduced that there was an infiltrator among them, someone not belonging to this cohort. It was likely that this individual had come from previous years, much like Hongyu. Allow me to rephrase my inquiry. What is your profession? I'm a university student. I ended up here inexplicably right after starting college. She feigned innocence. Who has the physique of a pure, innocent girl? Xiao scoffed. What I administered to you was not adrenaline. It was zombie serum. Moo's face contorted in indignation. I found the adrenaline quite useful, and I even injected myself with it later. Is that so? Just as Moo hurriedly attempted to explain, a cold gun barrel pressed against the back of her head. Her face reflected sheer terror, trembling, as she cast a desperate glance at Xiao for help. With the crisp sound of high heels clicking against the floor, Kong Yu's silhouette slowly emerged from the shadows. She still bore the guise of Ada Wong, a smile gracing her lips. Long time no see, Xiao Yuan. Chapter 37. The Kingdom of Order and the Organization of Freedom. Bang. Kong Yu pulled the trigger, and a bullet was discharged. The figure of Xiao Yuan vanished in a thin air, the bullet missing its target. With a soft thud, a magazine fell to the ground where she once stood. Where did she go? Just as Xiao was bewildered, he felt a sudden weight on his body. 2 arms wrapped around his neck, and a pair of delicate legs intertwined in front of him. Turning his head, Xiao caught sight of Xiao Yuan's profile. Her gaze fixed intently on Kong Yu, her expression grave. Kong Yu, you truly possess that module. Kong Yu redirected his gun, prompting Xiao Yuan to quickly shrink back behind Xiao. Xiao raised his hands in a gesture of peace, signaling Kong Yu not to fire. He then turned to Xiao Yuan, his expression stern. Get down quickly, stop clinging to me. Xiao attempted to pry her legs apart, only to find them entangled even tighter. Defeated, he released his grip, only to notice a man in black wielding a long knife suddenly appear behind Kong Yu. Just as Xiao was about to shout a warning, the man, known as Shinui Subaru, swung his blade with fierce wind. Kong Yu narrowly dodged to the side, escaping the blow by the skin of his teeth. Seizing the moment, Shiranui executed a side kick, and though Kong Yu raised his arms in defense, he was still sent flying. The glass shattered as Kong Yu crashed onto the street outside, lying motionless. Xiao was stunned. Kong Yu is actually this weak? If that's the case, I should be able to handle him too. Once Shiranui confirmed that Kong Yu was incapacitated, he pointed the tip of his knife at Xiao, his expression fierce and cold. Hand over the silver coin of the serpent. Upon hearing the words silver coin, Xiao's pupils dilated and his brow furrowed. Silver coin? Silver coin? Yet another silver coin. Damn, given his confident demeanor, it seems he isn't trying to deceive me. How does he know I possess the silver coin of the serpent? Xiao glanced at Xia Yuan in front of him. So, this journey was all for that. You must be out of your mind. That coin was obtained by my brother Xiao. How can you just demand it? Can you please adjust your attitude? Right now. You're the one in need, so know your place. Xia Yuan detached herself from Xiao and stepped forward. It's all right, brother Xiao. I will handle him. Suddenly, a series of gunshots erupted. Bang, 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 bang. Shiranui reacted swiftly, dodging to the side. Outside on the street, Kong Yu leisurely replaced his magazine. So it was all for the coin. You constantly preach about order and justice, yet your actions are far removed from those principles. Aren't you the ones who pursue fairness and justice the most? How is it that you're the first to betray those ideals? As for Kong Yu's revival, Shiranui was not the least bit surprised. Eradicating scum like you is true justice. Bang, 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 bang. With a fresh magazine loaded, Kong Yu unleashed another barrage of bullets. Shiranui, while deflecting the bullets with his long knife, charged towards Kong Yu. When Kong Yu ran out of bullets, he discarded his pistol and drew a dagger from his waist, positioning it in front of him to block Shiranui's descending blade. In their fierce confrontation, their forms flickered, constantly shifting positions. The sounds of their battle attracted a horde of zombies, yet within a radius of 1 meter from the two, it became a veritable meat grinder. All zombies entering this zone were instantly severed and shattered. The naked, I could hardly keep pace with their movements, only catching the fleeting shadows of their blades. Xiao swallowed hard, cursing under his breath. That rascal Kong Yu had been feigning death to eavesdrop. Thankfully, she had not spoken ill of him. What manner of man was this? Able to intercept bullets solely with his blade. Was he even human? Kong Yu was even more extraordinary, managing to hold her own against that man while wearing stiletto heels. As they engaged in a heated exchange, Xia Yuan turned and asked, Xiao, are you all right? Does it look like I'm fine? Xiao retorted, casting a glance at Xia Yuan. And why are you not called Mumu? Even your name is a facade. Xia Yuan immediately adopted a pitiful expression. Mumu was her childhood nickname. In this new world, she was a wanted criminal. Xiao, don't be deceived by her. Moreover, her current appearance is merely a disguise. No one knows what she truly looks like. She might even be a man. A man? That would be even better. Xiao mused. Xia Yuan blinked in surprise. Xiao, you're a pervert. Observing the ongoing slaughter, Xiao stealthily descended from the massive zombie carcass, quietly crawling away from the battlefield. Where are you going, Xiao? Home, he replied curtly. I miss my mother. I'll come with you, she insisted. Big miss. Can I call you Sister Xiao? Please stop clinging to me. I don't want to die. Whatever grievances you have, don't involve me. I'm merely a passerby. Just let me be. On the street, Shiranui Subaru stood amidst the remnants of dismembered zombies, wielding a broken long knife while wiping blood from his lips. Merely donning Ada Wong's disguise could not yield such strength. Indeed, as a level 1 wanted criminal, Kong Yu truly deserved a reputation. I simply like this short hair, she remarked, brushing the bangs that clung to her forehead. Huh, Shiranui, you remember the name Yunsheng, don't you? Kong Yu paused for a moment, then replied, no recollection. Brother, you truly are worthless, unable to even have your opponent remember your name. Then again, you have likely dispatched too many to count. With a flick of his right hand, the demon blade Shiranui, engulfed in crimson-black flames, slowly materialized. Surely, this blade will jog your memory. As the demon blade fully emerged, an aura of malevolence abruptly spread through the air. Chapter 38. This is definitely intentional. Xia Yuan seemed to sense something and abruptly turned to gaze in the direction of the skirmish. Qi Xiao also felt an ominous presence, an unsettling sensation that made him feel as if his very pores were blocked. Yet, the aura appeared swiftly and dissipated just as quickly. Upon sensing its disappearance, Xiao Yuan furrowed her brow. Qi Xiao, my brother, remember, do not get too close to Kongyu. Avoid any contact with her. She is exceedingly dangerous. You may not believe me now, but once you arrive in the new world, you will understand that I speak the truth. Moreover, if you possess any silver coins, do not give them to her. Absolutely not. Qi Xiao, I will seek you out when you reach the new world. With that, Xiao Yuan vanished in an instant, leaving Qi Xiao bewildered and alone. Silver coins, he thought, recalling a particular one. I had already spent it ages ago. Cursing under his breath, he decided it was best to make a hasty retreat. He couldn't trust either side. Qi Xiao continued to crawl forward, but after a few paces, a pair of high-heeled shoes obstructed his path. He looked up to see Kongyu, whose expression betrayed no signs of having just engaged in a fierce battle. Sister Yu, how fortunate you have arrived. Otherwise, I might have been in peril. Haha. Qi Xiao quickly got to his feet. A broad smile plastered across his face as he regarded Kongyu, rubbing his hands together like a fly. As expected of my sister Yu, dispatching them with such ease. Kongyu cast him a sidelong glance. You're doing quite well for yourself. You've even garnered some admirers. What admirers? That person just now? I don't know them. We are not acquainted, Qi Xiao hastily denied. You have obtained more silver coins recently. Silver coins? None at all. He asked me for silver coins, and I was completely bewildered. Do you think they might have mistaken me for someone else? I am truly innocent, Qi Xiao asserted earnestly. But Kongyu's expression remained inscrutable. I require the outfit card from the treasure chest you acquired earlier. The outfit card? Qi Xiao realized that Kongyu had come for this purpose. Silently cursing, he retrieved the level 3 treasure chest and tossed the outfit card to her. After securing the chest, he also retracted the plants into his bracelet. Having accomplished all this, Qi Xiao's taut body suddenly relaxed. The fatigue from the earlier battle washed over him, compelling him to lean against the wall and sit down. Kongyu accepted the outfit card and glanced down at Qi Xiao. Knowing I am a wanted criminal, are you not afraid? You are the one being pursued. What should I fear? Qi Xiao retorted, reaching beneath him to remove a small stone, tossing it aside. What I meant to say is that only those with strength can become wanted criminals. This only proves that I am aligned with the right person, Sister Yu. Kongyu smiled slightly. That man is dead? Kongyu shook her head. He was taken away by that woman. She then raised her hand to remove her colored contact lenses, her eyes emitting a blue light as she scrutinized Qi Xiao from head to toe. Now, remove your clothing. Qi Xiao exclaimed, what? 3 minutes later, Qi Xiao found himself entirely unclothed, his hands shielding his modesty. No wonder she always tugged at my clothes. It turns out she can swap places with objects she has touched. What is this, a superpower? Your zombie bodyguard, wearing that bracelet, possesses extraordinary powers, does she not? The thought of the old master Ren caused Qi Xiao a pang of sorrow. Can I still wear this outfit? Kongyu promptly set it ablaze, answering Qi Xiao's query. By the way, could you also examine these items for me? After confirming that the firearms, long knives, boundary bracelet, watch, and those few potted plants bore no marks left by Xiao Yuan, Qi Xiao sighed in relief. The blue glow in Kongyu's eyes dissipated as she donned her contact lenses once more. She prepared to leave. Wait, hey, is there anything else? What should I prepare before the wind season arrives? Kongyu cast a glance at Qi Xiao and instructed, extend your hand. Qi Xiao held out his hands to receive the train tokens from Kongyu. There were at least a dozen. This should suffice for the wind season, she remarked, her gaze dropping slightly to Qi Xiao's lower half, a subtle smile gracing her lips. Don't stare down there. In a flash of white light, Kongyu vanished from sight. This woman is undoubtedly doing this on purpose. It seems she has completely seen through me. It appears I shall need to keep a few garments in the boundary bracelet for emergencies. The fact that she could produce so many train tokens from thin air suggests she possesses storage-type artifacts as well. Stowing the 16 train tokens into the boundary bracelet, Qi Xiao carefully navigated the debris of stones and shards of glass to approach the bespectacled man. He is still alive. He hasn't succumbed yet. This guy appears slender, yet he can take a beating. "Brother, my apologies, but I'll borrow your trousers." Just as Xiao was halfway through removing the man's pants, the bespectacled fellow regained consciousness. Their eyes locked, and a smile spread across Xiao's face. Awake now? Xiao stood bare from the waist up, wearing the bespectacled man's trousers and shoes. The man, now following behind, wore the remnants of his glasses, which had only the deformed frame left. He proved to be quite decent. Upon hearing Xiao's explanation, he willingly offered several garments and even relinquished his shoes to Xiao. "Is your glasses broken?" "Fortunately, the damage is minimal." The bespectacled man adjusted the crooked frame, adding, "Thank you for earlier. By the way, did you manage to save that woman?" "Save? Not at all. She was toyed with by that gigantic." Xiao paused, that colossal zombie. Xiao was a loss for words. This guy certainly had a peculiar way of thinking. "You saved her, and she treated you like that, yet you aren't angry? Still thinking of rescuing her? To save a life is to surpass the construction of a grand pagoda. She had her reasons for treating me this way. I failed to consider her feelings and imposed my subjective judgments on her. The fault lies with me." "You really are quite the character," Xiao remarked, giving him a thumbs up. The bespectacled man misinterpreted Xiao's gesture as praise and bashfully scratched his forehead. Xiao sighed, realizing he had witnessed the true diversity of humanity today. "What about the girl who was following you?" "Oh, she left early. She forgot to turn off the gas at home." With a gunshot that shattered the skull of a blocking zombie, Xiao entered the safety house. At 10:50, in just 10 minutes, he would be able to return to the train. Xiao exhaled in relief as he turned to the bespectacled man and spoke first. "Hand over your supplies." Xiao acquired the man's ammunition and grenades before stepping out. "What do you intend to do? Is it not obvious?" "I'm going to slay zombies." Armed with a shotgun, Xiao dispatched the undead with precision, each shot bursting their heads like ripe watermelons. In those final 10 minutes, he eliminated dozens more. Upon returning to the safe house, the bespectacled man had vanished, presumably transported back to the train. Zombies killed. Ordinary zombies 973, basketball zombie 1, giant corpse eagle 1, corpse king 1, overall assessment 99. Rewards obtained: 10 train coins, 1 quality life potion, due to breaking the highest record for initial entry into this world at 93. An additional module card was awarded. Rewards have been distributed. Returning to the train shortly, a flash of light swept by, and Xiao's figure disappeared. Chapter 39. The new special module. Anchor point backtracking 20 minutes prior, Xiao sensed that Shiranui Subaru had fainted, prompting her to exchange a few words with Xiao before hastening to his side. "Ah, little Wan. It's been a while," the man before her greeted with a grin. "Yinsheng, is that you? What happened to your hair?" Shiranui Yinsheng chuckled. "What do you think? Am I handsome? Rather unattractive. You look better with black hair." "Ah, you simply lack an appreciation for beauty. I shall not hold it against you. You are still young." Xiao pointed to the unconscious Shiranui Subaru on the ground and inquired, "Did you do this?" "Not at all, it was Kongyu." Shiranui Yinsheng raised his hands in protest. "I assure you, I did not lay a finger on him." "Yinsheng, you—" Before she could finish, Shiranui Yinsheng interrupted, casually flipping his bangs as he turned to leave. "Please inform my foolish brother that I will be borrowing the knife for a couple of days." Watching his retreating figure, Xiao opened her mouth, yet the words never escaped her lips. In the train compartment, Shiranui Subaru lay on the floor, his gaze vacant, incessantly muttering, "Impossible. Impossible. Impossible." After changing back into her uniform, Xiao returned to find him still in his stupor and in a moment of exasperation. She delivered a sharp slap to his face. The slap silenced him, replacing his disbelief with tears. "It can't be. My brother is not dead? He has joined a free organization. Impossible, impossible. That yellow-haired man cannot be my brother. He died 6 months ago while pursuing Kongyu. Who is this imposter pretending to be him?" Xiao smirked. "No one has claimed your brother is dead. The only thing left of the scene was that cursed knife, and no body was found. The Shiranui lineage holds that the knife never leaves the person, and the person never leaves the knife. If the knife remains, it signifies he is dead." Xiao rolled her eyes. "But now that you no longer possess the knife, does that mean he is dead or alive?" Suddenly, her eyes brightened, and she clapped her hands. Oh, I understand now. You exist in a state of superposition between life and death. Seeing that Shiranui Subaru did not respond to her jest, Xiao Yuan sighed in resignation. Although he has dyed his hair yellow, he is indeed Yunsheng. Stop deluding yourself. That knife can only be wielded by your clan. Your brother said he would borrow it for a few days and return it once he is done. Furthermore, he mentioned you were exceptionally foolish for directly asking others for silver coins. Such conduct is truly a disgrace to him. Shiranui Subaru turned to her, his expression devoid of emotion. That last part must be something you concocted. How could that be? It is precisely what your brother said, verbatim. Rising from the ground, Shiranui Subaru inhaled deeply and bowed at a 90-degree angle. Please, do not include my brother's appearance in your report. I beg you. I will investigate this matter thoroughly. But until then, please ensure my confidentiality. As the evening sun set, Xiao Yuan squinted, her expression far from pleasant. What was the matter? The transient mark I had left on her had vanished. It must have been Kong Yu's doing. It's all your fault. You directly asked for the silver coins. And Kong Yu must have been aware of it. No, I must go and investigate. I have followed him all the way, and I find myself quite fond of him. But no, it's too perilous. What if Kong Yu is still around? If she is, I shall simply flee. Rest assured, she cannot catch up with me. By the way, hand me that zombie. Is my hairstyle truly unappealing? Not knowing fire, Yunsheng gazed into the mirror, fiddling with his bleached curls. In the corner of the mirror, the slender silhouette of Kong Yu was visible. Thank you, Yu, for sparing my foolish brother's life. No need for thanks. As not knowing fire, Yunsheng lowered the mirror. It reflected Kong Yu's perfectly sculpted posterior. You know, this situation has turned into quite the spectacle. I merely came to acquire a costume card, yet I unexpectedly encountered them here and witnessed such a riveting drama. That lad is impressive, managing to evade the Guardian's attention and seize the silver coins. Remarkable, truly remarkable. I find myself pitying that Guardian as well. Kong Yu remarked coolly, I feel pity for any female. Enough? I'm not that kind of person. Not knowing fire, Yunsheng continued to adjust the mirror, seeking the perfect angle to admire Kong Yu's long legs and alluring stiletto heels. So, it appears he has secured at least 3 silver coins. I wonder if any are duplicates. By the way, you seem rather concerned about that lad. Why not simply take him with you? Surely you are not oblivious to Xiao Yuan's intention of recruiting him into the Order of Heaven. In that previous world, individuals could only be transported back to their own trains. Is that so? Understood. Upon seeing Kong Yu turn around, not knowing fire, Yunsheng hastily stowed away the mirror. Quickly, go retrieve the dog of the night silver coin. With that, Kong Yu's figure flickered and vanished from the carriage. We haven't even arrived yet. How can I work now? The train journeyed through the endless darkness. Xiao braced himself for a cold shower. Xiao Yuan, the man with a sword and a fierce demeanor, the Order of Heaven. Kong Yu, a fugitive from a free organization. Kong Yu had mentioned that only a handful from previous sessions could reach the novice village. And here we are, already encountering 2 groups. Moreover, it is evident they are old adversaries. Upon meeting, they exchanged not a word and immediately engaged in battle. Were the participants from earlier sessions here solely for the silver coins? What purpose do these coins serve? Is it that only the novice village can yield silver coins? Furthermore, how did Xiao Yuan and the others ascertain that I had taken the silver snake coin and managed to track me down so precisely? These veteran players are truly bothersome. Xiao wiped the water from his face and turned off the shower. He dried himself and donned a fresh set of clothing. This expedition yielded a total of 38 train coins, a premium life potion, 2 AKs, over 200 rounds of ammunition for grenades, 3 adrenaline shots, 1 zombie serum, and a longsword. In the end, Xiao used a shotgun to eliminate the zombies, having gathered all supplies. Additionally, he discovered a module card, a delightful surprise indeed. He had not anticipated that the reward for breaking the scoring record would be a module card. This card was black, devoid of any text or imagery. Module card detected. Activate? Yes, no. Xiao clicked yes. Activating special module. Anchor point rewind. Anchor point rewind. Set an anchor point inside the train. Regardless of location, one can disregard any rules and return directly to the anchor point once per day. Xiao meticulously reviewed the function of the new special module. It was indeed a life-saving technique. With this, he could venture out freely, and in the face of danger, he could simply teleport away. The most crucial aspect was the ability to bypass any rules and forcibly escape. After a moment of contemplation, Xiao ultimately decided to set the anchor point at the front of the train. Chapter 40. Xiao's brother plays quite unconventionally. Is Kong Yu's appearance and abilities entirely derived from the costume card? Could this costume card truly possess such remarkable power? The mere thought of those high-heeled legs and the slit Chong Sam, which in reality belonged to a nose-picking brute, sent a shiver down Xiao's spine. He retrieved the light blue Is Death costume card, pondering whether his card might be even more formidable. How does one effectively utilize this costume card? Xiao resolved to level up to 12, curious if he could employ this card when his level matched that of Kong Yu. Moreover, if he were to transform into a female, it would imply that Kong Yu might indeed be male. Metal, 524, 300 kilograms. Plastic, 295. 150 kilograms. Wood, 101, 100 kilograms. The train's air conditioning was fully operational, consuming a significant amount of metal. On this day, including the refrigerated carriage, over 3 kilograms of metal were expended. Nevertheless, the materials for leveling up remained sufficient. Prior to upgrading, Xiao invested 10 train tokens to enhance the train's self-destruct mechanism. This time, self-destruction was genuinely possible. Level up, level 10. Unlocked. 1 ordinary carriage. Maximum stop time extended by 1 hour. Departure can still be set for 10:50. Activated. Free access module. Free access. All carriages can open one door, controllable solely by the train conductor. The stop time for the level 10 train was again extended by an hour, allowing a latest departure of 1400 hours. The newly activated free access module revealed that Kong Yu's ability to open doors at will was not merely an enhancement. Henceforth, there would be no need to traverse to the front of the train to board or disembark. However, what astonished Xiao the most was the change in upgrade materials. Metal, 224, 600 kilograms. Plastic, 145, 300 kilograms. Wood, 1, 200 kilograms. Train tokens, 0, 10 tokens. Not only had the quantities of the 3 resources doubled, but an additional 10 train tokens were now required. The difficulty of upgrading had sharply increased after reaching level 10. Xiao rubbed his temples. While train tokens could be acquired, the quantity of resources was woefully inadequate. Having sold all his blankets and old clothes, food remained the only viable option during winter. Xiao accessed the trading platform and, as anticipated, due to the low temperatures, the trading prices for food would begin to rise. He proceeded to the refrigerated carriage, retrieving some pumpkins for the kitchen. After cleaning them, he scooped out the insides and placed them in the oven. He intended to trade roasted pumpkin for materials, especially since he had over 500 pumpkins, far too many to consume. While waiting, Xiao checked the refreshed upgrades. Temperature control. Acquire a dedicated cabinet air conditioner for the train, 3 train tokens. Kitchen waste recycling. Acquire an automatic compost bin, capable of converting kitchen waste into fertilizer, 5 train tokens. Apple green. Change carriage color to apple green, 1 train token. A cabinet air conditioner? I already have the central air conditioning running, my friend. Xiao reconsidered. While it may not be of use to him, he could sell it to others. Moreover, it would conveniently address that lurking concern. Arriving at the planting carriage, Xiao began to examine the newly modified automatic compost bin. The compost bin is roughly the same size as a common large black trash can, adorned with a screen on its lid. The screen indicates 3 types of fertilizers that can be produced: standard fertilizer, multi-purpose fertilizer, and magical multi-purpose fertilizer. The more advanced the fertilizer, the more varied, rare, and abundant the kitchen scraps required for its creation. The ability to produce magical multi-purpose fertilizer is particularly impressive. Its effects are well known to Xiao, as it not only accelerates growth, but also has a chance to induce immediate ripening. Transforming kitchen waste into magical multi-purpose fertilizer for gardening is truly a remarkable conversion of waste into treasure. Xiao poured the pumpkin flesh he had scooped out while roasting a pumpkin into the bin, selected the production of magical multi-purpose fertilizer, and closed the lid. The compost bin commenced its work. Xiao retrieved his potted plants and placed them on the ground before harvesting the mature mushrooms and leaving the planting compartment. The station where Shijian docked today was called Qianxia Lodge. After accepting the 3 train tokens and a pile of spoiled tea leaves he had transferred, Xiao sent a message. I've acquired a train-exclusive cabinet air conditioner. I can let it go for a bargain at 5 train tokens. 5? Seriously? Allies price. This is a cabinet model. Its performance is absolutely top-notch. I'm broke. You just tricked me into buying a stove yesterday. And now you want to sell me an air conditioner. Well then, refund me for the stove and that LL cover 1 train token. I truly appreciate it. Shijian reluctantly parted with his last 4 train tokens, along with a furnace, in exchange for the air conditioner. Xiao felt a twinge of guilt for continually taking advantage of him. It was becoming slightly embarrassing. After some contemplation, he transferred half a kilogram of metal to Shijian as compensation. Taking back the furnace, Xiao added wood and roasted 2 pumpkins. With both the furnace and oven in operation, he boiled water and prepared 3 packets of sauerkraut beef noodles. He served a bowl to Shijian while he directly embraced the pot to indulge. Shijian remarked, "Is dinner being served so early today? This sauerkraut beef noodle actually contains beef, and in such generous chunks. What did you expect? That as can beef," I added. "All right, maybe I was overthinking it." The noodle soup was pleasantly sour and appetizing, the beef tender and flavorful, and the noodles delightfully chewy and smooth. Xiao, perspiring profusely from his meal, switched the air conditioner to cooling mode. After savoring the last bite of noodles, he lifted the pot and slurped the broth with gusto. Delicious. Having instant noodles occasionally is truly delightful. The chat room currently had 413 participants. Everyone, Blanket Brother has new stock. Pumpkins. Pumpkins? How do we eat them, raw? No, Blanket Brother has already roasted them. They were still hot when I got them. What if I have no train tokens? I really want to eat them. No need for train tokens. Metal can be exchanged. And only 10 kilograms. Is Pumpkin Brother starting a charity again? I love Pumpkin Brother. What the heck? I just saw plenty of transaction links, and in the blink of an eye, they vanished. If you see it, why not act quickly? What are you thinking? For the remainder of the time, Xiao focused on roasting pumpkins, trading supplies, chatting, and training within the gravity compartment. After knocking out a puppet with a punch, Xiao collapsed onto her, gasping for breath. Huff, 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 huff. Under the weight of triple gravity, even the simplest act of throwing a punch becomes exceedingly arduous. Kong Yu, Xia Yuan, and the Knife Man. Those perverse beings of the New World, particularly that Knife Man, who seeks to seize my silver coins and sever my hand. Xiao Wu rose, riding atop the puppet, gripping her neck as he bellowed. I will undoubtedly end your life. Xia Yuan stood behind him, covering her mouth with her small hand, her eyes wide with astonishment. Brother Xiao, isn't this a bit too twisted? Chapter 41. The Kingdom of Order. Upon hearing the voice of Xia Yuan, Xiao's heart skipped a beat. Everything on my person had been thoroughly examined by Kong Yu. How did she manage to come here? Was there something overlooked? Xiao turned around, only to find Xia Yuan tilting her head with a radiant smile. Dressed in a fitted black uniform akin to that of the Blade Man, she had traded her short JK skirt, white stockings, and twin ponytails for long boots and a wide-brimmed black hat. The most striking feature was the silver insignia atop her hat, depicting a small figure standing beneath the gates of the heavenly realm, cradling a book. Her entire demeanor exuded an air of competence. As Xiao gazed into her sparkling eyes, memories flooded back of the moment she had performed mouth-to-mouth resuscitation on him. Had he left any contingencies back then? Woof, woof, woof. The presence of a stranger triggered the black-winged creature to rush forth in defense, only to be effortlessly lifted and cradled by Xia Yuan. "Oh, how adorable!" she exclaimed, stroking the creature's head and playing with its tiny paws. "Brother Xiao, you are so caring. You even have a little puppy. What is its name?" "Black Wind Creature," Xiao replied. "So it's called Black Wind Creature. That name truly reflects Brother Xiao's style," she noted as she carried the creature into the gravity carriage and settled beside Xiao. Observing the doll he was riding, Xia Yuan clicked her tongue. "Brother Xiao, so you enjoy playing with the immobile ones?" threefold gravity, and yet she remained unfazed? Did she possess something that could counteract gravity? What of it? I can move just fine, Xiao retorted, casting her a sidelong glance as he adjusted the doll and reset the gravity to normal. Didn't we agree to part ways in the new world? You miss me so soon? Of course. I have matters to discuss with Brother Xiao. Xiao Yuan set down the black wind creature, retrieving a note from her pocket, her expression turning serious as she began to read aloud. Ahem. Xiao, I sincerely apologize for my recklessness earlier. This is my first mission, and I was a bit hasty, only thinking of myself and neglecting your feelings. I sincerely apologize once more. However, I truly need that silver coin, and I hope you can grant it to me. I promise to repay you well. P.S. Next time we meet, I will treat you to the most delicious ramen as a token of my apology. Signed, Shiranui Subaru. After finishing, Xiao Yuan folded the note away. Xiao's mouth twitched in disbelief. Shiranui Subaru? That person is from Sakura country? How can he speak Mandarin so fluently? Because Mandarin is the official language of the New World, Xiao Yuan declared proudly. You concocted that note yourself, didn't you? Xiao scoffed. I refused to believe he could utter such words. Really, Brother Xiao, to express his apology, he asked me to bring this to you. Xiao Yuan produced an object, and Xiao froze for a moment. Old Man Run? Indeed, it is Old Man Run, she confirmed, as the familiar sensation of connection flooded back into his mind. Xiao meticulously inspected the surroundings, ensuring that nothing was amiss. Overwhelmed with emotion, he embraced the elder Run, weeping softly. The sensation of regaining what was lost was profoundly moving. He had managed to vanquish the monster in the happy community and reclaim the elder Run. Yet he had not confronted Kongyu. Just how formidable was Kongyu? Furthermore, the elusive Xiao Yuan seemed to have turned his home into her personal playground. Xiao glanced at the seemingly innocuous Xiao Yuan. This woman was undeniably perilous. The presence of such a person made it difficult to sleep soundly at night. Wiping away his tears with feigned sincerity, Xiao approached Xiao Yuan, grasping her hand. Comrade, I am immensely grateful. You cannot fathom how I endured the days without the Elder Rin. I have longed for him incessantly. However, regarding that silver coin, did you use it? Indeed, she replied. I was wandering through the chat room while playing, and when a prompt appeared asking if I wished to activate something, I clicked it. Once I activated it, the silver coin vanished. I wish I could assist you further, but alas. Xiao Yuan smiled brightly upon hearing this. No matter, for that silver coin was rightfully yours, acquired through your own efforts. If you used it, then so be it. What purpose does it serve, anyway? I have yet to decipher its true utility since activating it. To be honest, I am equally in the dark, Xiao admitted. By the way, after I left, did she do anything to you? Do not mention it. You fled, and I suffered tremendously. She pinned me to the ground, demanding to know where the silver coin was hidden. I resolutely denied its existence, but she did not believe me. She tore my clothes off and set them ablaze. My innocence. As Xiao recounted his ordeal, his voice grew increasingly animated, tears streaming down his face, revealing his genuine feelings. Xiao Yuan's eyes glistened with tears, unsure if she was genuinely moved by Xiao's plight. It is all right, Xiao. As long as you can see her true nature, that is what matters. I fear you might be swayed by her charm. She is a cold-blooded fugitive. Wait, why did she not kill me? Could it be because of my good looks? Not quite, Xiao Yuan interjected. It is because she did not perceive your train. She began to elucidate. She is deranged with her own twisted theories. She harbors an obsessive belief regarding the color of trains, considering anyone associated with black trains to be evil. Thus, regardless of who is aboard a black train, she will eliminate them, all in the name of justice. The number of lives lost at her hands is incalculable. Clenching her small fist, Xiao Yuan spoke with utmost seriousness. This psychopathic killer will ultimately be captured and brought to the Order Tribunal. In light of Xiao Yuan's words, Xiao recalled the various details from his encounters with Kongyu and could not help but draw in a sharp breath. Xiao patted his chest and sighed in relief. That's fortunate. My car isn't black. So, you truly are a member of the New World Official Organization, he continued. Xiao Yuan adjusted her hat with utmost seriousness, indeed. Humanity cannot exist without order. This is the very reason for our existence. All who violate the order must face punishment. She then retrieved a badge from her pocket and handed it to Xiao. Brother Xiao, when you arrive in the new world, present this and declare that you are from the kingdom of order. Someone will come to greet you. Xiao accepted the badge, noticing that its emblem mirrored that of Xiaoyuan's hat. So, does this mean I have joined the organization? Brother Xiao can join at any time he wishes. She replied enthusiastically. Then I shall definitely join. Xiao took the badge and inquired, what are the benefits of our organization? What welfare do we receive? What are the risks and rewards? Are there bonuses for good performance? Do we have weekends off? When is payday each month? What are the opportunities for advancement? Am I directly reporting to you? Are there many girls in the organization? Is it easy to find a partner? Xiaoyuan looked bewildered by the barrage of questions. It's getting late. I must take my leave now. Brother Xiao, until we meet again in the new world. She playfully winked at Xiao before her figure vanished from sight. This time, nothing was left behind. Chapter 42. The Journey to the Ice Lake. The train is about to arrive. Please hold on tight. Shimi was roused from her slumber by the announcement, reluctantly emerging from her cocoon of blankets. With bleary eyes, she tossed aside the covers and shook out her tousled hair, making her way to the front carriage. Truly, air conditioning is one of humanity's greatest inventions. She left the door ajar, as the first two carriages were pleasantly warm. Peering out the window, she beheld an expanse of ice lake. Wow, an ice lake. No need to venture outside today. Gathering the 4 train tokens scattered on the floor, Shimi inhaled deeply and transferred 3 to Xiao. Clutching the remaining token, she stifled the urge to unleash a small pearl of frustration. Every day, she had to part with 3 tokens for this scoundrel. Allies, indeed, they were merely exploiting her. She consoled herself by thinking of it as purchasing food. As she chewed on the bread sent by Xiao, her sense of grievance deepened. Today, I want hot milk. Just as her message was about to be dispatched, Xiao sent her a bottle of milk and a roasted pumpkin. Upon receiving the warm milk, her previously pouted lips relaxed. I suppose you have a slight conscience. Xiao inquired. Which station? Shimi deleted her unsent message and rephrased it. Extreme Ice Island, amidst the ice lake. Even if you have been there, I refuse to go out. It's such a rare warmth. Besides, there is nothing of value there. I can't just go digging for ice, can I? Shimi poured the bottle of hot milk over the roasted pumpkin and dipped her bread into it. I have indeed been there. At the Lake S Center, there lies a level 3 treasure chest capable of yielding 12 train tokens. Shimi burst into laughter upon reading Xiao's message, milk spraying from her mouth. She wiped her lips with the back of her hand. You're not deceiving me, are you? Pray tell, what reason would I have to deceive my ally? You could remain in the train. Perhaps, in due time, someone will draw the treasure chest right before you. Do you take me for a fool? Such fortune is hardly plausible. Shimi scoffed, hastily finishing her breakfast before donning the thick clothing that Xiao had sent her. Armed with a revolver, she stepped out of the train. 12 train tokens, and I would have to share them with that imposing fellow. They would be entirely mine. Oh, the thrill of adventure. Birar, it's freezing. Shimi hugged her arms tightly. The Lake S Center, where could it be? After taking a few steps, she noticed something resembling a chest beneath the ice beneath her feet. Leaning down for a closer look, she confirmed it was indeed a treasure chest. Fate has favored me. This chest is right beside my train. Shimi tapped the ice surface, only to feel deflated. This ice is thicker than my own resolve. She promptly returned to the train to inform Xiao of her discovery, but lamented that the ice was too thick to penetrate. Xiao sent her a shotgun. Infinite bullets, though the recoil is rather strong. You might want to give it a try. Infinite bullets? Where on earth did he acquire that? Does such a thing even exist in reality? A sudden scream pierced the air, prompting Shijian to hastily retrieve her shotgun and rush outside. A little girl was being relentlessly pursued by a polar bear. As the distance between the bear and the girl diminished, Shijian swiftly drew her revolver and fired a shot. The girl, terrified, fell to the ground, while the bear redirected its charge toward Shijian. With a ferocious roar, Shijian raised her shotgun and fired again. The recoil knocked her backward, causing her to land heavily on the ground. The bear, too, was not unscathed. It had taken a direct hit, blood staining its white fur. Enraged, It raised its massive paw to strike at Shijin. In a quick maneuver, she rolled to the side, clutching her shotgun to narrowly evade the blow. Reeling against a nearby vehicle for support against the shotgun's recoil, she fired once more at the bear, this time hitting it in the abdomen. The creature howled in pain and attempted to flee, but it stumbled and collapsed onto the icy surface, lifeless. Shijin, still holding her shotgun, gasped for breath as mist billowed around her. So, I possess such prowess, she mused. Approaching the girl, she helped her to her feet. The child, clearly in shock, continued to cry out for help until Shijin gently reassured her. It's all right, it's all right. Look, the bear is dead. The girl turned to see the motionless form of the bear on the ground. My name is Shijin. What is yours? I'm Cheryl. Did you really kill the bear? Big sister? Indeed. Wow, you are amazing. At that moment, a man appeared on a dog sled gliding across the lake, calling out for Cheryl. Father, I'm here. Over here. Cheryl sprang to her feet, waving enthusiastically. The man halted the sled, disembarked, and enveloped Cheryl in a tight embrace, tears streaming down his face. Forgive me, father. I shouldn't have sneaked out alone. Cheryl recounted the harrowing tale of her encounter with the bear to Winifred. It was this sister who saved me. Shijin smiled at the pair, while Winifred released Cheryl, wiped his tears, and stood to express his gratitude to Shijin. He earnestly invited her to visit their home, but Shijin politely declined. I have matters to attend to. I appreciate your kindness. With that, she returned to the treasure chest, still recovering from the earlier adrenaline rush. Shijin aimed her weapon at the ice and fired. Aside from leaving a faint white mark, only a few shards of ice were dislodged. Are you trying to break the ice, big sister? Cheryl had approached without Shijin noticing. At that moment, Winifred dragged the dead bear closer to Shijin, implying that it was her kill and should be taken with her. Father, can you help big sister break the ice here? Winifred nodded vigorously, assuring her it would be no trouble, but he needed to fetch some tools from home. Really? That would be wonderful. I don't want the bear. You can take it back. All I need is for you to break this ice. With that thought, Shijin returned to the train, awaiting Winifred's return with the tools. Sister, your train has such a unique design, she remarked. It's so warm and comfortable. Cheryl delightedly dashed about inside the train. Wow, this hat is beautiful. Do you like it? It's yours. Shijin placed the red knitted hat on Cheryl's head, complimenting her rosy cheeks perfectly. Thank you, sister, Cheryl exclaimed joyfully, embracing Shijin. An hour and a half later, Winifred's sled appeared in Shijin's line of sight, returning with the ice-breaking equipment. With professional tools, the thick layer of ice was swiftly breached within an hour. Shijin's eyes sparkled at the sight of the treasure chest submerged in the water, her fists clenched in excitement. Yes, it's within reach. However, just as Winifred prepared to hoist the chest with the grappling hook, a sudden surge of water currents swept the treasure away several meters, obscured once again beneath the thick ice. Shijin froze, deflated like a punctured ball. To retrieve it now would require re-breaking the ice, and they had only half an hour before departure. Attention, the train will depart now. Please take your seats and hold on tight. Shijin lay on the mattress, her body trembling from sobs, tears streaming down her cheeks. My treasure. Shortly after Shijin left, Winifred broke through the ice once more, successfully retrieving the chest. Curiously, although it was unlocked, it would not open. Father, can we come back tomorrow? Perhaps Sister Shijin will have returned by then. Winifred affectionately ruffled Cheryl's hair as they secured the chest to the sled, dragging along the white bear on their journey home. The following day, they returned to the frozen lake with the chest, where a red train was parked nearby. Chapter 43. The Treasure Hunter's Dilemma in the Dense Forest. Sunlight filtered through the canopy, creating circular patches of light on the ground. Xiao wiped the sweat from his brow and glanced at his watch. It was nearly time. Anchor point rewind. A flash of white light enveloped Xiao as he retraced his steps from the forest to the front of the train. He discarded the collected branches into the feed area, amassing a total of 210 kilograms of wood. 3 days had passed since his return from Dawn City, and during this time, Xiao had not made any unexpected appearances, which offered Xiao a modicum of relief. It seemed she had indeed departed from the novice village. What a stroke of bad luck. After encountering them, he had traversed 3 stations, all desolate wilderness, devoid of resources, and most frustratingly, lacking treasure chests. They were truly a harbinger of misfortune, draining the enthusiasm of even the most dedicated treasure hunter. Interestingly, Shijian had docked at the extreme ice lake yesterday. Although he ultimately failed to secure a treasure chest, it did indicate one thing. Treasure chests could indeed respawn. If treasure chests were subject to renewal, why would Xiao Yuan and her group seek him out? Could it be that silver coins did not refresh? After processing the wild chicken he had just caught, Xiao set about preparing lunch. Roasted chicken, accompanied by roasted peas, corn, and a rich mushroom soup. For dessert, he had watermelon. The delectable meal dispelled the gloom left by Shijian's failure to locate a treasure chest. Following lunch, Xiao resumed roasting pumpkins for sale. In 3 days, he had traded a total of 120 roasted pumpkins. The heap of pumpkin guts he had extracted was tossed into the automatic composting barrel, yielding a meager handful of versatile fertilizer, an abysmally low output. He had traded for 900 kilograms of metal and 300 kilograms of plastic, enough to upgrade by 1 level. Metal, 1120, 600 kilograms. Plastic, 445. 300 kilograms. Wood, 211, 200 kilograms. Train coins, 0, 10 coins. After tossing 10 train coins into the feed area, Xiao clicked to upgrade. Level 11 achieved. Unlocked. 1 ordinary train carriage. No new functionalities were unlocked. Xiao then reviewed the available renovation projects. Hands-free. Acquire a train-specific rolling washing machine, heat pump dryer, and concealed external water tank, 6 train coins. Relax. Acquire a fully automatic massage chair for the train, 3 train coins. Swift as lightning. Acquire motorcycle for the train, complete with a driver S license, 8 train coins. What an extraordinary motorcycle, demanding 8 train coins. Could it truly be as fast as lightning? Despite the steep cost, possessing a means of transportation would undoubtedly expand his exploration range. He pondered between red and green for the motorcycle S color scheme, ultimately opting for red. A sleek, vividly colored red motorcycle materialized within the carriage, accompanied by a driver's license bearing Xiao's photograph and a helmet resting on the seat. Xiao casually stowed the license in his wristband, swung his leg over, and mounted the motorcycle. Though he was still inside the carriage, he could already envision the exhilarating rush of the wind against his face. After inputting his fingerprint and voice recognition, this motorcycle would only start with his authorization. Wait, was that a coin slot? The motorcycle astonishingly consumes train coins instead of fuel. It burns coins. Xiao immediately felt deceived. Ideally, a single train coin should last an entire year. The washing machine, the dryer, and an external water tank. This modification is indeed enticing. One must grant the external water tank its due respect. Furthermore, there is a fully automatic massage chair. Aside from being somewhat expensive, it has no flaws. After each run in the gravity carriage, one feels sore in the waist, back, and legs. The massage chair is an absolute necessity. Money is no object. With a grand gesture, Xiao invested another 9 train coins. After relocating the water and instant noodles from the 4th carriage, he positioned the washing machine opposite the restroom. The 4th external water tank was acquired, raising the maximum water capacity to 12 tons. The massage chair was placed in the bedroom. Xiao settled into the massage chair and selected the premium human mode. A delightful, tingling sensation enveloped him, akin to countless delicate hands gliding over him, caressing, kneading, and pounding. The exhaustion from recent training and the day's tree chopping soon dissipated. Xiao stretched his neck and shoulders. This human mode was indeed comfortable. Summoning the holographic screen, he checked the station scheduled for tomorrow's stop. Next stop, Wuxing Mountain. Beneath Wuxing Mountain lies the confinement of Sun Wukong. There is no danger. Note: only Tang Sun can remove the seal that confines Sun Wukong. After centuries without water, providing him with food will significantly increase his favorability. Beneath Sun Wukong lies an 8th level treasure chest. It may yield 80 train coins, 3 life-saving hairs, and 1 module card. Oh my, the Monkey King? An 8th level treasure chest, heavens above. Treasure hunters take a 3-day rest, and it turns out they have been holding back something substantial. Let me ponder what I must prepare. Xiao opened the chat room and sent a few messages. Great sage, by my celestial name. The great sage equal to heaven. Beneath whooshing mountain, Xiao shouted loudly for Sun Wukong. Damn, where on earth is the Monkey King suppressed? Xiao's voice was growing hoarse. He had no choice but to resort to that tactic. Sun Wukong had long lost track of how long he had been confined. Hadn't the Bodhisattva said someone would come to free him? Were they? He might as well wait until he falls asleep. In a daze, Sun Wukong heard someone calling out the 3 words he despised the most. He bared his teeth and raised his head. I am Sun Wukong, the great sage equal to heaven. Who dares to call me the horsewhipping officer? Who? Moments later, a figure leaped before him. Oh my great sage, I finally found you. Influenced by childhood films, Xiao initially searched at the foot of the mountain. To his surprise, the Monkey King was buried beneath a small mound resembling a grave. A seal was affixed to the mound. With his head protruding from the front and his backside from the rear, the sight was utterly undignified. Was it you who just called me the horsewhipping officer? Who dares to be so rude to me? The beautiful Monkey King of Water Curtain Cave, Sun Wukong. I will not spare the first person to offend me. Oh, you recognize me. Great sage, your fame is known far and wide. The Monkey King nodded, feeling elated after receiving flattery. Alas, you're not the one mentioned by the Bodhisattva who can release me. Great sage, I shall give it a try, Xiao declared, extending his hand to remove the seal from the earthen mound. Huh, it won't budge? He gritted his teeth, his feet braced against the slope, pulling with all his might. His face turned crimson, yet the seal remained steadfast. It was merely a small seal, seemingly light enough to be blown away by a gentle breeze. Indeed, only Tang Sung could remove it. This won't do, great sage, I cannot remove this, Xiao panted, wiping the sweat from his brow. This treasure chest is not so easily acquired. Do not blame yourself. When I, Sun Wukong, escape, I shall certainly smash the flesh tumor atop the Buddha's head. Gurgle. Great sage, what was that sound? Your stomach is growling. Since I've been trapped here, I have not eaten anything. Look, great sage. Xiao had long been prepared, having packed a plethora of food in his dimensional bracelet. What is this? Chilled and delightful to drink. Burp, it even has a refreshing fizz. This little black liquid is amusing, truly amusing. Oh, spicy and delicious, so delectable. Great sage, stop with the spicy strips. Here, try this. Xiao produced a steaming piece of fried chicken. Chapter 44, Oh, great sage. With remarkable swiftness, Monkey King dispatched the fried chicken, devouring even the bones. After savoring the spicy seasoning on his fingertips, he let out a satisfied belch. What is this wondrous delicacy? Ah, the delightful beverage of the plump and content. I adore it. Great sage, this is called a small hamburger. It contains a meat patty, lettuce, tomato, cheese, and pickles. You must try it. This is a self-heating hot pot. Simply add water, and it heats itself. This is chocolate. Monkey King eagerly seized the M&Ms that Xiao had retrieved, pouring them into his mouth. Marvelous, simply marvelous. It surpasses even the elixirs of the old master. Monkey King's appetite seemed insatiable, and Xiao's provisions were dwindling rapidly, showing no signs of a ceasing. After a whirlwind of consumption, Monkey King suddenly frowned, tilting his neck awkwardly, appearing somewhat uncomfortable. What troubles you, great sage? Quickly, we must leave. Though puzzled, Xiao obediently retreated. Once they were several meters away from Monkey King's earthen mound, a series of thunderous, flatulent sounds erupted, followed by a cloud of yellow smoke wafting through the air, shaking the ground beneath them. As the cacophony subsided, there followed a torrent. Monkey King instantly wore a look of relief. Xiao's apple, which he had just taken out, fell to the ground with a thud. Could it be that modern human food has caused the Monkey King to experience such an unexpected reaction? Great sage, are you all right? Great sage? Monkey King slowly lifted his head, a look of bliss on his face. Ah, what comfort! I had felt something stirring within me, and now I'm finally at ease. Xiao smiled, relieved that the Monkey King was unharmed. Otherwise, he would have been deeply remorseful. Hey, Master! Master! I am here! Monkey King suddenly shouted excitedly, waving one hand frantically. By Long Ma, in a red robe, that him. Master, this way. You've gone the wrong direction. Master, Xiao followed Monkey King's gaze, but saw nothing. Great sage, where's your master? I see nothing at all. 100 miles. 100 miles to the east. Xiao turned his head in astonishment. Could Monkey King's far-seeing eyes still function? Glancing at the time, it was 10:30, with 3.5 hours until departure. 100 miles? Even if by Longmar ran at full speed, he would arrive here in time. Fortunately, yesterday he had exchanged 30 train tokens to upgrade the interface bracelet, increasing its carrying capacity to 400 kilograms, allowing him to bring out the motorcycle. Xiao retrieved the motorcycle, mounted it swiftly. After unlocking it, he inserted a train token, which indicated that the energy level had reached 20%. Energy levels exceeding 50 can activate beast mode, doubling performance. Xiao gritted his teeth and inserted 2 more tokens. He donned his helmet and turned to Monkey King, declaring, "Great sage, wait here. I shall fetch your master immediately." With a twist of the throttle, the motorcycle roared to life, speeding toward the direction indicated by Monkey King. Though the terrain remained relatively flat, it was still mountainous. Xiao clung tightly to the motorcycle, determined to avoid any mishaps. After an hour, I finally beheld the white horse and Tang Sung. Xiao halted his motorcycle, knelt before Tang Sung with a thud, and clutched his legs tightly, exclaiming, "Master, please help me. Saving a life is akin to constructing a 7-story pagoda, and moreover, that is your future disciple. There is no time for explanations. Quickly, get on the bike." With urgency, Xiao pulled and hoisted Tang Sung onto the motorcycle. "My speed is considerable. You must hold on tightly." The motorcycle roared to life, surging forward with a cloud of dust billowing behind. Xiao gripped the brakes firmly, executing a graceful drift that brought them to a stop before a dirt slope. Tang Sung dismounted the motorcycle, spinning in place, utterly disoriented. "Master, master, I am here," he called out, wobbling toward the slope. Suddenly, a gentle breeze whisked away the seal on the slope. Xiao was momentarily stunned. Is it true? Does Tang Sung not need to take action himself? As long as he arrives, everything is resolved? Quickly, let's take my master further away. I am about to emerge. Xiao glanced at the small slope beneath Monkey King and stifled a laugh. He led Tang Sung a distance away. With a resounding bang, the slope erupted, and Monkey King soared into the sky, vanishing into the clouds. Then he was gone. A pang of anxiety gripped Xiao. Could it be that Monkey King was truly going to confront the situation? This was not how the original tale unfolded. After approximately 10 seconds, Monkey King returned riding on a cloud, leading Tang Sung's white horse. Xiao exhaled in relief. Thankfully, he had been overly concerned. While Monkey King was busy acknowledging his master, Xiao stowed away the motorcycle and approached the level 8 treasure chest that had previously been pinned beneath Monkey King's weight. The chest was exquisitely crafted, resembling a type of jade, smooth and cool to the touch. Requires a key to unlock the level 8 treasure chest. Huh? A key is necessary for opening it? How could this be? At that moment, Monkey King poked his head out. "Oh, I still have this thing beneath me?" Xiao turned around, his eyes lighting up. "Great sage, there is something I require inside this chest. Can you assist me in unlocking it?" "No problem at all." Monkey King retrieved his golden staff from his ear, enlarged it, and struck down upon the chest. Not only did he fail to shatter it, but the chest bore no marks whatsoever. Intriguing. Da. Monkey King swung his staff with such speed that it left traces in the air, yet the chest remained impervious. Alas, if even Monkey King's golden staff cannot break it open, must it truly require a key? Where on earth can I procure this wretched key? Huh, what is that? Xiao covered his nose. After Monkey King's recent outburst, a sapling unexpectedly sprouted from the ground, glimmering with a faint light. Xiao took out his entrenching tool, unearthed the sapling, and presented it to Monkey King. "Great sage, what is this?" Monkey King, still occupied with the futile attempts to smash the treasure chest, turned his head to glance at it. "Oh, a peaches of immortality tree." Suddenly, he appeared to have an epiphany. "So, this is what has been stirring within my belly. It seems I hastily devoured the pit while indulging in the peaches of immortality in the orchard." A peaches of immortality tree? This is the very tree that bears the fabled peaches. Great sage, this. It will take a long time for it to grow into a tree, and who knows when it will bear fruit. Do you wish for a peach? Allow me to climb up and pluck one for you. Xiao hastily restrained the Monkey King. Let us not alter the trajectory of the original tale. Noticing that time was fleeting, Xiao stowed the level 8 treasure chest into his dimensional bracelet. Great sage, you have truly saved countless individuals and entire industries, particularly in the realm of gaming. We finally possess our own AAA masterpiece. Industry? AAA? What is that? The Monkey King scratched his head, indicating his confusion. For reasons unknown, Xiao felt a sudden mist of emotion welling in his eyes. Great sage, farewell. Anchor point return. A flash of white light enveloped him, and Xiao found himself back in the train. The train set in motion. Chapter 45. Planting the peaches with brisk steps, Xiao arrived at the planting compartment, carefully placing the peach saplings into the soil. Memories of his childhood flooded back as he recalled the tales from Journey to the West, where the land was described to the Monkey King. In the garden, there are 3,600 peach trees. The first 1,200 bear small flowers and tiny fruits, taking 3,000 years to ripen. Consuming these grants won the ability to ascend to immortality, rendering the body light and healthy. The next 1,200 trees boast layered blossoms and sweet fruit, requiring 6,000 years to bear. Those who partake shall soar like clouds, achieving eternal youth. The final 1,200 trees, adorned with purple streaks and pale yellow cores, take 9,000 years to ripen. Consumption of these bestows longevity akin to that of the heavens and the earth, enduring as long as the sun and moon. He pondered which category the sapling he had just planted belonged to. Yet, regardless of its classification, it was merely a tender shoot at present. It would take an indeterminate amount of time to mature into a tree. Xiao's spirits sank. He feared he might not live long enough to taste its fruit. In the next moment, the peach tree suddenly radiated a visible green light, absorbing the miraculous multi-purpose fertilizer Xiao had previously scattered. Remarkably, it grew visibly taller, from 3 centimeters to approximately 10 centimeters. The extraordinary fertilizer indeed stimulated its growth. Truly, this was a peach tree. While the mushrooms and other plants had consumed only a fraction of the fertilizer over several cycles, this sapling absorbed it all in one go, resulting in its modest height. Overjoyed, Xiao hurriedly fetched a handful of fertilizer produced from the automatic composting barrel and scattered it around the sapling. As soon as the fertilizer touched the soil, the sapling emitted a green glow, absorbing it entirely. There was hope yet, as long as ample miraculous multi-purpose fertilizer was available. Xiao retrieved the racer mushrooms he had previously gathered from the mushroom garden. He had once researched them, but found them lacking in utility, leaving them to gather dust in his dimensional bracelet. Now, however, they could be transformed into fertilizer to aid the growth of the peach tree. He chopped them into small pieces and tossed them into the automatic composting barrel. He gazed lovingly at the softly glowing sapling. The black wind monster was crouched nearby, sniffing with rapt fascination. You better pay attention. I hereby appoint you as the guardian of the peaches. Be sure to protect them well. Woof woof. After leaving the planting compartment, Xiao returned to his bedroom and retrieved the level 8 treasure chest, examining it from every angle. After all this time, the Monkey King left no mark at all. When am I supposed to find a key? Ding dong, ding dong, ding dong. Seriously, it's already 1 o'clock and still no food? Where is everyone? I am starving, starving, starving. If they don't serve food soon, I might just withdraw my train tokens. He sighed. Fine, there is half a loaf of bread left from breakfast. I'll nibble on that for now. Finally, food arrived, and he lamented how he could cry for help over missing a single meal. Xiao accepted the train tokens and went to prepare lunch. He turned on the tap, but no water flowed. Looking up at the water meter, it indicated a storage level of 0. What? Where did my 600+ liters of water go? Did my external water tank spring a leak? It is indeed astonishing. Xiao entered the refrigerated compartment and drew a bucket of water from a tank, pouring it beside the peach sapling. In an instant, the water was absorbed completely, and the leaves of the sapling grew even more verdant. Ah, indeed. The planting compartment can automatically regulate humidity because it is connected to an external water reservoir. My friend, are you an insatiable abyss? That is a staggering 600 liters of water. Although the sapling absorbs nutrients and moisture, it does not engage in an endless siphoning of life from others. This is evident as the mushrooms and potted plants within the compartment continue to thrive normally. It seems to possess the ability to automatically discern the excess moisture and nutrients in the environment, absorbing only what is necessary. Xiao placed his hand upon his forehead, feeling somewhat overwhelmed at this moment. How many resources must be expended to nurture this peach tree? For lunch, he had instant noodles. In the afternoon, Xiao resumed roasting pumpkins for sale, taking advantage of the last day of winter to sell some at a high price. He still had not gathered enough materials to reach level 12. It was also a good opportunity to check the station where he would dock tomorrow. This stop, Shanfu City, single-person station. This station has a few infected dogs roaming about. Being attacked may lead to infection. Danger level 2. On the third floor of the Shanfu police station, there is a level 2 treasure chest that can yield 6 train coins and a pair of running shoes. Creak, creak, creak. Fully armed, Xiao disembarked from the train, the atmosphere eerily quiet save for the cawing of crows. On the street, the shattered remains of automobiles lay strewn about like discarded toys, carelessly tossed aside by mischievous children. Various guardrails and telephone poles were toppled, littering the ground. The wind carried a desolate scent of rust. The shops lining the street had been looted to the bare walls, leaving only shards of glass scattered across the ground. Xiao casually entered one of the stores, only to find it devoid of water and electricity. He decided to head to the police station to open the treasure chest. 10 minutes later, Xiao successfully arrived at the police station. He dismounted and stowed away his motorcycle. The main door was secured with an iron chain, but Xiao placed his hand upon it, and with a thought, the entire chain was absorbed into his dimensional bracelet. He pushed the door open and stepped inside. Suddenly, a shadow lunged at him, dashing forward. Xiao swiftly sidestepped, drawing his shotgun and firing a round that struck the creature squarely in the forehead. It was an infected dog, its face grotesquely mutilated. A second shot confirmed its demise, as it convulsed and lay still, observing the viscous black liquid oozing from its body. Xiao furrowed his brow. This did not appear to be a zombie. Perhaps it was an infected being, better to proceed with caution. As if responding to the gunfire, 2 more infected dogs charged forth, but they too fell easily before Xiao's prowess. Indeed, the hardships endured in the gravity compartment were not in vain. My speed has markedly improved. I wonder if I can run 100 meters in under 10 seconds. Perhaps I shall test this when time permits. Ascending to the 3rd floor, Xiao located the office and opened the treasure chest. Running shoes? He extracted a pair of pink athletic footwear. Running shoes increases movement speed by 10. The footwear is designed to automatically conform to the size of one's feet, offering a comfortable and breathable experience that prevents unpleasant odors. It enhances movement speed by 10%, and with these shoes, I am confident I can sprint the 100 meters in under 10 seconds. Xiao eagerly donned the shoes, which indeed conformed perfectly to his feet, providing exceptional comfort. Despite their somewhat pastel hue, I could discern no other flaws. Is this what it feels like to increase one's speed? My body felt significantly lighter, and I became much more agile, ascending stairs with remarkable speed. After a casual search yielded no useful supplies, Xiao promptly retraced his steps. On his way, he had spotted a water truck. He hurried back to the vehicle, pulled the hose free, and opened a valve to release the water. The water was clear, likely sourced from the municipal supply. A transparent gauge on the water tank indicated that 8 tons remained. Xiao opened the cab door to find the key still in the ignition. Excellent. After some deliberation, he managed to start the water truck, marking his inaugural experience driving such a large vehicle. Accompanied by the familiar sound of the truck's melody, he triumphantly drove it back. As the 4th compartment swung open, Xiao pulled the hose into the tank's inlet. The hose's length proved sufficient. Otherwise, it would have been inadequate. He opened the valve once more, smirking at the thought of the peach tree. There was no way 8 tons wouldn't suffice to nourish it. Watching the gauge rise steadily, Xiao placed his hands on his hips, nodding in satisfaction. After clearing out the useless items from his interface bracelet, he ventured onto the street to gather car wreckage. Regrettably, the bracelet's weight limit of 400 kilograms prevented him from transporting an entire vehicle. If only he could haul back all the derelict cars scattered about and deposit them in the material collection area. What a delightful thought. Such treasures would serve as upgrade materials. After laboring tirelessly, Xiao returned to check the water gauge, only to feel as though the sky had fallen. Chapter 46. Cognitive Pitfalls. The water meter displayed a storage capacity of 1 liter. The 8 tons of water in the sprinkler truck had completely evaporated. At least it was not an insatiable abyss. There was a glimmer of hope. Xiao comforted himself with this thought. The peach saplings had absorbed the 8 tons of water, their leaves growing broader, with 2 new tender green leaves sprouting, glistening with moisture. Xiao approached the initial carriage, discarding the automobile wreckage he had salvaged into the input area. Metal, 1290, 600 kilograms. Plastic, 370, 300 kilograms. Wood, 9, 200 kilograms. Train tokens, 0, 10 pieces. The metal and plastic were sufficient. There was no time to waste. It was time to upgrade to level 12. Xiao designated the entire initial carriage as the input area, and all the accumulated would instantly vanish, totaling 198 kilograms. With 10 train tokens at hand, Xiao took a deep breath and clicked to upgrade. Level 12. At last, he was on par with Kongyu. Acquired an ordinary carriage, it was merely an addition of 1 carriage, without unlocking any new functionalities. No way. Suddenly, Xiao recalled something and hurriedly opened his personal profile. Conductor, Xiao, level 12, number of carriages, 12, initial carriage 1, refrigerated carriage 1, planning carriage 1, gravity carriage 1, ordinary carriages 8, modifications, dynamic concealment, power enhancement. Essential for the indolent, treasure hunter, early departure. This is art. Clicking on the details of each carriage revealed that they could be disassembled. Xiao inhaled deeply. Indeed, the number of carriages never indicated 1S level. He believed that no one would willingly disassemble the carriages earned through arduous upgrades. Since only upgrades could increase the number of carriages, in his subconscious, he thought that the more carriages, the better, leading him into a cognitive trap. What level was Kongyu, after all? What was the maximum level? After laboriously reaching level 12, he found himself confronted with even more questions. In comparison to previous generations, he realized he was still too weak. Xiao had little faith in either Kongyu or Xiao. Relying on others was precarious. The only dependable support was oneself. Strengthening oneself was imperative. Only by being formidable could he avoid being manipulated by this group. The hope of using a costume card seemed futile. The purpose of the Qingdong silver coins remained unknown. The 8th level treasure chest lacked a key to unlock it. There was no telling when the peach saplings would mature. Xiao let out a long sigh. He needed more train tokens to enhance his strength. The dimensional bracelet required train tokens for upgrades. Upgrading the gravity carriage and unlocking exclusive equipment also demanded train tokens. Motorcycles and train modifications required train tokens as well. Xiao opened a private chat and messaged Shijin. Would you like more train tokens? What are you planning? Xiao disclosed his new discovery to Shijin. Your arrival rewards are based on your level, so having so many empty carriages is utterly pointless. After level 10, the materials required for upgrades not only double, but also necessitate 10 train tokens. Thus, the earlier you upgrade, the more train coins you shall receive. If you ascend 10 levels today, tomorrow you will obtain 5 train coins. Reflect on this, my dear ally. After brainwashing Shijin, Xiao examined the newly refreshed modifications at level 12. Basic restroom components. Acquire a train-exclusive showerhead, wash basin, toilet, and concealed external water tank, 5 train coins. Universal remedy. Obtain a train-exclusive kettle, 1 train coin. Prominent package. Account linked. Your messages in the chat room will be pinned. And the number of messages increased by 10, 5 train coins. Are restroom components available again? It appears that modifications can indeed repeat. Xiao had always believed that modifications were unique. With only 19 train coins remaining and the winter season concluding tonight, the 16 train coins provided by Kong are temporarily untouchable, reserved for the baseline during the wind season. For now, Modification shall be paused. Xiao waved his hand to dismiss the light screen. Is this how it is? After reviewing the message from Xiao, Shijian opened her personal information. It truly can be decomposed. Understanding Xiao's implication, Shijian decisively clicked to decompose. After all her possessions were in the first 2 carriages, while the latter 2 were entirely vacant. Decomposition is not possible while the train is in motion. Upon seeing Shijian's message, Xiao slapped his forehead, having forgotten that this individual was at level 4 and had already departed at midnight. He detached the water hose from the sprinkler cart and closed the train doors, handing 2 packets of instant noodles to Shijian. Xiao continued to scavenge on the streets for materials required for upgrading. At 2 o'clock, the train set off. Xiao heated a bag of roasted chicken in the oven, accompanied by lemon water, casually nibbling on some canned goods. He discarded the plastic from the transactions into the feeding area, and the long-forgotten broadcast resonated. Good afternoon. Esteemed train conductors, a seasonal transition will occur at midnight tonight. The upcoming season is the wind season. During the wind season, departing the train requires spending train coins, with varying amounts needed at different stations. The wind season has arrived. So that is the case. It necessitates spending train coins to set off. If one encounters a world devoid of resources or fraught with peril and lacks train coins to depart, are they merely left to languish there? The number of train coins required for departure varies across different worlds. How intriguing. I wonder if the 16 train coins provided by Calm will suffice. Tomorrow, I shall assist Shijian in swiftly reaching level 10, thereby enabling her to earn 5 train coins daily. In the chat room, online members, 793, though few in number. The chat room remained lively. What is happening? Another seasonal change? Will the temperature rise? My feet are frozen to the bone. It requires train coins to set off? Damn, I spent my last coin on food, what a hassle. Whoever gives me train coins, I shall serve as their loyal dog. Seeking a master online, Xiao closed the chat room and checked his first stop for the wind season. Current stop, Fiery Hot Pot Restaurant, single-person station. This station requires 3 train coins for departure. This station is within a world of bizarre rules, containing hidden regulations. For each infraction, 1 train token shall be deducted. Should the train tokens prove insufficient, a random organ will be forfeited. Danger level 4. Note, the impoverished are assigned a danger level of 10. Upon successfully consuming the vibrant and sumptuous set meal within the establishment, one shall be awarded a level 3 treasure chest, which may yield 12 train tokens or a face-changing prop. For detailed hidden rules, please click here. In the realm of rule-related horror stories, is it true that for every violation of a hidden rule, 1 train token is deducted? This seems utterly absurd. Xiao clicked to discover the hidden rules. Rule 1. Do not add water yourself. When the waiter refills your glass, opt for orange juice. Rule 2. Do not immerse vegetables in the red pot of the dual-flavor hot pot. Rule 3. When taking condiments, do not add more than 5 types in a single bowl. Rule 4. Do not place shrimp rolls into the pot yourself. Rule 5. Should a waiter invite you to sample a new dish, do not decline. Rule 6. If your chopsticks fall to the ground, do not retrieve them yourself. Request a new pair from the waiter. Rule 7. If a waiter in a red apron refills your glass, choose sour plum juice. Rule 8. Do not use the leftmost stall in the restroom. Rule 9. Avoid engaging in conflicts with others within the establishment. Rule 10. Ensure to settle your bill before departing. A total of 10 rules, and as Xiao read on, a sense of dread enveloped him. This establishment is undoubtedly a den of iniquity. Each rule is easily transgressed, as if the words robbery were inscribed upon its fade. Were it not for the station's forewarning, even 10 pairs of undergarments would be insufficient to cover the losses. Xiao felt as though he had returned to the eve of graduation examinations. However, this time, he possessed the answers to the test in advance. Chapter 47. The boisterous hot pot restaurant in a cramped and dimly lit room. There were merely 2 bunk beds and a single table. The sounds of snoring, teeth grinding, and murmured dreams filled the air. Despite the presence of only 4 individuals, the atmosphere was remarkably lively. Knock, knock, knock. Someone gently tapped on the door 3 times. Laosi abruptly opened his eyes and sprang up from his bed like a carp leaping from water, startling Zhang Bao, who was beneath him. It's time. Zhang Baobao's slumber was disrupted, and in annoyance, he kicked the bed frame above him. Old boss, it's time to work. If you sleep in, there won't be any breakfast left. Who gives a damn about that wretched breakfast? I want to sleep a little longer. Old boss, if you skip breakfast, you'll have to wait for dinner. With a grunt of discontent, Zhang Baobao reluctantly threw off the covers. Damn it, I've never suffered like this in my life. Wake up Lao Er and Lao San. All right, old boss. The four of them dressed and made their way to the staff cafeteria, queuing to receive their breakfast. A bowl of porridge resembling clear water, a somewhat sour steamed bun that had been left over for several days, and a small dish of excessively salty pickles awaited them. 3 days prior, they had arrived at this station. Upon discovering it was a hot pot restaurant, they had indulged in a feast, only to end up owing dozens of train tokens. Just as they were about to have their organs deducted, the manager appeared. He offered Zhang Baobao and his companions an alternative, a contract of servitude, allowing them to remain at the restaurant to repay their debts. Every day, with this fare, we want to earn a single token before starving, grumbled the old boss. Indeed, old boss, perhaps we should escape, chimed in Lao San and Lao Si in unison. Escape? Where we go? Our contracts are in their hands. Have you forgotten? We've sold our souls. Our lives depend on their whims. The thought of their inhuman manager made them shudder. Lao Er, a large fellow and a stutterer who rarely spoke, had already quietly finished his breakfast. After just 3 days, he appeared somewhat gaunt from hunger. Zhang Baobao tossed the bun to Lao Er. You eat it. I don't care for it. Thank you, old boss. Lao San quickly reached out, attempting to take half of it, but withdrew his hand with a glare from Zhang Baobao. Just then, the supervisor entered, pointing at Lao Er. We're short on kitchen staff. You'll be transferred to the back to assist with food preparation. The supervisor then turned to Zhang Baobao. There are guests in the private room on the 2nd floor today. You are responsible for their service. Now, hurry up and finish your meal so you can get to work. With that, the supervisor left. Old boss. Lao Er seems a bit anxious being assigned alone. Zhang Baobao patted his shoulder. Go on. It's nothing to worry about. I trust you. If it were Lao San going, I wouldn't feel the same. Lao San pao that. Yesterday in the kitchen, a woman got caught stealing food. Her fate was quite miserable. They turned her into mapo tofu. Lao San, Lao Si, keep your eyes sharp in the dining area. Let us work diligently, ensnare more patrons, and reclaim our damned contracts. This cursed place is no place for humans. Understood. Old boss. In a private room on the 2nd floor, listening to the rain pavilion. Hello, I apologize for the interruption, esteemed guests. The dual-flavor hot pot and lubricating oil have arrived. Zhang Baobao carefully placed the pot on the stove and turned on the heating switch. This is a cold dish, featuring spiral shells and nuts, 5-spice button batteries, and a cold mix display. The hot pot ingredients will arrive shortly. He poured 98-octane gasoline into their cups, wiped the sweat from his brow, and smiled as he exited the private room. Goodness, the clientele is becoming increasingly peculiar. Just the day before, a group of octopus-headed patrons arrived, and today, there are robots, with gasoline, motor oil, and batteries. Won't this lead to an explosion? This supervisor must be trying to get me killed. Old Four stumbled and scrambled to Zhang Baobao's side. What's wrong? Why the panic? How many times must I remind you to remain calm and composed? Xiao. Xiao is here. What? That brat? Zhang Baobao approached the staircase and followed Old Four's pointing finger, confirming it was indeed Xiao. What should we do, boss? What do you mean, what should we do? That kid used to sell ice water and cotton quilts. He must have plenty of train tokens on him. We need to extort him thoroughly. Our ability to redeem our contract depends on him. You and Old Three be clever about it. Take turns dealing with him. I'm tied up here, so it's all on you too. Don't worry, boss. We'll make sure he's left with nothing. At 7:50, the train came to a halt. Xiao opened the door to find himself enveloped in darkness, unable to see his own hand. The only illumination came from the hot pot restaurant ahead, glowing vibrantly. The entrance was adorned with a pair of stone lions, each holding a red lantern. Standing at the door was a waitress in a black apron, her face adorned with a professional smile. As Xiao stepped forward, the waitress bent in a courteous bow. Hello, welcome to the Red Hot Pot Restaurant. Hello, beautiful. Sir, Would you like to dine with us? Xiao smiled, of course. He followed the waitress into the establishment. Inside, the restaurant featured wooden tables and chairs, with lanterns hanging from the wooden beams, exuding a classical decor style. Xiao chose a spot against the wall to sit down. What does your red hot pot set include, and how is it priced? Hello, sir. This set includes complimentary condiments, 1 portion of inyong broth, 12 types of meat such as fatty beef rolls, lamb rolls, beef tripe, and shrimp paste, as well as 12 types of vegetables including frozen tofu, crispy rolls, enoki mushrooms, spinach, and vermicelli. As a new customer, you can enjoy a half-price discount on your first order, just 1 train token. Wonderful. This set covers all bases. It's simply splendid. Xiao nodded. I'll take that. Very well, sir. Please wait a moment while I prepare your meal. Seizing the opportunity while waiting, Xiao stood to visit the condiment area. The selection of condiments was impressively comprehensive, even featuring some he had never encountered before. Rule 3. When taking condiments. 1 bowl cannot contain more than 5 types of condiments. Xiao filled a bowl with fatty beef sauce and added some minced celery. Ah, you seem unfamiliar here. Is this your first visit? You absolutely must try our signature honey sauce. A man, donning a mask and cradling a wooden bucket, approached Xiao. A vibrant and distinctive flavor. You won't find this elsewhere. Xiao cast a glance into the bucket filled with condiments. Small chili peppers, cilantro, fragrant celery, minced garlic, dried shrimp, aromatic vinegar, and rich beef sauce. More than 5 types of seasonings were evident at a mere glance. Come, allow me to serve you a spoonful. Old Four's eyes sparkled with excitement as he scooped a spoonful of the mixture, ready to pour it into Xiao's bowl. Chapter 48. The manager, just as the condiments were about to be poured into Xiao's bowl, he deftly flicked his middle finger, sending the bowl flying across the room. The 4th attendant was momentarily stunned, and a spoonful of seasoning spilled onto the floor. I apologize, my hand trembled slightly, he said. The supervisor, hearing the commotion, hurried over to apologize to Xiao and instructed the 4th attendant to clean up the mess. What a truly unscrupulous establishment, constantly scheming to ensnare its patrons in violations. Xiao cast a glance at the 4th attendant, who was on the floor, tidying up, and prepared a new serving of condiments. Upon returning to his seat, the hot pot base had already been set up, a delightful inyong pot, 1 side red and the other white. Rule 2. Do not cook vegetables in the red side of the inyong pot. Various ingredients were brought out in succession. Xiao surveyed the spread and felt relieved. This amount was manageable. Had there been an excess, he would have had to contemplate utilizing the boundary bracelet. The station's announcement indicated that one must finish the set meal to earn a Tier 3 treasure chest, so it was best not to take any risks. There was, after all, no time constraint. He could savor the meal at leisure. Good sir, may I offer you a drink? Rule 1. Do not add water yourself. When the server offers to refill, opt for orange juice. Orange juice? Thank you, lovely lady. You're welcome. Feel free to call me if you need anything. The restaurant was bustling with diners, and Xiao couldn't discern whether they were real patrons or mere NPCs. He lifted a plate of lamb rolls and promptly dumped them all into the pot. Hey, second brother, what dishes do we have for today's tasting? Never mind. I'll check myself. The 3rd attendant ventured into the kitchen and spotted a plate containing something resembling sea cucumbers, drenched in a thick yellow sauce. Approaching for a closer look, he exclaimed, Goodness, is that pulled silk rebar? Has the Minister of Justice concocted yet another novel dish? He recalled the day they arrived when the server had presented a plate of large intestine sashimi, claiming it was a new offering for their enjoyment. They had rightly declined, and 4 train tokens had vanished as a result. This pulled silk rebar was indeed quite audacious. Xiao, you hurry. There's a new dish today. Help your brother and serve it to table 10. Tomorrow, I'll give you half of my steam bun. Really? Don't you dare deceive me. If I do, I'm a dog raised by a harlot, the 3rd attendant vowed, patting his chest in assurance. Xiao Yu, elated, carried the plate towards table 10. The 3rd attendant and the 4th attendant hid in a corner, peering at Xiao. The restaurant's hidden rule number 5. If a server offers you a taste of a new dish, do not refuse. How does one even eat pulled silk rebar? He will certainly refuse that, the 3rd attendant mused, knowing they would have to break the rules this time, chuckling to himself. Just as Xiao Yu departed, Zhang Bao rushed into the kitchen. What's going on? YISNT, the pulled silk rebar from Listening Rain Pavilion ready yet. The guests are getting impatient. It's ready. It's just sitting there. Wait, didn't you take it? Zhang Bao was perplexed, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. At that moment, the second attendant arrived, stammering, "BB boss, over there." Following the direction of the second attendant's finger, Zhang Bao saw Xiao Yu carrying a plate toward Xiao. The plate contained the very pulled silk rebar in question. Oh dear. He rushed out. Xiao was busy cooking spinach when a server approached, carrying a plate of dark, unidentifiable food. "Greetings, sir. This is us." Before Xiao Yu could finish speaking, Zhang Bao rushed in from the side, snatching the plate away with great haste. Without a moment's pause, he turned and departed swiftly. Upon catching a fleeting glimpse of that familiar face, Xiao felt a sense of recognition. Yet he could not recall where he had encountered this person before. "Ah, it's nothing, sir," Xiao Yu said, turning to leave. "Wait," Xiao called out to her. "Please help me order some shrimp paste." Rule 4. Do not order shrimp paste for yourself. Isn't that the boss? Why did he take the rebar? What is going on? "I have no idea," replied the third and fourth colleagues, exchanging bewildered glances. "What is happening? Why is Xiao Yu helping him order shrimp paste? What on earth is she doing? What are you two doing?" Their supervisor emerged from behind them, delivering a swift kick to each. "Everyone else is busy while you two are slacking off. Get back to work. You go clean the restroom. A guest has vomited in there. Damn it, that foolish supervisor only knows how to be harsh with us. Hey, what are you doing? It's full, but you're still pouring. My apologies, my apologies." The third brother hurriedly apologized to the guest. Is the sour plum soup good? Not a single train token left. Speaking of which, why does that guy have such a fondness for orange juice? He essayed several cups. Is it sheer luck or just coincidence? The third brother entered the kitchen, exchanged his apron for a red one, and stealthily approached Xiao. "Handsome, may I get you some more orange juice?" A server in a red apron? Rule 7. If the server wearing a red apron brings you water, choose sour plum soup. Xiao raised his hand to cover his cup. "I'll have a cup of sour plum soup." The third brother maintained his smile, pouring Xiao a glass. What's the deal with this guy? Why does he always choose correctly? After sipping the sour plum soup, Xiao felt a refreshing tang that cleared his palate. The contrast of hot and cold is a bit unsettling for my stomach. He thought he could hold off going to the restroom until his meal was finished, but alas, he could not withstand it any longer. In the restroom, the fourth brother was scrubbing the toilet. Damn it, the vomit is everywhere. And now there's feces all over too. These people are truly insufferable. He wiped the sweat from his brow, uncertain about how things were going for the third brother. I must keep watch here. If Xiao comes in, I'll trick him into using the leftmost stall. Store's hidden rule number 8. Do not use the leftmost stall in the restroom. Just as he thought of this, Xiao poked his head in. "Hey, aren't you the one who was preparing the condiments? What are you doing scrubbing toilets?" Our establishment believes in the maxim that those who can work more should do so, and the more one works, the more one earns, haha. The fourth brother scratched the back of his head. "You can use this one, this stall is clean." He opened the door to the leftmost stall, which indeed appeared tidy. Then I want to be polite. A stout man rushed in without a second thought. Hey, brother, he arrived first, step aside, you filthy worker." The stout man shoved the fourth brother aside, while Xiao simply sidestepped to let him pass. Rule 8. Do not use the leftmost stall in the restroom. Rule 9. Avoid conflicts with others in the establishment. The stout man snorted coldly and entered the restroom, locking the door behind him. A torrent ensued. The stench was unbearable. Xiao covered his nose, while Lao Si raised his hand to do the same. Xiao pointed at Lao Si's gloves, remarking, "You have some sauce on your gloves." Lao Si responded with confusion. After the stout man exited, Xiao took the opportunity to use the middle stall. Upon returning to his seat, he discovered that his chopsticks had fallen to the floor. Rule 6. If your chopsticks fall on the ground, do not pick them up yourself. Ask the waiter for a new pair. It was peculiar how the chopsticks could have fallen. It seemed someone had deliberately knocked them down. Xiao called for the waiter to bring him a new pair. Thus, he managed to enjoy his hot pot without further incident. After a brief respite, he rose to approach the cash register to settle his bill. Only one rule remained. Rule 10. Please ensure to leave after paying. Upon settling the bill, he would be rewarded with a level 3 treasure chest. Xiao pulled out a train token and placed it on the table to pay. Just then, the supervisor suddenly rushed out, exclaiming, "The manager is coming. Quick, line up. Line up." The manager? He hurriedly complied as all the staff, including the supervisor, formed an orderly line, greeting in unison, "Good day, manager." Xiao turned towards the entrance, where a tall woman appeared, clad in a black, form-fitting dress. Complemented by matching high heels and a handbag, she was strikingly adorned with a wide-brimmed hat that obscured her entire face. Although her dress concealed much of her figure, the delicate fingers, the elegantly arched instep, and a hint of collarbone visible beneath the sheer lace skirt unmistakably signified her as an exquisite beauty. The click of her high heels against the floor resonated with an air of opulence. Chapter 49. The Black Sheep. As she stepped into the elevator, her figure vanished from the sight of the surrounding employees, who subsequently dispersed and returned to their respective duties. "Is that your store manager?" Xiao casually inquired of the cashier. "You seem quite intimidated by her." "We are merely showing respect," the cashier replied with a chuckle. "Respect to the point of trembling?" Xiao jested. "Let us settle the bill." He slid the train token forward, eager to complete the transaction and claim his treasure chest. Just as the cashier reached for the token, a hand pressed down upon it. It was the supervisor. He pushed the token back, saying, "Sir, allow me to treat you this time. Consider it a gesture of friendship." "Friendship is all well and good," Xiao insisted, pushing the token back. "But this bill must be settled." With a smile, he continued, "I appreciate the offer for next time, but for the first encounter, not paying would be rather impolite." It was evident that the supervisor's interruption was an attempt to lead him astray. Unable to persist, Xiao successfully completed the payment. The supervisor's demeanor instantly brightened. "Congratulations. You have successfully enjoyed the vibrant meal without breaching any rules and have earned a level 3 treasure chest." The staff promptly gathered around, applauding and celebrating. Some held a banner that boldly proclaimed, "You are impressive." Xiao feigned surprise, exclaiming, "Wow, is that true? Is there really a treasure chest? How am I so amazing?" Naturally, the chest was to be claimed in the manager's office. This cannot bode well, Xiao thought, but for the sake of the treasure. He had no choice but to follow the supervisor into the elevator. Other diners appeared oblivious, continuing with their meals as if nothing unusual was happening. What is going on? Could they not see the manager's arrival either? Upon reaching the 3rd floor, the elevator doors opened to reveal an opulently decorated office. The manager sat in a magenta throne, facing away from them. The supervisor respectfully exited the room as the elevator descended. Noticing the silence, Xiao took the initiative to speak. "Good day, manager. I am here to claim my treasure chest." After many years, had a rule-abiding train conductor finally emerged? The manager's voice, however, was unexpectedly high-pitched, sounding almost like a caricature of femininity, even more so than those of the likes of Xiao and Miao Miao. The tone seemed incongruous with her appearance. As the manager turned around and removed her wide-brimmed hat, it floated gracefully onto a solid wood coat rack. Xiao inhaled sharply. Beneath the hat was a head resembling that of a black sheep, with a pair of golden slit pupils fixated on him, eerily rotating. "Are you frightened?" she queried. Xiao shook his head, replying, "No, just quite surprised." The manager lifted her leg, and her high-heeled shoe unfastened itself, floating to the shoe rack. Though it was somewhat impolite, Xiao found himself captivated. She possessed delicate, pale human feet, with black painted toenails and a prominent arch. "What? Do you think I have only 3 toes?" she teased. No, it is merely a matter of personal preference. Why are there so many foot fetishists among men? Appreciating beautiful things is our nature." The manager chuckled softly, then shifted the conversation. "No one can finish a hot pot without breaking a rule. Of course, you're not the first. There was a conductor before you who, like you, managed to complete a hot pot meal without breaking any rules." The manager stood up, and the zipper of her black corseted dress slid down automatically. She mentioned something about a module. What was it? It has been so long that I can hardly recall. It seemed to be something. Station announcement. As the manager's long dress fell away, it revealed her alabaster form, reminiscent of a lamb. "Are you perhaps relying on this module as well?" "Welcome back, everyone. This way, please. Watch your step on the stairs." Zhang Bao wiped his sweat, finally managing to usher these robotic gentlemen away. It's best if they don't return. Serving you is far too perilous. If it weren't for promptly retrieving the threaded steel, those gentlemen would have surely gone berserk. Zhang Baobao returned to the private room and began tidying up. What a set of teeth, eating threaded steel as if it were a banana. Train tokens? Each robot's seat held a train token. Zhang Baobao's eyes sparkled upon seeing it. A tip. Noticing no one outside, he hurriedly closed the door. He mustn't let the stern supervisor see, or they would be confiscated. These gentlemen are quite generous. If they were to come often, I might secure my livelihood. Speaking of which, I wonder how Lao San and Lao Si are faring. Suddenly, the door swung open with a bang. Zhang Baobao, busy collecting the train tokens, was startled, causing him to drop them all on the floor. Boss, it's a disaster. Everything is ruined. Seeing that it was Lao Si, Zhang Baobao let out a sigh of relief. How many times must I say it? Steady, steady, steady. Why can't you learn? He crouched beneath the table, reaching for the scattered tokens. Xiao, that fellow, didn't he break a single rule and clear the level unscathed? What? He even received a level 3 treasure chest. He just went to the manager's office, and I suspect she is bestowing the treasure upon him right now. Goodness. Zhang Baobao, filled with excitement, lifted his head and bumped into the table. In the office, Xiao sat in the manager's kingly chair. The manager, clad only in black lingerie, nestled in his lap, wept incessantly, her tears staining his clothes. She spoke of seeking a way to rescue her from this place, claiming she would return to take him with her. A liar, a liar. All men are liars. Xiao found himself ensnared, unable to move. In that moment, he understood. It was merely a cliché detail of a man's betrayal of a woman's heart. Previously, there was a man with a station announcement module like his, who finished a hot pot without breaking any rules and captured the manager's heart in the process. That man had since departed, never to return. Now, he faced nothing more than a sorrowful woman. Manager, please tell me his name and what he looks like. Once I arrive in the new world, I will certainly locate him and bring him back for you. Even if he is deceased, I will find his son or grandson. Noticing her gaze turning fierce, Xiao hurriedly corrected himself. Nonsense. A man like that wouldn't have anyone to bear his children. Even if he were reduced to ashes, I would still return with that handful of ashes to plaster on your wall for your amusement. I do not require that, the manager said, donning a pair of delicate black lace gloves, her fingers gently brushing against Xiao's cheek. You are just as handsome as he is. Stay with me. Accompany me. I can provide you with whatever you desire. Xiao remained silent for a long while before asking, have you attained what you yearn for? The manager's golden vertical pupils grew cold, and she swiftly grasped Xiao's neck. His face flushed crimson as he stammered, Manager, why did you put on gloves before touching my face? This remark utterly infuriated the manager. With a flick of her wrist, she sent Xiao flying across the room. Cough, cough, cough. Xiao struggled to rise from the carpet, feeling the restraints that had bound him vanish. I do not trust you. The manager crouched before Xiao, her right index finger beckoning a piece of parchment glowing with a green light to glide across the table. Sign this contract, and I shall grant you your freedom. Go to the new world and help me find him. A contract? It does not appear to be anything good. Xiao lifted his face, smiling. I suspect he did not sign such a contract with you either. The manager inhaled deeply. A curved black horn sprouted from her forehead, emanating a beam of dark light that pierced through the ground. You had best refrain from provoking me further, little imp. Downstairs, a butcher was struck through the head by the dark light, his brain matter spilling onto the cutting board. It's over. The manager is furious. Run. Chapter 50. The details in the photograph, boss. What shall we do now? What can we do? He has gone to claim the treasure chest. Soon enough. He'll be gone. What do you suggest? A preemptive strike. Oldford made a gesture as if to slit a throat. What are you thinking? The store rules dictate that we can only use hidden rules to induce errors. We cannot act in a manner detrimental to the guests outside of the established regulations. Boss, you seem quite familiar with the store's regulations. With a sudden crash, the door was thrust open by the supervisor. The guests have left ages ago. How long will it take to tidy up? He cast a glance at Oldford. What are you doing here? Did you clean the restroom? Are you slacking off again? You want TB eating dinner tonight. Just then, a beam of dark light shot down from above, piercing the supervisor's heart. He glanced down at the emptiness of his chest, and with a loud thud, he fell backward. What the hell is happening? Zhang Baobao looked up, grabbing old Four's hand and fleeing. The office upstairs belongs to the manager. She is furious. They tumbled down the stairs, where the employees had gathered at the entrance, their expressions fraught with panic. Zhang Baobao steadied the last one to escape, old two, and asked, "Are you all right?" "And no, it's fine. Old Wang is gone." Zhang Baobao patted his shoulder. "As long as you're okay." "And old three?" "I'm right here." Old three waved from the outer circle. "This fellow, when trouble arises, runs faster than anyone." "Boss, what is going on?" "Xiao hasn't been killed, has he?" "What has that guy done?" "Didn't he go to claim the treasure chest?" "Why has it caused such a commotion?" "Are you asking me?" "Yes. Can't you think for yourself?" "Should I go up and ask the manager for you?" Old Four muttered softly, "That might not be necessary." Before long, the elevator ascended. Everyone watched the rising elevator, their anxiety palpable. Ding! The elevator doors opened, and the manager stepped out, still clad in her previous attire, her demeanor poised and elegant. There was no sign of Xiao. Suddenly, someone shouted from behind them, "Damn you, you unreasonable old hag." Zhang Baobao and the others were left bewildered, turning to see Xiao standing in the train behind them. What is happening? What on earth occurred? The manager exited the store, and the crowd parted for her. Approaching Xiao's train, she reached out as if to touch it, but found nothing but air. She could not reach the train. She was bound here. Though her hat obscured her face, Xiao could discern her disappointment from her movements. She had mentioned that the man sought a way to rescue her from this place, indicating that she too wished to escape. Was it a desire to break free from her constraints, or a longing to be with that man? Which sentiment held greater weight? The manager silently withdrew her hand. "Your escape methods are quite intriguing." "Just kidding. Have you heard of module cards or anchor point retrospection? I can disregard any of your rules, you know." It is precisely because of this that Xiao dared to linger there for such an extended period. "If you trust me, reveal his name, and I shall certainly assist you in searching for him, though I cannot guarantee success. If you doubt me, I shall take my leave, and you may continue to wait. Perhaps one day he will indeed return to fetch you. I require you to sign a contract. Farewell." As Xiao closed the car door, the train began to emit a brilliant white light. The shopkeeper was momentarily stunned, instinctively raising her hand to retain him. She did not anticipate his resolute demeanor. A smirk played upon Xiao's lips. The white light was merely a dynamic cloaking simulation, not the genuine light of departure. Xiao reopened the car door, inquiring, "So, can we have a proper discussion this time?" Realizing she had been outmaneuvered, the shopkeeper felt a surge of delight. Laughing heartily, "Ha ha ha!" With a wave of her hand, the level 3 treasure chest materialized on the ground. "Two of you move it inside." The employees exchanged glances, ultimately pushing Zhang Baobao and Lao Si forward. Upon recognizing the newcomers, Xiao was momentarily taken aback. "Zhang Baobao, it was you who snatched away that peculiar item earlier. No wonder you seemed familiar, though I could not recall where I had seen you. In truth, I had only glimpsed your profile photograph." Zhang Baobao, noticing Xiao had recognized him, took the initiative to speak. "Xiao Gu, not seeing you for a day feels like 3 autumns. I've been busy on the 2nd floor and haven't seen you. Have you forgotten me so quickly?" "I am Baobao, Zhang Baobao." The shopkeeper interjected. "Oh, you know him? Is he your friend?" Zhang Baobao swallowed hard, pressing his lips together to form a faint smile, repeatedly winking at Xiao. Xiao replied with a smile. "I do not know him. We have never met." Zhang Baobao's expression instantly shifted to one of despair. After verifying the contents of the treasure chest, Xiao turned to the shopkeeper and stated, "I am assisting you. Should you not also extend a favor to me? Speak. On the journey, I require some provisions and intelligence. I need to gather some resources." He rubbed his thumb against his index and middle fingers, making a gesture that indicated he sought funds. With a wave of her hand, the shopkeeper summoned train coins from the pockets, sleeves, and shoes of several employees. Zhang Baobao watched helplessly as the coins flew away. unable to intervene, forced to remain a mere spectator. These are not on the books, there are no records. I cannot touch what belongs to the shop, she explained. Xiao squinted, unable to discern the truth of her words. With furrowed brows, Xiao reluctantly accepted the 14 train coins. Will it be a small sum then? There's one more matter. I have no food on the car. The shop's ingredients must be purchased with train coins, and they are all accounted for. Frustrated, Xiao pressed further. What about the food scraps? Surely, they are not recorded. Go fetch him the scraps. At the shopkeeper's command, Zhang Bao and the others went to retrieve the food scraps. Hold on, Xiao called out to them. Bring over a water hose as well. Summoning a light curtain, Xiao spent 5 train coins to construct another restroom, acquiring a 5th external water tank with a maximum capacity of 15 tons. Xiao inserted the water pipe into the filling port. Observing the numbers on the water meter rise steadily, he exhaled in relief. It seemed that the previous 8 tons of water had quenched the thirst of the peach saplings. For this time, they did not absorb the new influx. Xiao opened the door to an empty car compartment, allowing them to transport the waste water inside. One could only wonder how much miraculous and versatile fertilizer could be produced from this. Once the water was filled and the waste water fully transported, Xiao closed the door and prepared to depart. The store manager produced a photograph and handed it personally to Xiao. Receiving the photo, he smiled and remarked, I cannot guarantee the completion of the task. The manager said nothing and turned to leave. Wait, is there anything else? Do you know what one receives upon collecting all 12 zodiac silver coins? I do not know. She paused for a few seconds. But I possess one. The manager turned back, her fingertip pinching a silver coin. With a flick of her wrist, the coin flew into the photograph. Find him. Let his blood drop upon the photograph, and the seal shall be broken. In the office, Zhang Bao stood at the door with his head lowered. You hosted the guests quite well today. The supervisor is gone. I require a new one. The previous hidden rules are null and void. This is the new regulation. Please announce this to the other employees. Understood, manager. Zhang Bao took the note and exited the room. Meanwhile, Xiao sat on the sofa, examining the photograph given by the manager. She too was unaware of what one might obtain by collecting the silver coins, or perhaps she simply chose not to divulge that information. In the upper left corner of the photograph was a prominent Haiju silver coin, the very one sealed within by the manager. She likely feared that if he departed, he would not assist her in locating someone. Without this coin, Xiao might not have been inclined to search for anyone. His own affairs were already overwhelming. The photograph depicted a man and a woman. The man had striking eyebrows and bright eyes, exuding an air of elegance. Beside him, the woman was lively and spirited, a teardrop mole gracing her left eye. She leaned slightly against the man's shoulder, playfully forming a yay gesture with her hand, her smile radiant. Is this the manager? It seemed she was not always the head of the sheep. Xiao flipped the photograph over, discovering an inscription, to be forever together with Zhang Ziyuan, forever and ever. Zhang Ziyuan. Xiao stroked his chin, continuing to scrutinize the photograph, seeking more details. The backdrop was a bedroom, with the couple seated on the bed. On the nightstand in the lower left corner rested an object. What is this? Xiao leaned in for a closer look. The shape seemed somewhat familiar. He retrieved the badge given to him by Xiao, noting that it bore an identical form to the item in the photograph. Chapter 51. Must we refrain from acting independently in the coming days? Xiao exhaled deeply. No wonder he had always felt that something was amiss. According to the store manager, Zhang Ziyuan was merely a newcomer during the 4th session. Yet, he had told the manager that he would venture to the new world to find a way to rescue her and return to take her away. How could a mere novice be aware of the existence of the new world? Before encountering Kong Yu and Xia Yuan, he had never even contemplated the possibility of such a realm. Upon seeing the badge, Qi Zhao's confusion finally dissipated. He had encountered individuals from previous sessions, just like myself. This badge must have been bestowed upon him by someone from the Order of the Celestial Kingdom, which explained his knowledge of the new world. Did Zhang Ziyuan join the Order upon arriving in a new world? The previous session, Kong Yu was also from that cohort. I could inquire about how long she has been in the new world during our next meeting. This would reveal how many years Zhang Ziyuan had been away from here. The manager did not disclose how many years she had waited, but judging by appearances, it must have been at least 3 to 5 years. We shall discuss it upon reaching the new world. There is no rush. Once Xiao grasped this, he stored the photograph and badge in the interdimensional bracelet and retrieved the face-changing prop. Chameleon mask. When worn, it allows one to modify their facial features at will. The mask was lightweight, comfortable, and smooth to the touch, akin to the skin of a young maiden. When Xiao donned it, it fit perfectly and felt refreshing. He approached the water tank and gazed at his reflection in the water. With a mere thought, his reflection's lips thickened, nostrils widened, double eyelids transformed into single eyelids. And with pronounced eye bags, he transformed into the visage of a middle-aged man. With another thought, pointed elven ears sprouted from his reflection, and a fairy-like maiden appeared. How marvelous! The facial transformation effect was impressive, though it was regrettable that it could not alter one's hairstyle. Otherwise, the possibilities would have been endless. After experimenting with the effect, Xiao quickly removed the mask. It was indeed a splendid prop, albeit not a permanent one. When the mask was worn, a sort of energy bar appeared in his mind. Upon wearing it, that energy bar began to diminish. Each alteration to his appearance further depleted the energy bar, and the greater the change, the more rapidly it diminished. He needed to conserve it for critical moments. After stowing away the face-changing prop, Xiao summoned the light screen. After gathering the materials capable of elevating Shijian to level 10 last night, he transferred them to her this morning. A total of 450 kilograms of metal, 225 kilograms of plastic, and 150 kilograms of wood. Xiao observed the numbers displayed on Shijian's avatar and nodded. She was quite nimble, having already ascended to level 10. Oh, my dear level 10 ally, why has the train currency yet to be credited today? Is my account malfunctioning? I have refreshed it several times to no avail. Shijian, I have exhausted my train modifications. You modified the train using my train currency? My goodness, you certainly know how to play this game. Alas, my own currency was insufficient. Besides, tomorrow I shall receive 10 train coins. I will return them to you then. Xiao fell silent for a few moments. Did you keep the train tokens needed for today's departure? Damn it, I forgot. Brother, I need 3 tokens to set off. Xiao, exasperated, sent her 2 packs of instant noodles before closing the private chat. After all, it was a safe stop. She could manage on her own for the time being. He made his way to the planting carriage, transporting the automatic composting barrel to the compartment designated for storing wastewater, pouring the refuse inside. The stench was overwhelming. Even the black wind monster refused to enter due to the pungent odor. The barrel contained approximately 50 to 60 kilograms of scraps, including vegetable leaves, meatballs, and vermicelli. With 2 barrels of wastewater poured in, the composting barrel was filled to its maximum capacity. Xiao pinched his nose and secured the lid. The composting barrel commenced its miraculous transformation into multi-purpose fertilizer. Following a brief afternoon nap, the composting barrel completed its task, producing over a pound of extraordinary fertilizer. With 30 barrels of wastewater remaining, he could potentially create up to 16 pounds. However, this quantity was insufficient to satisfy the needs of the peach saplings. Xiao accessed the trading platform to search for the miraculous fertilizer. He had previously seen others trading it, but the prices were exorbitant. 5 tokens for a 5-kilogram bag. A blatant display of greed. A few listings remained, but the prices were still steep. Xiao spent 5 train tokens to upgrade his profile. Initially hesitant to squander resources, he reconsidered. This enhancement would prove beneficial. His messages would be pinned at the top, ensuring that anyone entering the chat room would see his posts first. Additionally, the number of messages he could send increased to 20. After the upgrade, Xiao entered the chat room. Welcome VIP users to this chat room. To his surprise, the interface had transformed. The chat box now shimmered with golden hues. Xiao sent out 2 messages. 1 train token for 10 kilograms of miraculous fertilizer. Add me as a friend if you wish to trade. No bargaining. Indeed, his messages were pinned prominently, sparkling at the top of the chat room. Ignoring the myriad responses flooding in below, Xiao exited the chat room to review the next station stop. Next stop, Luminous Island, single-person station. A train token is required for departure from this station. This station is a solitary island at sea, posing no danger. At the top of the lighthouse on the island, there's a level 3 treasure chest that may yield 12 train tokens and a perpetual night lamp. On Luminous Island, Shi Jin appeared to be quite fortunate today, as a train had made a stop at Sanshan Station, where Xiao had previously acquired a supermarket for 0 tokens. A supermarket? Ah, a grand supermarket. Don't act like a fool. How should I converse with you, Sister Shi? Impressive, this is quite bold. I may have to go solo in a few days. Xiao switched off the holographic screen and exited the train. A winding road ascended to the island's peak, where the lighthouse awaited at the end. Xiao mounted his motorcycle, its energy level at 52%, still quite sufficient. As he rode, the scenery whizzed by in reverse. The desolate mountain path truly allowed Xiao to indulge his passion for riding a motorcycle. In previous attempts, he had either faced rugged stony trails that were quite uncomfortable or encountered numerous abandoned vehicles obstructing his way, preventing him from gaining any speed. In less than 10 minutes, Xiao arrived beneath the lighthouse. Without the motorcycle, relying solely on his own strength, it would have taken him at least 2 hours to ascend this height. Upon parking his motorcycle, Xiao removed his helmet and ascended the spiraling staircase to reach the summit. In the attic, he opened a treasure chest to reveal a forever bright nightlight. Accelerates plant growth. Perhaps due to the daylight, the illumination was not particularly intense. It resembled a fist-sized orb of light rather than a conventional lamp. Upon merely hearing its name, he had imagined it to be a light that could shine indefinitely. But to his surprise, it also had the capacity to hasten the growth of plants. The peach tree could certainly be classified as a plant, so it should yield some effect as well. He must hurry back to the train to test it out. At that moment, a cacophony of voices erupted from below the lighthouse. "Wow, big brother, what is that? It looks so cool," exclaimed one child. "I've never seen anything like it. It resembles the bicycle my grandfather made. Look, it has 2 wheels." Another chimed in. "This looks far more impressive than my grandfather's old bicycle. Should we take it back to show him?" Xiao leaned out, only to find 2 children surrounding his motorcycle, poking and prodding at it. "Hey, what are you doing?" Xiao shouted, startling the 2 children. "Ah, it's the train conductor, run!" they exclaimed, and the 2 darted away. One of the children, halfway through their escape, turned back, grasped the motorcycle with both hands, lifted it above his head, and then sprinted off. Xiao stood there, mouth agape, utterly astonished. "I can't believe this." Chapter 52. A house of 4 walls, is this not an island? Where on earth did these children come from? That motorcycle weighs over 350 kilograms. Are they some sort of magical beings? Xiao hastily descended from the lighthouse, donned his running shoes, and took off in pursuit. Remarkably, despite their short legs, the 2 children moved with such rapid frequency that they seemed to leave behind afterimages. Nevertheless, Xiao was not to be underestimated even under triple gravity. Bolstered by his training and the support of his running shoes, he quickly caught up with them. "Stop, you little brats, don't run away," he shouted. "4th brother, 5th brother, stop him." At the sound of the little rascal holding the motorcycle's handlebars, 2 more children sprang forth from the bushes by the roadside. One spewed fire, while the other spat water, effectively obstructing Xiao's path. Once they noticed their older brothers had run far ahead, the 2 quickly retreated back into the underbrush. Am I truly facing a band of magical beings? This sudden obstruction increased the distance between them once more. In front of a thatched cottage, the 4 children came to a halt. "Grandpa, Grandpa, Grandpa!" they exclaimed in unison. Grandpa, big brother, and 3rd brother have caused trouble again. The door of the cottage swung open, revealing a child leading a bald, stooped old man wearing sunglasses. "Grandpa, Grandpa, Grandpa!" The children leapt with excitement, rushing towards the old man. Xiao's motorcycle was carelessly tossed aside. Just then, he arrived, witnessing his motorcycle tracing a beautiful parabolic arc before crashing to the ground. Damn it! Xiao was furious, his temper boiling. The old man affectionately patted the children's heads and addressed Xiao. "I apologize, esteemed train conductor. They are still young and playful, lacking understanding. Allow me to make amends. Go, help your brother lift the motorcycle." "All right, Grandpa," the eldest replied, effortlessly raising the motorcycle. "How peculiar. It's as if I've encountered characters from a fairy tale. Xiao regained his composure and approached to inspect if the motorcycle had sustained any damage. It was not broken, but there was a noticeable scratch. 1,000 curses flew through Xiao's mind. The second child noticed where Xiao was touching and turned to the old man, saying, "Grandpa, big brother scratched the gentleman's motorcycle." The eldest was immediately indignant, ready to protest, but was silenced by the old man. "Go, bring the box from the inner room." Pouting, the eldest obediently fetched a wooden box. "I truly apologize. We have nothing to offer as compensation in this humble abode." Upon opening the box, a dozen train tokens lay within. "Please accept these." Where on earth did this old man acquire train tokens? To claim he has nothing while flaunting such a treasure is rather ironic. Xiao cleared his throat, raising a clenched fist to his mouth. "Considering your frail state, I shall accept this." He took all the tokens, totaling 18. With a glum expression, Xiao thought, "I wonder if this will be enough to repair my motorcycle." What a fortune! It could even fund modifications for 2 motorcycles. As Xiao mounted his motorcycle and prepared to leave, a thought struck him. He dismounted and approached the old man, producing a photograph given to him by the store manager. "Old man, have you seen this person?" The old gentleman took the photograph, lifted his sunglasses, and scrutinized it closely. "I recall," he remarked, returning the picture to Xiao. "He arrived 10 years ago." 10 years. Such a long span. The elder stroked his white beard. "Every decade. You train conductors gather here for a month on this island. You're the 4th wave. So, the intervals between each cohort are indeed 10 years. Wait, Kong mentioned I was part of the 5th cohort. Shouldn't this be the 5th wave?" Although Xiao felt perplexed, he chose not to ponder it further. He revved his motorcycle and turned to leave, eager to test whether the ever-bright night lamp truly worked. The second brother looked up at the old man. "Grandfather, if my memory serves me right, the chest that refreshed 10 years ago was taken away by the man in that photo, wasn't it?" When he first arrived, he rushed towards the lighthouse as if he knew there was a treasure there. Today, this person seems the same. Did he receive word about the treasure in the lighthouse attic? The elder shook his head, indicating ignorance. "Grandfather, why didn't you retrieve the treasure as soon as it refreshed? Why wait until no one is around to open it? That's the rule. Rules must be upheld." The children did not understand, but refrained from arguing. "In my day, I was also a train conductor, part of the first batch, considered a beta player." The old man smiled as he stroked his beard. These conductors, like the wind, arrive swiftly and depart just as quickly, seldom appreciating the scenery around them. "Look at this island. How beautiful it is. Observe the sea. How splendid it appears. All journeys have their end. I hope this child finds his destined station soon." "Grandfather, was that why you didn't return to the train back then?" "Ahem, indeed." The elder recollected how he had explored too long and missed the departure. "Grandfather, I also wish to be a train conductor and travel." "Off you go. It's not as delightful as you imagine. It's quite perilous." "Grandfather, I want a motorcycle." "Go play with a bicycle." "Grandfather, the 6th brother is missing." "What?" The elder hurried to the backyard. In the yard, a vine, as thick as a thumb, climbed a wooden frame. A purple gourd hung from the vine, and above it dangled 3 ever-bright night lamps. The elder picked up 2 blue gourd shard from ground. Trembling as he spoke, "Little 6, has he been born?" "Impossible. If I calculate the time, it should still be 3 days. How is he a preterm infant?" Back on the train, Xiao first managed to hang the lantern in the planning carriage. Whether it was merely a psychological effect, he felt the veins of the peach sapling's leaves were more pronounced. It worked. "Excellent. I am 1 step closer to tasting the peach." Closing the door, Xiao spent a train token to start the engine. Now that everything was in place, it was time to leave. Those gourd children and the turtle sage NPC were far too eerie. This was not a place to linger. At the very moment the Xiao train vanished, a colossal hand reached out. It was Dawa. My heavens, could he truly grow to such a size? I always suspected these individuals harbored ill intentions. Yet I was fortunate to escape swiftly. "Grandfather, the train has disappeared." The old man collapsed backward like a deflated balloon. "Second brother, are you certain 6th brother was on that train?" The gleam in second brother's eyes faded. He was still smiling at us. Chapter 53. My name is Lao Lu. What a bunch of fools. If they wish to travel, They should simply depart without consulting the old man. Luwa leaned against the window, stretching on tiptoe to gaze into the boundless darkness outside. Is this what the old man referred to as a train? He had listened to the old man's boast to his brothers every day in the gourd, and it seemed rather mundane. He sprang up and opened the door between the carriages, stepping into the second carriage. To his surprise, there were no windows, unlike the previous compartment. Yet, it was just as empty. Luwa pulled open the door to the refrigerated compartment, and to his delight, there were items within. Barefoot and unclothed, he ventured inside. Xiao was preparing lunch, while the black-winged beast barked incessantly at the refrigerated compartment. Woof, woof, woof. Frustrated by Xiao's indifference, it began to dart about in agitation, scratching at the compartment door. What are you doing, you lunatic? Quiet down. Suddenly, the door swung open by itself. A small naked child dashed out, hugging his arms and shivering. Wow, why is it so cold in there? As he glanced down, he noticed his feet and looked up to meet the gaze of Xiao, who wielded a kitchen knife. Embarrassed, he forced a smile and quickly vanished. Half an hour later, Luwa stood atop Xiao's bed, his bare backside exposed. His body was tense, and his left eye was bruised, clearly having received a thorough beating. Are you still planning to run? No more running, no more. Luwa observed Xiao and old Master Rin trembling. That silver compartment is frightening. Once inside, I could barely move my feet. And that dog, no matter how I hide, it can always find me. Does it possess such a keen sense of smell? I understand your thoughts and desires. I can make an exception and accept you as an intern. Luwa's eyes sparkled. Really? Will you take me along on your travels? What did I just teach you? Luwa raised his hand to salute Xiao. Greetings. Train conductor. Excellent. You are filled with spirit. Now, let me introduce you. This is the guardian beast of the train, Marshal Blackwind. The Black-winged beast proudly lifted its head. Greetings, Marshal. This is my esteemed elder, Old Master Run, General Run. Greetings, General. Xiao patted Luwa on the head. Work diligently. I have high hopes for you. Strive to become someone I can proudly point out to others, saying, look, this is my deputy conductor. Upon hearing the title of deputy conductor, Luwa's eyes gleamed. He immediately saluted Xiao again. Yes. Train conductor, I promise to intern diligently. Xiao nodded and exited the bedroom. Phew. Xiao wiped the sweat from his brow. It's still easy to fool a little child. It turns out that the eldest brother came to capture this little one. I thought he was coming for me. Xiao felt overwhelmed. An outsider had infiltrated the train. But thankfully, there was the Black Wind beast. If it had remained hidden in my carriage, I might never have discovered him. Nevertheless, he is still just a child. With a simple heart, with proper guidance, he could become a valuable assistant. After pondering for a moment, Xiao summoned a light screen and sent a few messages to Shijian. Lunchtime. Luwai donned the clothing sent by Shijian, feeling as though he were perched atop a bed of nails. It was his inaugural experience in wearing garments, and he found himself quite unaccustomed to the sensation. When Xiao assisted him in dressing, he instructed Luwai to activate his invisibility, only to discover that the clothing did not cloak itself alongside him. After teaching him the art of wielding chopsticks, Luwai devoured 3 bowls of rice in one breath. Xiao observed with raised brows, bemused by how this little rascal could consume even more than the notorious Haifeng. If he were to grow up, how insatiable might he become? I cannot continue calling you Luwai. Let us bestow upon you a name. I already possess a name, Luwai replied. When I was still in the gourd, my grandfather designated it for me. He licked the grain of rice from the corner of his mouth and declared, I am called Laolu. Following their midday meal, Xiao undertook the task of teaching Laolu how to wash dishes, asserting that it was part of his training. Laolu stood upon a wooden platform specially crafted for him by Xiao, scrubbing fervently at the dishes. Conserve water, came the reminder. Understood. Meanwhile, Xiao proceeded to the planning compartment, scattering the miraculous multi-purpose fertilizer acquired over the past 2 days onto the soil. A total of 30 kilograms had been purchased for 3 train coins. The fertilizer derived from kitchen scraps had already been entirely absorbed by the young peach trees. The effects of the multi-purpose fertilizer were remarkable. The saplings had grown an additional 20 centimeters, now boasting a girth comparable to that of a pinky finger. Carriage master, The dishes are clean. Lao Yu's voice resonated through the door, adhering to Xiao's instruction that he could only roam within the first 5 compartments during his apprenticeship. Xiao, meanwhile, remained vigilant, ensuring that Old Master Run was stationed at the entrance. The young peach trees were of utmost importance, and no mishap could be tolerated. That was swift. I shall inspect the thoroughness of your cleaning. Later that evening, Xiao instructed Lao Lu on the proper use of a toilet. Is this how it's done? Lao Lu mimicked, standing before the toilet to relieve himself. Ah yes, one must lift the seat first. Excellent. However, Lao Lu turned around, revealing a sizable wet patch on his trousers. Shouldn't he remove your pants first? After giving Lao Lu a bath, they toiled until the latter half of the night. At last, Lao Lu succumbed to slumber on the sofa where Xiao had laid out a blanket for him, with Haifeng vigilantly guarding his side. This marked the first time Xiao experienced the sensation of caring for a child. Lao Lu was relatively manageable, yet still a source of considerable concern. Caring for a child proved more exhausting than battling monsters. Sighing in relief, Xiao summoned a light screen to check their next destination. It seems that previously visited stations can be revisited. A smile crept upon his lips. Tomorrow, someone shall be in tears. Shijian emerged from the pile of clothing and dolls, stretching languidly after rising. She made her way to the initial compartment. At 8 o'clock, the compartment did not yield any train coins. As anticipated, one must reach a new platform to acquire them. She leaned out to listen for any signs of activity outside. Silence prevailed. Evidently, no one had stopped here. Oh yes, another day of zero-cost shopping. Shijian tapped on the screen to initiate a private chat with Xiao. I am in no danger. No one has come. I shall remain for another day. By the way, that fellow inquired yesterday about the purpose of the children's clothing. When I asked him, he did not respond. Has he fathered child? Shijian hummed a cheerful tune as she returned to don her attire. After completing her morning ablutions in the newly renovated bathroom, the self-heating hot pot she had prepared was also ready. Sipping on a fizzy drink, she exclaimed, "Ah, starting the morning with this is simply delightful." Once she finished her breakfast, Shijian retrieved the upgraded supplies acquired through food transactions and tossed them into the designated area. Time to get to work. Even though there are only 3 carriages, I must strive to fill them all. Regrettably, the vast supermarket lacked shopping carts, which was quite absurd. She had no choice but to personally transport the items. And those water bottles were exceedingly heavy. Taking a deep breath, she raised her hands high and shouted, "Let the work commence." As she hummed her song and approached the snack aisle to stock up on more treats, she was met with an astonishing sight. A child dashed past her, clutching 2 pillows. A child? Wait, isn't that the outfit I traded to Xiao yesterday? Rubbing her eyes to ensure she wasn't imagining things, she hurried after him, calling out, "Hey, wait a moment." Upon rounding a corner, she spotted Xiao taking the pillows from the child and tossing them into the carriage. With an exaggerated gesture, Xiao pretended to wipe sweat from his brow, remarking, "Just started my shift while I've been at it for quite a while." Chapter 54. You took a significant stride towards the position of the vice conductor. Shijian smirked slightly, suppressing any foul language that nearly escaped her lips upon noticing the presence of a child. "This is my ally, known as Sister Shi." Lao Lu turned around and saluted Shijian, saying, "Greetings, Sister Shi. I am Lao Lu." Shijian awkwardly smiled and politely replied, "All right, let's get to work." Lao Lu then set off to continue moving items. "Is your inquiry about children's clothing yesterday related to him? Is he your son?" Xiao shook his finger, clarifying, "He's merely an intern I just recruited." "Where did you find him?" "He.s. so young. Employing child labor is illegal." "Are you envious that someone is assisting me?" "You fool." Shijian shot Xiao a glare before turning to leave. "I recall you have a shopping cart in your vehicle. May I borrow it?" After acquiring the shopping cart, Shijian made a beeline for the snack aisle. By the time the train arrived at 7:50 this morning, Xiao had already conducted a cursory exploration of the surroundings. The shelves were nearly devoid of food, with less than a third remaining. Compared to last time, the most significant depletion was in food and water, while other items were not as scarce. After Shijian departed, Xiao opened all 7 empty carriages at the back. Thanks to the spatial bracelet, the efficiency of gathering supplies this time was markedly superior to the first visit. Xiao first selected suitable shelves to place in the carriage, allowing for better storage of goods. Once he arranged the shelves, Lao Lu rushed over, reporting, "Conductor, there are no clothes left. I've moved everything here." "Well done, Lao Lu. Your first task as an intern has arrived." Lao Lu hoisted a bag of rice into the carriage. Xiao nodded in appreciation, thinking, this child is teachable. Without needing further instruction, he eagerly moved items into the carriage. "Conductor, what do you say?" Xiao waved his hand decisively. "In 2 days, we will empty this supermarket." Upon reaching the fruit section, he found it virtually barren. He picked up a peach from the ground, noting that only the bruised part was rotten. "I've been gone for over 20 days, and this fruit hasn't spoiled?" He casually stored it in the spatial bracelet for later use as fertilizer. Although the wind season requires train currency to depart, it does offer some benefits. When encountering a goods station, they can remain for several days without departing. However, a potential issue arises. Other trains may also dock there. It becomes a gamble, relying on luck to ensure no one else arrives, or having confidence in their ability to defend the location against competition. In truth, when she saw others, Shi Jian felt a pang of anxiety. Yet upon spotting Xiao, especially with his cheeky expression, she felt an unexpected sense of reassurance. Pushing the shopping cart, Shi Jian carelessly tossed snacks inside. "This rascal resembles a bandit. I must gather more items. I want this cart to be overflowing." The time for the zero-cost shopping passed swiftly, and by evening, they gathered for a meal in Xiao's carriage. Shi Jian insisted on showcasing her skills, preparing Coca-Cola chicken wings that were even darker than the infamous black wind monster, becoming the sole leftover on the table. After indulging in a sumptuous meal, Xiao suggested that Lao Lu retire for the night. As Lao Lu opened the bedroom door, Shi Jian cast a sideways glance and beheld the imposing figure of old Master Run at the entrance. Why you're a zombie?" she exclaimed. "That was General Run." Lao Lu replied earnestly, "I'm from the court." Shi Jian's expression was one of confusion. After Xiao clarified that it was merely Xiao's puppet, Shi Jian felt a sense of relief. "I want to be staying here tonight. Farewell." As she departed, Lao Lu was left perplexed. "Driver, did you invite her to stay with us?" Xiao shrugged. "Not at all. What went unnoticed was a faint, nearly imperceptible pink mist that wafted from Shi Jian towards Old Master Run. Thud, thud, thud. At 7:30 in the morning, Old Master Ren leaped from one end of the supermarket to the other. Shi Jian had risen early, eager to transport as many items as possible. Yesterday, Xiao had already cleared out most of the goods from other sections. Just like before, anything he touched inexplicably vanished. Today, he intended to extend his reach into the snack aisle. To avoid detection by Xiao, she treaded lightly, foregoing the use of a shopping cart. Seeing that Xiao had yet to commence his tasks, Shi Jian felt a surge of joy. Sleep on, linger in slumber, best to drift into oblivion. Clutching several bags of chips, she turned a corner and collided with Old Master Ren. "Oh!" Shi Jian shut her eyes tightly and fainted, the chips scattering across the floor. A wisp of pink mist appeared around her, slowly drifting towards Old Master Ren's left ear. Deep within his ear, there resided a gray pupa the size of a peanut. As it absorbed the mist, the pupa gradually transformed to a vivid pink. Once it achieved full coloration, a barely audible cracking sound echoed as the pupa split open. From within emerged a slender pink worm, which crawled out through the ear canal and landed on Old Master Ren's shoulder. It continued its journey forward, only to fall to the ground with a thud. Seemingly hurt by the fall, it writhed in agony. Once it regained its composure, the worm made its way towards the unconscious Shi Jian. The youth is splendid, falling asleep without a care. Xiao, while attending to his morning routine, controlled Old Master Ren's patrol, only to find that Shi Jian had inadvertently run into him and subsequently fainted. Ignoring her, Xiao directed Old Master Ren to continue his rounds. By 8 o'clock, having confirmed that no other trains were docking, Old Master Ren returned to the carriage, resuming his role as the gatekeeper. Throughout the day, they tirelessly transported supplies into the train. They also listed some less essential items on the trading platform to exchange for upgrading materials. At 9 o'clock in the evening, Xiao, having anchored here for 2 days, had achieved a remarkable feat. He had indeed emptied an entire supermarket. The last 6 carriages were brimming with food, while the 7th was filled with various household items. The refrigerated carriage had been equipped with shelves, stocked with beverages, thereby enhancing vertical space utilization. The 2nd carriage overflowed with clothing, blankets, and pillows, yet remained unorganized. Any surplus shelves had been discarded into the disposal area to be converted into upgrade materials. Xiao and Lao Lu stood with their hands on their hips, gazing proudly at the nearly empty supermarket. Beside them, Shi Jian's expression was ashen, for reasons unknown. She felt an inexplicable sense of impending doom, as if her possessions were about to be seized. "How'd I do, Chief Conductor?" Lao Lu had indeed been working diligently these past few days, living up to the reputation of a spirited hero. If it hadn't been for Qi Zhao's intervention, he would have stayed awake all night, prepared to work tirelessly. "Indeed, you have made significant progress towards the position of deputy conductor." Lao Lu beamed with joy, realizing the old man had been misleading him. The journey was neither perilous nor dull, but rather quite exhilarating. Xiao turned to Shi Jian and asked, "I am leaving now. Are you coming?" Shi Jian shot him a disdainful glance. "You've emptied this place out. What else is there for me to do?" Implying that he would return her train tokens by tomorrow, she added, "Go to hell." After Xiao ushered Lao Lu onto the train and closed the door, he reminded Shi Jian, "By the way, do not resell that window air conditioner." "What do you mean?" she inquired. "I mean take good care of it," he replied, somewhat exasperated. Once Xiao departed, Shi Jian shook her fist at the air in frustration. With a sigh, she returned to her own train. A flash of white light signaled her departure as well. Chapter 55. The Elevated Road and the Maybach. Why is our train so long, while Shi Jian's is so short? Because men are meant to be long, while women do not require such length. "Oh," Lao Lu nodded, somewhat understanding. "Hurry up and wash up before bed. You know how to use a toothbrush, right?" "Yes, I do." "Make sure to brush thoroughly. Otherwise, you might end up with cavities." After Lao Lu finished washing up, he burrowed into bed. Xiao summoned a holographic screen, entering the chat room. "Damn it, those worthless scoundrels. I might as well feed my belongings to the dogs. You really dare to casually transfer upgrade materials to others? There are so many scammers around now. I'd rather die at this station than transfer anything to anyone unless they first give me train currency. What if you receive the train currency and then run off? The other person could end up in tears. Such people deserve to be deceived. At this point, who would still willingly part with train currency? What use are materials? Upgrading just gives you a shabby carriage with no new features. Normal transactions are conducted through an intermediary platform, the trading platform. While the items received might sometimes be of dubious quality, overall, they present no major issues. In other words, you can at least be sure to receive something. However, material transfers are a different story. Once upgrade materials are thrown into the input area, they cannot be retrieved. They are strictly for one's own upgrades or direct transfers to other accounts. There is no intermediary platform to guarantee the transaction. If you send materials to someone, they might ignore you upon receipt, or even unfriend you and disappear. Thus, prior to this, everyone had tacitly agreed to utilize the trading platform due to mutual distrust. It seems that many of the stations people are stopping at are quite inadequate. For the sake of train currency, these individuals are left with no choice. Xiao exited the chat room to check the station they would stop at tomorrow. Next stop, Elevated Road number 26, single occupancy station. 10 train currency required for departure from this station. This station, created by Odin, is Nibelungen with a danger level of 7. The Maybach driven by Shudiangio has a level 5 treasure chest in the trunk. Possible rewards, 36 train currency, and one of the 7 deadly sins, lust. Damn. So it's the Dragon Clan after all, and I've ended up in this segment. I've been thrust directly into Nibelungen. This world, where one can easily survive, might still allow for the collection of some materials. Will I encounter Deadpool? Will I meet Odin? Now, I wonder if this train can withstand Odin's eternal spear. This is troublesome. A level 5 treasure chest. I wonder if I can survive to claim it. Xiao searched for books on the Dragon Clan on the trading platform. And indeed, there were some. They all mentioned the resurrection of the Dragon Clan. After acquiring them, Xiao read by the light of a lamp. Train conductor, why are you still awake? I'm catching up on some episodes. The Maybach sped along the desolate, elevated road, slicing through the white curtain of rain. Music filled the air. A piece by the Irish band Alton titled Daily Growing. The man turned off the sound system. The earlier conversation had not been particularly pleasant. In truth, every conversation between the father and son invariably culminates in silence. The car momentarily subsides into quietude, where the only sound is the rhythm of their breaths. Chu Zihong leans against the car window, gazing absently outside. Night has descended, and the streetlights flicker to life. A flash of white cleaves through the nocturnal sky, heralded by a tree-like bolt of lightning. Chu Zihong finds himself momentarily entranced. A train? A crimson train? The roar of thunder reverberates, and it vanishes as swiftly as it appeared, consumed by the downpour. Was it merely an illusion? Chu Tianjiao is the first to shatter the silence. How has your mother been? As usual, comes the reply. She tends to the cats in the morning, goes shopping in the afternoon, and in the evening, she enjoys drinks with a few friends. The next moment, Chu Zihong lurches forward as the car comes to an abrupt halt. Once he steadies himself, he sees the path ahead obstructed by a red train. It was not a figment of his imagination. There truly exists a crimson locomotive. The train's door swings open, and a young man stands at the entrance, waving towards them. Son, buckle up. I'm stepping out to ascertain the situation. Chu Tianjiao opens the car door, brandishing an umbrella as he strides towards Xiao. Brother, what is happening here? He inquires, offering Xiao a cigarette. Filming a movie? This is quite the spectacle. After lighting his own cigarette, he extends the lighter to Xiao. In a succinct manner, Xiao responds, Chu Tianjiao, you are a Niblungen. With a sharp crack, the cigarette slips from Chu Tianjiao's mouth to the ground. He turns back, and beside his son's window, a pair of golden eyes flicker to life in the darkness. He discards the umbrella and rushes back to the Maybach, delivering a powerful kick to the Deadpool, then draws his sword, swiftly severing its arm. Dad, what is this? Son, stay calm and don't be afraid. Dad, around them, more golden eyes ignite, bringing the total to 5. Son, welcome to Chu Tianjiao inhales deeply, the real world. The transparent barrier unfolds, parting the rain, and within its embrace, the flow of time slows, as if steeped in viscous liquid. The rain descends more languidly. The Deadpool's movements become sluggish, and even the wind seems to lag. Only Chu Tianjiao remains unaffected. He wields his sword, and in the darkness, the glimmering blade resembles a silver swallow in flight. The Deadpools, who had lunged at him merely moments before, find themselves swiftly dispatched. Word spirit, time 0. With remarkable speed, Chu Tianjiao resolves the threat, sheathing his sword, his expression grave. Is this the power of S-Class? Xiao, momentarily dazed, witnesses the rapid defeat of the Deadpools. Conductor, did you see that? His speed with the blade is astonishing. Keep at it. You could do it too. Really? A glimmer ignites in Lao Lu's eyes. Stay in the car and keep an eye on the black wind marshal. I'll take a look. Xiao retrieves the umbrella discarded by Chu Tianjiao and rushes to his side. Chapter 56. You are not a god. Xiao returned the umbrella to him, saying, There's no need for explanations. If you turn around now, you should still have time to leave. Thank you. Are you the principal S person? No need for thanks. I'm here for what S in your trunk. Seeing Chu Tianjiao immediately adopt a defensive stance, Xiao clarified, Don't misunderstand. I do not want your trunk. You'll understand once you open it. It's the additional items that I seek. Chu Tianjiao gestured for Chu Zihong to open the trunk, remaining wary of Xiao as he stepped back towards the rear of the car. Indeed, there was an extra box inside the trunk. He motioned for Xiao to come and retrieve it himself. Upon obtaining the treasure chest, Xiao sighed in relief. Thankfully, it was a close call without any peril. Just as Chu Tianjiao turned the vehicle around, intending to retrace their route, a brilliant white light flared up ahead. Amidst the radiance, Odin appeared, mounted on his 8-legged steed, accompanied by a legion of death servants. The majestic horse was adorned in metallic armor, its white coat shimmering with brilliance. Each of its neighs resonated like thunder, and from metallic nostrils beneath the mask, arcs of electricity danced forth. Odin himself was clad in dark golden armor, wielding a curved long spear, the legendary spear of eternity. His face, similarly obscured by iron, revealed a single golden eye that sparkled with a dazzling light. By the heavens, they arrived swiftly, Xiao thought as the death servants lunged toward the Maybach. Chu Tianjiao unbuckled Chu Zihong's seatbelt, forcibly dragging him from the back seat to the passenger side. Son, listen to your father. When I tell you to run, you run. With Murakumo in hand, he unleashed his words of power, plunging into the torrential rain, weaving and dodging as the advancing death servants were sliced into fragments. Yet, more death servants surged forward, their golden eyes radiating blinding light. Son, drive now. Chu Zihong was momentarily stunned. With Odin in front and the train behind, which way should he go? Xiao swallowed hard, stepping back as the treasure chest was secured. He needed to slip away quickly. Chu Tianjiao, hold on a little longer. It would be best if you could delay until I can make my escape. However, Odin did not pursue Chu Tianjiao. Instead, he turned his gaze towards Xiao. Mortal, why do you appear in my divine realm? I must have wandered in by mistake, Xiao stammered while retreating. I'll leave right away. You all continue with your affairs. No need to mind me. Around him, the rain began to coalesce, enveloping him in a spherical space, while the darkness beyond loomed infinitely. Indeed, it is not so easy to depart. With 10 minutes remaining until the scheduled departure, he needed to find a way to stall for those precious moments. After ensnaring Xiao, Odin spoke again. Anyone who has entered this realm may return. Thus, all who come here must be servants of the divine. Suddenly, Xiao burst into laughter. You, a god? How utterly amusing. Odin, please spare me the jest. This is merely a novel, not the reality you envision. You are but a character within this tale. You are not a god at all. Everything about you is bestowed by the author. All of it is merely the author's design, and at any moment, everything can be stripped away. If the author so wishes, you could be written out of existence in the blink of an eye. How absurd. Seeing that Odin remained unfazed, Xiao continued to manipulate. Do you know? The author's new book has unveiled your true identity. Xiao fixed his intense gaze upon Odin, his eyes ablaze. The king of sky and wind, is it not? The instant those words slipped from his lips, Odin froze. How could he possibly know my identity? Impossible. He must be delusional. Undeniably, a flicker of doubt crept into Odin's mind. Chu Tianjiao, upon hearing this, also stood still. Consider this. Why was I able to enter your Nibelungen? And do you truly believe I cannot escape? In the next moment, Xiao vanished from sight, reappearing within the confines of the train outside the water barrier. Odin immediately expanded the water sphere, this time ensnaring Xiao's train as well. What a disaster. The singular anchor point has been exhausted. While Xiao continued to taunt Odin, he glanced at his watch. It was 10:45. He had 5 minutes until departure. He needed to stall for those 5 minutes. Indeed, Odin was bewildered. The barrier he had constructed allowed this person to escape so nonchalantly. Who is he? He is not of my kind. He bears no trace of a dragon. Doubt began to take root within Odin. Do you still consider yourself a god? Is not a god supposed to be omnipotent? Your spear, which claims to pierce all, come now, let us see. Xiao retrieved an 8th level treasure chest acquired from the Monkey King and placed it upon the ground. Come on. Noting Odin's indifference, Xiao pressed on. You wavered. You hesitated. Provocation will not work on me. Odin raised the eternal spear, aiming it at Xiao. Alas, this old fool is impervious to such tactics. Think, what else can I do to provoke him? However, I can show you why it is called the eternal spear. With unwavering confidence, Odin thrust the eternal spear forward. A weapon that is said to always hit its mark and penetrate all, gleaming with a meteor-like radiance as it traced a beautiful yet lethal arc toward the 8th level treasure chest. Odin was filled with certainty. This strike would shatter the falsehoods he had conjured. The moment the spear tip met the treasure chest, it produced but a faint sound of collision. The expression beneath Odin's mask, previously placid, finally exhibited a trace of change. Excellent. I have won the wager. The Monkey King's golden staff has left no trace. So I refuse to believe this foolish bird's broken spear can penetrate it. If it truly could, I would owe him my gratitude. as it would spare me the need to seek the key to that 8th level treasure chest. Watching the eternal spear fly back into his hand, Odin's conviction wavered once more. He hurled the spear again, only to meet the same outcome as before. He murmured, "No, impossible, false, it's all false. Admit it, you are not a god. Moreover, your plans have failed. The author has already written you out of existence. You are offline." Xiao raised his middle finger at him. "No, I am the god King Odin, sovereign of the sky and the wind." Odin exerted all his strength to hurl the eternal spear, this time aimed at Xiao's heart. At 10:50, the time had come. Xiao swiftly stowed the treasure chest into the dimensional bracelet and utilized 10 train tokens. A flash of white light enveloped him, and he vanished from his position. The eternal spear, having lost its target, automatically returned to Odin's grasp. He stood there, his mask fracturing. The circular water barrier shattered with a thunderous crash, transforming into a cascade of rain. Chu Zihong had already taken the driver's seat. Upon noticing that the obstructing train had disappeared, he deftly maneuvered the vehicle, flooring the accelerator. "Dad, get in." Chu Zihong had swung open the passenger door. After severing the head of the Deadpool behind him, Chu Tianjiao, propelled by the utmost speed of time zero, leaped into the car. The roaring 12-cylinder engine reached its maximum power, and the Maybach surged forth, breaking through Odin's shattered barrier. The pursuing Deadpools were left far behind. "So impressive. You've mastered the dragon's tail maneuver. Truly a testament to my excellent genes." This man was beginning to ramble again. Chu Zihong steered the Maybach, his brow furrowed. "Dad, is what that person said true? Are we merely characters from a book?" Chu Tianjiao shot him a glance. "So, have you lost your wits from reading? You actually believe such nonsense?" Chu Tianjiao activated the sound system, and the half-played song Daily Growing began to play. The rain finally began to subside, revealing a toll station illuminated by white light ahead. The Maybach descended from the elevated road, merging into the main flow of traffic. Meanwhile, Xiao, having successfully escaped, let out a sigh of relief, only to be suddenly struck by an excruciating headache, his mind inundated with incomprehensible and obscure whispers. Cradling his head in agony, he curled up on the ground. Distorted, purplish lines emerged on his forehead, resembling writhing worms beneath the surface. Various bizarre, nightmarish images flickered before his eyes, each scene flashing incessantly. Captain, what's wrong? Woof woof. Woof woof woof." Old Lu and Black Wind were frantic, seeing Xiao in such torment. Is it spiritual sight? Damn it, do I have dragon blood too? But why? Did it only activate upon departure? Ultimately, Xiao succumbed to unconsciousness. Chapter 57. The word spirit. Time zero night enveloped the continent in an endless shroud of darkness. Countless corpses, bones, and spirits emerged from the shadows, their presence giving rise to an infinite surge of dark, azure mist. Anyone ensnared by this mist would inevitably succumb to its influence, becoming one of them. With his ammunition exhausted, Xiao realized that the undead could not perish again, for they were already lifeless. He forcefully kicked away an advancing skeletal figure and turned to Old Lu, shouting, "Damn it, we need to go now." Rushing back to the carriage, Xiao slammed the door shut, yet the light barrier remained unresponsive, causing him to sweat profusely in anxiety. Fortunately, the dark mist could not infiltrate the train. Thud, thud, thud. Someone was knocking at the window. Xiao turned to see Kongyu. With a violent crack, the window shattered, allowing the black mist to pour in like a torrent. In that instant, Old Lu and the Black Wind monster were engulfed, their bodies rapidly decaying. Suddenly, Xiao jolted awake, drenched in cold sweat, his pillow soaked. Had he succumbed to another nightmare? Shi Jian rose and turned on the bedside lamp, then gently dabbed Xiao's forehead with a tissue. "You've been under a lot of pressure lately. They keep pushing you," she comforted, settling into his embrace. "Don't stress yourself too much. If it becomes unbearable, we can always find another job." Inhaling the fragrant scent emanating from Shi Jian, Xiao felt his taut nerves begin to relax. He grasped her hand, which had ventured towards his thigh, and said, "I'm tired. Let us sleep. We want tea work today." Obediently, Shi Jian withdrew her hand. As Xiao lay back, he sensed something writhing beneath the covers. Pulling them aside, He was horrified to discover a cluster of pink tendrils at Shi Jian's lower body. Startled, he tumbled off the bed, scrambling backward. Just then, the door swung open, and two children with similar tentacled lower bodies crawled in, exclaiming in unison, "Daddy, I'm hungry." With a start, Xiao shot up from the floor, scanning his surroundings to find himself still in the initial carriage. "You're awake, conductor," barked old Lu and the black wind monster, who had remained vigilantly by his side. Glancing at his watch, Xiao mused, had I only fainted for 5 minutes? A dream within a dream? And still a nightmare at that. Is it the spirit's sight revealing the future? What is that endless black mist, and why was calling you unaffected? Moreover, why does Shi Jin bear tendrils like that creature? Rubbing his temples, he summoned the light barrier. Have you been feeling unwell lately? How did you know my stomach hurts? Qi Zhao's nerves suddenly tensed. Oh, did you predict that my period is approaching? This time I've stocked up myself. Don't think you can trick me again. You think I only brought snacks? Observing the situation, Qi Xiao felt reassured. Rising, he made his way to the restroom, lifting the toilet lid and flushing. I wonder how those two are faring. Have they escaped from Nibelungen? Sigh, my dear senior brother old Lu. I'm hungry. Prepare lunch. Understood. Lao Lu ascended the wooden frame and commenced his culinary preparations, while Qi Xiao retrieved a level 5 treasure chest. This chest, resembling a silver metallic briefcase, lacked a combination lock. Previously, Qi Xiao had opened it in Nibelungen, and its contents remained intact. He collected 36 train tokens into the dimensional bracelet and produced a short dagger. This was a tanto of moderate length, capable of inflicting harm upon the Dragon King. It was one of the 7 deadly sins, lust. Among the 7 deadly sins, the sword of torn asunder was known to generate minute tremors upon contact with objects, thereby tearing opponents apart. It was also the easiest to draw in a narrative. But how to activate it? Qi Xiao gripped lust and endeavored to unleash its power. After a few aimless swishes, there was no response. An invisible barrier enveloped Qi Xiao, and to his perception, the world around him slowed to a crawl. The eerie calls of the black-winged creature became intermittent. Woof, woof, woof. Lao Lu's movements in chopping vegetables also decelerated. This state persisted for approximately half a second before Qi Xiao suddenly regained his composure. It was the word spirit. Just like Principal Chu Tianjiao and the others, it was the word spirit of Time Zero. The caster constructs a domain centered around themselves, causing time within to flow at a reduced pace, while the caster can still move at normal speed, thus appearing to outsiders as if their speed had multiplied several times over. Since the caster remains at the epicenter of their domain, this word spirit can be perceived as devoid of boundaries. However, it exerts immense strain on the caster's body, typically lasting only a few seconds. Yet even a few seconds is sufficient for an assassin to eliminate their target. Masters of this word spirit are often the most elite assassins, bolstered by physical training, allowing their speed to exceed that of ordinary individuals by 100-fold or more, making their movements akin to teleportation. I truly possess a word spirit. Though I have yet to comprehend how to wield lust, I inadvertently activated the word spirit. Qi Xiao summoned it once more, re-entering that state. He stood and approached Lao Lu, using lust to chop the potatoes on the cutting board into pieces. Time Zero was lifted. Ha, 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 ha. Qi Xiao leaned against the carriage, subsequently sinking to the ground. After merely 2 uses of the word spirit, totaling less than a second, Qi Xiao felt utterly drained. It felt as if he had sprinted 10 kilometers under 3 times normal gravity. The burden was indeed substantial. Only with exceptional physical prowess could one endure it. At that moment, after using it, Chu Tianjiao appeared unfazed, and his speed enhancement far exceeded mine. In Lao Lu's eyes, it seemed as though Qi Xiao had instantaneously materialized beside him in the blink of an eye. The potatoes on the cutting board took 2 seconds to disperse into pieces. Conductor, can you also perform that sudden burst of speed technique? Would you like to learn? Lao Lu not that Faventin. Work hard, and when you become the assistant conductor, I shall teach you. Understood. Lao Lu raised his hand and saluted Qi Xiao. You cook. I shall rest a while longer. Qi Xiao climbed back on a bed, covered himself with the blanket, and drifted back to sleep. An hour later, they sat down for lunch. Lao Lu prepared 2 dishes that Xiao taught him yesterday: scrambled eggs with tomatoes and beef stew with potatoes. Conductor, that 8-legged horse looks magnificent today. Step aside. Can't you see he's here to deal with us? What I mean is, conductor, you would certainly look dashing riding that horse. If the conductor had that horse, could I not ride the motorcycle instead? He. You certainly have a clever scheme. If I let you ride, can you even grip the handlebars? Xiao summoned the holographic interface to check the information for the next station. Next stop, Gaojia Village, single-person station. Departure from this station requires 2 train coins. There is a water ghost in the river to the west of the village. Danger level, level 3. Under the bridge, there is a level 3 treasure chest. Possible loot, 12 train coins, 1 frog potion. Lao Lu, can you swim? Huh, I should be able to. Good. Tomorrow will be your time to shine once again. Chapter 58. The Calabash brothers cannot recognize the monster. Help. Help, help. A long-haired woman struggled in the waters of the small river west of Gaojia Village. The bridge was crowded with villagers, chattering incessantly. Who among you can swim? Hurry and save her. Hey, aren't you a swimmer? Go quickly. I can only swim for myself. I don't know how to save anyone. If you want to go, then you go. How can you be like this? You have no sense of responsibility as a man. Get lost. Isn't your man a fisherman? Why don't you let him go? It doesn't matter who goes. Just hurry before it's too late. Wait a minute. Isn't that the girl from the Zhong family? Didn't she also fall into the water last year? The one who saved her didn't make it back. I remember now. I heard it was intentional. She can actually swim. They said it was an accident. What does a little girl know? If your child falls into the water, will others refuse to save them? I have no children. The villagers argued vehemently, each expressing their opinions. What is going on? Why all the commotion? Xiao and Lao Lu walked onto the bridge one after the other, weaving through the throng of villagers, leaning over the railing to look down. The drowning woman, seeing more people arrive, cried out desperately, "Help! Help! Save me!" Xiao turned to a nearby woman. How long has she been in the water? She still has the strength to shout. I don't know. I just got here. The villagers exchanged glances, bewildered. Well, it seems like it's been about 10 minutes. Xiao stroked his chin, pondering whether this woman was the infamous water ghost. Lao Lu, do you think this woman is a water ghost? I have no idea. Can't you Calabash brothers sense the presence of monsters? I can't smell anything. You're useless. At that moment, a man in the crowd could no longer restrain himself and began to remove his outer garments. This is urgent. A life is at stake. We must act. What's the rush? Xiao crossed his arms. If you truly want to save her, wait until she has swallowed enough water before diving in. Otherwise, you might endanger yourself. What kind of talk is that? What if she dies? Then you go ahead, Good Samaritan. Good intentions can lead to folly, Xiao thought, deciding not to stop him. The man huffed, shedding his coat and trousers, and leaped into the water. Xiao exchanged a knowing glance with Lao Lu, who promptly removed his clothes and activated his invisibility before jumping into the river from the opposite side of the bridge. Just as the man reached the drowning woman and grasped her to pull her toward the shore, an unexpected transformation occurred. The woman's head turned green, her hair resembling decayed water plants. Her skin took on a pallid hue, making her appear as though she were a corpse dredged from the bottom of a pond. Is she really a water ghost? Ghost! 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 The villagers gasped in horror and quickly fled. In the blink of an eye, only Xiao remained on the bridge. The man, still oblivious to the unfolding events, turned back only to realize that he was not dragging a person, but a water ghost. A man was dragged into the water by a water ghost, struggling fiercely and splashing large amounts of water. Boss, I found it. At that moment, Lao Lu surfaced with a splash, clutching a fishing net filled with several gold coins and a bottle of red potion. Xiao quickly discarded the rope he had prepared as Lao Lu swam against the turbulent current towards the rope. The water ghost, noticing the commotion, ceased her torment of a man. She simply twisted his neck 180 degrees and discarded him carelessly. Thief! The once calm river suddenly surged with rapids. Lao Lu struggled to grasp the rope while Xiao pulled him up. Just as Xiao was about to seize Lao Lu's hand, the water ghost spat out a corrosive liquid, severing the rope. Lao Lu fell back into the rushing waters. Damn it! Xiao turned and fired a volley from his AK, but the water ghost's body shimmered with bluish-green scales, the bullets clanging against them like metal. The scales were impervious? Such tough fish scales. Meanwhile, the water ghost swiftly changed direction, swimming towards Lao Lu. "Return my treasure, you wretched thief." Just as she was about to capture Lao Lu, Xiao summoned all his strength to throw the rope at her. Word spirit, time 0. In Xiao's eyes, everything slowed down. The trembling rope, the splashes caused by the water ghost, the reaching hand towards Lao Lu. He drew forth lust, stepping onto the rope and advancing a few paces to confront the water ghost. Cut, cut, cut. Lust responded to his intent with high-frequency vibrations. The bluish-green scales, which could not be penetrated by bullets, shattered under the intense vibrations of lust. If it could slice through dragon scales, how could it not cleave through a mere water ghost? The scales shattered, and lust carved a graceful arc. The water ghost's head was severed from her body, her neck reduced to a gruesome pulp. With the water ghost vanquished, Xiao extended his other hand to grasp Lao Lu. "Hurry faster. Hold on just a little longer. Just a little longer, and we'll be back on the bridge. We have time. I can do this." With a splash, Xiao, standing on the rope, fell into the river. The word spirit's effect lasted only half a second. On the riverbank's shallow shore, Tang Tang desperately pressed on the belly of the man lying on the ground. Murky river water bubbled from the corner of his mouth. Tang Tang wiped the sweat from his brow. "It's working." With a cough, Xiao expelled a mouthful of river water, his body convulsing as if in a spasm, curling up like a large shrimp. It hurts too much." His entire being felt as if it were falling apart. Every muscle, bone, tendon, organ, including his brain, screamed in agony. The burden of time 0 on his body was overwhelming. Having just mastered it the day before, he had successfully unleashed the word spirit and commanded lust to slay the water ghost. Even Principal Anger would deem this an undeniable genius. Unfortunately, the genius's body was currently unable to withstand the intense load required to activate the word spirit. Tang Tang frowned. He appeared to be in great agony. Had he struck a stone at the riverbed? "Are you all right?" Darkness is approaching swiftly. The water spirit will ascend the shore to claim its victims. The water spirit? Is it still alive? Upon hearing the words water spirit, Xiao's eyes flew open. Ignoring the pain coursing through his body, he propped himself up on his elbows, struggling to rise. The sky had darkened without his notice. "Where's my knife?" Xiao crawled in circles, searching desperately for any sign of his weapon. "My lustful desires. Lost. Where's Lao Lu?" Lao Lu is also missing. Damn it. Xiao looked up at the two girls, gesturing with his hands to indicate the length of the knife. "Have you seen a knife this long?" Tang Tang shook her head. "What about the naked child? Did you see him?" Tang Tang shook her head once more. Chapter 59. Tang Tang the girl appeared to be around 10 years of age. She sported a mushroom haircut, donned a gray t-shirt and shorts, and had a slingshot tucked at her waist, presenting a tomboyish demeanor. Tang Tang inquired, "Are you a traveler from afar?" Upon noticing Xiao's expression of confusion, she elaborated, "I mean, did you arrive here by train?" After a moment of contemplation, Xiao replied, "I flowed down from the river in Gaojia village." "Isn't this Gaojia village?" "Gaojia village? I haven't heard of it. This is Jingyi village, not Gaojia village." "No, the anchor point can be traced back. We are still in the same world. It seems I have drifted quite far, unable to return directly, making it even more challenging to locate Lao Lu. The waterside is unsafe at night. Water ghosts emerge to prey on the living. Come my home. My mother's cooking is delightful. Are there really water ghosts here?" The surface of the water was calm, obscured by the darkness, rendering its depth indiscernible. Xiao took a deep breath and rose to his feet. Regardless of the existence of water ghosts, finding a safe place to recuperate was imperative. In his current condition, he doubted he could withstand the recoil of a single gunshot. Thus, Tang Tang supported Xiao, and they made their way toward the village. At the village entrance, a group of children, who had just finished their meals, were playing marbles beneath a tree. Upon seeing Tang Tang's arrival, one child jeered. The wild offspring of the outsider has returned. However, when they caught sight of Xiao behind Tang Tang, especially his furrowed brow and somewhat fierce expression, A chubby boy stammered. There's really an outsider. She has brought an outsider into the village. Run. The children scattered in a frenzy. Xiao turned his gaze toward Tang Tang, who was bending down to pick up marbles. You seem to have a strong aversion to outsiders. Is it because the outsiders who come here are all wicked? Tang Tang retrieved the slingshot from her waist, loaded a marble, and with a swift motion, shot it at the bottom of the chubby boy who was lagging behind, causing him to fall unceremoniously. Tang Tang, putting away her slingshot, replied nonchalantly, My mother says not all outsiders are bad, just as not everyone in the village is good. Jingyi Village is divided into East Village and West Village. The East Village is situated on higher ground, while the West Village lies lower. Tang Tang's home is in the West Village, not far along the riverbank, at the very edge of the village, which is the lowest point. Each year, during the flood season, her family is always the first to suffer. Grandma, Tang Tang cheerfully greeted an elderly woman with gray hair sitting by the roadside. Oh my, is that you, Tang Tang? Grandma, here. These are gardenias I picked along the way. The elderly woman reached out, trembling, to accept the flowers. Thank you, Tang Tang. You're such a good girl. Tang Tang's home is right next door to the old woman's. Rather than a house, it would be more fittingly described as a dilapidated mud-walled straw hut. Mom, I'm back. Just in time. Wash your hands. Dinner is ready. Wow, it smells so good. What delicious dish has Mom prepared today? Tang Chuntao was busily working at the stove. Yet, upon encountering the unfamiliar figure of Xiao, a flicker of caution crossed her brow. At the dining table, Tang Chuntao presented a pot of wild vegetable soup, a plate of shredded potatoes, and several steam buns. Additionally, she prepared a special dish for Xiao, stir-fried eggs with chili peppers. The fare was simple, yet the flavors were delightful. During the meal, Tang Tang elucidated the circumstances to Tang Chuntao. It turned out that as long as Xiao did not mind their family, everything would be fine. Then, Xiao, you may sleep in my bed tonight. I shall share a bed with Mother, Tang Tang exclaimed, leaping into her mother's embrace. It has been ages since I last slept with you. Tang Chuntao affectionately ruffled Tang Tang's hair, teasing, You're quite grown up now, yet you still wish to share a bed with your mother. She leaned down to inhale the scent of Tang Tang's hair. You smell terrible. Did you go catch ducks for money again today? Yes, soon it will be Mom's birthday, and I want to buy you a new pair of shoes. Once I save enough money, I'll bring back the ducks I caught, and you can make me braised duck. Very good. Tang Tang is so obedient. Go take a shower. I'll wash your clothes. I'm going right away, Tang Tang exclaimed as she departed. Tang Chuntao turned to Xiao, offering him a warm smile and a slight nod. Although she was already a mother, she still appeared quite youthful. To an outsider, it was hard to believe she was the mother of a 10-year-old. Xiao returned the gesture with a smile. I apologize for the disturbance. After dinner, Xiao carried a bucket of hot water to bathe. The bathing area was a modest little shed set up in the backyard. After cleansing himself, he retrieved a new set of clothes from his dimensional bracelet and tidied away the soiled garments. Tang Tang's bed was rather small. Xiao could not fully stretch his legs and had to curl slightly. The thin quilt was quite worn, clearly patched, and mended numerous times. The room contained only a small bed and a low table, upon which rested a vase holding the gardenias Tang Tang had recently picked. Breathing in the floral fragrance, Xiao felt his tense spirit gradually unwind. The side effects of the Yueling, time-zero began to surge within him. Overwhelming fatigue took hold, and, as his head spun, he succumbed to slumber. Captain, where are you? Lao Lu called, one hand dragging a fishing net and the other clutching desire, wandering along the riverbank in search of Xiao's whereabouts. His cries startled a flock of birds from the reeds. Reflecting on the sight of Xiao severing the head of the water ghost earlier that day, Lao Lu mused, the captain's charm lasts no longer than 3 seconds. No, not even 1 second. He bellowed again, Captain, where are you? Captain. Ah, there's a glimmer. Lao Lu's eyes sparkled with excitement. It seems to be the village. Chapter 60. The dog tamer Zhou to the east of Jingyi Village, in a higher terrain, a black train stood still upon the desolate land outside the village. This train, comprising 9 carriages, indicated that its owner must possess at least a 9th level status. The doors swung wide open, and a multitude of dogs, each clutching various items in their mouths, scurried in and out. Zhou Ji sat at the head of the train, clad in a black, open-fronted cardigan, his lean abdomen subtly revealing the contours of six-pack abs. To his surprise, the village was quite large, fortunate for the windy season, or else he would not have had the time to amass such a multitude of dogs. Ah, the windy season is delightful. I adore it. Witnessing his pack swell several-fold filled Zhou Ji with immense joy. He was a disciple of the dog-taming sect in a fantastical realm. Once a dog was touched by him, it would be tamed, wholly obedient to his commands. The more dogs he tamed, the stronger his physical prowess became. Previously, he had subdued over a dozen dogs from a pet shop, although one little black dog had managed to escape. Regrettably, most of the pets he had tamed subsequently met their demise in battle. The dogs here are rather pathetic, incomparable to those from my former world. Fortunately, I still possess 3 extraordinary canines imbued with marvelous powers. What a peculiar world this is, teeming with sights unseen. I must find a way to return. For now, my focus is on augmenting my strength. Sui Hua is still waiting for me to marry her. With this thought, Zhou Ji's resolve intensified. A flicker of fire? Is there a village in the distance? Splendid. More dogs to tame. Without hesitation, he leapt down from the train's front, leading a portion of his canine entourage, over 40 strong, toward the western side of the village. The remaining dogs continued to carry supplies into the train. The village lay strewn with corpses, blood saturating the ground. Zhou Ji regarded this scene with indifference, for he was the architect of this chaos. What a destitute village. Devoid of treasures, yet every household harbored a dog. However, this fortuitously benefited me. Stationed here, Zhou Ji intended to integrate the village's dogs into his expanding canine army. With an increasing pack comes the necessity for sustenance, requiring a substantial stockpile of food. Thus, he began hoarding provisions, engaging in plunder and slaughter. The eastern part of the village had transformed into a veritable mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. Traversing from the eastern village to the western one, Zhou Ji's dog army continued to swell, while behind him, villagers fell one after another. How annoying! Can you not cease your cries? You are mere ephemeral vessels, stepping stones on my journey home. Zhou Ji showed no mercy as he slaughtered the villagers, single-mindedly aiming to empty the village. In one household, a chubby boy gazed at his beloved dog, Da Huang, whom his family had nurtured for over 5 years. Yet, upon being merely touched by Zhou Ji, the dog turned against him, betraying its former master. Trembling, the boy exclaimed, "An outsider! Another outsider!" Zhou Ji understood all too well that the outsider referred to him, as the villagers he had slain had uttered similar cries in their final moments. "Chubby boy, what do you mean by that? Have you encountered other outsiders?" The pack of dogs parted to make way as Zhou Ji approached the chubby boy, effortlessly lifting him with one hand. If only there were another train conductor present. Eliminating him and seizing his resources and train would undoubtedly elevate my strength further. These villagers are inconsequential. Killing the train conductor offers a swifter gain. Do you know where he is? I know. He was brought back by the wild offspring from the village, and he is certainly still at that wild child's home. Upon hearing this, Zhou Ji's spirits lifted. "Lead the way, take me to him." At that moment, the chubby boy's father lunged forward. He repeatedly bowed to Zhou Ji, exclaiming, "Immortal! Immortal! I know where she lives. I will guide you. I beseech you, spare my son. Please." "Very well, it shall be you." He casually tossed the chubby boy aside and stepped out. The man trembled as he walked ahead, with Zhou Ji leisurely trailing behind. The two, accompanied by a pack of dogs, headed towards the westernmost part of the village. "This is it." The man pointed shakily at a dilapidated straw hut. "All right, you may leave now, be gone." "Thank you, immortal, thank you. Why are you shouting so loudly?" A hint of displeasure crossed Zhou Ji's brow. With a swift kick, he sent the man flying. Then, with another kick, he shattered the rickety wooden door of Tang Chuantao's home. Following his command, the pack of dogs surged inside. Whiff, 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 whiff. With bared teeth, they presented a terrifying spectacle. At that moment, a grenade detonated, sending several dogs that were leading the charge flying through the air. Qi Zhao's figure appeared behind Zhou Ji, a shotgun pressed against his back. Bang! Chapter 61. Come on. Dog continue. A tremendous force sent Xiao flying. He fell to the ground with a thud, his back a gruesome mess. The male gunman fired at point-blank range, achieving remarkable results. Xiao followed up with 2 more shots, kicked him, and upon confirming his demise, he sighed in relief. Although Xiao was resting, the unfamiliar surroundings prevented him from fully relaxing. Thus, the moment he sensed movement outside the room, he sprang into action. He had not rested long before using his word spirit again, and the side effects hit him more swiftly this time. Xiao felt a profound ache throughout his body, and before he could catch his breath, Zhou, lying on the ground, pushed himself up with both hands. Damn, you are quite ruthless. Xiao furrowed his brow. He was still alive? Meanwhile, in the pool of blood lay a gray dog. My replacement dog. How could you treat it so? You killed my gray silk. I will see you dead. Immediately, the dogs that had rushed into the room turned and charged back out. At his command, they all lunged at Xiao, fearlessly confronting him with their ferocity. This person can actually control dogs? What kind of artifact is this? And what is this replacement dog nonsense? Xiao was astonished, as was Zhou. How did this fellow manage to appear silently behind me? Teleportation? A perilous ability. Wait, this person seems somewhat familiar. I think I've seen him in the chat room. Xiao. Yes, that's the Xiao. Zhou remembered. The person before him was indeed the top-ranked Xiao in their chat room. Achieving the number 1 spot surely required some skill. What wealth-hugging rich woman would indulge you without strength? This guy must have a plethora of resources on that train. If I kill him, I will become even stronger. Zhou tilted his head back and let out a wolf howl, summoning the dog stationed near the train. Swiftly finish this, kill him. As the howl subsided, Zhou charged towards Xiao alongside the pack. His right hand morphed into a black dog's paw, striking downwards. Xiao immediately drew his long knife to defend. Time slowed by a factor of 2. Zhou's movements decelerated, allowing Xiao to easily block his claw. With time slowed, his body could withstand it. He had refined his manipulation of time dilation. Yes, this is it. I must control the rate of time's slowdown precisely, avoiding pushing it to the limit, creating distance. Xiao sheathed his knife and switched to his gun, unleashing a torrent of bullets. Zhou crossed his arms in front of him, intercepting every bullet. What kind of physique is this? He can withstand bullets? Moreover, he can control dogs. This fellow must have had plenty of adventures in the previous world. As more dogs surrounded him, Zhou's speed gradually caught up to Xiao. His claws became sharper, and his mouth elongated, revealing sharp fangs. He was increasingly resembling a dog. There was no time to change the magazine. Zhou's claws were already at his face. Bang! Bang! Time slowed by a factor of 3. With time dilation tripled, Xiao drew his shotgun and fired 4 consecutive blasts at him. Zhou's assault once again slowed. But Xiao bent low and deftly sidestepped his strike, leveraging the moment to deliver a powerful kick that sent him flying. Had he suddenly accelerated? What was happening? As more and more dogs closed in, Xiao began to piece together the scenario. The greater the number of dogs, the stronger Zhou became. Recognizing Zhou's capabilities, Xiao swiftly adapted his strategy. First, he would eliminate this pack of dogs to diminish Zhou's strength. Drawing a grenade, he bit off the safety pin and tossed it into the throng of dogs on his right. An explosive thunderclap erupted among them, sending 7 or 8 dogs hurtling through the air, blood spraying from their mouths. Zhou twisted his body, extracting a tooth that had been loosened by the blast. How intriguing. His speed had indeed increased. He spat out a mouthful of blood, barking a command that sent the dogs scattering. Scattering? Too late. With time slowed to 1/3 of its usual pace, Xiao drew his rifle, and the fleeing dogs appeared to move as if on a leisurely stroll. One by one, he dispatched them with precise shots. Gunfire? Lao Lu perked up his ears, recognizing the unmistakable sound. The intermittent shots confirmed the direction, and he dashed towards the source. Was it the commander? The commander was engaged in battle. Commander, wait for me. As Lao Lu sprinted forward, the coins in his fishing net clinked rhythmically. The number of dogs around dwindled significantly, and blood pooled in a vast expanse. With the sudden decrease in canine numbers, Xiao found it increasingly difficult to match Qi Zhao's pace. What was this man's situation? Not only was he extraordinarily fast, but he also wielded an array of weapons. Did he possess some sort of magical storage device? Unable to keep up with his speed, he realized he could not afford to delay any longer. With a furious roar, Zhou summoned forth 2 dogs from the pack, one black and one white, pure in their colors. Grasping one in each hand, he absorbed them into his being. His visage morphed entirely into that of a dog, half covered in black fur and half in white. Black fur sprouted across his body, his spine elongated, and a tail sprouted forth. Ha 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 ha! The thrill of battle was exhilarating. Zhou, now frenzied, clawed and swiped at Qi Xiao, who was forced to retreat step by step. Could he actually merge with them? His speed had surged to an astonishing level. Even triple speed was barely enough to keep pace with him. Zhou's claws struck Qi Zhao's blade, sending sparks flying. The claws had become remarkably hard. If only lust were still with him, it could surely slice through those claws. In the ensuing clash, Qi Zhao's blade ultimately faltered and broke. Seizing the opportunity, he slowed time tenfold. Zhou's speed diminished once more. Qi Xiao adjusted his position, lifting his leg for a side kick, channeling power from his core to strike the fractured edge of the blade. The broken tip, propelled by the force of impact, plunged into Zhou's abdomen with a sickening thud. Simultaneously, Zhou's claws raked across Qi Zhao's shoulder, launching him away with tremendous force. Dazed, Zhou shook his head, grasping the remaining fragment of the blade, protruding from his body and yanking it free, discarding it to the ground. He extended his long tongue, licking the blood from his claws. Remarkably, it had penetrated my black and white dog skin. Truly a thrilling battle. However, that was the extent of it. Zhou raised his sharp claws and slowly approached Qi Xiao. With the next strike, he would shatter his heart. Hey, villain, stay away from brother Qi Xiao. At that moment, a stone struck Zhou on the back of his head, launched from Tang's slingshot. Although it was not painful, it was a great insult. Zhou turned his head, his fierce black and white canine visage focused on Tang. Inside, Tang Chuntao held Tang close, listening to the gunfire, thunder, and barking outside. Even she could not suppress a slight tremor, particularly when Zhou had kicked open her door and a pack of dogs surged into the yard. She had braced herself for death. Yet, soon enough, the dogs had departed, replaced by the sounds of intense fighting. Mom, don't be afraid. Tang is not afraid. Tang Chuntao gently patted Tang's back in reassurance. I'm sorry, brother Qi Xiao. Mom knows you're a stranger. She won't blame you. Outside, silence enveloped the scene as if everything that had just transpired was but a figment of imagination. No, Mom, I must go out and see. Tang exerted herself from Tang Chuantao's embrace, grabbed her small slingshot, and dashed out. Tang Chuntao hurried after her. The ground was littered with the corpses of dogs, blood pooling everywhere. The mother and daughter cautiously navigated around the lifeless bodies, following the sounds of chaos. When Tang spotted Qi Xiao being flung away, she immediately raised her slingshot and aimed a shot at Zhou. However, Zhou remained composed. He licked his lips and turned back to continue his advance towards Qi Xiao. Kill him, then eliminate these two. Xiao. Zhou's claws lunged fiercely toward Qi Xiao's heart. Once immobile on the ground, Qi Xiao suddenly scuttled forward like a cockroach, narrowly evading the strike. He rose to his feet, retrieved a syringe of adrenaline, bit off the needle cap, and injected it into himself. Qi Xiao's expression surged with exhilaration, grateful for the potency of the innocent fruit that kept him from losing consciousness entirely. It was primarily due to the precious seconds Tang had bought him that Qi Xiao had the opportunity to utilize the high-quality life potion acquired in Dawn City. Truly, it was a superior life potion. With a single gulp, his injuries began to heal rapidly. Coupled with the adrenaline, he felt an inexhaustible vigor coursing through him. Come on, you mutt. Let's continue. Chapter 62. The new world beyond your sight time slowed down fivefold. Qi Xiao had finally matched Zhou's speed, yet he remained unable to penetrate the formidable defenses of his adversary's hardened claws. Another blade shattered, the distance unyielding, even if he managed to create space. Bullets would not breach his defenses. At this rate, exhaustion was inevitable. Xiao's final trump card was the anchor point for retreat, which he could not employ unless absolutely necessary. Come, let me see how long our little dog can endure. After exchanging a blow, the two retreated to regain their stamina. Driver! Driver! Lao Lu! Xiao beheld Lao Lu, stark naked, one hand clutching a fishing net, the other wielding a knife as he sprinted from a distance. At last, I've found you, my driver. Word spirit, time 0. Xiao swiftly joined Lao Lu, seizing the dagger. Lust. So you found it. Lao Lu, go protect them. He directed towards Tang Chuntao and Tang Tang in the distance. I will slay the dog. Once activated, Lust was now under his complete command. With one decisive stroke, I shall sever your dog's head. At that moment, Zhou Zi's heart raced, his tongue lolling as he gasped for breath. This body, while swift and resilient, suffered from poor heat dissipation. It all depended on his tongue. Wait, where did that little chubby kid come from? That short knife. Why did his eyes suddenly brim with confidence upon acquiring it? His heart and lungs were nearing overload. A swift resolution was imperative. One claw to end this battle. Eliminate him and seize his train. The two charged at each other with a synchrony akin to the resumption of a long-awaited intermission. Zhou Zi fortified his claws to their utmost hardness, attempting to intercept Xiao's blade. The forceful vibrations of lust cleaved through his claws, shattering them at the midpoint. Zhou Zi recoiled in pain. Indeed, this blade harbored a sinister secret. Mere contact had cost him 2 fingers. What a formidable weapon. Xiao's strikes fell like raindrops, and Zhou Zi scrambled to defend himself. Each time he absorbed a blow, his claws were left numb from the impact. Xiao, invigorated by the battle, wore an increasingly frenzied expression, his entire focus fixated on severing Zhou Zi's claws. An opportunity arose. Zhou Zi seized Xiao's blade, his tail suddenly extending like lightning, aimed directly at Xiao's heart. Did you not anticipate this as my true trump card? Zhou Zi glanced at Xiao, eager to witness the fear contorting his features. Yet in that critical moment, a smile crept upon Xiao's lips. Boom! A jade treasure chest materialized, intercepting Zhou Zi's concealed strike. This is not good. In the next instant, his right claw, gripping the knife, was entirely severed. With a powerful kick, Xiao sent the level 8 treasure chest crashing into Zhou Zi, toppling him to the ground. Another strike, and Zhou Zi's left claw flew away. Zhou Zi bit down hard, shattering several teeth. As he rapidly reverted to his original form, the black and white dogs detached from his body, collapsing into a pool of blood. As he observed Xiao, who approached him slowly with a dagger in hand, Zhou Zi's eyes finally reflected a flicker of fear. His trump card had been unveiled, and his opponent possessed more than he did. No, I still have a card up my sleeve. My final gambit. Stop. You cannot kill me. I am a member of the Order of the Heavenly Kingdom. Zhou Zi fished out a badge with his severed hand from his trousers, identical to the one Xia Yuan had given him. Xiao, I know you. I am aware that you have encountered players from previous rounds. You must also be familiar with the New World. This is merely a novice village. We are all destined for the New World. The Order of the Heavenly Kingdom is the largest organization in the New World. I have been specially recruited this year. You cannot kill me. If you do, you will be opposing the entire Order of the Heavenly Kingdom. Xiao retracted the treasure chest into his dimensional bracelet and slowly approached him, crouching down. Zhou Zi instinctively recoiled. Is this what you meant? Xiao produced his own badge from the Order of the Heavenly Kingdom. He took Zhou Zi's badge, compared the two, and then raised his head, smiling at Zhou Zi. Oh dear, it turns out we are all from the same family. Xiao extended his hand to help Zhou Zi, who had fallen to the ground, back up. Brother Zhou, why didn't you mention this earlier? Zhou Zi's face was a canvas of astonishment, a blend of shock, relief from narrowly escaping death, and a tinge of envy. You are also a specially recruited newcomer? Xiao wore an expression that implied, what do you think? With Xiao's assistance, Zhou Zi stood up. The two stood side by side, chatting and laughing, and an onlooker might genuinely mistake them for good brothers. Ha ha ha. See, we become acquainted through conflict. Brother Xiao, when we reach the new world, you will still be my brother Xiao. We will look out for each other in the order of the heavenly kingdom. Brother Zhou, you have misjudged one thing. Qi Xiao leaned close to Zhou Ji's ear. You will not see the new world. Zhou Ji froze for a moment, and in the next second, he spewed a mouthful of blood. Weakly, he lowered his head to discover a gaping hole the size of a fist in his chest. Just 3 seconds prior, Qi Xiao had unleashed his word spirit, multiplying his speed 20-fold. He activated lust, methodically slicing Zhou Ji's heart apart. It was so swift that Zhou Ji barely registered it. Death arrived before pain could set in. You made it easy for me. Ha! The order of the heavenly kingdom is truly indiscriminate in whom they accept. Once Qi Xiao confirmed that Zhou Ji would not rise again, he finally exhaled in relief. It appeared that his life-saving dog had indeed only one life. With Zhou Ji dead, the remaining dogs lost their master and regained their senses, dispersing in different directions. Exhausted, utterly drained. Indeed, the slight time dilation inflicted minimal strain on the body. Additionally, the exertion from activating lust was incredibly taxing. Using the word spirit of time 0 alongside lust was undeniably powerful. Yet the body could not withstand it. There was no time to rest. Adrenaline still coursed through him, and there were matters to attend to. Old Lu, conductor. Upon hearing Qi Xiao's call, Old Lu immediately rushed over. Qi Xiao pulled out a t-shirt and draped it over Old Lu. Are you going to remain bare like this? Old Lu scratched his head. I've been invisible whenever I encountered anyone. The shirt draped over the back of Lao Lu, perfectly concealing his behind. Lao Lu scratched his rear, extracting the garment wedged between his cheeks. By the way, the train sheath this. Qi Xiao stored the fishing net treasure chest, dragged by Lao Lu into the interface bracelet. Let us go lick the bag. Lick the bag? What does that mean? After Qi Xiao's explanation, Lao Lu eagerly dashed towards the nearby dogs. I love licking bags. The dogs brought back could be transformed into fertilizer, especially those 3 peculiar ones with gray, black, and white fur. Once Qi Xiao retrieved the motorcycle, the interface bracelet immediately lightened its load, perfectly accommodating these deceased dogs. After rummaging through Zhou Ji's corpse without discovering anything of value, it struck him. Zhou Ji was dead. What about his train? Having gathered all the dead dogs, he hastily rose. Lao Lu, let's find the train. Huh? What? Before departing, Qi Xiao approached Tang Tang once more. She reached out, gently stroking Tang Tang's head. Smiling as she said, I'm sorry, I deceived you. Hee. I know Brother Qi Xiao is an outsider. I'm not foolish. Qi Xiao pondered for a moment, producing a handgun and offering it to Tang Tang. If you encounter those wicked outsiders again, use this. Your aim with the slingshot is quite accurate. This weapon operates similarly. After instructing Tang Tang on how to use it and leaving her some ammunition, Qi Xiao hurriedly departed with Lao Lu. Nearby residents, alerted by the commotion, occasionally opened their doors, peering through the cracks to observe. Heads would sporadically pop up from behind low walls, stealthily glancing in this direction, yet no one dared to approach. Old Wang, what is going on? Shouldn't we check it out? Are you trying to get yourself killed? Can't you see that he's a killer? The village dogs, for reasons unknown, had all flocked over, all perishing at his hands. That outsider can even transform into a dog. It's terrifying. Transform into a dog? I didn't see that. I couldn't even discern how he died. Their speed is astonishing, especially that one with a gun. It was as if he could teleport. These outsiders are too fearsome. They come every few years. When will it ever end? Chapter 63. The Greatest Harvest. Level 6 treasure chest. Zhou Ji's train was not difficult to locate. Even in the darkness, the illuminated vehicle stood out prominently. The black train. Qi Xiao murmured. He recalled Kong Yu's words. The train is a reflection of dark souls, and its heart is equally shadowed. Shaking his head, Qi Xiao stepped into the carriage. His heart lightened upon seeing the screen display indicating that the train was unoccupied. The first 2 carriages were nearly empty, devoid of anything useful. Qi Xiao opened the door to the 3rd carriage. Inside was a wooden shelf, upon which rested 7 treasure chests, each accompanied by a note detailing the station from which they were obtained and the contents revealed. A collector's obsession? All the items had been claimed, yet the empty chests remained. How tedious. And why was there a suitcase here? It felt rather out of place. Requires a level 6 treasure chest key to unlock. This is a level 6 treasure chest? Thick gift crab? It was a silver metallic chest, similar in size and shape to a suitcase. The level 5 chest did not require a key, but from level 6 onward, one was necessary. It appeared that level 6 marked a significant threshold. I wonder if it could be forcibly pried open. Let's give it a try. Xiao summoned lust, bringing the blade down with force. With all his strength, Xiao left a shallow groove of less than a millimeter on the chest. It could be struck. It seemed feasible to break it open violently. If Monkey King were here, he could probably smash it open in one blow. The level 8 chest was only 2 levels higher, yet its value was significantly greater. He pondered the maximum level of the chests. Xiao stowed the chest into his dimensional bracelet and proceeded to the next carriage door. A foul odor assaulted him. Xiao covered his nose. This carriage was filled with neatly stacked wooden boxes containing various dried meat chunks. There were also drying racks adorned with frogs, snakes, mice, and other assorted dried meats, all meticulously categorized and strung together. This fellow certainly exhibited a compulsive tendency. He moved on to the next carriage. It was a rudimentary bedroom. Xiao rummaged through a box at the head of the bed and discovered a costume card. It was a gray costume card, which he casually stowed into the dimensional bracelet. He found a total of 37 train coins. In order to carry more items, Xiao spent 40 train coins to upgrade the dimensional bracelet to level 7, increasing its weight capacity to 500 kilograms. He felt a twinge of regret, but realized there was no alternative. He did not want to risk logging into this train, as it would render the established anchor point ineffective. Although today marked the final day of the windy season, implying no further trains would stop, he had docked yesterday, leaving the possibility of other trains arriving. Should he log in here only to find the doors wide open elsewhere and be picked clean, it would be a regrettable loss. The next carriage was adorned with dog skins of various colors, sizes, and breeds, numbering well over 100. Did Tortoise really slay so many dogs? He wondered. He was curious about how he had acquired the ability to control dogs and enhance his own body through them, and whether there were methods for cultivation. That life-replacing dog was undeniably invaluable. As they ventured further into the train's rear compartments, they discovered little of value, mostly an assortment of inconsequential debris. After thoroughly searching the entire train, Xiao returned to the original carriage and tapped on the screen. Decomposed ordinary compartments 8. Acquired 1680 kilograms of metal, 840 kilograms of plastic, and 560 kilograms of wood. Transferred 1850 kilograms of metal, 1,010 kilograms of plastic, and 700 kilograms of wood to the account of Train Chief Xiao, number 199900526. Throughout the entirety of Dong Village, the survivors could be counted on one hand. With the search of the train complete, it was time to prepare for their return. Today marked the final day of the wind season. Xiao mounted his motorcycle, taking along old Lu as they hurried back. "Chief, are we heading in the right direction? I came from that way all the way here." Xiao abruptly halted, turning the vehicle around. "Why didn't you mention that sooner? I thought you knew the way." Chapter 64. All parties. A grand black door is embedded within the mountains, exuding an aura of antiquity and solemnity, as if it bears the weight of countless ages and histories. The surface of the door is adorned with an array of peculiar symbols and patterns. Before this imposing entrance, a small dog of black and gray hue struts back and forth, its head held high, serving faithfully as the guardian of the gate. "How charming you are! Come here. Let me pet your head," said the man. The dog nuzzled against the stranger, its head rubbing against him affectionately. A silver coin, shaped like a dog, dangled from its collar. "Good boy. Stay put. I'll bring 2 female dogs later to keep you company." With one hand gently stroking the dog's head, he slowly unfastened its collar. He chuckled as he lifted the collar adorned with the silver coin. "Got it. That was quite easy." Suddenly, the once docile dog opened its jaws wide and swallowed the man, along with the coin, in one swift motion. A short distance away, down a dirt slope, the man ignited a small effigy in his hand and tossed it to the ground. Cerberus, the mythological guardian of the underworld in ancient Greek lore, is often depicted with 3 heads, although some text suggests it had 50. So, how many heads does it truly possess? 50? He pondered, to which his companion nodded. But isn't that just one head? It grows back after being severed. Moreover, with each head that is cut off, it becomes stronger. Ah, no wonder you need that knife. Regardless of how many heads it has, it possesses only one soul. Do not worry, I will handle it. Emerging from a slope, he grasped the ethereal flame of the unknown fire. Hello, little dog. Brother is here again. It was indeed a formidable challenge. His garments tattered. Exposing muscles as resilient as tempered steel, he crouched down to retrieve the silver coin from the ground and tossed it to his approaching companion. Did you hear any sounds? His companion shook his head. Pressing his ear against the door, he listened intently, a serious expression on his face. It sounds like someone is calling from behind the door. Hey, handsome, come play. His companion chuckled softly and turned to return to the train. Is it truly held behind that door? Why not pull it open and see for yourself? The man retorted, rolling his eyes as he followed. Perhaps it's best left alone. After all, I am destined for heaven. He pulled out a small mirror, smoothing his hair as he spoke. The dog coin is secured. What about the pig coin? Where shall I find it? Our task is merely to acquire the dog coin. The pig coin is not our concern. Then shall we return to report our findings? I need to return the knife at the transfer station, lest my foolish brother shed tears. At the transfer station, following the trail of the enchanted blade, he ventured into a forest. The blade was lodged in a tree, and from its hilt hung a sweet delicacy, accompanied by a note. For little Juan, my foolish brother is not allowed to eat. As the evening descended, Xiao removed the packaging and exclaimed, Wow, how did Brother Yinxing know that this flavor is my favorite? Shiranui Subaru, with a glum expression, cautioned, Be careful. It might be poisonous. Xiao opened the box, pinched a cherry blossom-flavored treat, and took a blissful bite. However, after a few chews, her expression abruptly changed. Grasping her throat, she emitted peculiar sounds of distress. Oh, it's indeed poisonous. I'm poisoned. I'm going to die. She reached out towards Shiranui Subaru, demanding, Kill Brother Yinxing, avenge me. Unfazed, Shiranui Subaru sheathed his knife and turned to leave. Xiao, undeterred, seized a matcha-flavored treat and stuffed it into her mouth, her cheeks puffing out. TSK, foolish brother complex. Meanwhile, on the train, Xiao perused a stack of documents. These contained the list of candidates she had pre-selected for recruitment into the Order of the Heavenly Kingdom this year. With a new world awaiting her tomorrow, she intended to review them one last time before submission. Xiao, the highest-ranked individual in the 2000 region, had excelled during his internship, finishing first. His performance in Dawn City was commendable as well. He possessed wisdom, courage, and a certain shrewdness, yet maintained his principles. He truly fit our recruitment criteria. While performing push-ups, Shiranui Subaru engaged in conversation with Xiao. Ultimately, it stemmed from the fact that he had utilized silver coins and thus gained qualifications. Those deemed qualified must be recruited into our Order of the Heavenly Kingdom. Xiao retorted defiantly. Don't let your incomplete tasks cloud your judgment of others. Xiao is exceptional in his own right, and I quite admire him. Even without qualifications, I would still bring him on board. Shiranui Subaru scoffed, rising to his feet. The fact that Kongyu can enter this realm indicates she possesses the module for platform travel. Should I report this? Xiao approached and touched Shiranui Subaru's forehead, puzzled. But it's not even hot. What has gotten into you? Reporting this would essentially mean admitting to encountering Kongyu in this realm. Are you suggesting that the encounter with Kong you shouldn't be included in the report? Of course not. Do you think merely mentioning the encounter with Kongyu while omitting your brother would suffice? Furthermore, investigating the free organization is not your concern. We simply need to execute our own responsibilities. Shiranui Subaru wore an inscrutable expression, seemingly lost in thought. After a moment, he hurriedly departed. Then I must quickly draft a new report. Xiao called out, Rest assured, I will keep Brother Yinxing's matters confidential. We shall investigate together. Chapter 65. Transfer Station. Seeing the train standing still and safe, Xiao let out a sigh of relief. He halted his motorcycle and patted Lao Lu's head, saying, Wake up, we've arrived. As soon as he opened the door, the black wind monster eagerly leapt out, squatting down to relieve itself. clearly having been holding it in for quite some time. Surprisingly, the carriage was still clean. One would not have expected the black wind monster to endure for so long. After parking his motorcycle inside the carriage, Xiao noticed Lao Lu yawning incessantly, clearly fatigued. Let us wash the dishes and prepare dinner. Upon hearing the mention of dinner, Lao Lu's eyes lit up, instantly invigorated. Understood. Xiao affectionately patted the dog's head and led the black wind monster to the rear carriage to gather food. Have you grown? Xiao lifted the black wind monster and held it before him. I didn't notice before, but now, after just a day apart, you seem taller. After all, he had been raising it for almost a month. Returning to the kitchen with the food, Xiao unwrapped the roasted chicken, placing it on a plate before tossing it into the oven. He handed the freshly picked side dishes to Lao Lu and summoned the light screen. After receiving the upgraded supplies and the train currency transferred from Shijian, he noticed an unread message in the lower right corner. To all train conductors, the windy season has ended, and you are about to embark on a new journey. Your next stop will be the transfer station, and this trip will not consume any train currency. This station is a peaceful one, where you may stay for up to 48 hours. All remaining train conductors from the 10,000 regions of the novice village will gather here. Departing from the transfer station, you will enter a new world. A transfer station? So, there exists a waypoint between the novice village and the new world. With 10,000 regions, that implies a population of 100 million. Xiao entered the chat room, discovering that only about 30 individuals were online. So this is merely the novice village. Folks, I will venture ahead to scout the path. See you all in the new world. It's wonderful that no train currency is required for the transfer station. How considerate, knowing I am low on funds. Our region once boasted 10,000 people, and now only about 90 remain. You are all remarkable. Even I am a rare gem among gems. Let us all add each other as friends. It will be helpful in the new world. As some began their journey, the number continued to dwindle. Shijian, why haven't you replied for so long? One might think you were dead. Is that how you curse your allies? We'll reach the transfer station by morning. I am truly looking forward to it. Do not expose your module. I'm not foolish. After dinner, Xiao took stock of his current train currency, 108 coins. That was sufficient material to level up 4 times. Yet he hesitated to part with the 40 train coins. Metal, 2,467, 600 kilograms. Plastic, 1,338, 300 kilograms. Wood, 971, 200 kilograms. Train currency, 0, 10 coins. Let us level up once and see if any advantageous modifications are revealed. Delayed departure. One may postpone their departure from the station by 10 minutes. 8 train coins. Enhanced steel. The thickness of the carriage steel has been increased from 5 millimeters to 10 millimeters. 1 train coin per carriage. Hands-free. Acquire a dedicated dishwasher for the train. 3 train coins. With the option of delayed departure, Xiao, who follows the account, would undoubtedly choose to upgrade. As for the enhanced steel, I currently possess 13 carriages, and parting with them is somewhat difficult. A dishwasher? Xiao glanced at the diligent Lao Lu scrubbing dishes and chose to disregard this upgrade. For now, it shall remain as is. There has been no mention of rewards from Konyo. The option to upgrade is always available, so I will conserve some train coins. Tomorrow, we shall arrive at the transfer station, where meeting individuals from other regions will surely yield numerous treasures. Lacking in food supplies, Xiao decided to dispose of the dog corpses and jerky into the automatic composting barrel for fertilizer production. The black, white, and gray strands appeared indistinguishable from ordinary dogs, except for their complete lack of mixed fur. Their colors are remarkably pure. I shall keep these 3 for now. The automatic composting barrel continuously produces fertilizer, and the peach saplings have grown taller over the past few days. Observing the plants, it is uncertain whether the reason for old Ren's behavior stems from him being a zombie or a mere puppet, yet the plants do not attack him. If I could capture a zombie in the future and confine it in a cage, allowing the plants to incessantly attack it to exploit a glitch, wouldn't that provide a continuous supply of vegetables? The key benefit is that they can be used as fertilizer. I wonder if this plan is feasible. In future encounters with zombies, I could attempt to capture one to create an automatic vegetable machine. Toad Potion. Ingesting it elevates one's spirits, enhancing agility and recovery. External application may lead to poisoning. Remarkable. There are indeed two methods of usage. In a confrontation, if I take a sip and spray it on my blade, I become faster while my opponent succumbs to poison. Quite the deceptive strategy. But what if I develop oral ulcers? Xiao shook his head, stowing away the vial of clear red liquid. There's also that gray outfit card, depicting a warrior wielding an axe and clad in silver armor. This item is of no immediate use either. The following day, at 7:50 a.m., the train arrived at the transfer station. Entered the public chat room of the transfer station. Current number of online train conductors, 59. By 8 o'clock, this number surged instantaneously. Current number of online train conductors, 998. 765. Indeed, those who reach this place are truly exceptional. They must possess a plethora of valuable items. Many likely hold module cards. I wonder if any share my possession of the station forecast. Xiao felt as though he had leapt from a fishbowl into a brook. This new world must be the ocean. Xiao ranked the individuals in the chat room by level, with the highest being level 16. His own level 13 placed him fourth. Level 10 is clearly a dividing line, with fewer than 5,000 individuals above it. After all, the materials for upgrading are doubled, and 10 train coins are required. Ohio. Greetings to train conductors from other regions. I am Qin Shi Huang, offering you 50 train coins to embark on a daring adventure into a new world. A single finger from the cursed spirit. Seek warriors for the experience. A novice succubus, used fewer than 5 times, must be released urgently. A gentle reminder. No muscle-bound men allowed. A vial of assassin's potion. Only for exchange, not for sale. Please read carefully before approaching. Strictly exchange only. Seeking storage-type items. Prices are negotiable. Offering a futuristic mech set. Lacking a power source. Those who mind, please refrain from inquiring. 1 train coin per transaction. 10 train coins for an overnight package. Satisfaction guaranteed. What a lively chat room, brimming with messages from VIPs flaunting their remarkable modifications, vying for prominence. Xiao eagerly opened the trading platform, discovering a plethora of items. An array of extraordinary artifacts, firearms, and even integrated combat mechs, drones, and miniature nuclear reactors. Various beast carcasses, elixirs, weapons, talismans, and cultivation techniques were also available. The prices were exorbitant, with sellers demanding astronomical sums. Xiao searched for miraculous multi-purpose fertilizer, finding numerous listings. 3 train coins for 5 kilograms? Ridiculous. There were even individuals selling treasure chests, both opened and unopened. The marketplace featured living beings for sale, requiring offline transactions, and even individuals selling themselves. Truly a cornucopia of offerings. A little fire dragon? Isn't that a Pokemon? They even sell that. And this is just the prelude to the new world. If this continues, one might even purchase Ultraman upon arrival. Xiao typed treasure chest key into the search bar, and lo and behold, one result appeared. A level 6 treasure chest key, priced at 1,000 train coins. Goodness, they truly dare to ask for such an amount. Chapter 66. The level 6 treasure chest unlocked. Peace station regulations. Any form of harm you inflict upon others will be nullified, and a portion of your train currency will be deducted as compensation to the affected party. Your entourage, including but not limited to humans, pets, and inanimate objects. Attacking others will be considered as an attack initiated by you. Do not engage in any acts of theft, as this will similarly result in the deduction of your train currency and the return of the stolen items to the rightful owner. Spitting or relieving oneself in public is strictly prohibited. Damaging public facilities will lead to the deduction of your train currency and resources as compensation. A plethora of rules designed to ensure that one behaves appropriately and refrains from causing trouble. After carefully reviewing the regulations, Xiao cautioned Lao Lu with a few words before leading him out of the carriage. As Xiao stepped outside, he found himself in a bustling plaza. This was a teleportation platform, allowing instant return to the train at any time. There were a total of 12 such platforms, and Xiao arrived at platform 1. He had arranged to meet the individual possessing the level 6 treasure chest key here. It was also the platform with the most people. In the center of the plaza stood a rotating angel fountain, where a golden-haired, blue-eyed young man reclined, beckoning passing beauties and offering them a train currency coin. Soon, a throng of various lovely ladies gathered around the fountain, while he reveled in the regal treatment bestowed upon him by their presence. "Conductor, is this heaven?" Lao Lu exclaimed, pausing to wipe away a trickle of blood from his nose. "If you keep bleeding like that, you might just ascend to heaven," Xiao quipped. "Who is this wealthy fellow? An NPC? Not all. We're the security. Someone help. Lao Lu, Dia." Shi Jian squeezed her way out from the crowd of beauties, gently patting Lao Lu's head. "Why are you bleeding? Is Xiao bullying you again?" It's quite normal for a young lad to get a bit overheated. The group meandered through the area while Xiao awaited the arrival of the trader. It felt as though they had stumbled into a grand comic convention, for there was an abundance of everything here. Xiao's gaze fell upon a small fire dragon. It was roughly the size of a small Shiba Inu, with an orange body, a butter-colored belly and tail end, and a characteristic flame flickering at its tip. Its blue eyes sparkled, revealing 4 tiny teeth on both the upper and lower jaws. Its limbs were short, with only 4 fingers on its paws, rendering it utterly adorable. "It's truly a little fire dragon. How delightful!" Shi Jian exclaimed, reaching out to embrace it and ruffle its head. "Can this little fire dragon breathe fire?" The proprietor, brimming with pride, commanded, "Little fire, go ahead and give him a blast of fire." The little fire dragon stood up on its hind legs, puffed out its cheeks, and unleashed a fiery breath at a passing goblin. A golden barrier shimmered around the goblin, deflecting the flames. Turning around, the goblin bared its teeth and glared at the small fire dragon, causing it to scamper away in fright. Yet, it continued to breathe fire, which inadvertently singed Xiao and Lao Lu, resulting in Xiao receiving 2 train currency coins as compensation. The owner hurriedly pressed both hands over the little fire dragon's mouth, silencing it. "Goodness gracious! Who is the foolish goblin running amok? I lost 3 coins because of it. Blast it! I am a train conductor." The goblin raised a middle finger at him and then departed. "You little fire dragon, how much for the train coins?" The proprietor cradled the little fire dragon, raising a single finger. 10,000 train coins, no bargaining. Xiao patted his companion. "Old Lu, let's go." This owner seems rather dim-witted. Xiao turned to leave and collided with the girl. She was the one possessing the level 6 treasure chest key. "Are you Xiao?" Li Huizi, clad in a stylish Kansai JK uniform, her neatly trimmed hair adorned with a bow matching her blue and white skirt, approached. She wore knee-high white socks and uniform shoes, wielding a long knife sheathed in white, about 1 meter in length. From this proximity, a faint fragrance of cherry blossoms wafted from her. "Damn, a little cherry blossom?" Thanks to the chat's built-in translation feature, along with her name, Xiao realized she was from the land of cherry blossoms. Watching the scene unfold, Shi Jian approached Li Huizi. "He is Xiao. What are you seeking from him?" Xiao gazed at Shi Jian in astonishment. "You speak the cherry blossom language?" Shi Jian, hands on her hips, replied, "I can converse in over a dozen languages. The cherry blossom language is but a trifle." Xiao recounted the tale of the treasure chest and key. "Then translate this for me. Ask her to drop 2 zeros. Shi Jian retorted. "She says at most 1. Thus, it was agreed. The chest would be opened and the contents divided equally. "Is there anything for me?" "Why would there be anything for you? Am I translating for free?" "You translate first. We'll discuss after the deal is sealed." Shi Jian shot Xiao a glare. She relayed that while the train coins would be split evenly, she would have the first choice of the items drawn. "No problem. Ladies first," Xiao smiled. Having settled the terms, Xiao declared his intent to retrieve the treasure chest immediately. He pretended to return to the train, not wishing to reveal his dimensional bracelet. As the proprietor called out after them, "Hey, do you still want that little fire dragon? I'll drop 2 zeros off the price." In a relatively secluded corner, Li Huizi held a yellow and white striped toad. "I need to inspect the goods first. Just so, I need to verify mine too." Xiao, holding the treasure chest, and Li Huizi, with her toad, exchanged their items. The toad was cold and slippery, its legs kicking incessantly. The lecherous toad, its kiss can lift certain restrictions. It can unlock the level 6 treasure chest. Xiao. Li Huizi nodded after confirming it was indeed the level 6 treasure chest. Xiao placed the chest on the ground, and Li Huizi set the toad atop it. The toad hopped a couple of times, extending its tongue to latch onto the chest. As it shared a passionate kiss, a wave of translucent ripples spread outward. After 3 seconds, the toad vanished. The treasure chest opened. Word spirit, time 0. Time slows down 30-fold. Xiao swiftly opened the suitcase, without hesitation, and hastily gathered all its contents into the dimensional bracelet. It took merely 16 seconds. The suitcase lay open, revealing an AK-47 and a half-broken long knife. The group stood in stunned silence, their expressions a mixture of disbelief. What about the train tokens? She questioned. How could there be no train tokens? She looked to me, and I responded by asking who would go. Xiao's gaze was fixated on the 2 items in the treasure chest. Suddenly, it dawned on me. Due to the emergence of 2 artifacts, the train tokens must have been omitted. These 2 items were undoubtedly extraordinary. This was fortuitous. There was no need for contention over selection. Xiao gestured courteously, Miss Huizi. As per our agreement, please choose first. Li Huizi hesitated. She picked up the broken knife, examining it with a serious demeanor. After setting it down, she took the AK-47 into her hands, her expression growing even graver. Your treasure chest is a counterfeit, isn't it? She asserted. This chest must be fake. Don't try to deceive me. I inspected it prior to opening. My chest is fake. I haven't even accused you of having a counterfeit key. Xiao retorted, incredulous. If she couldn't discern the items, then I would choose first. Xiao seized the AK-47, captivated by its allure. What a magnificent weapon, truly worthy of a level 6 treasure chest. The finish is exquisite, a rare find. Let me see. Old Lu extended his hands in eagerness. Be careful. Don't accidentally discharge it. Xiao, still skeptical, lifted the empty suitcase and turned it upside down, but nothing fell out. With a deep sigh, she spread her hands. There truly are no train tokens. The items were assumed to be distributed, and Xiao returned the gun to the suitcase, tossing it to Old Lu to carry. Translate for her. May our collaboration be pleasant. Captain, that little cherry blossom is still following us. No need to mind her. Let us continue our exploration. Li Huizi, clutching the broken knife, silently trailed behind Xiao and the others. Chapter 67. Nanoworms and combat suits. The crowd bustled with energy. The task had been accomplished. But what of the translation fee? There are no train tokens to be found. How could one compensate? It was indeed perplexing. How could a level 6 treasure chest yield no train tokens? Did you acquire this treasure through dubious means? Have you ever opened a level 6 treasure chest? No, I have not. Precisely, experience is a teacher, and one should refrain from applying past knowledge to the unknown. Perhaps treasure chests of level 6 and above contain no train tokens at all, but rather remarkable items that could be sold for a plethora of tokens. You make a fair point. After a moment of contemplation, Shijian nodded in agreement. Wait, that does not absolve you of your debt. Xiao produced a train token and handed it to Shijian. The boss is magnanimous. Upon receiving the token, Shijian immediately performed a quick change of expression. Ahead, a large group had gathered, drawn by the quintessential curiosity of the populace. It turned out that someone was opening a level 6 treasure chest. Much like Xiao and Li Huizi, one individual possessed the chest while another held the key, and they planned to split the spoils equally. As the chest was opened amidst the crowd's anticipation, a substantial number of train tokens came into view. At least 50 gleamed before them. Truly, a level 6 treasure chest indeed. Not only tokens, but look, there are items beneath as well. How enviable. Upon witnessing this scene, Li Huizi's expression darkened considerably. Before she could gather her thoughts, Xiao excitedly turned to her, demanding, why does everyone else's level 6 treasure chest yield so many tokens? Is there something amiss with her frog key? It has cost me my tokens. After Shijian translated, Li Huizi fixed her gaze on Xiao and slowly replied, bad luck. With that, she coldly turned and walked away. Do not leave. You little cherry blossom, are you fleeing in guilt? Xiao turned to Shijian, asking what she had just said. Shijian stifled a laugh. She said you are truly unfortunate. Damn, old 6, do not stop me. I must teach this little cherry blossom a lesson today. Conductor, stop calling. The little cherry blossom has already walked away. Xiao wiped his nose, concealing the involuntary smile that threatened to emerge. Having assessed the items from the recently opened treasure chest, Xiao noted the haul, a total of 60 train tokens, far exceeding his expectations, given that the prior level 5 chest had yielded merely 36. Additionally, there were 2 items, a black rectangular piggy bank, through which a mercury-like substance was visible through the transparent glass, and a black trench coat. Both would warrant further examination upon their return. Xiao gazed at Li Huizi's retreating figure, pondering the notion of sharing. Time to go. Let us see if the little fire dragon has made a sale. Conductor, are we recruiting new team members? No, let us see if we can encounter some luck and swindle a few more train tokens. Behold, that individual possesses a tail, and not just any tail, but one shaped like a heart. It is a succubus, a living embodiment of allure, adorned with golden locks. He bears a pair of ebony horns atop his head. Remarkably, he is a male succubus. Around his neck hangs a black leather collar, the silver chain held firmly in the grasp of a woman. This woman is clothed in a nun's attire, with a silver crucifix necklace and flowing, lustrous hair. The juxtaposition of her appearance with the succubus she leads creates a striking contrast. The nun evidently relishes the attention she garners, commanding the succubus to shed his shirt and reveal his chiseled abs, captivating the surrounding women who pause to admire and reach out to him. Shijian shakes her head in disapproval, pursing her lips. In broad daylight, what a disgrace. The moral fabric of society is deteriorating. Xiao merely casts a casual glance, his interest waning. After all, it is not a female succubus. The 3 promptly depart, not lingering any longer. Unbeknownst to them, the gazes of the succubus and the nun lingered intentionally upon Shijian after her exit. The male succubus bows slightly, performing a butler's gesture. Leaning close to his mistress, he whispers, "That lady possesses 2 souls. She must be a host, her essence feeble." The nun clutches the crucifix at her chest, gazing at Shijian's retreating figure, murmuring, "How pitiable! Let's extend our aid to her." Upon their return to the little fire dragon, both the owner and the little fire dragon are conspicuously absent. Have they been sold, or has the owner relocated after another mishap? The absence of the little fire dragon leaves Shijian lamenting. She had intended to indulge in its delightful texture. With a look of regret, she states, "You all carry on. I shall return shortly to freshen up." Handing over the 6th to Shijian, Xiao teleports back to the train. Once aboard, Xiao eagerly examines the items from earlier. First, he inspects the black canister resembling a Bluetooth speaker. Galactic Nano Worm 3.0, a war weapon developed by Galactic Technologies. It devours energy, is immune to interference. An alternative steel tide. This is not mercury. It is a canister of nano worms. The vessel features a coin slot akin to that of a piggy bank, allowing for energy replenishment with train tokens. Current energy level, 60. The screen on the lid indicates that authentication is required to establish a connection. Upon successful authentication, Xiao's consciousness links with the nanoworms, and the lid of the canister opens. A stream of liquid composed of nanoworms, reminiscent of mercury, surges forth. Xiao directs the nanoworms to envelop the stainless steel dog bowl of the dark wind creature, which is swiftly consumed. The dark wind creature appears utterly bewildered. Xiao pets its head, saying, "Good boy, you've grown. This bowl is no longer worthy of you. I shall procure a larger one for you tonight." Continuing to command the nanoworms, he gathers them upon his fist, forming a glove that fits perfectly upon his hand. This way, when wielding lust in battle, the impact can be significantly mitigated. Moreover, it can swiftly transform into a membrane to protect vital areas during combat. When gathered beneath his feet, it allows for low-altitude flight. The sole drawback lies in its limited quantity, merely 1 kilogram. Furthermore, the operational range spans only 10 meters, rendering distant deployment unfeasible. Retrieving the nanobots into the container, Xiao procured a trench coat. Galactic Technology combat suit, basic version waterproof, windproof, self-cleaning, temperature and humidity control, disguise simulation. Donning the black coat, Xiao successfully established an automatic connection. The combat suit is equipped with over 300 commonly used attire combinations, adaptable to various scenarios and seasons. In addition to the pre-installed ensembles, it also possesses the capability to scan target outfits for transformation on-site. A flash of blue light heralded Xiao's transition into a snow outfit. Another blue light flickered, and he donned a beach swimsuit. The energy consumption is minimal, easily replenished with train credits. Coupled with the versatile human skin masks, Xiao could even assume the appearance of others. Truly, it is a level 6 treasure chest, representing a qualitative leap compared to the level 5 variant. Although lust is impressive, it necessitates dragon blood for activation, limiting its accessibility to many. In contrast, these two items impose no such prerequisites, available for anyone's use. Contemplating this, Xiao remained perplexed. Wasn't dragon blood merely a fictional construct? Why did he possess it in reality? Chapter 68. Abnormalities. Lao Lu also needed to use the restroom, so I escorted him back. Soon, we could explore the third teleportation platform, which seemed to be bustling with people. Since Lao Lu was not a train conductor, he required someone to accompany him in order to teleport back to the train. Xiao deactivated the light screen, changed his combat attire back to the casual outfit he had been wearing earlier, and selected the third teleportation platform for his journey. Upon arriving at the third platform, we found Shi Jian and her companions already there. The third teleportation platform was nestled within a vast forest. It consisted of a colossal red circular platform supported by 3 sturdy legs, resembling an enormous mushroom. Surrounding the platform were lush trees, their leaves shimmering with a vibrant green hue under the sunlight. Occasionally, a few small birds flitted past the treetops, producing melodious chirps. Initially, some individuals attempted to chop down these trees, but they were swiftly punished, leading to a cessation of such activities. As we descended from the platform and strolled through the fragrant forest, we noticed several makeshift stalls set up beneath the shade of the trees. "Boss, how much for this?" a young man inquired. The old man stroked his beard and pointed to the sign behind him. "Can't read? It clearly states, pure fruit, 3 train coins each, or 3 for 10 train coins." The young man, exasperated, dropped the fruit and muttered a curse before turning away. The vibrant green fruit was known as pure fruit. Xiao picked one up, confirming its authenticity. He examined another, but it was not the same. After some scrutiny, he discovered that out of 10 fruits, only 4 were indeed pure fruits, while the others were mere imposters. "Don't touch if you're not buying," the old man grumbled. Shi Jian, unfazed, tossed one aside. "Look at this one, it's wilted. And this one, it's already turning yellow. This one here is the worst. It's even split open." The old man huffed, puffing out his beard. "It's your lot that has been handling them. Don't touch if you're not interested." Xiao stood up, dusting off his hands. "Let us go. It's just a pile of rotten jujubes. Nothing special. You little brat, don't slander if you're not buying. I'll accuse you of defamation." Though the old man was furious, he was taken aback. This young man had indeed seen through his ruse. "I wager you've been here all this time without selling a single one. Haven to you? Fine. I'll take them all for 1 train coin. Consider it a boost of vitamin C. I've recently developed an oral ulcer." 1 train coin? Young man, are you trying to take advantage of my age? I advise you to reconsider. Then keep them for yourself. By the way, you should eat them quickly. Some are on the verge of rotting. Xiao waved his hand and, with Shi Jian and Lao Lu in tow, departed without looking back. Such a pity. Unlike train coins, they 1T spoil. The old man muttered, his expression conflicted as he watched them retreating figures grow distant. He called out, "Hey, wait. 5 train coins, and you can take them all." When they didn't respond, he gritted his teeth. "Here's my final offer." Xiao turned back. 2, 3. If you keep cutting the price, I 1T sell. Deal. The elderly man carefully tucked away 3 train tokens into his cloth pouch. Xiao selected 2 pristine fruits, distributing the remainder between Shi Jian and Lao Lu. Conductor. These fruits are exceptionally sweet. Indeed, they're quite delectable. Xiao savored the pristine fruit, producing a crisp crunch as he bit into it, the sweet juice dancing upon his tongue. Shi Jian observed Xiao devouring the fruit and inquired, "Do you not spit out the pits?" "My throat is coarse. I consume it all together." After consuming 2 pristine fruits, Qi Xiao felt the weariness that had accumulated within him dissipate. His vision sharpened and his spirits lifted. The energy of the pristine fruit was now stored within him, reserved for a crucial moment. What a fortune! Previously, he had only managed to open one level 3 treasure chest, but this time he had directly acquired 4, and it had cost merely 3 train tokens. That evening, Shijian followed Qi Xiao on his train once more. Lao Lu was busy washing dishes, while Shijian, eager to showcase her culinary skills, was promptly dissuaded by both Qi Xiao and Lao Lu. Qi Xiao ventured to the rear car to fetch food, with Shijian trailing behind. I want to eat turkey noodles. Let us hurry before Annie arrives. Soon, a bountiful spread was laid out on the table. Qi Xiao prepared stir-fried beef with pickled radishes, dry pot potato slices, spicy marinated chicken feet, flavorful eggplant, and mushroom egg drop soup. Shijian cooked a generous serving of turkey noodles with extra cheese, preparing a portion for Lao Lu as well. Try this. I assure you it's delicious. Did you not refresh this modification when you leveled up? Qi Xiao displayed the holographic screen to Shijian. As she nibbled on a chicken foot, Shijian shook her head. She extended her sauce-covered hand, reminiscing and gesturing about the modifications she had made. The bathroom, train color, hairdryer, water mist collector. With this holographic display, even if others boarded his train, they would not see what modules he possessed. However, this station was considerate. It would not expose his module card. As for the new world, who could say? It's fine. I don't let others board my train. Qi Xiao scoffed. Just because you don't permit them, doesn't mean they won tea. It was hard to tell whether she was simply oblivious or naive. Hot, spicy, exhilarating. Shijian had also taken several bottles of beer, but after just one can, her face flushed crimson. Is everything all right? Noticing something amiss, Qi Xiao waved his hand in front of her. Ugh, Shijian retched, spilling her stomach's contents onto the floor. She then collapsed onto the ground, curling up like a pupa. Damn, just one can and you're in this state, and you wanted to drink more. Black Wind Monster. No leaking. Lao Lu fetched cleaning supplies to tidy up the mess, while Qi Xiao dragged Shijian to the restroom to clean her up. That night, Shijian slept on the makeshift bed Qi Xiao had prepared. He recalled the dream he had experienced upon unlocking his spiritual vision, staring intently at Shijian for a long while, unable to discern anything unusual. Suddenly, Shijian twitched and began to speak in her sleep. Ups, hee, ups. Qi Xiao, exasperated, returned to his own bed. Night fell. In the ebb and flow of her breath, Shijian exhaled a delicate mist of pale pink. She opened her eyes, and for a fleeting moment, her pink pupils sparkled before returning to their usual hue, prompting her to close her eyes once more. In the darkness of the night, Qi Xiao stood beside her, silently observing the entire scene. Chapter 69. Order welcomes the new official. Kong Youqi raised the blade of desire in, without any hesitation, aimed it at Shijian's neck, slicing down mercilessly. As the blade pierced her skin, crimson droplets of blood began to seep forth. Suddenly, Shijian's eyes flew open, revealing a striking pink hue. My dear, perhaps you should temper your enthusiasm, she said languidly. The edge of desire pressed against Shijian's forehead as Qi Xiao remarked coldly, your fragrance lingers vividly in my memory. Shijian let out a soft sigh, extending her arm from beneath the covers. She gently wiped the blood from her neck and brought her fingers to her lips, delicately licking her fingertip while casting a sultry glance. Why are you keeping vigil over me at this late hour? In the darkness, her pink eyes shone brilliantly, and the wound previously inflicted by Qi Xiao had already healed. I am truly touched, she continued, reaching her hand toward Qi Xiao's thigh. Do not move. Qi Xiao pressed the blade closer, causing Shijian to huff and retract her hand in annoyance. I require an explanation. When Xia Yuan returned the old master rune, she claimed that you had been killed. Why, then, do you appear before me? Was Xia Yuan lying? Did she never truly perish? Qi Xiao pondered. Yet, Shijian had followed my instructions and reported her docking station, which did not include the happiness community. When then did this creature take possession of Shijian? Qi Xiao immediately recalled the encounter with old Master Rin. Had she escaped through him and then possessed Shijian during their last meeting at the supermarket? With a smile, Shijian softly replied, there exists an organization in the new world known as the Order of Heaven. You must have encountered their members before. They sealed me away to guard the silver coins, and upon the death of my captor, they sent someone to silence me. I divided a part of my soul to bind myself in a cocoon, feigning death and slumber, setting several conditions for my awakening. I never anticipated that the one to fulfill those conditions would be your young girlfriend. Is this not fate? Just imagine sharing her body with you. I cannot help but feel exhilarated. As she spoke, Shi Jian revealed her fair thigh from beneath the covers, lifting it enticingly. Qi Zhao's gaze turned icy, the blade pressing against Shi Jian's forehead once more. How unromantic, she scoffed, causing Shi Jian to retract her leg. As Qi Xiao withdrew the blade slightly, the wound upon Shi Jian's forehead visibly began to mend. Leave her be. I cannot do that. Qi Zhao's tone sharpened. Just then, Lao Lu stirred from the sofa bed, rubbing his eyes before slipping on his slippers and heading to the restroom. After relieving himself, he returned to the sofa bed, tilting his head to glance at Qi Xiao and Shi Jian, saying nothing before covering himself with a blanket and drifting back to sleep. Qi Xiao. Shi Jian sighed softly. Rest assured, I mean her no harm. My sole desire is to seek vengeance against the Order. I have not only spared her, but have also protected her on several occasions. Otherwise, how do you think such an ordinary girl could persist in arriving here? Just yesterday, several individuals bullied her. Had it not been for my intervention, you would never have seen her. Do you truly believe that a girl of her simplicity could survive long in this new world? Rest assured, once I regain my strength to depart, I shall do so naturally. After all, the limitations of the human body are still rather constricting. Moreover, until that time, I can protect your little girlfriend in your stead. Do not worry. I usually remain dormant, awakening only when she is in peril. Qi Xiao scoffed. I cannot trust you. You once sought to kill me, remember? You merely escaped. I can sense that you have grown significantly stronger since then. Shi Jian playfully winked at Qi Xiao. Well, I cannot defeat you now. If you wish to kill me, go ahead. It is a pity for your little girlfriend, though. Let be. I am tired. With a soft huff, Shi Jian lay back down. I'm but asleep now. Good night. With that, she closed her eyes. I cannot kill her. If Shi Jian were to perish, the reward module upon arrival would vanish as well. Qi Xiao furrowed his brow, his mind racing to devise a means to eliminate her without causing harm to Shi Jian. After a moment of silence, he spoke. What use are silver coins? Shi Jian instantly opened her eyes, a smile dancing at the corners. What is this? No longer inclined to kill me? Better to have more friends than foes, though I shall not forget your previous intent. You truly hold grudges. I was merely sealed there to guard. As for its purpose, I am unaware. I speak only the truth. Let it be. I truly must sleep now. Upon saying this, Shi Jian closed her eyes again, this time not responding. In the darkness, Qi Xiao stood vigil with his blade beside Shi Jian, his thoughts a tumultuous sea. Ding dong. Someone tagged me. Qi Xiao summoned a luminous screen and entered the chat room. Calling everyone. Good evening, everyone. I am the welcoming officer of the Order Kingdom. All who have received badges, please proceed to the first teleportation platform to claim your membership rewards. Remember to bring your badge for dual identity and badge verification. There are train coins and team uniforms available. You will receive 50 train coins. Qi Xiao gazed at the familiar name, involuntarily curling his lips into a smile. Kong Yu? The avatar depicted a girl with long black hair, judging by her features. It was undoubtedly Kong Yu. However, her manner of speaking seemed somewhat uncharacteristic. Qi Xiao noted that according to the rankings, Kong Yu held the top position at level 52. Hiss, considerably higher than I had anticipated. Were it not for the presence of Shi Jian, Qi Xiao would have been tempted to investigate what Kong Yu was up to. Yet, given the current circumstances, he could not afford to leave her alone on his train. Wait, if she has arrived, the Order's group is likely not far behind. I truly do not wish to get entangled in their affairs. There is nothing beneficial to be gained from it. High-level VIP? Level 52? My goodness. What is this Order Kingdom? We are not among the initial players. What on earth refund me? What is this nonsense? I was all set to be the first to venture into the new world, and now you tell me that others have already arrived? Uninstalled, farewell. A worthless server. I'm out of here. 50 tokens? Which organization is so generous to offer train coins upon joining? Has someone already been recruited ahead of me? Why was I not approached? Is it because Hu Huan San is unworthy? I may lack medals, but I yearn to behold the beauties. Ji Huiyun Sheng fervently typed messages in the chat room. What is this operation? It's all arranged from above. You take your time to type. I shall step out for a stroll. Kong Yu shot him a glance. Make sure to utilize your free speaking opportunities. Ji Huiyun Sheng looked at the remaining 40 free messages, his lips twitching. As a premium VIP, one is entitled to 50 free messages each day. Messages pinned at the top will overshadow those of ordinary VIPs. The 12th teleportation platform was a stretch of beach. Under the radiant moonlight, the sand on the beach shimmered with reflections. Kong Yu, dressed in a simple white dress, held her sandals in hand, barefoot as she waded through the water. In the darkness, she resembled an elegant and noble swan. Chapter 78, Fine Gift in the Dream Palace. Headquarters of the Order's Heaven, it majestically rises atop a lofty mountain, consisting of 13 distinct buildings, each unique yet united by their immaculate white facades. Within the bright, spacious, and opulently adorned office, Elsa, clad in her Order uniform and donning a white lace-eye mask, reveals a beauty mark at the left corner of her mouth. Regardless of time or place, she is always seen wearing white lace gloves. She leisurely peruses the materials provided by Xiao Yuan. Upon closing the final page, Elsa lifts her gaze to Xiao Yuan, who stands before her. Indeed, the report is meticulously detailed. Xiao Yuan smiles and replies, "It is my duty." Regarding Qi Xiao's qualifications, "I shall report to the king." "Very well." Elsa nods. "Let this suffice for now. You may return." After bowing, Xiao Yuan exits the room. As she reaches the door, she glances back at Elsa. "Will you be attending the family banquet tonight?" Elsa gives a slight nod. After Xiao Yuan gently closes the door, she clasps her hands behind her back, moving lightly on her feet. "Uncle Li is still working overtime. Indeed, I am on duty tonight." Xiao Yuan seems to be in good spirits. "Hee. Then you carry on. I shall take my leave." Shortly after Xiao Yuan departs, Shinra Subaru enters the office. After greeting Elsa, he inquires, "Commander, you summon me?" "Subaru, I am aware of your close relationship with Xiao Yuan. Despite her, I mask obscuring her gaze. There's an undeniable feeling of vulnerability when one meets her eyes. You are an honest child. Is there anything Xiao Yuan has concealed from me?" Standing tall, Shinra Subaru's expression is resolute. Reporting to the commander, everything is in the report. A smile graces Elsa's lips. "I will inform you of any updates regarding your brother. Rest assured, his profile may simply be dimmed. He could be trapped somewhere." Furrowing his brow, Shinra Subaru presses his lips into a thin line. "It is nothing. You may return now." Subaru performs a ceremonial gesture of the order and turns to leave. "Subaru, it seems your mood is rather gloomy today." Ignoring Li, Shinra Subaru exits the building with a stern expression. He gazes up at the deep, starless night sky, his fists clenched. "Shinra Yunsung, why are you associating with that group of wanted criminals? What are you truly up to?" At the first teleportation platform, Shinra Yunsung, donned in the Order's uniform, presents himself as exceptionally poised and capable. This is his original uniform, tailored for a perfect fit. Behind him, a stand is laden with neatly stacked train tokens, while another stand displays red team uniforms. This is the second task assigned to him by Kong Yu. After exhausting his speaking quota, he is to change into the uniform, go to the first teleportation platform, set up a stall, and await patrons. By the time he arrives, a considerable crowd has already gathered. Upon spotting Shinra Yunsung in his uniform, many who recognize it flock toward him. "I am the welcoming officer for this event, known as Shiranui Subaru. Due to the absence of Officer Kong, I will preside over the welcoming ceremony. Please sign in here and queue up to receive your uniforms and train tokens." Shiranui Yunsung pointed to a box on the table. "Badges are to be returned here. We'll need them for the next recruitment." "What's going on? I thought the welcoming officer was a beautiful lady, but now it's a blonde." "I don't know. Keep your voice down, or you might find yourself in trouble." They obediently place their badges into the basket and receive their uniforms and train tokens. "Officer, weren't there supposed to be 50 train tokens? Why are there only 5? Shiranui Yunsung crossed his arms. "The remaining tokens will be distributed when you arrive in the new world to prevent you from taking the money and running." "Officer, why is our uniform red?" Because you're still rookies. Only the officers wear black. Oh, I see. Their confusion dissipated. Come on. Everyone change into your uniforms and look sharp. They lined up according to their height, their expression solemn. Shiranui Yunseng brought over a camera. Everyone huddled closer. Ready? 1, 2, 3, cheese. All right. Remember to wear these outfits in the new world. They are symbols of your identity. A chubby boy raised his hand. Officer, my pants are a bit tight. Tight is good. It keeps you alert. The chubby boy. Ding dong. You have a new friend request. Xiao opened it to find, as expected, it was from Kongyu. Since one could only add friends from the chat room, and Kongyu, being a player from the previous session, could not enter Xiao as chat room earlier in the novice village. She was unable to add him before. Now that they were in the same chat room, Kongyu's friend request arrived promptly with a note saying, "No need to accept. Come to the 12th teleportation platform. I have something good for you." After much hesitation, Xiao decided to assign the old man Ren to guard the bed at Shijian and proceeded to the 12th teleportation platform. Whatever it was, he would find out upon arrival. And since this was a peaceful station, he had no fear of tricks. It was late at night, and there weren't many people around. Xiao scanned the area, but did not see Kongyu. She arrived rather quickly. Kongyu appeared behind Xiao, having just teleported in. Today, Kongyu was not dressed as Ada Wong. Instead, she wore a simple white dress and open-toed sandals, her hair flowing smoothly. Her features appeared softer as well. What's wrong? Are you not used to this? No, it's just quite a contrast. Kongyu chuckled lightly and walked toward the beach. Xiao followed closely behind. Kongyu lifted her leg, untied her sandals, and tossed them to Xiao without looking back. Xiao caught the two sandals, his mouth twitching involuntarily. He watched as Kongyu waded barefoot into the water and asked, "Is this what you call something good?" Ignoring Xiao, Kongyu continued, "There is a public station in the new world called Uerdan. Departing from this point, within a maximum of 3 platforms, you shall arrive at Uerdan, if fortune favors you. The first stop may indeed be Uerdan. This realm is entirely governed by the orderly kingdom, and all trains entering its territory are subject to scrutiny by the kingdom's inspectors. They will board the train under various pretexts of ensuring your safety and the safety of others, conducting inspections with an unwavering authority. These inspectors are unreasonable. Should they take a liking to your belongings, they may seize them under the guise of inspection, and you shall never reclaim them. Should you refuse their examination, you will be branded with various charges and apprehended. Any act of defiance will lead to a bounty placed upon you. They will delve into your communications to ascertain any connections to fugitives and will inspect your train for any hidden criminals." Xiao furrowed his brow. Such revelations. He had assumed it would be akin to the novice village, with random stops at different platforms, but this was far from the truth. The power of the orderly kingdom is immense. This is sheer dictatorship. Would this not expose my module? As Xiao pondered these matters, an object was tossed his way, and he instinctively caught it. It was an emblem of the orderly kingdom, a special insignia denoting their authority. Holding it aloft during an inspection would grant him immunity from being boarded. Chapter 71. The Undercover Path, gazing at the badge in his hand. Xiao was engulfed in a myriad of emotions. So, when Xiaoyuan mentioned that upon arriving in the new world, presenting the badge would summon someone to receive him, that was the essence of her words. Kongyu was unaware that Xiaoyuan had sought me out later and bestowed this badge upon me. Not only do I possess one, but I also have 2 others. Zhouji's badge is in my possession as well. Combined with the one given by Kongyu, I now hold 3 badges. Xiao chuckled as he tucked them away. Indeed, they are valuable items. Are there more to be had? Perhaps you could spare me a few? Just one is already generous. Do not overreach. Who could ever have too many treasures? So, these were acquired from those specially recruited by the Order of the Celestial Kingdom? Kongyu nodded. Xiao felt a twinge of embarrassment, realizing that the messages Kongyu had shared in the group were for this purpose. Astonishingly, those individuals had believed him without question. It seems those specially recruited individuals may not be the sharpest. Yet, I wasn't deceived, as I was well aware of Kongyu's true nature. I need you to undertake a task. Xiao rolled his eyes inwardly, already knowing that there is no such thing as a free lunch. I wish for you to join the Order of the Celestial Kingdom. Xiao was taken aback. I will assist you in ascending to the higher echelons of the Order. And when the time comes, you will stand by my side. Xiao grimaced. So, you intend for me to be a double agent? Sister, you overestimate my capabilities. I am merely an ordinary newcomer. Precisely because you're a newcomer, you can infiltrate the order. Those of us with records cannot gain entry. This is truly the path of an undercover agent. Xiao tossed the sandals back at Kongyu. Being a double agent rarely ends well. Kongyu caught the sandals and raised her index finger. I can initially provide you with 100 train tokens. Once you have joined the order, I shall add another 100. What? Is this the power of a wealthy patron? 100 tokens offered so casually. After finishing her words, Kongyu tossed the sandals back to Xiao, who hastily caught them. Merely by joining the order, without any other obligations, one would receive 200 tokens. This deal seems extraordinarily advantageous. Ahem. Xiao cleared his throat. I'm not that kind of person. Kongyu raised her middle finger. An additional 200, then. Done. I am willing to serve you, Sister Yu. Xiao leaned closer to Kongyu, who was barefoot, towering over her. Xiao smiled shyly, saying, Sister Yu, may I have that 100 tokens now? Kongyu raised her hand, signaling Xiao to follow. Come to my place. I shall retrieve them for you immediately. Xiao took hold of Kongyu's hand, and with a flash of white light, the two vanished from their spot. Inside Kongyu's train carriage. It was the same one where Xiao had enjoyed tea previously. Kongyu reclined with her legs crossed, still engrossed in the coverless book. Before Xiao lay a pile of gleaming train tokens. 97, 98, 99, 100. After confirming the count, Xiao promptly stowed them, along with the box, into his dimensional bracelet. Wow, this is exhilarating. 100 tokens. My assets have doubled instantly. As Kongyu remained engrossed in her reading, showing no reaction, Xiao took the initiative to speak. I have a few questions I'd like to ask you, Sister Yu. Go ahead, she replied. Xiao produced a Grey Knight costume card. It's this costume card. I managed to acquire another one. How does this thing actually work? He had refrained from asking earlier, believing that given their previous relationship, Kongyu might not divulge the information. Now that she had a request of him, he seized the opportunity to inquire. After all, with the perils that awaited in the new world, he could not afford to overlook any potential means to enhance his combat prowess. Xiao opted to present the Knight card rather than the Esther's card, fearing that Kongyu might take an interest in it and abscond with it. Kongyu set her book aside and patted the seat beside her, inviting him to sit. Xiao took a seat to her right, and Kongyu raised her hand to summon a luminous interface. There were precisely 11 modules displayed, besides the personal information Xiao was already aware of, including the train chat room, trading platform, train modifications, and the ability to board and disembark at will. The other 6 modules he had not seen before were platform travel, resting, costume expert, assembly game, automatic repair, and interior flicker. Xiao noted that the platform travel module was positioned fourth, mirroring the station announcements he had received. Kongyu took the costume card from Xiao's hand and brought it closer to the interface. Costume card detected, Silver Knight. Would you like to activate it? Kongyu pointed at the costume expert module and explained, this is a level 20 unlocked module. By using a costume card, you can change your outfit and gain the equipment and abilities of the character represented. She returned the costume card to Xiao. Most costume cards pertain to everyday professions, such as chef, electrician, gardener, and driver. However, some grant special powers, like yours. Each costume card possesses a costume value. Merely changing outfits consumes a minimal amount of this value. However, utilizing the associated items and skills, such as transforming the white dress she wore into a red qipao or shortening her long hair, would require a more substantial expenditure of costume value. She transformed into a familiar Ada Wong and, as if performing a magic trick, conjured a rocket launcher from thin air. Should that rocket be fired, it would deplete a significant portion of her costume value. The rocket launcher in Kongyu's hand vanished. For items that were not utilized, only a small fraction of costume value would be deducted. If the costume value were to be entirely consumed, the activated costume card would become ineffective. Xiao nodded, understanding now. Of course, not all level 20 individuals can activate this module. Kongyu continued, shifting her tone. To activate this module, you must fulfill a prerequisite hidden condition. Oh, sister, you do tell. You're keeping me in suspense, Xiao remarked. Kong Yu chuckled lightly. When you reach level 20, you must have at least 10 modified follower accounts. If you lack this, you will only activate the resting function and you will never unlock this module again. A hidden module, indeed, and it required completing a hidden task akin to an Easter egg. 10 modified follower accounts? How many do I currently possess? Xiao pondered silently. Dynamic concealment, power enhancement, an essential for the lazy, treasure hunters, early departure. This is art, conspicuous bags, delayed departure. In total, there are 8. Currently, I am at level 13. Before I reach level 20, I should be able to acquire 2 modified accounts. Excellent. I am determined to activate the wardrobe expert. Nothing can impede me. By the way, sister, are these modules unlocked through upgrades later on? Kong efficiently introduced each module to Xiao. At level 20, the adjustment feature is unlocked, allowing access to recorded public stations for extended stops. The Easter egg module pertains to the wardrobe expert. At level 30, the assembly game is unlocked, enabling the rearrangement of train compartments. At level 40, automatic repair is unlocked, which consumes upgrade materials and train currency to mend damaged trains, and it is also possible to reintegrate disassembled compartments, with a maximum number of compartments limited by level. At level 50, the ability to flicker within the train is unlocked, allowing the conductor to traverse any compartment freely. After hearing about the unlocking levels and functions of various modules, Xiao inquired about the module he was most interested in, platform travel. This is a module card obtained from the novice gift pack when I was still a newcomer. Kong briefly explained the functionality of platform travel to Xiao. Currently, this module is the only means to transition from the new world to the novice village. Each cohort of newcomers has the chance to acquire a module card. It is said that there are 12 unique special module cards, each possessing extraordinary functions and scarce in quantity. Those who own these modules will undoubtedly become the center of attention. If you happen to possess one, be sure to keep it a secret from others. Chapter 72. Numerous treasures indeed, Xiao jested. If such treasures truly exist, they must be well hidden. How could one possibly disclose them to others? Although he was eager to discover whether there was a method to transfer the activation module linked to his account, he refrained from inquiring further. It was imperative not to appear overly curious, lest Kong Yu grow suspicious. The module pertaining to my station's forecast must remain concealed, at least for now. Xiao skillfully diverted the conversation. By the way, Sister Yu, how many levels are there for the treasure chests? 10 levels. Chests above level 5 require a key to unlock. Kong Yu replied succinctly. Only 10 levels? In that case, my level 8 chest must be exceedingly precious. Xiao initially considered asking about the purpose of silver coins, but recalling their attitude towards them, he deemed it unnecessary to pursue that line of questioning. Will the new world also experience seasonal changes? Yes, but not as swiftly as the beginner village transitions. However, there are 2 additional seasonal types compared to the beginner village. Kong Yu held up 2 fingers and continued. During the mold rain season, food deteriorates rapidly. In the thunder season, the train's latest departure times become erratic. Therefore, it is advisable not to stray far from the train during this period. In what season is it currently in the new world? Thunder season. The new world is so perilous. How am I to survive without anything? Xiao sighed heavily. Kong Yu remained expressionless. What do you require? Weapons, ammunition, armor, medicines, food, upgrade materials, train currency. Anything will suffice. I am not picky. Xiao rubbed his hands together, grinning mischievously. With your audacity, I believe you could ascend to a high-ranking position without my assistance. Even if I became the leader of order, I would still be one of Sister Yu's people. I cannot transfer upgrade materials. There will be records of the transaction. However, there are some items I no longer need. Feel free to choose. Kong Yu produced a collection of odd trinkets, including potions, clothing, firearms, and food. I am not picky. I will take my time to study these upon my return. Xiao eagerly gathered them into his dimensional bracelet without a hint of hesitation. By the way, Sister Yu, there is one more thing. Xiao recounted an embellished version of his encounter at the extreme ice lake to Kong Yu. Temporal dissonance? I have indeed heard of it. Such phenomena are exceptional and occur solely within the inner realm, namely the beginner village. There's no need to dwell on it. Xiao nodded thoughtfully. Well, if there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. Sister Yu, please rest early. Kong Yu waved her hand dismissively, and Xiao smiled as he departed. Upon reaching the door of the train, he turned back. If we're not friends, how will I contact you if something arises? Kong Yu was engrossed in a coverless book, not turning around as she replied, Once you join the order, I will seek you out. Until then, do not attempt to reach me. Returning to his train, Xiao exhaled in relief. He arrived at the gravity cabin, stowing away the level 8 treasure chest, the Qianlong's silver coins, and the train tokens. Although this was a peaceful station, Xiao still placed all his valuables within the vehicle. Fortunately, Kong Yu had indeed come bearing good gifts. Xiao set the nurse doll down, seated himself upon it, and then extracted all the items he had received from Kong Yu. First came the potions, 4 bottles of basic healing elixirs, 2 bottles of intermediate healing potions, and 1 bottle of intermediate detoxification solution. This was promising. Healing potions were invaluable. As long as one was not dead, they serve a purpose. Xiao picked up the most conspicuous silver pistol among the assorted items, gently caressing its metallic surface, savoring the cool sensation. Its craftsmanship was exquisite, with every detail meticulously rendered. The overall design exuded a futuristic technological allure. ZZ pistol, charges with train tokens, firing bullets consumes energy points. Other types of bullets can be unlocked using train tokens. Currently, there were 4 types of bullets available: standard bullets, frost bullets, exorcism bullets, and healing bullets. It was likely that only standard bullets were initially available, with the other 3 unlocked by Kong Yu. What a remarkable find! As a seasoned player at level 52, he evidently held little regard for such items. 1 train token could recharge 100 energy points, with a maximum capacity of 1,000 points. Each standard bullet consumed 1 energy point. The frost bullet, as the name suggests, inflicted a chilling effect on the target, consuming 5 energy points per shot. The exorcism bullet dealt damage to spiritual entities, also consuming 5 energy points per shot. The healing bullet, containing medicinal properties, could disinfect and staunch bleeding when fired at a wound, consuming 10 energy points per shot. Extraordinary! This truly was a versatile weapon, capable of inflicting harm, controlling foes, confronting specters, and even healing teammates. Xiao was enamored with this uniquely designed silver pistol, especially since it still retained over 700 energy points. Feeling as if he had profited from Kong Yu's generosity of 7 train tokens. Scout gloves enhance the wearer's shooting stability, reduce weapon recoil, moisture-wicking, breathable, and abrasion-resistant. These were a pair of black fingerless gloves. Upon wearing them, Xiao found them remarkably soft. However, the enhancement of stability could only be truly appreciated through actual shooting practice. After storing the gloves, Xiao continued to examine the other items. Spirit Light stockings prevent varicose veins, low defensive effect, increases movement speed by 1. Xiao. This was a pair of purple waist-high stockings, which Kong Yu likely had never worn, given their pristine condition. The minimal increase of 1% in movement speed felt rather underwhelming. Had it offered a 5% increase, Xiao would have undoubtedly donned them. Alas, it was merely 1%. He decided to keep them, contemplating selling them later if necessary. Yuan pill. Consume 1 to stave off hunger for 7 days. Xiao picked up a half bag of black pills, tearing open the packaging and extracting 1. Goodness, it felt as hard as a stone. Could this be chewed? Should it be swallowed whole? Xiao shook his head and casually stowed it away. He lacked neither food nor drink, so enduring such a burden was unnecessary. What remains are merely ordinary items: a short dagger, bulletproof vest, flashbangs, expired spicy snacks, and half a bag of miraculous multi-purpose fertilizer. Xiao promptly scattered it by the side of the peach tree. Indeed, there was an assortment of items. The trivial things overlooked by the elite could bring Xiao joy for several days. After meticulously inventorying the supplies, Xiao contentedly approached the initial carriage. At level 20, one could unlock the Costume Master achievement, yet he still needed to advance 7 more levels. Xiao assessed the remaining upgrade materials. Metal, 1865, 600 kilograms. Plastic, 1038, 300 kilograms. Wood, 768, 200 kilograms. Train currency, 0, 10 coins, although reinforcing the steel plates held little significance when facing formidable opponents like Kong. It would still provide some protection against the dangers within the platform. With a sufficient amount of train currency at hand, he proceeded to make modifications. After enhancing the steel plates, Xiao tossed 30 train coins into the input area. Upgrade successful, now at level 14. Modifications refreshed. Entertainment Supreme. Acquire a train-exclusive PS5. Complete with a random game cartridge, 3 train coins. Relaxation Moment. Acquire a train-exclusive heated bathtub, 2 train coins. Rose Purple. Change the carriage color to rose purple, 1 train coin. Alas, none of these upgrades accompanied his account. After completing the modifications for the PS5, Xiao leveled up once more. Chapter 73. Departure to a new world the following day. During breakfast, Xiaomi picked up a slice of toast and spread a generous spoonful of blueberry jam on it. Feeling it insufficient, she added another layer. After placing another slice on top, she proceeded to lavish a thick coating of chocolate spread on it as well. With one final slice to top it off, her dual-flavor toast was complete. Lao Lu arrived at the table with a plate of fried eggs and grilled sausages. Thanks to the recent emptying of a supermarket, Qi Zhao's vehicle was abundantly stocked with provisions. After receiving the dual-flavor toast that Xiaomi had prepared for him, Lao Lu expressed his gratitude with a smile. He delighted in sweet treats and was genuinely pleased that Xiaomi had remembered his preference. He tore off a small piece of the toast, devoid of chocolate spread, and tossed it to the ground for the black-winged monster beneath the table, which devoured it with great enthusiasm. He recalled Qi Zhao's teachings about the dietary restrictions for dogs. There were many foods that could be harmful to them, such as chocolate, grapes, and onions. "Captain, why do you seem so out of sorts?" Lao Lu inquired, chewing on his toast as he glanced at Xiao. Xiaomi, savoring her own spicy chili sauce and sausage toast, remarked, "Who knows? Perhaps he was out last night, engaging in some clandestine activity." Xiao, sipping his milk with a scowl, casually inserted a piece of pure meat sausage and replied, "You hit the nail on the head. I was out last night. Procuring someone." Last night, Xiao had leveled up 3 times, undergoing 9 transformations, none of which were linked to a follower account. Excluding the event at level 20, he had opportunities for transformations at levels 17, 18, 19, and 9 refreshes. Surely, he thought, he would manage to obtain at least 2. He had intended to inquire if she had any foolproof methods for acquiring follower account transformations. Yet upon returning, he found that Kong Yu was no longer in the chat room, indicating her swift departure. "Procuring someone? Is it that wealthy woman who has been keeping you?" Xiaomi expressed a look of intrigue, marveling at the accuracy of a woman's intuition, which sometimes proved remarkably precise. "So you were working overtime? No wonder. The wealthy woman has lost interest in me. It seems I shall no longer have any support." Xiao sighed, pondering whether he had failed to meet her expectations last night. He then recounted to Xiaomi what Kong Yu had shared regarding the New World, embellishing the details about the inspections conducted by the Order of Heaven's prosecutors upon arrival. Xiao himself held no fear. After all, he was truly a specially recruited individual. However, Xiaomi's situation was quite different. In total, Xiao possessed 3 special recruitment badges, all identical with no serial numbers or identifying marks. He had contemplated giving one to Xiaomi to help her evade the scrutiny of the Order of Heaven, but he quickly dismissed the idea. The reason was simple: the tentacled creature within Xiaomi, which had threatened vengeance against the Order. Should it suddenly lash out and engage with the Order's personnel, the consequences could be dire. If victorious, they would be pursued by the Order, facing either death or capture, resulting in the loss of the station reward module. If defeated, the reward module would vanish entirely. In either case, the one who would ultimately suffer would be Xiao. Having considered everything carefully, Xiao resolved to take Xiaomi along with him. One must secure that tentacled creature close at hand. With my current prowess, dispatching her in a single strike should pose no challenge. Allowing her to roam freely outside is fraught with uncertainty. Who knows what chaos might ensue? It is imperative to maintain control of the situation. Even if we ultimately suffer losses, they shall not be due to the actions of others. The New World is surprisingly perilous, and I find it hard to trust you to navigate it alone. After all, we are allies, and I would hate to see you subjected to scrutiny over any peculiar modules, only to be captured and turned into a grotesque abomination. Shijian, do you trust me? Do you trust your dear ally? Come, join me in my vehicle. Let's embark together. Really, having Sister Shi join me is splendid. Please do come. Shijian was taken aback by Qi Xiao's sudden invitation, clearly caught off guard. But what about the train tokens? 10 per day, after all. One must be willing to sacrifice. To gain, one must relinquish something of lesser value. A few stations lost is a small price to pay. If it becomes untenable, I can always relinquish my ticket and use yours. Remember, once a life is lost, it is irrevocably lost. Qi Xiao raised an eyebrow at Shijian. Think it over. Shijian furrowed her brow, appearing somewhat troubled. She lowered her head, stirring her milk with a straw. But if I do not have train tokens, will you still provide for my meals? Qi Xiao smirked. After all this deliberation, it seems that was the crux of the matter. He gestured towards the sixth member of their group, who was busy eating a fried egg. Learn from him, work hard, and sustenance will follow. Fear not, Sister Shi. I will take care of everything. After breakfast, Qi Xiao, accompanied by the sixth member, helped Shijian transport supplies from her train. Thanks to the direct transfer capabilities in Qi Xiao's dimensional bracelet, within 2 hours, the contents of Shijian's train were completely cleared out. The air conditioning unit previously sold to her was returned, and even the remaining water in the tank was not spared, all brought back. Once the items were cleared, Qi Xiao disassembled the second and third carriages, transferring them along with the remaining upgrade materials to himself. Shijian's quarters were temporarily established in the second carriage, where the accumulated clothing and bedding were relocated to the newly added carriage at the rear. While the addition of a carriage is indeed a hassle, it should alleviate some concerns once we reach level 30 and unlock the ability to rearrange them at will. In the afternoon, they meandered through various teleportation stations. Although they could remain for a maximum of 48 hours, many chose to depart after the first day. After all, the useful supplies here could not be transported back to the train, and many opted to leave after just 1 day. The online count in the chat room dwindled to just over 400,000, with a significant number having departed. The teleportation points suddenly felt much emptier. By midday, Qi Xiao managed to purchase 10 bags of miraculous multi-purpose fertilizer at a low price, 1 bag per train token, totaling 10 tokens. Additionally, someone was selling a compost bin for 10 train tokens, but Qi Xiao successfully negotiated it down to 6 tokens and acquired one. Thus, 2 compost bins were established, doubling the efficiency of fertilizer production. Back on the train, Qi Xiao assigned Lao Lu the tasks of washing dishes and preparing meals, while Shijian busied herself tidying her room. Qi Xiao placed the compost bins in the planting compartment and scattered the miraculous multi-purpose fertilizer around the peach saplings. In a flash of brilliance, the saplings surged from 30 centimeters to over half a meter in height, their trunks thickening to the girth of an adult male's thumb. Qi Xiao was elated. This truly was a momentous occasion, and life was increasingly promising. Meanwhile, Lao Lu's voice echoed through the compartment. "Trainmaster, why is there no water?" The peach saplings had consumed the last 10 tons of water from the storage tank. Thankfully, there remained an infinite water tank to meet their daily needs. After a simple dinner, Shijian and Lao Lu engaged in a game on the PS5. The randomly gifted game was It Takes Two, perfectly suited for 2 players. Since Qi Xiao was in no hurry to depart, he relished the moment. Who would rush to navigate the murky waters of the new world? However, the Celestial Order was an unavoidable destination, with invitations from Xia Yulian, requests from the store manager, and tasks from Kongyu. As long as he refrained from summoning the light curtain in front of outsiders, his possession of the module should remain concealed. Most importantly, there might be a way to vanquish the tentacled creature there. Although she could indeed protect Shijian, it was merely an act of self-preservation. Who could predict when she would regain her strength? Once that day arrived, he would lose the initiative. He needed to resolve the matter before her powers were restored. Alas, for now, he could only incur some loss of train currency. Unfortunately, once the train departed, he could not log out of his account. Otherwise, he could have checked the upcoming station information and switched to Shijian's account just before arrival to claim the rewards. Xiao observed Shijian as she played, her figure swaying with the controller in hand. After watching him struggle for a prolonged period, he could no longer contain himself. Lao Lu, you're terrible. Move aside and watch my technique. Xiao snatched the controller from Lao Lu. Stand back and pay close attention. After dinner, Xiao headed to the gravity compartment for training, while the other two remained engrossed in their game, still stuck at a challenging point. After delivering a powerful punch to the nurse doll, he deactivated the triple gravity and gasped for breath. Seizing the opportunity to rest, he summoned the light curtain. Do you confirm the departure? This station will head to the New World. The train's departure would become unpredictable, as the latest departure time would become ineffective. He wondered if his station forecast could provide any insights. Xiao clicked to confirm the departure. The familiar announcement echoed once more. Train departing, please hold on tight. New World, first stop, here I come. As the train set in motion, the station forecast updated with the impending station information. Next stop, Hotel No. 6, single-person station, latest departure time, 91 hours after stop. To ascend, take 12 steps. To descend, take 13. If there are insufficient steps, turn back and collect the required number. If there are excess steps, pause on that step for 10 seconds. Otherwise, you may never exit this floor. In the hotel, various peculiarities linger, and it is imperative to remain illuminated, lest one succumbs to the enveloping darkness. Danger level 6. Room 666 of the hotel conceals a 5th-tier treasure chest, which may yield 36 train tokens and 3 crimson dice. The duo, ensnared in their predicament, perked up at the sound of the announcement. Sister Shi, the train is departing. We are on our way to a new world. Hurry, let us muster our strength tonight to overcome this challenge, or I shall be unable to sleep. Lao Lu felt a twinge of anxiety, having been stuck at this level for quite some time. I shall summon the conductor. He is formidable and will surely help us prevail. Do not call him, believe in yourself. You are capable. Encouraged by these words, Lao Lu regained his resolve, gripping the controller with fierce determination. 2.5 hours later, Shi Jian collapsed onto the ground, flinging the controller aside as she wiped the sweat from her brow. At last, they had surpassed the hurdle. Chapter 74. Hotel number 6. Li Huizi could not comprehend Chinese, yet she recognized the Arabic numeral 6. With the hilt of her blade, she gently pushed open the hotel door, ensuring no danger lurked within before leading the small fire dragon inside. The hotel lobby was adorned with a crimson carpet and a lavish, oversized crystal chandelier hung from above. The entire lobby exuded an eerie silence, devoid of any reception personnel. Observing the lack of salvageable supplies, Li Huizi made her way towards the elevator, intending to ascend. The hotel boasted 6 floors, but with the elevator out of service, she was left to traverse the adjacent staircase. Suddenly, a loud thud echoed as the hotel door closed automatically. The small fire dragon, sensing the shift, gazed anxiously at the now closed door, emitting a low whimper of unease. Kneeling down, Li Huizi gently stroked its head, reassuring, "Fear not, little one. Your sister is here." Comforted by her words, the fire dragon soon settled down. Upon reaching the 2nd floor, a glance revealed a lengthy corridor extending at least 100 meters. The corridor was brightly illuminated by incandescent lights. Odd-numbered rooms lined one side near the staircase, 201, 203, 205, while even-numbered rooms faced them, 202, 204, 206. Li Huizi casually pushed open one of the doors. The room appeared to be unlocked. It was a standard twin room with 2 single beds. The bathroom lacked water, and the light switch yielded no response. The pillows and blankets appeared relatively clean, prompting Li Huizi to gather 2 pillows and descend the staircase. As she stepped down the final stair, she realized she had not returned to the lobby, but had instead found herself back on the 2nd floor. The room numbers before her confirmed this absurdity. What a jest, she exclaimed. Continuing her descent, she again ended up on the 2nd floor. Frowning, she left 1 pillow behind and proceeded downward. Relieved to find no pillow at the bottom, she took a breath of relief. However, as her foot descended, the pillow reappeared. Once more, she was back on the 2nd floor. Unyielding, she decided to ascend instead. Climbing the last step, despair washed over her as she once again encountered the pillow. Regardless of whether she ascended or descended, she perpetually returned to the starting point. Jumping out the window, Li Huizi's eyes sparkled with determination as she sought an escape. She opened the window of room 201, only to find the opposite window led to another bedroom. Climbing through, she entered that room, opened the door, and emerged from room 202. The small fire dragon, observing its owner emerge from the room behind, tilted its head in confusion. With a stern expression, Li Huizi ventured into room 203, only to discover that, like room 201, the window concealed another bedroom. She climbed through, opened the door, and exited from room 204. After trying 3 consecutive rooms, each yielding the same result, Li Huizi chose to abandon the experiment. Gripping her blade tightly, she sprinted toward the end of the corridor. At the corridor's conclusion, a staircase leading both up and down beckoned her, igniting a flicker of hope in her eyes. Upon descending the final staircase, she was met with disappointment. She still found herself on the second floor. Unfazed, she climbed upwards once more, yet again failed to escape the confines of the second floor. A flicker of hope was abruptly extinguished. She inhaled deeply to regain her composure, convinced there existed some concealed pattern. Was it the number of steps on the staircase? No. She had checked. Both sets of stairs, whether ascending or descending, comprised 16 identical steps. What could it be? What hidden rule lay beneath? The little dragon seemed to sense its owner's anxiety, clinging to Li Huizi's leg and whimpering. Kneeling down, Li Huizi stroked the dragon's head, attempting to soothe its unease. What if she bypassed the stairs entirely and leaped down instead? Cradling the little dragon, she jumped directly to the midway platform. She took a deep breath. This moment was pivotal. With a mighty leap, she found herself back on the second floor. Trapped, trapped, trapped. With the staircase proving futile, Li Huizi decided to inspect the remaining rooms, hoping to uncover one that was not connected to the opposite side. Just as she continued her search for an escape, as if summoned by some unseen force, the corridor's fluorescent lights extinguished in unison. The hotel was engulfed in darkness. In the distance, the faint glow from the little dragon's tail cast their silhouettes upon the wall. Perhaps it was an illusion, but Li Huizi perceived a cluster of pale figures emerging from the shadows. These figures hovered near her, yet could not breach the illuminated perimeter cast by the little dragon. She placed her hand upon her knife. With a swift strike, she found nothing to cut. The blade passed through the white shadows. Hey, hey, hey. Hee, hee, hee. The pale figures meandered around Li Huizi, morphing into various shapes, their shrill laughter mocking her helplessness. Though her knife was swift, it proved ineffective against the eerie presence. The little dragon, sensing its owner's fear, puffed its cheeks, striving to intensify the flames on its tail. The area illuminated by the firelight expanded slightly, causing the white figures to retreat. Yes, they feared the light. As long as there was illumination, they could not approach. In the dark, only the faint glow from the little dragon's tail illuminated a small area, while the unlit portions remained shrouded in an intangible eeriness. However, this state did not last long. The flames on the little dragon's tail began to flicker and dim. Li Huizi ignited a pillow to alleviate the dragon's burden. Yet, in this enclosed space, the smoke accumulated, rendering this approach futile. Li Huizi clutched the little dragon tightly, huddled in a corner. Time passed unmeasured until the fluorescent lights in the corridor flickered back to life, banishing the eerie figures. Thus, Li Huizi endured her first night, relying on the light from the little dragon's tail. Having spent a sleepless night, she steeled her resolve to continue seeking a means of escape. Every room had been thoroughly examined, all connected to the opposite side. The notion of escaping through a window had also proven unsuccessful. Li Huizi had been confined in this hotel for a day and a night, and as another day was drawing to a close, she found herself parched, famished, weary, and drowsy. Having gone 36 hours without a drop of water, her nerves were taut. As the time elapsed, the incandescent lights extinguished once more, plunging her into an abyss of darkness, where the spectral figures re-emerged, laughing as they encircled her. The little fire dragon, too, weary from fatigue, but the flames on its tail flickered dimly. She caressed the creature's head, her mind awash with countless thoughts. I'm sorry, fire. I should not have brought you here. Perhaps I should never have purchased you, lest you be ensnared alongside me. A wave of despair washed over her. Is there truly no way to escape? Will I perish in this place? Regret gnawed at her. If only she had departed a day later. Would her fate have been different? Had she not entered this hotel, would she have already embarked on her journey to the next destination? As these thoughts coursed through her mind, the image of Xiao surfaced. Had it not been for this unfortunate man, she would not have been compelled to leave early. Her longing for water intensified, and she yearned for a bowl of char siu ramen, generously topped with scallions. She craved the comfort of her train, the bright and reassuring carriage that felt like home. Suddenly, a disquieting rhythmic thumping resonated from outside. Thud, thud, thud. The door creaked open, emitting a grating sound as it scraped against the floor. Unconsciously, Li Huizi swallowed hard. From the darkness, a shadow leapt into the room. Illuminated by the faint glow, she recognized the figure from the cinematic portrayals of the Dragon Kingdom. It was a creature known as a zombie. With a swift motion, she drew her blade and rose to her feet, pointing the tip at the advancing zombie, shouting, "Stay back." Behind the zombie, a warm white light began to materialize. Oh, is that not Sakura-chan? Xiao stood at the door, holding a perpetual nightlight, casually cleaning his ears before flicking away the debris. What are you saying? I can't understand, he remarked. I should have brought my royal translator. Chapter 75. The Crimson Dice. At 7:50 in the morning, the train came to a halt. Xiao gazed through the window and immediately spotted a white train with 10 carriages parked beside Hotel Number 6. An experienced player? Xiao promptly activated the dynamic cloaking, rendering the train invisible. Lao Lu, scout ahead. At Xiao's command, Lao Lu began to shed his clothing. He then effortlessly passed through the glass window and stepped outside the train. Shiji looked on, bewildered. Haven't you seen the Calabash brothers? Don't you know that Lu can traverse any translucent material? After Lao Lu exited, he activated his invisibility and slipped through the glass into the white train. As he pressed the door button, the carriage door opened simply and unadorned. Trainmaster, no one is aboard. Lao Lu rushed back, deactivating his invisibility. Xiao opened the carriage door and tossed the clothing to Lao Lu. Well done. I shall commend you in the records later. Thank you, Trainmaster. Lao Lu zipped, saluting with the garments in hand. Hurry and put that on. Being bare affects the aesthetics of the city. Xiao strode confidently into the white train, approached the screen, and accessed his personal information. A familiar avatar appeared. Li Huizi. Xiao raised an eyebrow. It was indeed this individual. But wait, I have propulsion enhancements. And we arrived at 7:50. Since the panel was in Sakura language, Xiao couldn't comprehend it and had to rely on Shiji for translation. Her follower account transformation did not include propulsion enhancements. Had she been here before my arrival? It seems she left the transfer station ahead of time. With a few operations, Xiao disassembled the entire carriage and transferred the materials. So ruthless? Xiao shot her a glance. Are we having another episode of moral superiority? What I mean is, shouldn't we move the items first? Xiao explained the characteristics of the thunder season, noting that the train departure times could become irregular. Who knows when her train might leave? It could suddenly reach the latest departure point and whisk me away. Regardless, once the carriage was disassembled, everything inside would fall to the ground, and we could collect it all later. Shiji's eyes brightened with understanding, followed by a flurry of clicks. Ah, so this is the delightful sensation of disassembling another's train. 9 carriages vanished, and their contents tumbled onto the ground. Returning to his own train, Xiao clicked to receive. Received 1990 kilograms of metal, 998 kilograms of plastic, 720 kilograms of wood. After receiving the materials, Xiao opened the doors of the remaining empty carriages, glanced at the items scattered on the ground outside, and instructed, "You all move the items into the train. I'll gather some other things." Xiao arrived at the entrance of Hotel Number 6. If he guessed correctly, Li Huizi was likely trapped on one of the hotel's floors. He pushed open the door and entered the hotel. Familiar with the rules of ascending and descending, Xiao easily made his way to the 6th floor, locating room 666. He stowed away the treasure chest and train tokens, retrieving the 3 crimson dice. The red faces gleamed against the black pips, their texture smooth and pleasing to the touch. Crimson dice. By casting the dice, one can summon a crimson beast under their control. The greater the total sum rolled, the more formidable the summoned crimson beast becomes. The interval between casts is 24 hours. When the roll numbers yield 3 sixes, the summoner will call forth the Lord of Crimson. A crimson beast? Xiao casually tossed the 3 dice, which clattered as they struck the ground. Upon cessation of their roll, the upward faces displayed 1, 3, and 3, yielding a total of 7. The 3 dice levitated, coalescing into a red-hued crimson beast, approximately 2 meters tall, hunched over, with arms resembling those of a mantis, and a square face adorned with 7 eyes. Xiao commanded it to breach the wooden door of the room, and with its scythe-like hand, it easily tore through. Suddenly, Xiao felt a wave of fatigue. Was the exertion of this crimson beast draining my stamina? Perhaps it consumed about 1/10 of my own effort, which was manageable. Its physical strength and power surpassed that of Old Master Run by a slight margin. Was this the extent of a crimson beast's capabilities at 7 points? How powerful must the Lord of Crimson be? The probability of rolling 3 sixes with 3 dice is 6 raised to the 3rd power, 1 in 216? Such a low probability of summoning suggests that the Lord of Crimson's strength must be formidable indeed. After acquiring the treasure chest, Xiao commenced gathering resources. He directed Old Master Run and the Crimson Beast to dismantle the wooden doors throughout these rooms. Following closely behind, he collected the doors, beds, nightstands, and small desks into his dimensional bracelet, transporting them onto the train. Currently, the dimensional bracelet was at level 7, with a weight capacity of 500 kilograms. The last upgrade had occurred during the search of the Zhouji train, where he resolutely spent 110 train tokens to elevate it 2 levels. The level 9 bracelet now boasted a capacity of 700 kilograms. The 6-story hotel had 66 rooms on each of the upper 5 floors, excluding the lobby on the 1st floor. Each room could yield approximately 300 kilograms of wood. If he could manage to carry it all away, it would be a significant windfall. Once the bracelet reached its limit, Xiao returned to the train, extracted its contents, and deposited them into the loading area. However, he had yet to catch a glimpse of Li Huizi. Odd, was she not in the hotel? Later, when Xiao returned to the train again to empty the wood from the bracelet, he found Li Huizi's train had vanished. Indeed, each person's latest departure point varied. A whole day had passed without sight of her. Must I intentionally take a wrong turn to access that elusive floor? No matter. I possess an anchor point for retracing my steps. It is worth a try. Thus, when Xiao ascended the stairs this time, he deliberately took a wrong path, arriving on the 2nd floor, yet it was shrouded in darkness. As anticipated, he produced a luminous night lamp and led the way with Old Master Run. In a room emanating a faint glow, he encountered Li Huizi. Xiao turned to investigate the source of the light. It was a little fire dragon. It seemed she had purchased it. Judging by her appearance, she must have accumulated quite a few train tokens. Moreover, she possessed a level 6 treasure chest key. Truly a little wealthy lady. Observing the eerie white apparitions surrounding Li Huizi, Xiao drew his ZZ pistol. It was no wonder that he encountered any strange entities along the way. They had congregated here instead. It was the perfect occasion to test the exorcism bullets. Selecting the appropriate ammunition, exorcism bullets, Xiao raised his weapon, aimed at the specters lurking behind Li Huizi, and squeezed the trigger. A beam of white light shot forth, striking one of the apparitions squarely on its forehead, causing it to burn and swiftly dissipate into nothingness. Li Huizi initially believed Xiao was attacking her and hastily raised her blade in defense. However, upon noticing that the light emanating from Xiao's gun was directed at the eerie figures, she exhaled in relief. When she witnessed the specter being vanquished, her pupils dilated in astonishment. Was it truly that simple to eliminate them? What manner of weapon was this, capable of inflicting harm upon such entities? As the last vestige of the specter vanished, a metallic clink echoed, and a train token fell to the ground. Xiao's eyes sparkled with excitement. So, it turned out these entities could drop coins as well. His enthusiasm surged, With so many apparitions present, how many trained tokens could they yield? The white beams continued to erupt, illuminating the room in a brilliant radiance akin to midday. Chapter 76, looking clever, but actually a fool. Wheezy raised her hand to shield her eyes. The light was blinding. As the clattering sound of train coins finally subsided, a profound silence enveloped the room. With all the strange entities vanquished, Xiao took out the nanobots, directing them to gather the scattered train coins. One by one, the coins seemed to fly effortlessly into Xiao's palm, leaving Li Huizi momentarily astonished. 9, 10, 11. Hey, lift your foot, you stepped on my coin. Xiao glared at the little fire dragon, which in turn squeaked and scurried towards Li Huizi, clinging to her white knee-high socks. Li Huizi sheathed her knife and knelt down to comfort the little fire dragon, which burrowed its head beneath her skirt. This was no mere fire dragon. It was a rather mischievous little creature. Including the coin that the little dragon had stepped on, Xiao had collected a total of 13, exceeding the number obtainable from a level 3 treasure chest. There were still 4 more levels to go. Fortune was indeed smiling upon him. Once she had calmed the little fire dragon, Li Huizi stood up, facing Xiao. After bowing deeply at a 90-degree angle, she said. Xiao understood her words. She was expressing her gratitude. Just then, an untimely growl emanated from Li Huizi's stomach. The tension that had gripped her eased with Xiao's presence, and now her empty stomach made itself known. A blush crept across her cheeks, unmistakably visible. Xiao cast a glance at Li Huizi and produced a nourishing oil pill. Noticing the little fire dragon, he retrieved another one. One of these is enough to sustain you for 8 meals. He placed both pills in Li Huizi's hands before turning to lead the old gentleman Ren out of the room, heading straight for the staircase. After having previously tricked her and having dismantled her train this morning, saving her life felt like a fair exchange. Though Li Huizi could not comprehend Xiao's words, she hurriedly scooped up the little fire dragon and followed him. However, by the time she reached outside, all she saw was Xiao's retreating figure ascending the stairs. Upon arriving at the staircase, he had vanished from sight. Had he left? Had he not returned? Had he successfully found his way out? So, the correct exit was indeed upward. Gritting her teeth, Li Huizi decided to ascend as well, only to find herself back on the second floor once more. Why? Why was she still here? That man had truly exited from this place. How had he accomplished it? Leaning against the stairway, with the little fire dragon in her arms, Li Huizi rested her chin atop its head, her gaze fixated on the staircase that seemed to lead nowhere. What did his words mean? Was he urging me to follow him? Would he not return? Fire, I'm sorry, I should have run faster, but I'm so hungry, so sleepy, so tired. Li Huizi opened her palm, staring at the 2 chocolate-like pills, swallowing hard. She gently pinched one, bringing it closer to her nose to inhale its scent before finally placing it in her mouth. Indeed, as long as one stepped on the correct number of stairs, they could ascend and descend normally, returning to the ordinary levels. When the number of steps taken is incorrect, one may find themselves in an inescapable predicament. Thus, it is essential to first tread upon the correct number of steps to reach the ordinary second floor. Subsequently, by intentionally misstepping, one may ascend to the cyclical third floor. Indeed, Xiao returned to the third floor, yet it was shrouded in darkness, much like the second floor where Li Huizi had lingered. How peculiar! The oddities here appeared to exceed those on the second floor. Upon discovering Xiao, these strange entities unleashed a cacophony of shrill laughter and encircled him. Xiao sprinted down the corridor, his voice echoing with cries of fear. Ah, I am so frightened. Help! An ever-growing horde of oddities pursued him until he dashed into a room at the end of the corridor, drawing the entirety of the third floor's anomalies toward him. A smile crept upon Xiao's lips. So, they have all come. Old Masterin, shut the door, let us commence. As the door closed, the room was instantly illuminated as if it were day. The peculiarities on this level not only outnumbered those on the second floor, but were also more resilient. However, the rewards in the form of train coins were abundant, totaling 17. Xiao utilized 4 of these coins to fully charge the energy of his ZZ pistol to 1,000 points. Following the same procedure, he first reached the standard 4th floor, then deliberately misstepped to enter the cyclical 4th floor. Unlike the second and third floors, the oddities on the fourth floor were markedly more solid. It required 4 to 5 purification bullets to extract train coins from them. Their aggression was also noticeably heightened. They congregated, drawn by Xiao as presence, eagerly rushing to their demise. One must commend the pistol gifted by Kong. Its minimal recoil, no need for reloading, and resistance to overheating rendered it exceptionally effective. Coupled with the scout gloves, it felt as though there was no recoil at all, providing an exquisite shooting experience. Xiao traversed the corridor, eliminating every oddity along the way, while some peculiarities fixated on him, like eternally glowing night lights, only to discover that no matter the method, the lights would not extinguish. After vanquishing all oddities on the fourth floor, he amassed 22 coins. Xiao replicated this method, cleansing the fifth and sixth floors of their anomalies. The oddities on the sixth floor had solidified into tangible forms. After considerable effort, he activated the word spirit, ×0, employing lust to obliterate their corporeality, and subsequently dispatched them with purification bullets. Across 5 floors, he collected a grand total of 113 train coins. His joy nearly overwhelming. He pondered whether these oddities might respawn, feeling a twinge of reluctance to depart. Li Huizi, having consumed the oil pill provided by Xiao, appeared significantly revitalized. The little fire dragon, too, regained its optimal fiery state after ingesting the pill. "Why aren't we leaving yet?" Li Huizi inquired, glancing up at Xiao at the staircase corner, her eyes suddenly glistening with moisture. Suppressing her excitement, she swiftly rose, offering Xiao a deep bow, followed by a torrent of words. Xiao only comprehended the initial thank you. The remainder eluded his understanding. He waved his hand dismissively and descended the stairs. Li Huizi, clutching the little fire dragon, hurried to follow. She followed closely behind Xiao, her gaze unwaveringly fixed upon him, never straying even a step away. Just as they approached the last 3 steps, Xiao came to an abrupt halt. Li Huizi stopped in her tracks as well. After a few seconds, she suddenly noticed that Xiao had vanished before her eyes. Panic surged within her as she stood rooted to the spot, uncertain whether to advance or retreat. She felt utterly bewildered. When she finally saw Xiao reappear below, she hurriedly descended the stairs, taking 2 steps at a time to reach his side. Without a doubt, she had returned to the second floor. Xiao, meanwhile, was frowning at her, having descended to the lobby on the first floor and waited for quite some time without seeing Li Huizi emerge. He realized that she had failed to comprehend the way out. With no other option, he resolved to return once more. This cherry blossom seemed quite astute, yet revealed herself to be rather dim-witted. If she had merely waited for 10 seconds on the 13th step, she could have descended with ease. Observing Li Huizi's perplexed expression, Xiao smacked his forehead in frustration. Truly, the language barrier was a vexing hindrance. He seized the long knife from her hand and grasped her hand firmly. Li Huizi was momentarily taken aback, but did not resist. Thus, with one hand cradling the little fire dragon and the other clasped in Xiao's, she followed him step by step downwards. After pausing for 10 seconds on the 13th step, Li Huizi felt a sudden shift in her vision, as if the world around her had expanded. At last, she found herself back on the first floor, returned to the lobby of Hotel Number 6. Chapter 77. Li Huizi. The scene shift back to before Xiao's visit to Hotel Number 6 to find Li Huizi. He approached the last 2 train cars and spotted Lao Lu, who was still tidying up. "How are you doing? Is everything packed?" Upon hearing Xiao's voice, Lao Lu turned around. "Chief, everything has been moved here. Not a single item has been left behind in the carriage." "Excellent. You truly live up to your role as my deputy." Li Huizi's belongings were few, hardly filling an entire carriage. There was a not overly thick quilt, a tatami mat, and a few plush toys. The majority of her possessions consisted of clothing, various JK uniforms for both spring and summer, as well as autumn and winter, long socks, short socks, lace socks, and knee-highs, all neatly stacked in a storage basket. Xiao briefly rummaged through the items, but found nothing of significant value. "Goodness, you even brought back the blue and white bowl. You're quite impressive." "The blue and white bowl?" Lao Lu looked around, but did not see the bowl Xiao mentioned. However, there was a plastic duck bowl. Noticing the absence of Jian, Xiao inquired, "Where's Sister Shi? Why are you the only one working?" "Sister, she had a relative visit and was feeling unwell, so I let her go rest. Besides, there is nothing too heavy. I can manage on my own." Xiao nodded. "What a considerate fellow you are, Lao Lu. A warm-hearted man indeed. What about the train tokens? Have you found any?" "None at all. Not a single one." Xiao furrowed his brow. "That is unexpected. She should have had quite a few tokens, unless perhaps she kept them on her person. Given her situation, she likely doesn't possess any storage tools. Surely, she has used them all to purchase that little color-changing dragon?" Xiao then spotted a familiar item. He picked up the broken sword obtained from the level 6 treasure chest, hesitated for a moment, and said to Lao Lu, "Once you finish here, go prepare dinner. I need to step out again." "Understood, Chief." Xiao stowed the broken sword in his dimensional bracelet and entered Hotel Number 6. Upon returning to the lobby on the first floor, Li Huizi placed her hand over her heart and exhaled deeply. "Thank goodness, I'm finally out." Xiao tossed the sword to her, and Li Huizi caught it, bowing once more in gratitude. The two exited Hotel Number 6 together. When they noticed that their train had vanished, despite being mentally prepared, Li Huizi's body instinctively stiffened. As expected, it's truly gone. The train itself mattered little. It was a pity that her uniforms and the toys for Huahu were lost. However, Li Huizi did not dwell on her sorrow for long. She quickly adjusted her mindset, thinking, "I am still alive, and that is wonderful. There will be chances in the future to gather more beautiful JK uniforms and to buy new toys for Huahua." With a smile on her face, she turned to Xiao, realizing she owed thanks to this man. Xiao had been observing the changes in Li Huizi's expression from the side, and when she turned to look at him, he grinned, revealing an innocuous smile. The two individuals exchanged smiles as Li Huizi bowed deeply, once again expressing her gratitude to Xiao. At that moment, a small black dog dashed over, closely followed by Lao Lu. "Is that him?" Li Huizi's expression froze upon seeing Lao Lu. So, they were traveling together? Hence, this must be his son? Yet he appears so youthful. He should be around my age. Perhaps even younger. Has he truly become a father at such a tender age? The black dog first ran to Xiao and licked at his pant leg before its gaze was captured by the little fire dragon cradled in Li Huizi's arms. Lao Lu approached Xiao and reported, "Captain, the meal is ready. We can dine at any moment." Xiao patted Lao Lu's head and praised him for a job well done. Just as he felt hunger pangs, he urged, "Let us hurry back to eat." "What about Jia? Still lying there?" Lao Lu scratched the back of his head awkwardly, replying, "Jia has already started eating." Xiao exclaimed, "What? We need to hurry back." With that, Xiao led Lao Lu and the black dog back. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting its golden hue over the vast wilderness, a gentle breeze tousled Li Huizi's hair. Watching their retreating figures as they headed towards the warmly illuminated red train, a wave of loneliness washed over her. How she envied them, able to journey together, share adventures, and dine in each other's company. After all, it was her solitude that had driven her to expend all her train tokens to bring fire back. With this thought, Li Huizi held the little fire dragon even closer. Resting her chin atop the creature's head, her hair obscured her face, concealing her emotions. "If only I had a companion. Come, join us." Upon hearing Xiao's voice, Li Huizi quietly lifted her head. When she saw him beckoning her with a wave, she momentarily froze, raising her hand to point at herself. Li Huizi followed Xiao into the carriage, and upon spotting Jian serving food, she paused and quickly said, "Excuse me, I apologize for the intrusion." Jian turned around and, upon seeing the little fire dragon again, her eyes sparkled with delight. She set down her ladle and rushed to Li Huizi, reaching out to gently touch the little fire dragon's head. "How adorable! So, it was you who brought him?" Xiao looked on with disdain, remarking on her lack of restraint. They conversed in the language of cherry blossoms, which Xiao could not comprehend. Before long, Jian took the little fire dragon from Li Huizi's arms, cradling it in her embrace. "Lao Lu, serve me another bowl of rice." Lao Lu had prepared the tomato scrambled eggs, braised beef with potatoes, and hand-torn cabbage as taught by Xiao. Although Li Huizi wasn't particularly hungry After eating the oil balls Xiao had given her, she still politely took a few bites. Sensing the moment was right, Xiao turned to Jian, who was holding the little fire dragon, and instructed, "Please translate for me. Just tell her that someone was dismantling her carriage." And that was me. After a fierce battle, I managed to protect her carriage. But as she delayed in returning and the train signaled imminent departure, I had no choice but to resort to this drastic measure and disassemble her carriage. However, everything has been sent back to her. She can inspect it herself when the time comes. Shimi displayed a look of disdain. "You truly have no shame." "Of course," came the reply. "Do translate well, and it would be best to elaborate on how I repelled the enemy and valiantly defended her train. Merely translating is insufficient. I must craft my own narrative as well. Right?" Shimi shot a glance at Xiao and then began to translate his words to Li Huizi. Upon hearing, Li Huizi nodded repeatedly, her gaze towards Xiao imbued with newfound respect. After listening to Shimi, she immediately set down her bowl and chopsticks, rose to her feet, and bowed deeply to Xiao in gratitude. She expressed her profound thanks, stating that she was at a loss for how to repay such a great kindness. Chapter 78. You smell wonderful. Hold on, there is something that needs clarification. The items can be returned to her, but the upgraded materials cannot. Just say I've used them all. Shijian cast a glance at Xiao and continued translating. She mentioned that it was perfectly fine, as merely having the items still was already quite satisfactory. Xiao nodded in agreement. It appeared that Shijian's translation was commendable, void of any personal bias. This was primarily due to the fact that the records of material transfers, including transaction log from the trading platform, were utterly irretrievable. No wonder Kong Yu stated that one could not transfer upgraded materials to oneself. Only those like Xiao and Shijian, who had established a unique trading relationship, could engage in direct transfers without leaving a trace. If one day Li Huizi were to log into her account and peruse the material transfer records, she would undoubtedly realize I had dismantled her train and appropriated the materials. Rather than allowing this situation to unfold, it would be more prudent to address it outright. Xiao, having observed Li Huizi's lack of significant reaction to the disappearance of the train, chose to confront the matter directly. "Here is the plan. Until you acquire a new vehicle, you may temporarily stay with us." "Really?" Upon hearing that Xiao would temporarily shelter her, Li Huizi's eyes widened in surprise, and she immediately entered a mode of gratitude. "Ahem. After all, we have collaborated to some extent. Although the outcome may not have been entirely satisfactory, we can certainly consider each other friends. Friends need not be overly formal. As it happens, I have a question for her. How did you come by the level 6 treasure chest key?" Xiao was uncertain whether it was due to her own lack of encounters or if the station announcements simply did not notify her. Currently, it seemed more probable that she had not encountered it at all. Xiao remained quite confident regarding the functionality of the station announcement module. In worlds governed by strange rules, they would clearly display the pertinent regulations. In seasons like Lei Ji, the latest departure times would be explicitly shown. She revealed that she had obtained it in an ancient castle. Furthermore, she mentioned that she possessed another key and would gladly provide it if needed. Is that truly the case? That is indeed a level 6 treasure chest key. With that, Li Huizi removed a golden brooch shaped like a ginkgo leaf from her chest and presented it to Xiao with both hands. No wonder there were no valuable items on the train. It seems she had been carrying them all along. Queen's brooch can unlock level 6 treasure chests. Xiao graciously accepted it and expressed her gratitude with a heartfelt arigato. Shijian, stroking the head of the little fire dragon, looked at Xiao with a disdainful expression. After dinner, Xiao accompanied Li Huizi off the train to the last carriage. She opened the door, and Li Huizi eagerly stepped inside. Upon seeing her collected clothes and the little fire dragon's toys, her eyes sparkled with delight. "You can tidy up by yourself. If you need anything, come find me at the front." With that, Xiao departed, leaving Shijian, Li Huizi, and the little dragon and dog together. "Your name is Black Wind Monster? Then I shall call you Hai from now on." Li Huizi gently patted the Black Wind Monster's head and thoughtfully selected a small yellow chick toy to offer it. "This is for you. Make sure to become good friends with Fire. The Black Wind Monster was quite intrigued by its new companion. while the dog's tongue playfully licked the little fire dragon's rear. Woo woo. Ha ha ha. After Li Huizi finished tidying up her clothes, she began to lay out the tatama mats and blankets. Shi Jian seized her arm, pulling her into her bedroom without hesitation. In the sanctuary of Shi Jian's room, the two of them reclined on the bed, adorned in matching pajamas of different hues, Shi Jian in yellow and Li Huizi in blue. At the foot of the bed, the black wind monster and the little fire dragon nestled together, playfully grooming one another. Isn't my mattress wonderfully large and soft? Huawei, you smell delightful, Shi Jian exclaimed, clasping Li Huizi's hand and burying her face in her hair, inhaling deeply. What shampoo do you usually use? It has a faint cherry blossom fragrance. Huawei, your hands are so small and incredibly soft, she added with a giggle. Li Huizi swallowed hard, feeling as though she had boarded a pirate ship. In the dead of night, Shi Jian rose to change her menstrual pad. With sleepy eyes, she noticed that Li Huizi was still awake. Huawei, why are you still up? Li Huizi had her hands resting on her abdomen, her legs pressed together, appearing quite reserved. I've always slept on tatama mats since I was little, and this is my first time on such a soft bed. I'm not quite used to it. I see. I wasn't very accustomed to it at first either, but it gets better with time, Shi Jian reassured her, settling back down and draping an arm over Li Huizi's chest. With a sigh, Li Huizi closed her eyes, adjusted her breathing, and drifted off to sleep. In the gravity chamber, Xiao switched off the treadmill and exhaled deeply, commencing his post-run stretches. Initially, under 3 times the normal gravity, it took him 2 hours to complete 5 kilometers. Now, under the same conditions, he had reduced his time to just 1 hour and 5 minutes. A remarkable improvement. Within the gravity chamber, Xiao's endurance, speed, and strength had significantly enhanced through training. This bolstered physical condition enabled him to activate the word spirit, time zero, allowing him to slow time to an even greater extent with an extended duration. He had a premonition that once he could complete 5 kilometers in half an hour under 3 times gravity, he would easily contend with someone of Xiaoji's caliber. During a moment of respite, he perused the trading platform for level 6 treasure chests. The price of these chests hovered around 160 train coins, fluctuating no more than 10 coins in either direction. So expensive, he mused. A level 6 treasure chest could yield 60 train coins, effectively costing 100 coins to acquire a blind box item. Despite possessing 237 train coins, he ultimately refrained from making a purchase. Having recently opened a level 6 chest and obtained a scarlet dye, his current items were more than sufficient. With the golden goose no longer available, he couldn't afford to be extravagant. However, the magical multi-purpose fertilizer was more affordable than Xiao had anticipated, with a market price of 5 kilograms per train coin. He spent 20 train coins to acquire 100 kilograms, scattering it around the peach saplings. As he gazed at the saplings glowing with verdant light, Xiao silently wished for them to grow quickly. The following day, as the clock struck 8, Xiao confirmed that no new trains were arriving and re-entered Hotel 6 to gather supplies, with Li Huizi assisting him. He shared with her the method for safely navigating the stairs. When Li Huizi inquired how he knew this, Xiao confidently placed his hands on his hips and proclaimed, "Of course, I discovered it through my own repeated experiments." Her knife was exceptionally sharp, and her skills in wielding it were commendable, effortlessly slicing through wooden doors and beds. This revelation altered Xiao's perception of her. He had previously thought of her as merely ornamental, believing her knife was just a prop for intimidation. Thus, after Li Huizi shattered the wooden doors, she discarded the fragments out of the window. Meanwhile, Shi Jian and Lao Lu worked alongside the crimson beast summoned by Xiao, dragging the debris back to the train and depositing it in the feeding area. Xiao ventured into the infinitely looping floors with Old Master Run, dismantling wooden doors and beds for double the yield. Regrettably, the strange entities had not respawned, as Xiao had eliminated them all. In the evening, Xiao took to the kitchen, preparing a sumptuous meal of spicy stir-fried meat, hand-torn cabbage, sweet and sour pork, sour and spicy shredded potatoes, and cheese-baked pumpkin, concluding with watermelon for dessert. After a long day of dismantling doors, the sight of such a lavish dinner made Li Huizi's appetite awaken. Having tasted Xiao's cooking, She found herself with a newfound appreciation for his culinary skills, realizing how delightful his dishes were. Indeed, a boy who can cook adds significant charm. Li Huizi wondered why such thoughts crossed her mind, her cheeks involuntarily flushing. After dinner, Li Huizi voluntarily joined Lao Lu to wash the dishes. At that moment, Shi Jin returned with a towel, shooing Qi Xiao and Lao Lu out. No entry. She glared at Qi Xiao, ushering Li Huizi into the bathroom. The door opened again, and Shi Jin handed out a cup. Your toothbrush. Before long, the sounds of splashing water and playful banter emerged from within, accompanied by the cheerful chirps of the little fire dragon bathing with them. Carriage master, who is she referring to? I'm talking about you. Who else could it be? Carriage master, let us wash together later. I'll scrub your back. Forget it. By the time they finish, the water will probably run out. Qi Xiao waved his hand and headed to the gravity carriage for evening training. The water he had previously collected had been entirely absorbed by the peach saplings. Although he had managed to gather a little over 200 liters in recent days, he still needed to devise a plan to secure more water. As dawn broke on the third day of Qi Xiao's stay, a black train abruptly appeared at 8 o'clock in the morning. This ebony locomotive, consisting of 12 carriages, came to a halt merely 20 meters from Qi Xiao's train, almost parallel to it. Chapter 79. A pure love story. The train opened a door, revealing a man adorned with tattoos. He glanced back at the carriage before striding into the distance, producing a blue cigarette case from his pocket. He retrieved a slender white cigarette with a blue tip, placing it between his lips. After rummaging through his pockets, he finally extracted a lighter from his back pocket. It took several attempts to ignite the flame, but once lit, he shielded the flickering fire with his hand and brought the cigarette to life. Taking a deep drag, he exhaled a cloud of white smoke, his previously furrowed brow easing considerably. With the cigarette still in his mouth, he unfastened his belt and relieved himself. Thank goodness I made it out, he muttered. What a fool, trying to challenge the order. Luckily, I was wise enough not to charge ahead. I need to find a chance to commandeer a train for myself. I can do without this leader. At that moment, a door swung open before him. He was momentarily taken aback, unable to see the newcomer clearly before being rendered unconscious by a blow from Qi Xiao, who dragged him into the carriage. Word spirit, time 0. Time slows to a 10th. The entire sequence transpired in less than a second, the door closing behind them as the scene reverted to its original state. Inside the gravity carriage, Qi Xiao stripped the tattooed man of all his clothing, leaving only his undergarments. He bound the man's hands and feet, then increased the gravity in the carriage to 3 times normal before delivering a couple of sharp slaps, prompting the tattooed man to awaken. As he regained consciousness, he shouted, "Let me go, you bastard." What the hell? Ah, so he is a foreigner, he realized. Just as Xia Yuan said, Mandarin is the official language of the New World. To survive here, one must at least be proficient. Although the foreigner's Mandarin was not particularly refined, it sufficed for basic communication. Relieving oneself in such a manner is hardly acceptable, Qi Xiao remarked, displeasure etched across his face, especially considering the man had aimed a firearm at his carriage. Let go of my father, or you'll regret it, the tattooed man threatened, glaring defiantly at Qi Xiao. With a swift motion, Qi Xiao brandished a dagger, drawing it perilously close to Li Xiuqing's face. From now on, you will answer my questions, and we shall both find this agreeable. Which cohort do you belong to? Are there others on the train? You think you can intimidate me? Release my father at once. Li Xiuqing retorted, glaring at Qi Xiao. I can tell you're nothing but a coward. With a swift thrust, Qi Xiao plunged the dagger into the crease of Li Xiuqing's thigh. Is this how low the foreigners have sunk? Ah, damn it. Li Xiuqing yelled. I'm from the 4th cohort. There are 3 others on the train. Continue, Qi Xiao urged, his eyes fixed on him. If you promise not to kill me, I will divulge their information. Qi Xiao nodded, signaling him to proceed. There's a woman named Lu Xiaojin. She's quite attractive, but she's a bit unhinged. Her favorite pastime is to wear leather boots and stomp. Get to the point, Qi Xiao interjected, pulling the dagger slightly, causing Li Xiuqing to cry out in agony. Don't pull out, he pleaded. She wields a knife, and her skills are commendable. Then there's Yin Jintai, a hefty fellow with a low IQ, but he has undergone physical enhancements that render him largely immune to conventional firearms. The train conductor, Li Zilong, possesses numerous cybernetic enhancements, including a modified heart that is rumored to be a nuclear reactor supplying power to his augmentations, making him quite formidable. Is that all? Yes, that is all. Upon receiving this information, Xiao rendered him unconscious and set the gravity to 5 times its maximum. Xiao summoned a holographic interface and entered the public chat room. In the current area, the online population stood at 8,982. Unlike the novice village, the number of online users increases as other trains arrive in this expansive area. Based on Xiao's observations over the past couple of days, the online count fluctuated between 8 and 9,000, never exceeding 10,000. This implies that upon his departure, he might enter a new area and a different chat group, marking the most significant distinction from the novice village, where the chat group remained static. Xiao searched for Li Zilong and found a profile displaying a level of 32. Indeed, Li Xiaoqing was telling the truth. Li Zilong exists. He ranked 97th in the chat room, while Xiao, at level 16, was situated over 8,300th. Xiao instructed Lao Lu to summon Shijin and Li Huizi to update them on the current situation. What does this tattoo signify? Shijin inquired, sleepily leaning closer to the tattooed man. It's Korean. Let me see. Oh, it translates to Li Xiaoqing loves Kim Hyuna for 10,000 years. Xiao smirked, surprised to discover the individual was a romantic at heart. Given his prolonged absence, it was likely that others would soon seek him out. I have a plan to lure them to Hotel 6. It seems they possess a nuclear reactor. Engaging in combat here could jeopardize the train. Xiao donned a disguise and began to sculpt a face, swiftly creating a perfect replica of Li Xiaoqing, tattoos included. After changing into a combat suit, the two appeared indistinguishable upon closer inspection. Wow, conductor, you can change faces too? Shijin exclaimed, giving a thumbs up in approval. Li Huizi's eyes widened even further in astonishment. Xiao then outlined the operational strategy. Li Huizi and I will be responsible for luring them into the hotel. Lao Lu, you will stealthily approach their train and assess the situation. If it's unoccupied, proceed as I instructed. Your role is crucial, and I need you to relay information to us. Can you accomplish this task? Lao Lu stood tall, his expression serious. I assure you, I will complete the mission. Li Huizi fumbled with a pair of black stockings, perplexed, as Xiao instructed her to wear them on her head. You will need to impersonate a thief, and thieves typically wear masks. The primary objective is to ensure the enemy does not see your face. After hearing Xiao's explanation, Li Huizi nodded and donned the stockings. Xiao stroked his chin, nodding in approval. The effect is quite good. Excellent. Let us commence the operation. Wait, what about me? Upon noticing that others were engaged in their respective tasks, Shijin pointed to herself and inquired, what about me? What am I to do? Xiao cast a fleeting glance at Shijin and replied, you can wash the breakfast dishes. Lu Xiaojin, with her cascade of silky long hair, donned an ensemble of black attire complemented by glossy black stiletto heels, directing her gaze towards Li Zilong. Is there no one selling information about Hotel Number 6? She asked. Indeed, there is, but it's not secured by the Order S information lock. Thus, its authenticity cannot be guaranteed. Li Zilong, with mechanical limbs and a cybernetic right eye, bore a striking appearance. Half of his head was shaved, while the other half sported a vibrant red mohawk. He was clad in a suit of mechanical armor, which firmly safeguarded all but his head. Let us take a moment to rest. We shall not explore this station, Li Zilong declared as he deactivated the luminescent screen. Where has Xiaoqing gone? Why hasn't he returned? Has he been smoking for this long? Lu Xiaojin scoffed. He has probably fled, that coward. You should check on him, lest something untoward occurs. Just then, Jintai burst in, exclaiming, Boss, this is bad. I saw Xiaoqing being knocked unconscious by a woman clad in a JK short skirt, her head wrapped in pantyhose, and dragged into the hotel outside. Wait, are you certain it was Xiaoqing? You didn't mistake him for someone else? It was indeed him. Who else would bear that tattoo on his face? Li Zilong immediately commanded, Xiaojin, remain here to guard the vehicle. Jintai, let us proceed to investigate. Why must I guard the vehicle? Let Jintai stay, Lu Xiaojin retorted, brandishing a knife. The hotel is narrow with his size. Would T be able to maneuver effectively in a fight? After a moment of hesitation, Li Zilong acquiesced to her request. The two disembarked from the train and entered hotel number 6, one following the other. The lobby was deserted. The silence so profound that the sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Damn it, the thermal and infrared sensors were sabotaged by those from the order. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to hide. At that moment, Lu Xiaojin ascended the staircase and bent down to retrieve a blue cigarette case. Indeed, this belongs to Li Xiaojin. He only smokes this brand. Li Zilong glanced at the staircase and urged, "Let us proceed to the second floor."